Upon awakening from slumber, Lu Mingyi found himself transported to the world of Xianxia, only to discover that he was on the verge of freezing to death. Just as despair began to take hold of Lu Mingyi. Ding! Environmental scan complete. You have arrived at the realm of cultivation. System initializing. Ding! The divine level sign-in system has been successfully activated. Please claim your novice gift package. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the Tianyuan Divine Sword and the non-grade cultivation method. Changchun Jue. Chapter 1. Initial arrival in Xianxia with a divine sword. The howling cold wind swept in, carrying with it tons of white snow, dark and turbulent from the horizon. Suddenly, the piercing cry of an infant shattered the silence of the world. Lu Mingyi, a layabout of the 21st century, had enthusiastically spent the previous night immersed in Xianxia. It was nearly 5 a.m. when he finally succumbed to sleep. Little did he expect to awaken in the wilderness, transformed into an infant. Being abandoned as an infant in the wild was already unfortunate. However, surrounded by snow-covered terrain, with ominous clouds overhead and a blizzard imminent, what was he to do? If he didn't fall prey to wolves, he would surely freeze to death. Panic gripped Lu Mingyi's heart. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed the heavens, but his words emerged as mere infantile cries. After a bout of frantic exclamations, his voice dwindled, his body grew colder, and his consciousness began to fade. He raised his stiff little hand and defiantly extended a middle finger. You wretched heavens! Ding! Environmental scan complete. You have arrived at the realm of cultivation. System initializing. Ding! The divine level sign-in system has been successfully activated. Please claim your novice gift package. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Lu Mingyi was overwhelmed with tears of gratitude. System, you have finally arrived? If you had delayed any longer, I would have frozen to death. System, open the interface. A sky blue interface, visible only to Lu Mingyi, materialized before him. This system bore similarities to others on the market, its primary function allowing for daily sign-ins to randomly acquire items or skills. Additionally, there were two unique sign-in types, special location sign-ins and achievement sign-ins. The advantage of a special location sign-in is the high probability of receiving exceptional items or skills. The drawback is that it cannot overlap with the daily sign-in, though multiple special location sign-ins can occur in a single day. Achievement sign-ins grant extra opportunities upon the host achieving specific milestones, allowing for skills or items that align with the nature or attributes of the achievement, which can overlap with daily sign-ins. The system opened the Novice Gift Package. Ding! Novice Gift Package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the Tianyuan Divine Sword, the non-grade cultivation method, Changchun Jue, and a storage jade pendant, Lanshan. Tianyuan Divine Sword, a sword imbued with extreme cold, formed naturally from the ancient frozen abyss, possessing the ability to freeze the world. Changchun Jue, an ancient method of health cultivation by immortals. Lanshan, a storage jade pendant containing a 10 cubic storage space, which can grow. Well, it seems rather good. The system extracted the rewards. With a flash, a beam of cold light appeared from nowhere, striking Lu Mingyi's forehead like lightning. A mysterious blue ice crystal, resembling a rune, flickered between his eyebrows. The green seed formed from Changchun Jue rushed downward towards his lower abdomen. Bang! The green seed suddenly exploded within Lu Mingyi's dantian. Green energy spread like smoke throughout his dantian, exuding a tremendous vitality that, while appearing slow, rapidly coursed through his body. As the energy flowed, Lu Mingyi's frozen body gradually regained warmth and strength. Before Lu Mingyi could rejoice, an intense chill seeped from his forehead, with blue energy rising skyward. Light blue ice crystals rapidly accumulated from the bottom up. System, you are a scam. Before Lu Mingyi could finish his words, a towering ice mountain formed instantaneously, leaving him unconscious within its icy confines. Shushan, Wuji Pavilion. Qingwei, Sanggu, Jingming, Yoshuan, and Haiyang, 5 elders, sat in each direction, forming a formation, their brows glistening with sweat as they chanted spells. At the center of the formation lay an infant swaddled in blankets, emanating a sky-blue glow, none other than Lu Mingyi. Approximately 10 hours later, the radiant glow suddenly dimmed, retracting completely into Lu Mingyi's body. The 5 elders gradually ceased their incantations and began to recuperate. 3 days prior, while cultivating in the Shushan Great Hall, the 5 elders were startled by a sudden, overwhelming chill that appeared near Shushan. They flew out of the hall to discover a magnificent ice mountain, hundreds of meters high, had mysteriously arisen at the foot of the back mountain, and to their astonishment, an infant was encased in ice at its base. According to reason, in such an extreme environment, any form of life would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Yet, inexplicably, the infant within, though frozen and motionless, emanated an extraordinarily potent vitality. Thus, the 5 individuals combined their strength to shatter the ice mountain and rescue the child. However, matters appear to be far more complex than they had anticipated. As they broke the ice mountain, the moment the infant was revealed, an even more intense chill surged forth, swiftly threatening to crystallize once more. Fortunately, Elder Qingwei reacted promptly, using his magical powers to suppress it. It was only then that they comprehended the truth. The ice mountain had formed because of this very infant. They subsequently brought the child to Shushan, which explains the earlier scene of the 5 elders working together to subdue the cold energy within Lu Mingyi. After the 5 elders completed their meditative recovery, Elder Tsanggu turned to face Elder Qingwei. Brother, this child harbors an astonishingly formidable icy energy within. It emanates from the center of his forehead. Its power is simply unstoppable. Upon hearing Tsanggu's words, Elder Qingwei could not help but sign agreement. Indeed, this child's forehead cradles a divine artifact. Elder Haiyang remarked, even with our combined efforts, we could barely suppress this overwhelming icy energy. It is a pity for this child, who originally possessed an extraordinary celestial bone, potentially destined for greatness. Alas, now he may only lead a mundane life. Elder Jingming stated, who could argue otherwise? This child is infused with icy energy throughout his body. A mere moment of cultivation could place his life in peril. Elder Qingwei sighed softly. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Living a simple, unremarkable life may not be so bad after all. However, given the divine artifact contained within this child, should he be returned to the secular world, it could lead to calamity. Let us raise him in Shushan. Moreover, Elder Qingwei paused, as if struck by a thought. Moreover, the energy within this child may not be beyond remedy. Brother, do you mean the spirit pearl? Elder Yoshuan inquired. Indeed, replied Elder Tsanggu. The 5 spirit pearls are nurtured by the heavens, their energy vast as the ocean. With their spiritual power to regulate, they could surely save this child. However, the spirit pearls have been passed down through the ages, their existence known only by name, seldom seen. Unless aided by divine intervention, seeking them would be akin to scaling the heavens. The 5 elders collectively sighed in lamentation. Such a celestial seedling, unable to flourish, was indeed a grievous loss. Suddenly, the tightly shut doors of the grand hall were flung open. A young boy of 5 or 6, clad in a flowing white Taoist robe, bounced in with exuberance. Approaching the elders, he earnestly bowed, "Greetings, Master Elders." Observing the adorable boy before them, the elders could not help but beam with joy. Taoist Qingwei rose and walked to the boy, taking his hand and leading him to stand among the 5 elders. Pointing at Lu Mingyi, he said, "Zhangqing, do you see? He shall be your junior brother henceforth. As the eldest brother, you must take good care of him." Young Shu Zhangqing gazed at the infant in swaddling clothes and, tilting his head with an air of maturity, assured Elder Qingwei, "Rest assured, Master, I shall care for my junior brother diligently." Seeing the young Zhangqing's demeanor, the elders exchanged knowing glances and could not help but laugh heartily. Perhaps the icy energy had been sufficiently subdued, as Lu Mingyi in the swaddle began to regain consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld 5 elderly men laughing heartily, their appearances unkempt. It appeared he had been saved, and a wave of relief washed over him, grateful for his survival. This troublesome system. Why do these 5 old men seem so familiar? Qingwei, Tsanggu, Jingming, Yoshuan, Haiyang. This is the world of Xianxia. Chapter 2. At the age of 5, I became a disciple of Qingwei. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Mingyi has graced this world for 5 years. Curiously, for reasons unknown, Elder Qingwei has bestowed upon him the same name, Lu Mingyi. Perhaps it was a quirk of the system. Nonetheless, there is no need for a name change, which is indeed a blessing for Lu Mingyi. After all, he had borne this name for over 20 years in his previous life, and the thought of suddenly adopting a new one feels rather strange. Mingyi, come here. In the distance, Su Changqing, having grown considerably taller, waved energetically at Lu Mingyi. I'm coming, senior brother. If one were to speak of Mount Shu, it possesses many virtues, kind-hearted people, breathtaking scenery, and a promising future. Yet there is one significant drawback. Meat is strictly forbidden. Su Jianqing, who has spent his entire childhood on Mount Shu, has never tasted meat. He does not yearn for it. But Lu Mingyi is a different story. In his previous life, he was nourished under the red banner and thrived in the gentle spring breeze. He has never known a shortage of meat. Thus, at the tender age of 3, he managed to persuade Su Changqing to roast a wild chicken over an open flame. He vividly recalls that day. The two of them were relishing their meal on the back mountain when suddenly he felt a firm grip on the back of his collar. The half-eaten chicken bone slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. Turning to look, they were met with the stern visage of Sanggu. The two boys were startled, and instinctively they attempted to flee. Alas, they found themselves hoisted into the air by the elder's ethereal grasp, flailing helplessly like rabbits caught by the nape. Thus, they were brought to the scripture pavilion. Their punishment was to transcribe the Qingxi mantra. Su Changqing was required to write it 100 times, while the mere 3-year-old Lu Mingyi was only tasked with 3. It must be said that Su Changqing performed his role as a senior brother admirably. He diligently transcribed the 3 copies of the Qingxi mantra on Lu Mingyi's behalf. As for Lu Mingyi, he was quite content. The Qingxi mantra, comprising over 100 characters, is indeed a laborious endeavor. Instances of Su Changqing taking the blame for Lu Mingyi have been numerous over the past 2 years. Further deepening Lu Mingyi's admiration for his senior brother, he resolved to assist Su Changqing and Zixuan in the future, ensuring that they would have more time together and avoid unnecessary detours. When Lu Mingyi began to observe Sanggu with a more discerning eye, he discovered that the old man was, in fact, a quintessential soft-hearted individual beneath his harsh exterior. Breaking the meat prohibition is considered a serious offense on Mount Shu. Although the two were still quite young, the light-hearted manner in which the incident was brushed aside revealed Sanggu's fondness for them. 2 years later, a similar situation unfolded, with the same setting and punishment, though this time there were slight variations. It is uncertain whether it was a calculated timing or if someone had leaked information. Just as Su Changqing completed the final character of the Qingxin chant, the 2 elders, Jingming and Yang, entered through the door, announcing that the sect leader had summoned them. As the group ambled toward the grand hall, Lu Mingyi noticed that the atmosphere seemed to hold an air of solemnity, albeit tinged with a hint of festivity. Once the 5 elders were seated, Elder Qingwei took his place upon the sect leader's throne, while the other 4 elders positioned themselves on either side. Su Changqing sat cross-legged beside the elder of the primordial spirit, and Lu Mingyi dutifully knelt before Qingwei. "Ah, Mingyi, you have been in Shushan for 5 years now. After consulting with the other elders, we have decided to formally allow you to take one of us as your master. Child, which one do you wish to honor as your teacher?" In truth, Lu Mingyi had contemplated this matter in his heart. However, what does a 5-year-old child truly understand? Thus, he feigned innocence and asked, "Can I have all 5 masters?" Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingwei smiled benevolently at Lu Mingyi and replied, "You may only take one." Lu Mingyi scratched his head, performing a display of indecision, glancing from one elder to the next, his expression filled with perplexity. Finally, he bowed 3 times before Qingwei, proclaiming, "I wish to take the sect leader as my master." Elder Qingwei, despite his decades of cultivated composure, could not contain his joy, his smile widening with delight. With a gentle wave of his hand, a servant emerged from the back room, carrying a teacup. In addition to the true disciples like Su Changqing and Lu Mingyi, Shushan was home to many inner disciples, outer disciples, and miscellaneous apprentices. Lu Mingyi carefully accepted the tea from the servant, approaching with caution and kneeling before Qingwei. Presenting the cup while softly calling out, "Master," Elder Qingwei took the tea, sipped it, and cheerfully replied, "Ah," then rose to assist Lu Mingyi to his feet. He grasped the boy's hand and led him toward the back hall. They traversed the back hall, descended a long flight of stairs, and passed through a dense bamboo grove, arriving at a small valley. At the valley's depths stood a rugged cliff, beneath which lay an entrance resembling the size of a house door. Qingwei guided Lu Mingyi inside. Upon entering, the narrow passage widened after approximately 10 meters, revealing a spacious cavern. Wow, this place is indeed quite expansive. The cave's ceiling featured a skylight of about 2 meters in diameter, allowing sunlight to flood in and illuminate the entire cavern. Further up within the cave were 2 small stone chambers, hewn by human hands. A wooden staircase, winding and twisting, connected the cavern to the stone rooms, adorned with vines and flowers that lent an air of elegance to the scene. Thus, this cavern became the cherished abode of Mingyi. In my youth, I carved this dwelling from the natural stone cave it originally possessed, surrounded by bamboo groves, with a gentle breeze caressing the air and emerald waves rolling gently. The interior courtyard is spacious and imbued with tranquility. The two stone chambers are coated with volcanic ash, free from snakes and rodents, offering warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Indeed, it is a splendid abode. Today, you have entered my tutelage, and I possess little to gift you, save for this residence. Observing the elegantly simple cave before me, Mingyi felt a profound sense of satisfaction, a joyful smile gracing his face. This secluded cave, rarely visited by others, suits him perfectly. With his inherent system, cohabiting with others would pose numerous inconveniences. However, with this cave, things would be different. As long as he refrains from causing an uproar, he would remain unnoticed. Mingyi, brimming with happiness, bowed respectfully to Elder Qingwei. "Thank you, Master." Elder Qingwei nodded with a smile. "Your belongings have been moved here. The day wanes, so rest early. Tomorrow, I shall return to impart more teachings." With that, he turned and departed. After Elder Qingwei left, Mingyi descended the stairs and entered the stone chamber. The chamber on the right served as a bedroom, featuring a stone bed adorned with a dragon motif at the far end. A set of wooden round tables and chairs graced the floor, exuding understated elegance. The left chamber, however, was markedly different. Upon entering, an imposing bookshelf filled with various Confucian and Taoist classics captured his attention. Beneath the bookshelf stood a square blue wooden desk, meticulously arranged with the four treasures of the study. Yet, the most striking item was a crane-shaped incense burner, signifying this as a cultivation room. Exploring the cave further, Mingyi returned to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, he silently murmured, "System." A cerulean panel silently materialized before his eyes. Chapter 3. The Joy of Acquiring Divine Skills. The Ethereal Steps of the Waves. Host, Mingyi. Identity, second disciple of Mount Shu. Weapon, Heavenly Abyss Divine Sword. An extremely cold blade. Birthed from the ancient icy abyss, possessing the power to freeze the world. Technique, Changchun Formula. An ancient immortal's method of nurturing life. Breath regulation technique. Taught by Mount Shu, a foundational technique for cultivating immortality, guiding qi into the body and harmonizing rhythms. Items, Lanshan, jade pendant for storage, containing 10 cubic units of space. Dustless garment, woven from century-old silkworm silk, impervious to dirt and water. Silver, 3,000 taels. Gold, 500 taels. Premium night pearl, 4 pieces. Calcium tablets, 8 bottles. Cumin, 8 gene. 13 spices, 5 gene. Light soy sauce, 3 bottles. Dark soy sauce, 2 bottles. Seaweed salt, 1 kilogram. Various miscellaneous items. Perhaps due to the narrative not having commenced, the atmosphere remains tranquil. Apart from a novice gift pack, over the past 5 years, I have scarcely acquired anything of value through daily sign-ins. The most frequent rewards have been silver and gold, and the amounts offered have been meager, rarely exceeding 20 or 30 taels. Nonetheless, after years of accumulation, I find myself with a modest fortune. The dustless cloak has likely been the most valuable reward I have received during these 5 years. Despite this, I harbor no grievances towards the system. After all, who could resist a system that bestows cumin upon you? It is precisely this reward of cumin that has incited my culinary desires, prompting me to urge Su Changqing to catch small game. Ah, how delightful! And then there were those calcium tablets. What do they imply? Do they fear I might not grow tall enough? I am but 5 years old. Though I may feign disdain, I have consumed every single tablet without fail. Upon reflection, I must concede that anything produced by the system is undoubtedly of superior quality. Ever since I began taking the system's calcium tablets, my strength has increased day by day, and although I am merely a 5-year-old child, my grip rivals that of an adult. Given the lackluster rewards from the system's sign-ins over the years, my enthusiasm for signing in has waned considerably. Were it not for the slight benefits I still receive, I might have lost all motivation. Consequently, I have procrastinated on today's sign-in until now. Since I have some free time, I declare, system, sign-in, ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the lightness skill. Would you like to learn it? The lightness skill? Is it the one from the heavenly dragon 8 parts? This is a divine technique. Once mastered, my footwork shall reach extraordinary heights. Although this is a world of cultivation, the value of such a transcendent skill remains undiminished. On the contrary, with the enhancement of magical power, This technique, based on human agility, becomes even more precious. Techniques like this embody transferable combat experience, evolving and transcending based on the user's unique approach. In contrast, the Biming divine skill would be rendered utterly ineffective in the realm of cultivation, as its energy level is far too low. Even Wing Chun and Tai Chi would prove more useful here. Today, I have truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Has the system decided to bless me today? I suppress my inner joy and silently shout, learn. A figure appears in my mind, gracefully stepping upon the patterns of the 8 trigrams, moving with an ethereal elegance. In mere moments, the technique seems to be inscribed in my mind, firmly retained within my memory. It is slightly regrettable that one system cannot achieve perfection in one fell swoop. It merely imparts knowledge. The rest must be cultivated through perseverance and diligent practice. Fortunately, in the realm of cultivation, as long as one's prowess and realm ascend, time is plentiful. Lu Mingyi, with hope ablaze in his heart, gazed into the distance. A chill descended from his forehead, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. It must be said, he was truly unfortunate. Having acquired the divine sword, he found himself incapable of wielding it. When he first obtained it, he nearly met his demise. Fortunately, he was rescued by 5 elders. But this left him with significant physical repercussions. Although the chill emanating from the divine sword was subsequently suppressed by the 5 elders, every new moon and full moon, the cold within him inevitably erupted. Each instance of this outburst varied in magnitude, sometimes merely causing a shiver, other times freezing everything within 100 meters. These past few years have been arduous indeed. The worst part was that each cold surge inflicted considerable damage upon his body. Were it not for the longevity technique, he might have perished long ago. Yet, even with this technique, his physical condition continued to deteriorate. On the bright side, through the repeated episodes of cold, his body was gradually mending and transforming, enhancing his resistance to the chill. His body was slowly establishing a balance. Based on his estimations, he believed that by the age of 16, his bodily transformation would be complete, ushering in a new life. He hoped to endure until then. With this thought, Lu Mingyi shook his head in resignation, rose, and sat cross-legged, practicing his breathing technique to expel the cold from his body. As the chill exited, it resembled a 5-foot white ribbon, strikingly fierce at first glance. After this exertion, Lu Mingyi felt utterly exhausted, too weary to change his clothes, and simply collapsed onto his bed to sleep. Chapter 4. Qingwei's instruction. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the aperture above the stone cave, illuminating Lu Mingyi's small stone dwelling. As the room gradually brightened, Lu Mingyi stirred from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Master Qingwei sitting at the foot of his bed, gently wiping away his sweat with a damp cloth. Lu Mingyi hurriedly got out of bed to pay his respects. Disciple has overslept and kept Master waiting. I beg your forgiveness for this inconvenience. Master Qingwei waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern. Mingyi, did the chill erupt again last night? Indeed, Master, he replied. Your humble disciple suffers greatly. Yet I am powerless to alleviate his plight. Alas, Master, please do not take it to heart. Were it not for you and the efforts of several uncles, I fear I would have long since met my demise. As it stands, I'm already content with my current state. What further desires could I possibly harbor? The venerable Taoist Qingwei reached out to gently pat Lu Mingyi's head. What a good child you are. Go wash up. Soon, I shall impart knowledge to you. Yes, Master. Lu Mingyi replied, descending the wooden ladder and veering to the right. To his surprise, a stream of crystal-clear water flowed naturally from the stone wall on that side. It appeared to be spring water cascading down from a mountain, having carved a path over the years. During Taoist Qingwei's previous residence, he had already made excellent use of this stream. Upon closer inspection, Lu Mingyi noticed a trough approximately 1.5 meters long and over 30 centimeters wide, meticulously hewn into the stone wall. The terrain was slightly lower than where the stream emerged, allowing the water to flow effortlessly into the trough without overflowing. Moreover, as it was fresh water, any residue would be flushed away after a brief interval, rendering it perfectly safe for drinking after washing. Lu Mingyi cupped his hands to gather water, vigorously rubbing it across his face. A refreshing chill seeped through his skin, invigorating him at his core. He took a sip to rinse his mouth, feeling utterly delighted. Upon returning to the stone dwelling, Lu Mingyi discovered that Taoist Qingwei was already in the practice chamber, surrounded by an array of items: a guqin, a go board, tea sets, incense burners, and a large chest. Lu Mingyi approached, kneeling before the desk. Noticing that Lu Mingyi was settled, Taoist Qingwei gestured to the myriad objects around them. Mingyi, do you find these instruments appealing? Master, these items appear exquisitely crafted and beautiful. I truly admire them, Lu Mingyi replied. Well then, from this day forth, I shall teach you the arts of playing the guqin, burning incense, savoring tea, and engaging in Go. Given your current physical condition, practicing spells poses too great a risk. Throughout history, the saying skill approaches the Tao has echoed through the ages, with tales of ascension often recounted. Here, you will learn 7 disciplines: the guqin Go, calligraphy, painting, tea, incense, and beast mastery. You possess extraordinary innate talent, yet are currently hindered by the cold energy within you, preventing your cultivation. It would be a grave pity to abandon such potential. Thus, I have resolved to teach you these 7 arts, as your gifts may allow you to harness one of them to ascend to the divine, unraveling the path of enlightenment. Yes, Master. Lu Mingyi felt deeply moved by Taoist Qingwei's thoughtful plans for his future. He longed to reveal that he possessed the Changchun method and that there was no need for concern. All he required was time, waiting until he turned 16 for the energies within him to equilibrate, ushering in a new beginning. How should one explain the origins of a martial art to a 5-year-old child? Thus, silence ensued. The Taoist priest Qingwei gracefully approached the guqin, moving with the elegance of a gentle breeze, the softness of a white cloud, and the warmth of sunlight. With utmost naturalness, he settled behind the guqin and, after a moment of contemplation, his hands began to dance over the strings like a spring breeze caressing willow branches or an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. The crystalline and melodious notes flowed forth like a gentle stream, cascading from the strings beneath Qingwei's deft fingers. Truly, the sound was enchanting. His technique was as fluid as clouds drifting across the sky, and the music resonated with intricate nuances, evoking the sensation of fish gliding through water, a sublime experience. He played a piece titled High Mountains and Flowing Water, evoking the grandeur of towering peaks and the clarity of flowing streams, captivating the listeners' hearts. Upon finishing, Qingwei resumed his explanation to Lu Mingyi regarding the intricacies of the piece. He then turned and approached the chessboard, beckoning Lu Mingyi to come closer. Mingyi observed this chessboard. 19 straight lines intersect to form 361 points, mirroring the 361 stars in the heavens. Within this board, 9 ink-darkened points are known as star positions, upon which one may rely during a match. The center of the board is referred to as Tianyuan, the core of the qi. The players, black and white, engage to navigate their energies, determining victory or defeat. To excel at this game, one must possess exceptional wisdom and a tranquil mind. Those who master Go are often individuals of remarkable talent, such as Zhang Liang, Fan Zeng, Zhuge Liang, and the brilliant strategist Gu Jia, all of whom excelled in this art. Having spoken, he moved to the writing table, gesturing towards the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Though these 4 items appear simple, when combined, they can transform the mundane into the extraordinary, creating miracles from antiquity to the present. In the future, you must diligently practice and maintain consistency. Yes, Master, replied Lu Mingyi. Qingwei then took Lu Mingyi's hand, guiding him to a large chest, encouraging him to open it himself. Inside lay a vast collection of books, neatly stacked, over 300 volumes in total. Among them, more than 200 were illustrated tomes adorned with depictions of various wondrous creatures from ages past. The remaining fewer than 100 volumes, while less colorful, contained rich text detailing legendary beasts from various myths, their contents both astonishing and timeless. There were creatures with 6 legs and 4 wings, clad in scales. Others resembling sheep with beards, a large bird akin to a crane, a cow with fleshy growths on its neck, and a white deer with 4 horns, known as Fuju, whose sight was said to herald great floods. Such records were abundant and captivating. However, to Lu Mingyi, the true treasures lay within those 200 illustrated volumes. Among them, the tome chronicling 80 extraordinary beasts distinctly marks their habitats and the methods of taming them. Although the success rate of these techniques cannot be guaranteed, the mere existence of such records implies that predecessors have triumphed in these endeavors. Conversely, the remaining 90-odd volumes, while detailing even more fantastical mythical creatures, are shrouded in greater mystery and elusiveness. For an ordinary cultivator, encountering even one of these beings in a lifetime is a testament to exceptional fortune, let alone attempting to tame them. Absent divine intervention, Such aspirations seem mere folly. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility entirely. For there are indeed those fortunate souls favored by destiny, perhaps having rescued a divine beast in their youth or residing in proximity to its habitat, thus forging an intimate bond and effortlessly earning the creature's favor, provoking envy in others. Chapter 5. Signing in at the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Temporarily alleviating the peril of icy winds. Since the last lecture by Taoist Qingwei, Mingyi has diligently followed the master for daily lessons. Sometimes they convene in the stone chamber, at other times in the courtyard of the Grand Hall, upon cliffs, beside streams, beneath verdant pines, or amidst the clouds. As the days pass, Mingyi's skills have deepened remarkably. His proficiency in playing the zither improves day by day, his chess strategy advances swiftly, and his artistry flourishes, with ink flowing effortlessly onto paper, capturing the essence of the subjects before him. The rituals of burning incense and brewing tea come as second nature. However, he finds himself at an impasse in the realm of beast taming. Even more ordinary rare beasts possess qualities that far exceed those of common wildlife. And the art of taming mandates the personal involvement of a tamer. Consequently, progress remains elusive. His sole achievement thus far has been the acquisition of 4 white cloud cranes, discovered atop a pine tree during a visit to Laozhan with Master Qingwei. These cranes, resplendently white with an ethereal grace, are undeniably beautiful. They stumbled upon a nest containing 10 eggs, from which they took 4. After returning to Mount Shu, he tenderly hatched and raised them, expending considerable effort from incubation to nurturing. He named them Dabai, Erbai, Sambai, and Sibai, where Erbai is the only female, while Dabai, Sambai, and Sibai are all males. Thus, Mingyi's days unfolded in a fulfilling manner. In the blink of an eye, a decade has passed, and Mingyi has blossomed into a graceful youth. Throughout these 10 years, he has seized every opportunity to sign in, accumulating a plethora of assorted items, predominantly gold and silver treasures. Interestingly, it remains uncertain whether the system's actions are intentional or accidental. Numerous rare and exotic plants have been cataloged, alongside a wondrous creature known as the ice silkworm. However, the most invaluable and remarkable artifact undoubtedly is the Six Meridians Divine Sword, the famed weapon of the Duan clan from Dali. This legendary sword is predicated on the principle of transforming internal energy into sword qi, thereby inflicting harm upon adversaries. Remarkably, Mingyi, infused with the chilling sword qi emanating from the heavenly abyss sword, can wield it directly without the need to convert his internal energy. To be candid, if it were solely the Six Meridians Divine Sword, it would hardly stand out in the presence of cultivators. Yet, with the augmentation of the heavenly abyss sword's icy sword qi, Mingyi transforms into a formidable artillery piece. Even more delightful is the fact that with Mingyi's frequent practice of the Six Meridians Divine Sword, the frigid energy within him gradually diminishes. While this does not completely resolve the issue, it significantly alleviates his physical burden. In just 6 months, as he approaches his 16th birthday, he anticipates achieving a balance of the cold energy within, allowing him to genuinely cultivate and immerse himself in the vast realm of cultivation. System. Host. Mingyi. Identity. Second disciple of Mount Shu. Weapon. Heavenly Abyss Sword. The sword of extreme cold. Born from the ancient cold abyss. It possesses the power to freeze the heavens and the earth. Techniques. Changchun Jue. An ancient technique for health preservation. Tuna technique. Taught by Mount Shu, a method for guiding qi into the body, facilitating the interaction of rhythms. A foundational technique for cultivation. Lingbo Weibu. A renowned martial art of the elusive Xiaoyao sect, celebrated for its unparalleled agility. Six Meridians Divine Sword. The treasured swordplay of the Duan clan. Famed for its ability to inflict harm through internal energy, instrumental in the establishment of the Dali kingdom. Items. Lanshan. A storage jade pendant containing a cubic storage space of 10 units. Wuchen Bei. Crafted from the silks of the ice silkworm over a century. Impervious to dust and water. Silver. 200,000 taels. Gold, 10,000 taels. Premium night pearl, 4 pieces. Volcanic flame crystal, 10 pieces. Ice silkworm, a miraculous creature dwelling in the icy abyss. Its silk weaves garments that resist dust and water, providing exceptional comfort. Purple cloud bamboo, 50 seeds. This bamboo gathers spiritual energy, with a grove acting as a natural spiritual gathering formation. Obi Dan Yun Lotus, Lima Lotus Sets. This lotus combines fire and water, capable of tempering surges in power and reducing the likelihood of demonic deviation. Wind Leaf Bell, a plant resembling dandelions, producing a melodious sound akin to wind chimes when brushed past. Ice Grapes, a remarkable grape that, when consumed, enhances one's cultivation prowess. The icy grape was originally a vine of modest sentience. During a practice session of the Six Meridians sword technique, an inadvertent strike of sword energy struck the grape, causing the vine to shatter into icy fragments. However, after some time, it remarkably regrew, its tendrils resembling crystalline sculptures, resplendent and translucent. The leaves unfurled like delicate snowflakes, and the grapes that emerged exuded a chilling aura, akin to rounded ice-like white jade. Consuming these grapes not only enhanced one's prowess, but also delighted the palate. With prolonged consumption, it could even imbue one's magical energy with the essence of ice and snow within a brief period. Yet, this icy grape seemed particularly fond of frigid environments, consuming a considerable amount of ice energy. Fortunately, the ice energy within Mingyi was virtually boundless. The surplus of this energy that leaked daily from his being was sufficient to sustain the icy grape for half a month. Under Mingyi's deliberate nurturing, the entire valley transformed into a perpetual winter, cold and frosty, adorned with icicles and rime, presenting a picturesque northern landscape. Thankfully, Mingyi possessed a variety of wondrous plants that added vibrant colors to the valley, rather than it being solely white. Within the stone chamber, several volcanic fire crystals were embedded, providing a temperate ambience reminiscent of spring, quite pleasant indeed. As Mingyi contemplated his next course of action, he was suddenly interrupted by the calls of cranes. It was dubbed by returning. For decades, these celestial cranes had been his trusted companions. Initially, they resided within the valley, but after Mingyi transformed it into a winter wonderland, they relocated to the mountainside of Mount Shu. They would visit him during mealtimes, while most of the time they frolicked around the mountain, much to the delight of the inhabitants of Mount Shu. The 3 white cranes and the 4 white cranes often indulged in laziness, while the bai and erbai remained steadfast. Indeed, before long, the bai flapped its wings and landed gracefully before Mingyi, gently presenting a message it had carried. Mingyi unfolded the note, discovering it was from Su Changchun, who reported that recent disturbances in Yuzhou City were caused by malevolent creatures. He needed to descend the mountain to address the situation, seizing this opportunity to invite Mingyi to join him. Over the years, Su Changchun had accompanied Mingyi in practicing the Six Meridians sword technique, recognizing his exceptional skills and yearning for real combat experience. Hence, he sought to include Mingyi in this endeavor. Mingyi recalled when he first began practicing the Six Meridians sword technique, Su Changchun had expressed curiosity, noting that Mount Shu was never known for such prowess. In his youth, Su Changchun, filled with questions, sought the counsel of the 5 elders. The elders, though somewhat taken aback, refrained from elaborating and merely remarked to Su Changchun that Mingyi, being innately divine, naturally comprehended certain techniques. Consequently, Mingyi practiced the spontaneously manifested martial arts, establishing a precedent in Shushan that went unchallenged. According to Shushan's regulations, disciples may descend the mountain to undertake missions upon reaching the age of 16. Previously, Mingyi's age had been a mere pretense, and he could only watch as Su Changchun ventured down, unable to join. However now, although he had not yet truly attained the age of 16, if the restrictions were not overly stringent, he could very well descend the mountain at the virtual age of 16, with a master who cherished him dearly and the eldest senior brother advocating on his behalf. The prospect of descending was nearly assured. With this thought, Mingyi fervently raced up the mountain. Chapter 6. The initial descent from Shushan, a case shrouded in mystery. Indeed, with Su Changchun's assistance, Taoist Qingwei consented to allow Mingyi to descend. After a brief preparation, the two bid farewell to the elders in the grand hall and set forth. Su Changchun formed a hand gesture, directing his sword with a flourish, and with a swift motion, his treasured sword levitated gracefully into the air. Mingyi watched in awe, his heart ablaze with admiration. Were it not for the chill he endured, he too might have been soaring on a sword by now. Yet, there was no need for despair. In 6 months' time, all would surely improve. Su Changchun, indeed, possessed extraordinary talent. In a mere 20 years, he had amassed 5 centuries' worth of cultivation. Among the younger generation, he was truly a paragon. In the realm of Xianxia, The levels of cultivation diverged significantly from the traditional systems of qi refinement and golden elixir that we are accustomed to. Here, realms and cultivation were distinct. Realms were classified into asking the way, entering the way, seeking the way, and attaining the way, determined by one's depth of understanding of the Tao. This influenced the practitioner's speed of cultivation and the sophistication of their spells. Cultivation, in contrast to realms, was relatively straightforward. The depth of cultivation was generally measured in years. A typical cultivator would accumulate 1 year of cultivation for each year of practice. However, those with exceptional talent might achieve several years' worth of cultivation in a single year. Remarkably gifted individuals like Su Changqing could attain in 1 year what would take others 25 years. In different terms, realms could be likened to proficiency enhanced by innate talent, while cultivation is akin to a reservoir. The combat prowess of a cultivator is a synthesis of the balance between the two, taking into account the power and quality of any divine weapons they may possess. Take, for instance, Zixuan. In terms of cultivation, she has spent an additional century beyond the 5 elders of Shushan, and as a descendant of Niuhua, her innate talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, her combat prowess barely reaches half that of the 5 elders. This deficiency arises from her overwhelming obsession with matters of the heart, resulting in a lower realm of cultivation. According to Lu Mingyi's understanding, the 5 elders of Shushan are all at the Swordeo stage, with Qingwei Daoist possessing approximately 500 years of cultivation, while the other 4 elders boast around 2,000 years each. Zixuan, on the other hand, is at most at the Dao stage, yet her cultivation should approximate 4,000 years. Logically, given her level of cultivation, even with a lower realm, her combat strength ought to be considerable. Alas, the severe imbalance between her realm and cultivation hinders her ability to unleash her potential. This extraordinary level of cultivation subsequently became the reason why the 5 elders of Shushan were unable to heal her after she rescued Su Changqing in the city of Yangdu. At this moment, Su Changqing possesses a cultivation of 500 years and is at the Dao stage. Lu Mingyi's words take on an interesting tone. He is at the Dao stage and has already brushed against the threshold of the Swordeo stage, yet always falls just short crossing over. His cultivation is at 0. However, do not underestimate his lack of cultivation. Leveraging the 6 Meridian Divine Sword and the Sword Aura within him, his combat strength is not to be trifled with. Although he may not rival Su Changqing, he unquestionably secures his position as the second disciple of Shushan without issue. In the past decade, Changying, Shou Zhong, and others have successively joined Shushan. But due to Lu Ming's emergence, what should have been Changying as the second disciple has now become the third. The speed of their sword flight is swift. In less than 3 hours, they arrive outside Yuzhou City. The bustling scene outside the city is teeming with people. After paying a few copper coins as an entrance fee, they enter the city. Within Yuzhou, prosperity abounds, with vendors selling candied hawthorn, paper toys, and various trinkets, creating a truly lively atmosphere. It is the height of summer, and the weather is exceedingly hot, with countless stalls offering assorted beverages lining the streets. Upon reaching the government office, the atmosphere is grim, shrouded in clouds of worry. After inquiring, they learn that recent disturbances caused by demons have left them at a loss, and even the governor has been reprimanded by the officials. Rumor has it that if no resolution is found within half a month, he will be dismissed and held accountable. As the days pass, half a month approaches, and the governor, fearing for his hat of authority, erupts in frustration, making life difficult for those in the office. Upon introducing themselves as members of Shushan, the expressions of the crowd brighten, with some quick-witted individuals rushing to inform the governor. Before long, the governor is seen hurrying out to greet Su Changqing and Lu Mingyi. The official appeared akin to a drowning man grasping at a life-saving straw, clutching Su Changqing's hand tightly. "Esteemed Taoist, please come inside." However, Su Changqing and Lu Mingyi remained resolutely at the entrance. Su Changqing extended his hand in a slight gesture of respect. "There is no need for excessive formalities, my lord. We have descended the mountain solely to assist you in vanquishing the malevolent spirits. Is there someone among your subordinates who is familiar with the case? Let him elucidate the current situation for us." Indeed, old Lu, you are acquainted with this matter. Come forth and explain it to the 2 esteemed Taoists." An emaciated old man, seemingly in his 60s, emerged from the crowd and began to articulate the details with clarity. It turned out that he was the coroner within the magistrate's office, having examined the bodies of the deceased. According to old Liu, there were 7 victims, all young adults, whose corpses were scattered throughout various locations within the city, rather than confined to a single area, rendering the investigation exceedingly challenging. The manner of death was extraordinarily brutal. Each victim had been vivisected, their hearts ripped from their chests. Apart from the gaping hole in their rib cages, which had been violently torn open, their bodies bore no other signs of injury. Such a feat would be impossible for an ordinary person to accomplish. Most suspiciously, the gaping wound on the victims' chests resembled the work of a ferocious beast. To gain a more comprehensive understanding of the situation, the 2 men proceeded to the mortuary. Everything indeed aligned with old Liu's account. Su Changqing retrieved the Dongqing mirror, a circular device used in the series to locate individuals, and extracted a trace of breath from the victim's chests. After executing a series of hand gestures, the directional dragon head on the mirror began to sway. Su Changqing followed the direction indicated by the dragon head, while Lu Mingyi employed the light steps of Lingbo to keep pace closely behind. Before long, they arrived at a butcher shop in the city. Strangely, the shop was closed during the day, an unusual occurrence. Just as Lu Mingyi contemplated kicking the door down to rush inside, he was abruptly restrained by Su Changqing, who grasped his arm. "Mingyi, allow me to enter first. You shall provide cover from behind." With that, he charged in boldly, and Lu Mingyi followed closely behind. Upon entering, both were taken aback by the gruesome scene before them. A burly man was bound to the slaughtering rack, his chest completely dissected. The brutality of his demise surpassed that of the previous young victims. Beside the rack lay a long table, meticulously arranged with 7 hearts and a complete set of internal organs. At the front of the table stood a peculiar figure, or perhaps a creature, clad in white garments, with hair so long it nearly touched the ground, reminiscent of Sadako. 2 hands, adorned with dense black fur, bore nails that were both dark and coarse, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length, emanating a dim glow in the darkness, sharp as a blade. Chapter 7. Exercise caution in the extermination of demons. The figure in white suddenly darted forward. The shadowy yet luminous claws, akin to daggers, aimed directly at Su Changqing's face. Lu Mingyi promptly summoned the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword, unleashing the Xiaoshang sword from his right thumb. Su Changqing reacted swiftly, skillfully evading the attack with a sidestep and countered with a strike of his own. The creature hunched and lunged forward, its feet gripping the wall, arms supporting its weight, managing to hang upside down against the surface. Lu Mingyi executed another thrust of the sword, while Su Changqing delivered a diagonal strike. In an instant, the 3 were entangled in a fierce clash. After approximately 3 minutes, 2 distinct sounds erupted from the creature. Lu Mingyi's sword pierced directly through the monster's chest, while Su Changqing severed its head with a precise strike. As life ebbed away, the creature's true form was revealed, a large black wolf. Just as the 2 had vanquished the demon, the local constables hurriedly arrived at the scene. The timing was impeccable, almost as if preordained. However, the 2 refrained from speaking, recognizing that these constables were merely ordinary men. The constables gazed at the massive black wolf, larger than a calf, cautiously prodding it with their knives. Finding it unresponsive, they rushed forward to hack at it mercilessly. In no time, the wolf was reduced to a bloody pulp, its fine pelt torn asunder. The group returned to the magistrate's office. The magistrate surveyed the tattered remains of the black wolf before him, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. His official hat was saved. The demon had been slain. Su Changqing expressed his intent to take his leave. "Now that the demon has been eradicated, my junior and I shall take our leave." The magistrate, a man of propriety, stepped forward and grasped Su Changqing's arm, insisting they could not depart without a proper feast. Su Changqing, with no other option, turned to Lu Mingyi, who, without objection, saw the opportunity for a good meal and subtly signaled to Su Changqing while clasping his fists in gratitude to the magistrate. "Thank you, esteemed magistrate." Upon hearing this, the magistrate beamed with satisfaction, erupting into hearty laughter, and led the 2 to a garden in the courtyard to rest. Shortly thereafter, a lavish banquet was laid out before Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing. Su Changqing, less worldly, hesitated to lift his chopsticks despite the long wait for the dishes. Lu Mingyi, being more seasoned in life, quickly struck up a friendly conversation with the magistrate, making himself at ease in no time. Amidst the clinking of cups, the 2 men indulged in their revelry. Alas, the whims of fate are ever capricious, often thwarting moments of joy. Suddenly, a constable arrived with alarming news. Another victim had met a grisly end, the manner of death eerily reminiscent of the previous one. At these words, the inebriated governor and Lu Mingyi jolted awake from their stupor, while Su Changqing, who had abstained from drink, hastily dashed out first. The governor of Yuzhou grasped Lu Mingyi's arm, exclaiming, "Whether I can retain this official cap depends entirely on you." Lu Mingyi, upon hearing the governor's self-serving concern, felt a flicker of disdain within. Nevertheless, he reassuringly patted the governor's shoulder and replied, "Rest assured, my lord. Exorcising demons is a duty inherent to us disciples of Mount Shu. We shall manage this affair aptly." With that, he hurried after Su Changqing. With the grace of a wisp, Lu Mingyi employed his light-footed technique to leap atop the rooftops. After a few deft maneuvers, he spotted Su Changqing not far off, wielding the Dongqing mirror as he scanned the street. "Brother, have you found any trace of the fiend?" he called out. "Not yet. This time, the demon's strength far exceeds that of the last. How we overlooked this? Wolves are pack animals." Su Changqing responded, frustration evident in his tone. Lu Mingyi nodded grimly, realizing the formidable nature of their adversary. The clouds above gradually dispersed, revealing the moon's luminous glow cascading down like a waterfall. A tiny speck, resembling a black sesame seed, grew larger in the moonlight, transforming suddenly into a towering figure that lunged towards Su Changqing and Lu Mingyi. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of exchanges ensued. The two stood at one end of the street, while the shadowy figure loomed at the other, and they remained locked in a tense standoff. The shadow appeared to waver, turning abruptly to flee. Without hesitation, Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing pursued it, soon finding themselves in a small grove outside the city. Yet, the shadow seemed to vanish into thin air, eluding their grasp. Cautiously, they began to search the area, when suddenly, a series of urgent wolf howls echoed through the night. Before they could react, a horde of dark wolves encircled them. With so many wolves, each possessing their own power, success seemed bleak. After a tense interval, the wolves parted, creating a path, and from the rear emerged the very shadow that had lured them here. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Mingyi demanded, his voice rising. "What do I intend? I do nothing. I merely wish to inquire of you esteemed disciples of Mount Shu," came the enigmatic reply. "Why do you humans so recklessly slaughter my brethren? Why must we, in pursuit of our cultivation, be hunted down for taking a few lives?" Before Lu Mingyi could utter a word, Su Changqing had already dashed forward, engaging directly in combat. With a flash of sword light, several demon wolves fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing this, Lu Mingyi also unleashed his full power, employing the ethereal steps of Lingbo to maneuver swiftly. His 6 meridians Excalibur unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun, while torrents of frigid sword energy surged forth, claiming numerous demon wolves in its wake. Yet, as one wave of wolves was vanquished, another would swiftly encircle them. After battling for an extended period, the situation remained unchanged. Su Changqing's expression shifted, and he plunged into the pack of wolves. After a chaotic flurry of sword strikes, he summoned his flying sword and suddenly broke through the rear of the wolf horde. Su Changqing intended to divert the wolves single-handedly. As he executed this plan, the wolves indeed followed him away. "Brother, you are being foolish," Lu Mingyi exclaimed in concern, striking his palm in frustration. Indeed, he was acting rashly. "Who? It was you." The shadow had not been lured away by Su Changqing. Lu Mingyi sprang to his feet, forming the hand seals for the 6 meridians Excalibur, fixated on the shadow. The shadow wasted no time. It charged forward, and as it approached, its right hand swept back, launching a barrage of black quills resembling a torrential downpour of needle-like raindrops towards Lu Mingyi's face. Caught off guard, Lu Mingyi found himself struck by them all. At the moment of impact, he felt his vital energy stifled, rendering him powerless. In that instant, Lu Mingyi was overwhelmed with urgency, frustration, and helplessness. Chapter 8. Life and Death Crisis. A desperate escape. Death loomed ominously before him. Lu Mingyi shouted desperately, "Wait." To his surprise, the shadow came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, Lu Mingyi finally discerned the figure's visage, a man with large eyes and thick brows, a resolute countenance, and a robust physique exuding a regal presence. Were it not for the pair of wolf ears atop his head, one might easily mistake him for a human. Encountering such a face in any other context, one would never suspect him to be a monster. Clearly, he was the leader of the wolves, the Wolf King. "Before I meet my demise, may I pose a question?" The Wolf King remained silent for a moment. "Considering your identity as a disciple of Shushan, speak your mind." "Thank you. Earlier, in that butcher shop, I noticed the hearts of the deceased laid out intact on the counter. If, as you claim, this is for cultivation, those hearts would have surely been consumed by now. Upon hearing this inquiry, the Wolf King couldn't help but laugh. You still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with such matters as your death approaches? No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Lu Mingyi's face. Lu Mingyi felt as though his face had been struck by a battering ram. With a couple of sharp cracks, the area of impact was evidently fractured, and upon closer inspection, his profile appeared slightly sunken. His mind buzzed, utterly bewildered as to what he had said wrong. He spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm. Was there truly anything that could not be uttered? Ha ha! The Wolf King, initially laughing, suddenly erupted into a furious roar, his voice tinged with an eerie sorrow. Did you not wish to know? Then let me enlighten you. Half a month prior, a butcher carried a load of meat into the city. Upon reaching a narrow path, he set down his burden to rest. A few children from my clan, driven by hunger, could not resist stealing a few pieces of his pork. Alas, they were ruthlessly beaten to death by that butcher, their hides flayed. Tell me, should I not seek vengeance for this? You people of Shushan feign righteousness. You monitor our every action when we take lives, yet turn a blind eye when ours are taken. For such a trivial matter, you humans indiscriminately slaughter the young of my kind. Then I shall retaliate by taking some of your able-bodied. Let us see if you truly care. After hearing this, Lu Mingyi felt utterly exasperated. How was he to respond to such matters? The law of the jungle? The strong devouring the weak? Survival of the fittest? None of these notions seemed adequate. Yet at this moment, he no longer needed to respond. It dawned on him that from the moment he posed the question, he had been stalling for time. Just after being struck by that black needle, he sensed his energy and blood gradually being unblocked as he operated the Changchun formula. Albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace, though not entirely freed, he had regained basic mobility. Suddenly, Lu Mingyi's eyes widened, and he shouted toward the Wolf King's back, "Senior brother, you've arrived. Quickly, save me." The Wolf King fell for the ruse. In the instant he turned around, Lu Mingyi activated the Lingbo Weibu and dashed into the distance. However, as soon as he started running, the Wolf King realized the deception. Although Lu Mingyi was swift, the Wolf King, with his 4 legs, was undeniably faster. In no time, he was hot on Lu Mingyi's heels, closing in rapidly. Just as capture seemed imminent, Lu Mingyi abruptly pivoted and unleashed a strike with the Xiaoxia sword, landing directly on the Wolf King's shoulder, forcing him back. Dark red blood streamed from the wound, yet this Wolf King was clearly no ordinary wolf demon. Despite the minor injury, he remained fierce and relentless, continuing his pursuit with a menacing glare. Lu Mingyi sought to strike again, but soon realized that his extensive use of icy energy had nearly reached its limit. He could not afford to unleash it recklessly again. Thus, he continued his flight, all the while accessing the system to check what resources might be available within. After a prolonged search, it appeared that only one object was of use. In a sudden twist, Lu Mingyi produced an object resembling a large stone. He turned around and exclaimed, "Hey, look at your father, dog." The Wolf King instinctively raised his head at the sound. "Behold my grand ingot." With a resounding smack, a 10-tail gold ingot struck the Wolf King squarely on the face, causing 2 streams of blood to flow from his nostrils. The Wolf King, enraged by the blow, felt his fury reach its zenith. His speed intensified as he propelled himself forward, covering 2 steps in one stride, swiftly closing the distance to Lu Mingyi once more. Before the Wolf King could retaliate, Lu Mingyi hurled 2 additional gold ingots. Smack, smack! Just as before, they landed squarely on the Wolf King's face. "Hey, you're not up to the task." The Wolf King, incensed, let out a howl that echoed into the night. Thus began an amusing escapade between the man and the wolf. "Dog, look at your father." Smack. "Dog, look at your father." Smack, smack. "Dog, look at your father." Smack, smack, smack. However, fate does not always favor Lu Mingyi. As he darted about, he found himself cornered at a precipice. Illuminated by the moonlight, Lu Mingyi discerned the perilous height of the cliff. Soaring over 10,000 meters, far beyond what his lightness of foot could remedy. Just as he halted, the Wolf King caught up with him. "Run, run. You continue to flee." Lu Mingyi noted the peculiar lisp in the Wolf King's voice and nearly burst into laughter. The Wolf King was a mere shadow of his former majestic self. His face was swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig. One could hardly distinguish his nose from his mouth, and his eyes had become mere slits. Sighing, Lu Mingyi regretted not holding back his strength. How had he reduced the Wolf King to such a state? What was I thinking, targeting his face? He lamented. Such transgressions. Dog, look at your father. Huh? Smack. A gold ingot struck the Wolf King's snout, embedding itself deeply. Trembling, the Wolf King extracted the ingot from his face and tossed it to the ground, spitting blood and saliva. He released a mouthful that sparkled with a few broken teeth under the moonlight, creating a bizarrely beautiful spectacle. From their previous encounters, it was evident that Mingyi was far from a match for the Wolf King. Now, with nowhere left to run, the Wolf King inhaled deeply. I demand to know, how dare you insult me in your final moments? With death looming, what was there to fear? With that, he seized several gold ingots and hurled them fiercely at the Wolf King. Regrettably, at this moment, the two had ceased their pursuit. The Wolf King swiftly evaded with a flick to the left and right. Gradually, the Wolf King advanced, his menacing demeanor causing a tremor in Mingyi's heart, compelling him to retreat involuntarily. He found himself at the precipice of a cliff, his left foot teetering precariously, nearly sending him tumbling down. The Wolf King harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Mingyi, yet he had no desire to see him plummet to his demise. In a sudden burst of speed, he seized Mingyi by the collar and thrust him to the ground. With a knee pressing against Mingyi's chest, two fists, as large as sandbags, rained blows upon his face, the sounds of impact resonating with a sickening crack as bones fractured. Mingyi endured the agony in silence, a chill enveloping his brow, surging like relentless ocean waves. The Wolf King, in a frenzy, failed to notice the faint blue mark gradually manifesting on Mingyi's forehead, growing ever brighter. Suddenly, a burst of azure radiance erupted before him like the sun, illuminating half of Yuzhou City. Chapter 9. A Blessing in Disguise, the Divine Sword Unsheathed. The Wolf King was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light, instinctively shielding his eyes. In the next instant, an irresistible force surged into his chest, propelling him away. He then beheld one of the most unforgettable scenes of his life. A stream of blue light danced above their heads like a fleeting firefly. The brilliant glow, soaring through the clouds, gradually coalesced. Though still radiant, it remained confined to its own essence. It was a sword of icy blue. As it swirled, miraculous snowflakes began to drift from the sky. In a mere moment, the ground was blanketed in a pristine layer of snow, exuding an aura of sanctity. The Wolf King stood in stunned silence, while Mingyi brimmed with indescribable joy. The Tianyuan had unsheathed. The divine sword had resided within him for 15 years, and this was the first time it had emerged. Most importantly, at the moment of its unsheathing, he distinctly felt the frigid energy surrounding him meld into an integral part of his being. A mere thought could summon it. Unlike before when it was arduous to command and constantly detrimental to his body, this was indeed a blessing born of misfortune. He had anticipated reaching a balance of cold energy at 16, yet an unexpected turn of events had facilitated an early attainment. Mingyi reveled in a newfound ease within his body, a sense of exuberance swelling within him. With a flourish, he extended his right hand. The Tianyuan Divine Sword gently landed in his grasp. Gazing at the Wolf King from a distance, Mingyi uttered not a word, firmly clutching the hilt of the sword. A half-circle sliced through the air, and a row of ice spikes, as thick as a man's arm, shot forth with alarming speed. The sound of muffled thuds echoed as the body of the Wolf King was pierced, lifeless and irrevocably so. His eyes, wide as copper bells, remained unblinking, lingering in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had been in command of the situation. In the next instant, his life was extinguished, leaving him bewildered by his untimely demise. Retrieving the Tianyuan sword, Mingyi drew forth the standard long sword of Xianxia from his back and began to dig into the earth. He intended to bury the Wolf King. Though he was deemed irredeemably wicked by humanity, from the perspective of his kin, he was a king of responsibility and honor. As the guardian of the mortal realm, Xianxia's duty was to vanquish demons and evil spirits. Thus, his death was warranted. Yet, from the standpoint of a man, how could one not admire such a figure? Before long, a modest grave emerged upon the land. The commotion had been considerable, and Su Changchun was bound to have witnessed it. Mingyi decided to remain and wait for him. Sure enough, Su Changchun soon hurried over, concern etched upon his face. Mingyi, are you all right? Seeing the worry in Su Changchun's expression, Mingyi replied with a smile, I am fine, brother. That's a relief. Just now, I saw a blue light illuminating half the sky. The aura was akin to your chilly presence when it erupts. I thought your cold energy had flared up again. Not all, brother. With that, Mingyi recounted the events from beginning to end. So, you mean to say that the cold energy within you has been resolved, and that divine artifact can now be wielded by you? Indeed, brother. Upon saying this, Mingyi summoned the Tianyuan Divine Sword. The breathtaking beauty of the sword left Changchun momentarily speechless. What an extraordinary weapon! After a brief pause, Changchun regained his composure. The two swiftly returned to Yuzhou City, where they briefed the local magistrate before hastening to Shushan. At Shushan, in the Wujij, Daoist Qingwei placed a hand on Mingyi's wrist, carefully assessing his pulse. It was indeed calm and steady. Doubts still lingered, so he infused a gentle aura into Mingyi's meridians. The once turbulent energy within those channels now flowed smoothly, as level as a tranquil plain. With just a bit of cultivation, great achievements awaited him. This revelation filled Qingwei with immense joy. Wonderful, marvelous, truly splendid. My child, you shall no longer suffer. At this moment, compassion shone brightly in Qingwei's eyes. The other four elders in the hall, along with Changchun, shared in the joy upon hearing Daoist Qingwei's confirmation. Once the examination concluded, Mingyi summoned the Tianyuan Divine Sword, cradling it in his hands for the five elders to inspect. Upon finishing their observations, the elders expressed their admiration, rightly acknowledging the treasure that could, in times past, independently manifest an iceberg. After concluding all matters, Mingyi returned to his secluded valley. Though his descent lasted merely 2 or 3 days, the comfort of returning to his humble abode was indescribable. Outside, the sweltering heat was unbearable, yet within his little valley, a scene of ice and snow unfolded, resembling a marvel of the mortal realm. Interestingly, the junior disciples from the mountain frequently visited Mingyi's valley to procure ice. Some consumed it directly, while others transported it to the summit to chill watermelons and sour plum soup, or carried blocks back to their chambers to dispel the summer heat. Consequently, this time of year rendered the valley quite lively. The disciples affectionately named it the Ice Valley. Although this moniker may seem somewhat cliché, it aptly encapsulated the essence of the place, and thus, Mingyi graciously accepted it. He then procured a sizable stone and transported it to the valley entrance. With a few deft strokes of his sword, the characters for Ice Valley elegantly inscribed themselves upon the stone. In Chapter 10, titled Snow Martin Ice Eggs, Mingyi retrieved some frozen fish from the system space and let out a resounding whistle. The white ones, big white, second white, third white, and fourth white, responded from afar and soon soared to his side. After feeding them, Mingyi returned to the valley to tend to other matters. After a period of nurturing, the purple-leafed bamboo flourished abundantly, spreading across the valley. Spiritual energy coalesced in the presence of cold air, congealing like water encountering ice, often manifesting as misty vapor. Thanks to this ethereal fog, the growth of the Bidanian lotus and windleaf bell was particularly gratifying. However, the environment here was not inherently favorable. Had it not been for the nourishing spiritual energy, they might have perished long ago. Yet the presence of this spiritual essence was undeniable. In such a concentrated aura, even the Bidanian lotus and windleaf bell, which were mismatched to the surroundings, thrived remarkably well. The ice grapes, perfectly suited to the conditions, were even more astonishing. Mingyi discovered that the fruit of the ice grape tree differed fundamentally from that of other plants. Rather than growing in the conventional sense, these fruits formed through the absorption of spiritual and cold energy, resembling crystalline structures more than traditional fruit. This peculiar nature ensured that as long as spiritual and cold energies persisted, the ice grapes would remain ever present. However, Mingyi refrained from indiscriminately harvesting them, for he observed that the longer the grapes remained on the vine, the richer their spiritual and cold energies became, enhancing their efficacy and augmenting one's power. Nevertheless, he remained uncertain about the ultimate limit of their potential. Thus, he marked certain grapes for preservation. Subsequently, a portion of the grapes was harvested periodically for comparison, observing whether any notable changes occurred. If, after a certain period, the results between the experimental and control groups were comparable, it would indicate that the final effects had been detected, thereby revealing an alternative maturation period. Mingyi meticulously examined each cluster when he suddenly noticed that a significant portion of the grapes he had marked had vanished. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the missing grapes appeared to have been severed by the teeth of some creature. The large white bears, known for their reluctance to venture into the Ice Valley, could not possibly be the culprits. Moreover, the traces left by birds were characterized by smooth, clean cuts, while the severed ends of the grapes were notably rough. In truth, the Shushan Mountains are home to a plethora of wildlife, and theft by animals is a common occurrence. However, this was the Ice Valley, a place where creatures typically shunned. Yet, the evidence, both the jagged remnants of the grape stems and the missing ice grapes, strongly suggested that an unexpected guest, one unperturbed by the cold, had arrived in the valley. The theft of grapes was not particularly alarming. They could be easily replenished. However, the presence of a cold-resistant visitor, potentially a creature that might take up residence, was a matter of significant concern for Mingyi. Due to the extreme chill of the Ice Valley, the local fauna had long since fled, and even his senior and junior brothers were reluctant to linger. Being alone in the valley could be quite solitary, and the prospect of companionship from a living creature was indeed delightful. Therefore, Mingyi gathered a swirl of spiritual energy, mingled it with the frigid air, and infused it into the ice grape tree. In no time, several clusters of ice grapes crystallized. He then hurried back to the stone hut, peering out the window to observe. Before long, a plump, white creature emerged from one corner of the valley, heading straight towards the ice grapes to feast. Mingyi cautiously stepped outside, wary of startling this small being. However, as he moved slowly toward it, the creature turned and glanced back. Oh no! It was about to flee. His careful approach seemed doomed to fail. To his surprise, the little creature merely cast a fleeting glance and did not retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Mingyi retrieved some of the previously harvested ice grapes from his storage space and placed them beneath the ice grape tree. True to form, the creature exhibited no fear, boldly approaching to enjoy the ice grapes. To his delight, he recognized it as a pure white weasel, its entire body resembling a cloak of snow. It was remarkably beautiful. Unable to resist, Mingyi reached out to gently stroke its fur. The little creature not only did not shy away, but, like a pet affectionately nuzzling its owner, rubbed its head against Mingyi's hand. Mingyi was instantly filled with delight. He promptly retrieved a plethora of delightful treats from his spatial storage: frozen fish, leftover ice grapes, and various mountain fruits he had stored, pouring them all before the creature. It, undeterred by the bounty, immediately began to gobble them up, finishing every morsel in no time, its belly round and taut like a sphere. Suddenly, an idea struck Mingyi. Gently stroking the little ferret, he proposed, "How about I call you Ice Egg from now on?" The ferret emitted a few fox-like whimpers, tilted its head, and, shaking off Mingyi, made its way into the bamboo grove, seemingly to construct a nest. With a heart full of joy, Mingyi commenced his daily ritual of signing in. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ancient Treasure, Sword Nurturing Platform, a legendary artifact used by ancient immortals to nurture divine swords. If the sword is intact, it can enhance its power and cultivate its spirit. If the sword is damaged, it can be nourished and restored at an astonishing speed. Host, Mingyi. Identity, second disciple of Shushan. Weapon, Heavenly Abyss Divine Sword, a sword of extreme cold, naturally forged from the primordial depths. It possesses the ability to freeze the heavens and the earth. Techniques, Changchun Technique, an ancient immortal's method of health preservation. Breath Control Technique, taught by Shushan, a fundamental technique for entering the realm of cultivation, allowing the practitioner to draw in vital energy and harmonize with the universe. Lingbo Weibo, a legendary martial art of the hidden sect, the Carefree Sect, renowned for its unparalleled lightness of foot in the martial world. Six Meridians Divine Sword, the treasured sword technique of the Dali Duan clan, famous for its internal energy attacks, which aided in establishing the Dali Kingdom. Items, Lan Shan, a storage jade pendant containing a 10-cubic storage space. Dustless Garment, woven from century-old ice silkworm silk, untouched by dust and impervious to water. Ancient Treasure, Sword Nurturing Platform, a legendary artifact used by ancient immortals to nurture divine swords. If the sword is intact, it can enhance its power and cultivate its spirit. If the sword is damaged, it can be nourished and restored at an astonishing speed. Silver, 200,000 taels. Gold, 3,250 taels. Excellent Night Pearl, 4 pieces. Volcanic Flame Crystal, 8 pieces. Ice Silkworm, a miraculous creature residing in the icy depths. Various miscellaneous items. The Sword Nurturing Platform. This time, the system has indeed been generous. Just as I am now able to wield the Heavenly Abyss Divine Sword, Having such a treasure to complement, it leaves me with no further worries. Henceforth in battle, there will only be one word: draw the sword. Charge forth. Chapter 11. The initial experience of cultivation. Lu Mingyi retrieved the sword concealment platform from the system. It appeared to be an ordinary stone, yet a narrow notch on its surface was perfectly shaped to accommodate a sword. The cross-sectional area of the stone was comparable to that of a basketball hoop, exuding an antiquated charm that conveyed a profound sense of history. Beyond this, it bore no remarkable features. Consequently, Lu Mingyi placed the sword concealment platform at the very center of the Ice Valley and summoned the Heavenly Abyss Divine Sword, inserting it into the platform. The moment the sword was embedded, the extraordinary nature of the platform became apparent. As the Divine Sword settled, the platform activated as if it were a key turning in a lock. The stone emitted a soft, ashen glow, enveloping the Heavenly Abyss Sword from the bottom upwards. The sword, akin to one who had long been deprived of the soothing warmth of a hot spring, reveled in the experience, producing melodious sounds of resonance. With the passage of time, the sword concealment platform gradually transformed into a cerulean hue, resembling the very material of the Heavenly Abyss Divine Sword. Blue ice crystals and white frost coalesced, shrouding both the platform and the sword, ultimately culminating in the formation of an imposing ice mountain, reminiscent of a grand rockery. This icy edifice exuded an unceasing chill. The ice-graped trees stretched their branches comfortably, while the purple bamboo leaves appeared rather unremarkable. However, due to the presence of the Heavenly Abyss Divine Sword, the cold intensified. The Bidanian Lotus and Windleaf Bell seemed somewhat frostbitten, lacking vitality. Lu Mingyi promptly decided to relocate them from the Ice Valley, dispatching 4 of his companions to assist. Before long, Su Changqing, Changyin, Shouzhong, Shoren, Shuyi, and a multitude of fellow brothers arrived at the Ice Valley. Upon entering, they involuntarily shivered, despite the fact that it was the height of summer and everyone was dressed lightly. More importantly, the Ice Valley had grown even colder than before. Mingyi, your Ice Valley has indeed become increasingly frigid. Indeed, second senior brother, it is far too cold. Absolutely. Observing his brethren shivering and blowing bubbles from their noses, Lu Mingyi could hardly contain his amusement. However, he was also mindful not to let them catch a cold, so he quickly rallied everyone to action. To prevent unnecessary harm to the spiritual plants during the transplantation process, Lu Mingyi decided to demonstrate the procedure himself. He approached the small pond where the Bidanian lotus was planted, gently breaking the ice surface. Carefully, he extracted a single Bidanian lotus, immediately enveloping its roots in spiritual energy to shield them from the cold, ensuring the success of the transplantation. After his demonstration, everyone eagerly engaged in the task at hand. Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing were tasked with extracting the Bidanian lotus from the pond, while Changyin and the others were responsible for transporting the lotus to the bamboo grove nestled halfway up the mountain. There, a spiritual pool awaited, the very place depicted in the television series where the elders of Shushan cultivated the heart-guarding lotus. The heart-guarding lotus is a sacred artifact painstakingly refined by the successive leaders of Shushan, renowned for its efficacy in prolonging life and enhancing physical vitality. With the assistance of their fellow disciples, the transplantation of the Bidanian lotus was swiftly accomplished. The transfer of the wind leaf bell, by contrast, proved to be a considerably simpler endeavor. With a single scoop, both soil and plant were lifted. The wind leaf bell was scattered throughout the mountain, planted in various locations. In that moment, Lu Mingyi envisioned a future where the wind leaf bell would flourish across all of Shushan. The wind leaf bell resembled a grass with broader leaves, and its blossoms would emerge like delicate white petals reminiscent of the asparagus fern. When the wind whispered through, it would produce melodious sounds akin to wind chimes. Moreover, Lu Mingyi discovered that this plant was self-pollinating. A single specimen could yield countless more. In a few years, during the spring and summer, Shushan would undoubtedly resonate with the sweet sounds of wind chimes. Just as Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing finished excavating the wind leaf bell and handed it over to Changyin, they returned in less than a quarter of an hour. Lu Mingyi had initially intended to keep them longer, to pluck some ice grapes and treat them, but while he had gathered a considerable amount of grapes, the others had swiftly departed, even Su Changqing. Alas, the icy valley was simply too frigid. After their departure, Lu Mingyi returned to the stone cottage. This unexpected turn of events had led to the early unsealing of the Tianyuan sword, allowing him to commence his cultivation. Lu Mingyi retrieved the cultivation method Changchun Jue from his storage jade pendant. This method is a true inheritance reserved for the disciples of Xushan. As a disciple of Qingwei Taoist, Lu Mingyi had long been bestowed this technique. Although he had been unable to practice for years, he had memorized the principles thoroughly. He lit a calming incense in the Tianyuan incense burner, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began with a period of contemplation before reciting the method. Embarking on his inaugural cultivation, to his profound surprise, as the technique began to circulate within him, the spiritual energy outside surged forth like bees drawn to blossoms, converging into a vortex above the icy valley. Unbeknownst to Lu Mingyi, torrents of spiritual energy flowed through him like a mighty river, elevating his cultivation level progressively with each influx. Perhaps it is due to the frequent outbursts of cold energy from the heavenly abyss sword over the years that Lu Mingyi's meridians have been thoroughly widened. His cultivation has become remarkably efficient. However, beautiful moments are always fleeting. Unbeknownst to him, a night had passed in this meditative practice. Upon awakening, Lu Mingyi focused his breath and stabilized the surging spiritual energy within him. In just one night, he had attained a decade's worth of cultivation. If this were to be revealed, it would surely leave countless cultivators astounded. Yet, Lu Mingyi was acutely aware that despite his rapid advancement, he lagged significantly behind his peers. Fortunately, the foundation laid by the heavenly abyss sword would soon enable him to catch up. Approaching the basin, Lu Mingyi splashed water on his face. To prevent the water from freezing, he had embedded a volcanic flame crystal atop the basin. After washing his face, he gazed fervently toward the sword concealment platform. After a decade, he had finally achieved a level of cultivation. He could now soar through the skies on his sword. With a flick of his hands, a small fissure appeared in the ice mountain atop the platform. The heavenly abyss sword, like a returning swallow, hovered before him. Lu Mingyi leaped onto the sword's surface, which ascended smoothly, cutting through the wind and breaking through the clouds. Formulating a sword technique, he soared toward the mountain peak. At dawn, I traversed the azure sea, and at dusk, the vast woods. This is indeed the thrill of flight. Chapter 12. Check-in. Check-in. Another check-in. Lu Mingyi rode the heavenly abyss sword, joyfully weaving back and forth over Mount Shu. One moment he was soaring to the foot of the mountain, and the next, he was at the summit. What a liberating experience. Just as he was reveling in his flight, he suddenly felt weak all over and began to plummet headfirst. The heavenly abyss sword clung desperately to his back, attempting to halt his descent, but it was utterly powerless. Suddenly, the Taoist Qingwei appeared, grasping Lu Mingyi and bringing him back to safety. Below him lay the Wujij. Sensing that its master was safe, the heavenly abyss sword transformed into a streak of light and entered Lu Mingyi's body. After a considerable time, Lu Mingyi awakened in the Wujij. Ding! Special location detected. Wujij. Special location, check-in available. Would the host like to check in? Special location check-in? He had visited the Wujij many times before. Why had it never prompted him then? Regardless, he decided to check in first. Yes, check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed your first special location check-in. Reward, Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight is a pair of extraordinary eyes that can unveil information about others and discern causal relationships, making it an unparalleled skill for investigation. As one's cultivation deepens, the world gradually unveils her secrets. Lu Mingyi had just reviewed the rewards for checking in at a special location. Ding! Achievement detected. First cultivation completed. You may now check in for this achievement. Shall I proceed? A double yellow egg? Check in. Check in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 years of cultivation. A torrent of magnificent energy materialized within Lu Mingyi. This energy surged through his meridians like a mighty river. Lu Mingyi felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him, and he clenched his fist. With a swift motion, he struck forward. Bang! The sound of tearing air erupted. It was exceedingly loud. Fate seemed particularly favorable towards Lu Mingyi today. Having just completed 2 check-ins, he received commendable rewards each time. While Lu Mingyi was acclimating to his newfound cultivation, another surprise awaited him. Just see. Ding. Achievement detected. First sword flight achieved. You may now check in for this achievement. Shall I proceed? A triple yellow egg? Has this dog system taken a wrong turn today? Check in. Check in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the exquisite flying sword, Snowfall. Snowfall. Legend has it that a swordsmith fell in love with a female immortal and devoted himself to crafting a sword for her. The blade gleams like a mirror, and when wielded, the light dances like falling snowflakes, hence the name Snowfall. Ah, what a splendid treasure! Lu Mingyi was about to take the snowfall from the system for a closer inspection when he heard footsteps approaching from outside the hall. Creak! The hall door swung open. Daoist Qingwei entered from outside. Awake, Mingyi? Yes, master. Daoist Qingwei nodded and took his seat on the masteress throne. Mingyi, you've been in quite a perilous situation this time. Lu Mingyi's face flushed with embarrassment. Master, I was overwhelmed with excitement upon gaining my cultivation. It won't happen again. Good. You are a resolute child. I shan't say much more. Do you have any uncertainties in your recent cultivation? Master, not at the moment. Although I had not cultivated before, I have diligently studied these techniques, so there is no need for concern. Should I encounter any confusion, I will certainly seek your guidance. Well said. Now, extend your hand. I shall check your pulse. You must not leave any hidden dangers in your meridians due to excessive energy consumption. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi extended his hand. As Daoist Qingwei touched Lu Mingyi's pulse, he raised his head in surprise. Your cultivation? What is it, master? Is there a problem? No, nothing at all. You are recovering quite well. You may return. Hearing that there was no cause for alarm, Lu Mingyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He nodded and bowed to Daoist Qingwei. I take my leave. Stepping out of the Wujij Hall, Lu Mingyi gazed at the azure sky and the drifting white clouds. Feeling that everything was exceptionally beautiful, Lu Mingyi did not take to the skies on a sword this time. Instead, he made his way to the training grounds. There, Su Changchun was leading his fellow disciples in practicing their sword techniques. Due to his previous lack of cultivation, Lu Mingyi had never participated in such practices before. Now that he had achieved some level of skill, he felt the need to diligently refine these fundamental sword moves. As he approached, his senior brothers and sisters halted their training and gathered around him. Su Changchun, being 20 this year, was relatively mature, while the other younger disciples were still quite juvenile. The eldest among them, Chang Ying, was merely 14 and at an age ripe for mischief. Second brother, second brother, second brother, they called out, as Lu Mingyi nodded in acknowledgement and walked towards Su Changchun. Why have you come, Mingyi? Su Changchun inquired with curiosity. With a smile, Lu Mingyi drew a sword from the rack beside him and, half-jokingly, pointed it at Su Changchun, saying, Brother, I have gained much from my journey down the mountain. I'll come spar with you. Upon hearing that Lu Mingyi wished to engage him in a duel, Su Changchun's face broke into a cheerful grin. It was known among the disciples on Mount Shu that only Lu Mingyi could truly spar with him. However, this sly one would often pretend to succumb after merely 100 exchanges, leaving Su Changchun feeling unsatisfied. This time, with Lu Mingyi taking the initiative, Su Changchun was eager to engage in a serious contest. Very well, Su Changchun declared, raising his sword. The other disciples quickly stepped aside, clearing a space for the two. Lu Mingyi made the first move, launching a Xiaochong sword strike directly at Su Changchun's sword hilt. Su Changchun zit sweeply, sidestepping and executing a powerful thrust that shattered Lu Mingyi's attack. Lu Mingyi, agile on his feet, pivoted and unleashed two more Guanchong strikes. Su Changchun effortlessly countered both. Having frequently practiced with a 6 meridian sword against Su Changchun, Lu Mingyi realized that his opponent was already adept at countering such techniques. Recognizing the futility of relying solely on the 6 meridian sword, he closed the distance and charged in, unleashing a flurry of wild and chaotic slashes that left Su Changchun momentarily bewildered. Though his form was lacking, there was an undeniable potency in Lu Mingyi's strikes, suggesting significant advancements in his cultivation. After a relentless barrage, Lu Mingyi, having failed to land even a single hit on Su Changchun, found himself exhausted. He tossed aside his sword and plopped down on the ground, declaring, I concede. Su Changchun was taken aback. You sought me out for a spar, yet I haven't even made a move, and you yield? What my enjoyment in this? However, given the presence of numerous junior brothers, it is essential to maintain the dignity of one senior brother. Su Changchun reluctantly decided to relent, exclaiming, Lu Mingyi, you truly are incorrigible. Observing Su Changchun's exasperated demeanor, Lu Mingyi found himself amused. Brother, you have witnessed the extent of my lack of foundation, have you not? In truth, I came seeking your guidance in swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Su Changchun, who had initially turned to depart, could not help but smile. He pivoted back, inquiring, Are you certain? The unfriendly grin on Su Changqing's face sent a shiver down Lu Mingyi's spine. Yet he feigned composure, affirming, "I am certain." Su Changqing promptly declared, "Splendid. Come by tomorrow to practice alongside the junior brothers." Fearing Lu Mingyi might withdraw his promise, Su Changqing turned and left without delay. The junior brothers, overhearing the exchange, erupted in cheers. "Hooray! The second senior brother is coming. From now on, the focus will be on him, making our lives much easier." Had Lu Mingyi been privy to the thoughts of his junior brothers, he would have advised them, "Young lads, you are still quite naive. Allow your senior brother to impart a lesson." Chapter 13. In pursuit of breakthrough, descending the mountain again. In the days that followed, Lu Mingyi diligently practiced swordsmanship at the training grounds each day. Though Su Changqing's rigorous training proved quite arduous, persistence bore fruit, and after a period of practice, Lu Mingyi's swordplay began to show significant improvement. As he wielded his sword, each move exhibited a burgeoning prowess. Yet, inexplicably, Lu Mingyi felt that something was amiss. How should one articulate it? While his movements appeared fluid, he sensed a certain stagnation, a dissonance in his breath. Seeking counsel from Taoist Qingwei, the elder chuckled while stroking his beard, uttering 4 words: unity of knowledge and action. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, this swordplay was meant for combat. Although he had the opportunity to spar with his fellow brothers on the mountain, such encounters were tempered, preventing him from truly grasping the subtle intricacies of the technique. Realizing this, Lu Mingyi hastily made his way to the Outer Affairs Hall. The Outer Affairs Hall served as the information hub for all demon-slaying activities in Mount Shu and as a task assignment center. Typically, Elder Yu Xian oversaw the daily operations. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lu Mingyi found Elder Yu Xian seated at the main desk, engrossed in sketching something. In the back hall, several dozen outer disciples were diligently cataloging and categorizing the intelligence they had gathered. The outer disciples, though limited in talent, had been fortunate enough to enter the Taoist sect. Yet they consistently struggled to achieve true cultivation. Consequently, many of these disciples ended up in the logistical departments of Mount Shu, responsible for its fundamental operations. Either depart from Mount Shu to engage in worldly enterprises for its sustenance, as the thousands residing on the mountain require nourishment, while simultaneously gathering intelligence. Tasks such as vanquishing demons are indeed manageable by the outer disciples. However, due to their limited capabilities, such external affairs, unless absolutely necessary, are typically entrusted to the inner disciples. The inner disciples possess commendable talents and are capable of studying the more profound techniques of Mount Shu. Yet they have not taken any elder as their mentor. Instead, the 5 elders conduct focused teachings based on varying paths of cultivation. Akin to how we are divided into different departments in accordance with our specializations, each receiving concentrated instruction from their respective teachers. The true disciples, in essence, are not significantly different from the inner disciples. They all partake in the same lessons and studies. The distinction lies in the fact that true disciples are the inheritors of the elders' legacies. Upon entering, Lu Mingyi respectfully saluted Elder Yu Xian. "Uncle Master," he addressed. Elder Yu Xian, upon hearing his voice, looked up. Mingyi, what brings you here?" "Indeed, Uncle Master. I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my swordsmanship and require some practical experience outside the mountain. I have come to seek a task from you." "I see. Please wait a moment. Let me find a task that suits you," Elder Yu Xian replied as he walked to the back hall and retrieved several bamboo slips. These slips were not ordinary. They were inscribed with formations. Once a task is completed, one could utilize their spiritual power to activate the formation and erase the inscriptions. Such intricate details are the foundation of a great sect. Here, take a look. These are profound level tasks, albeit not many in number. Previously, they were solely handled by Changqing. Although your strength is somewhat inferior to his, you are more than capable of undertaking these tasks. Choose as you wish." "Yes, Uncle Master." The first task, 70 miles southeast of Yuzhou City, in Zhaojiao Village, on the 15th of each month. There have been reports of the sound of cracking pods and the cries of women giving birth, a chilling and sorrowful sound, difficult to trace back to its source. This news has been relayed from 7 days ago. A significant amount of fresh blood has seeped from a small river in front of the half a month ago. The Wang and Li families celebrated the marriage of 4 couples, filling the village with joy. However, as midnight approached, a series of anguished screams pierced the night. The villagers rushed to the scene only to discover that the grooms had been brutally slain, while the brides had mysteriously vanished. Investigations revealed that the grooms had met gruesome fates. Their heads were shattered like rotten gourds, and their bodies were torn asunder like cascading waterfalls. The assailant possessed immense strength, posing a significant threat, though the aftermath was dire, necessitating swift action. This task seemed promising and worthy of acceptance. Yet, undertaking a solitary mission felt rather lackluster, prompting a search for additional suitable endeavors. The third task lay 150 miles east of Mount Shu, at a locale known as Chaotu Mountain. There existed a stronghold named Blackwind Stronghold, where a band of nefarious outlaws resided, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. While the Mount Shu Guardians upheld righteousness, they could not intervene in the affairs of men, allowing these villains to wreak havoc in the region. This time, however, circumstances had changed. Reports indicated that a formidable individual had recently slain the former leader of the outlaws and assumed control. Under this new leadership, the bandits had ceased their thievery and instead began abducting children. Investigations revealed that over 20 children from the nearby villages had been taken. The new leader appeared to be cultivating some sinister power, employing malevolent methods that were notoriously treacherous. Executing such a mission demanded utmost caution. The threat level was considerable, and given the implications for the children, immediate action was recommended. That scoundrel! Not even children are spared. Mingyi seethed with fury, determined to dismantle this villain's operations. Master, I shall accept this task. Elder Yuxian glanced at the bamboo scroll with indifference, took up a brush, and recorded the task in the ledger before handing Mingyi a small wooden token. The token was exquisitely crafted, adorned with cloud motifs along its edges, with the character Xin emblazoned at its center. This token served a singular purpose. It granted access to the alchemical hall to obtain resources necessary for the mission, including weapons, elixirs, provisions for the journey, and even a horse, should one desire. Typically, only outer disciples or errand disciples would ride horses, as outer disciples lack the ability to fly on swords for extended periods. After all, if one could soar through the skies, who would choose to ride a horse? Mingyi accepted the token, ruffling his hair in embarrassment as he turned to Elder Yuxian. Master, the task in Yigo village is conveniently along the way. I would like to accept it as well. What do you think? Elder Yuxian perused the bamboo scroll and confirmed its convenience. Observing Mingyi's sheepish demeanor, he chuckled as he recorded the task anew, teasingly remarking, "You shameless rascal, and yet you still have the audacity to feel embarrassed." After Elder Yuxian completed his records, he tossed a wooden plaque inscribed with the character Xian to Mingyi. Blushing, Mingyi grasped the plaque, averted his gaze, and hurriedly bowed to Elder Yuxian before fleeing. Chapter 14. The vigil at Yigo village yielded no results against the monsters, leading to a ruse involving a disguised bride. Upon departing from the outer affairs hall, Mingyi made his way to the Danchi hall, overseen by Elder Jingming. Entering the hall, he found it devoid of Elder Jingming and instead encountered a disciple from the outer sect. He presented the wooden plaque and received a set of Dongqing mirrors, a Shushan communication device, 2 vials of chi-boosting pills, 1 vial of hemostatic powder, a demon-catching gourd, and a hefty sum of 100 taels of silver. It must be acknowledged that Shushan possesses considerable wealth. The disciples are generously funded for their missions. Although Mingyi had previously expended a significant amount during his battle with the Wolf King, he had since replenished his resources through diligent daily attendance. He chuckled to himself. Though he lacked nothing, who would ever despise an excess of wealth? Once he had gathered his supplies, Mingyi hastened back to the Ice Valley. As he prepared to venture forth to subdue demons, he deemed it prudent to bring along the Tianyuan Sword. Summoning the sword into his being, he was ready to depart. The 4 little Bai, frolicking around the mountains under the watchful care of their fellow disciples, posed no concern. However, he felt uneasy about Bingdan. The lone creature left in the Ice Valley, calling out into the Zizhu forest, "Bingdan, Bingdan." He shouted for quite some time, but the little creature did not reveal itself. With no other options, Mingyi scattered some dried fish on the ground. The Ice Valley had plenty of ice grapes, so would not starve. Yet, it seemed unreasonable for a carnivorous creature to survive solely on ice. Sighing, he decided to leave it be. After tidying up, Mingyi set off. Soaring on the Tianyuan, he sped along the path. In less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived 50 miles east of Shushan. One might wonder why Mingyi did not fly directly to his destination in one go. It was not a matter of desire, but rather one of feasibility. While sword flight is swift, it consumes a great deal of energy and is not as effortless as depicted in television dramas. If one were to force it, They could certainly reach their destination, but it was unnecessary. Moreover, the Tianyuan is a divine sword, and wielding it exacts a toll on one's spirit. After a brief respite, Lu Mingyi continued his journey. Approximately 2 hours later, having lingered to admire the beautiful scenery along the way, he finally arrived at Yigo village. The view was enchanting. Verdant forests encircled by azure skies, clouds drifting lazily, birds frolicking, and beasts roaming majestically. It was indeed a paradise on earth. While it paled in comparison to Shushan, for Lu Mingyi, who hailed from a later era, the landscape was nothing short of splendid. Stepping into Yigo village, Lu Mingyi discerned a rather somber atmosphere enveloping the village, punctuated by intermittent wails of mourning. As he approached the villagers, an impulse to inquire about their plight stirred within him. However, upon noticing his attire, which starkly contrasted with their own, the villagers hastily retreated into their homes. Undeterred, Lu Mingyi pressed on, hoping to encounter other villagers. Yet, each time he drew near, they vanished into their abodes. Eventually, he arrived at the threshold of a residence that appeared to be relatively affluent. At the entrance hung a tall ascension ladder, symbolizing the deceased's safe passage to the afterlife, ensuring they would not become wandering spirits. A table was set outside, where an elderly man diligently recorded the visits of mourners, documenting the flow of human compassion. Reaching into his pocket, Lu Mingyi produced half a tael of silver, intending to extend a gesture of sympathy towards the departed. It was not that he was stingy. The modest amount was a token of respect. To offer more might invite unwarranted suspicion. Perhaps due to the allure of silver, an elderly man soon emerged from the house, inviting Lu Mingyi to take a seat. Lu Mingyi gestured politely, indicating that it was unnecessary. The elder's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. "Please, esteemed elder, consider this a humble offering. Do not take it to heart." Though the old man bore the weight of sorrow, he maintained his decorum, bowing respectfully to Lu Mingyi, who reciprocated the gesture. Indeed, the customs of our ancestors were meticulously observed, even among the common folk. Such was the grandeur of the vast Xianxia, a nation steeped in etiquette. As a representative of future generations, Lu Mingyi felt a profound sense of pride in this cultural heritage. Etiquette and quality, he mused, are ingrained in the very essence of Chinese identity. He assisted the elder into the house and inquired about the circumstances that had transpired. The elder, tears streaming down his face, recounted the tale, which aligned perfectly with what Lu Mingyi had learned from his informants. Identifying himself, Lu Mingyi reassured the elder, "Do not grieve, for I am a disciple of the Shushan sect, here to aid the villagers in vanquishing the demons plaguing you." Upon hearing this, the elder fell to his knees before Lu Mingyi, exclaiming, "Oh, revered Taoist, you must seek justice for this old man. Please, rise," Lu Mingyi urged. Yet, the elder's eyes brimmed with hope, and he remained kneeling. Reluctantly, Lu Mingyi acquiesced. "Very well, I shall avenge your grievances." At these words, the elder finally stood. After surveying the village, Lu Mingyi ascended the tallest tree, taking refuge atop it for the night. The village lay in serene silence, with the evening breeze gently caressing him. A soothing balm. Nevertheless, Lu Mingyi remained ever vigilant, his senses heightened, wary of alarming any lurking threats. He promptly concealed the Tianyuan sword. Its pale blue luminescence was rather inconspicuous during the day, yet at night it stood out strikingly, practically advertising their ambush. Consequently, Lu Mingyi vigilantly kept watch for 3 consecutive nights, enduring the biting cold winds, but yielded no results. Realizing that this approach was futile, Lu Mingyi sought counsel from the elder, proposing the idea of orchestrating a feigned wedding to lure the monster out. The elder nodded vigorously and dispatched someone to gather the villagers. Before long, the entire village had assembled. It turned out that the elder was the patriarch of the Li clan, one of the 2 prominent families in the cliff village, named Li Weibin. Standing before the assembled villagers, Elder Li, exuding authority, recounted the situation, garnering nods of agreement from the crowd. However, the issue arose regarding who would impersonate the bride and groom. The fate of the previous 4 pairs of newlyweds was well known to all. Silence fell over the villagers. Even those from other afflicted families remained mute. Hence, Lu Mingyi stepped forward to volunteer as the groom. Yet, still, no one responded. Elder Li, witnessing the hesitation, was incensed, vociferously questioning where the courage of the villagers had vanished. With so many able-bodied men present, was there truly not one willing to step forth to eliminate the threat? Surprisingly, His words ignited a spark of valor in some. A hunter-like figure emerged, asserting, "Who says the men of Cliff Village lack courage?" I, Wang Xiaoqi, vehemently disagree. What is the big deal about impersonating a bride and groom? I shall take on the role of the groom. Lu Mingyi had no objections. Donning a woman's attire was hardly a concern in modern times. Thus, the preparations for the grand false wedding commenced with fervor. To ensnare the monster, the villagers orchestrated the event with great fanfare. That night, Lu Mingyi and Wang Xiaoqi entered the bridal chamber, while the others retired to their homes for rest. Inside the chamber, Wang Xiaoqi clutched Lu Mingyi's arm tightly, nervously asking, "Daoist Lu, are we truly safe?" Observing Wang Xiaoqi's transformation from bravado to trepidation, Lu Mingyi found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he reassured him, "Do not worry, I am here." With that, he gently pried Wang Xiaoqi's hand from his arm. The two remained in the chamber until midnight, when suddenly, a massive shadow loomed at the window. Lu Mingyi instructed Wang Xiaoqi to hide beneath the bed as he cautiously approached the door, drawing out the snowfall sword. Just as he reached the door, the shadow burst through the window, revealing a gaping maw that let out a thunderous roar. Beneath the luminous glow of the moonlight, Lu Mingyi discerned a formidable presence, a colossal black monkey, far exceeding the size of the silverback gorillas found in modern zoos. This was a baboon, notorious for abducting brides. Chapter 15. A Moonlit Pursuit of Demons, Enlightenment of the Responsibilities of Mount Shu. According to legend, baboons exist solely as males, lacking female counterparts. They delight in seizing human females for the propagation of their kind. However, the ranks of human demon slayers are numerous, rendering such creatures scarce, and their tales relegated to myth over time. Without hesitation, Lu Mingyi drew his sword and struck, landing a precise blow upon its shoulder. The baboon howled in pain, retaliating with fists that struck the air like thunder. Yet, Lu Mingyi, with nimble grace, evaded effortlessly, displaying an artful fluidity devoid of strain. With a subtle shift, he unleashed a strike with his sword, its blade thick as a child's arm, piercing the baboon's chest with lethal precision. Realizing its defeat, the baboon turned to flee. Lu Mingyi cast a glance at Wang Xiaoqi, who had fainted from fright, still alive. He immediately sprang into action, pursuing the creature. Under the moon's radiance, the baboon's jet black fur shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Acquainted with the terrain, the baboon swiftly gained distance, and soon Lu Mingyi lost sight of its form. However, he remained undeterred. From a storage jade pendant, he retrieved the cave clear mirror. With his right hand, he invoked the heart's inquiry, while his left hand delved into the cosmos. The dragon coiled and the four corners aligned, revealing a path forward. After performing a series of rituals to channel spiritual energy into the mirror, it promptly locked onto a direction. Following the mirror's guidance, Lu Mingyi continued his pursuit. Cunningly, the baboon altered its course several times along the way. Ultimately, Lu Mingyi found himself in a dense thicket. Beyond it lay a mountain wall of modest height, adorned with a cavern large enough for two to enter side by side. The entrance appeared substantial, obscured from the eyes of the world by the surrounding trees. As Lu Mingyi stepped into the cave, he was met with the sound of a woman weeping, evidence that he had indeed arrived at the correct location. However, the darkness within obscured all vision, and he had no means to ignite a flame. But wait. He recalled possessing 4 luminous pearls within his spatial system. Lu Mingyi retrieved the pearls, and, using silk from ice silkworms cultivated in the icy valleys, he bound them together. Truly, they were remarkable treasures. The combined light of the 4 pearls provided a dim glow, akin to a flashlight nearing the end of its battery life. A glimmer of light was better than none at all. Grasping the pearls in one hand and his sword in the other, Lu Mingyi cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. Although this mountain demon was not a match for him. As the saying goes, a lion exerts all its strength even when hunting a rabbit. Throughout history, countless heroes have met their demise due to underestimating their adversaries. The terrain within this cave was rugged and complex, with considerable depth. Lu Mingyi had been traversing the cave for nearly half an hour and had yet to reach its innermost part. Were it not for the intermittent sounds of a woman weeping, he might have doubted his path. Following the sound, he drew closer, navigating through a fork in the passage. Suddenly, the cries became clearer. As he advanced, a faint light illuminated his vision. To his astonishment, the cave possessed a skylight through which moonlight streamed, revealing that the creature made its abode here. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Lu Mingyi scrutinized the scene before him, Yet what unfolded next left him utterly distraught. He beheld the abomination devouring a woman, with two corpses lying on the ground, their flesh largely gnawed away. The dark tresses scattered about silently testified to the beauty of the girl who had once lived. In a corner of the cave, a young girl sobbed helplessly, her naked form pale under the moon's glow. For brides, for couples, and now she was the sole survivor. Witnessing such horror, tears welled in Lu Mingyi's eyes, spilling silently. The moment they escaped his eyes, he hastily wiped them away as if they had never existed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the snowflakes in his hand had transformed into the celestial abyss, emanating a chilling azure light. Monster, prepare to meet your end. Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's voice, the mountain demon, terrified, crouched low and attempted to flee. Before it could gather its strength, a flash of sword light cut through the air. The demon was instantly encased in ice. Lu Mingyi approached and delivered a kick, and the ice shattered into countless tiny shards, scattering black, white, red, and green remnants across the ground. This wretched life had vanished as if it had never graced the world. The demon was dead, but Lu Mingyi found himself at a loss regarding his next course of action. 3 mangled corpses and the living girl remained. How was he to address this? How would he convey the news to their families? At that moment, Lu Mingyi truly grasped the profound significance of exterminating demons and malevolence in Xushan. It was then that he understood that, in comparison to seeking immortality or transcending individuality, the true essence of cultivation lay in protecting the frail and vulnerable in this world. A cultivator must harbor a heart full of compassion. Merely the pursuit of longevity through cultivation. Even if one were to attain the path of immortality one day, would they be worthy of the offerings from all corners of the world? Could they endure the veneration of countless generations? Only by embracing the profound nature of the Tao can one truly understand the essence of refinement. Only by living righteously can one grasp the essence of enduring existence. Emerging from a place of weakness, one must also journey towards the frail. Thus, one does not squander the efforts of their cultivation. Contemplating this, Lu Ming felt a sudden clarity in his heart. The realm that had long eluded him was, with a soft pop, effortlessly transcended. He entered the realm of the Tao. Even the 5 elders of Mount Shu were confined to this very state. Indeed, most formidable figures across the realms, when discussing levels of attainment, also dwell within this sphere. Even in the demon realm, rife with chaos and malevolence, and within the celestial realm, composed of 72 immortal mountains and 36 blessed lands. This level is regarded as a step towards the pinnacle of existence. There are many powerful beings between heaven and earth, yet few can genuinely attain the Tao. In past dramas, those confirmed to have achieved such enlightenment number but a handful. The demon Lord Zhonglu, the divine general Fei Peng, the heavenly emperor Fuxi, the enigmatic white-clad immortal who cast Fei Peng down to the mortal realm, and the mysterious elder from Anqi village. Although there exist varying depths of understanding even within the same cultivation realm, being categorized under the same level carries its own significance. Having entered this realm, he is destined to carve out a place among the strong in the future. Considering his age, the attainment of the Tao is not a mere dream. After gathering his thoughts and tidying his appearance, he retrieved a set of his spare clothing from his jade pendant and draped it over the young woman. Lu Ming said not a word, nor did she. Together, they stepped out of the cave in silence. This era is both splendid and harsh. Upon returning home, this girl would face a bleak future. The villagers would not welcome her, nor would her parents. She likely understands this herself. Thus, Lu Ming gently lifted her in one arm, summoned his flying sword, and soared towards Wall Mountain. Chapter 16. The first encounter with Wan Yuji soon. They arrived at Wall Mountain. Lu Ming set the young woman down and, reaching into his bosom, pretended to pull out 50 taels of silver, which he offered to her. If you return home, there will be no path forward. This place is 100 miles from your hometown, and it is unlikely anyone will discover you here. There is a village not far off. Simply tell them you are a refugee. In this vast world, there will always be a place for you to find refuge. The young woman remained silent, but upon hearing Lu Ming's arrangement, tears began to stream down her face. With a thud, she knelt before him. Thank you, my lord. Lu Ming watched as she departed, feeling that as a practitioner of the Tao, this was all he could do. After a long journey, Lu Mingyi found himself fatigued, both man and horse weary. Without seeking another place, he settled down on the spot, retrieving some provisions to satiate his hunger while taking a moment to rest. His gaze lingered on the direction in which the young lady had departed, and gradually, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. A gentle breeze approached, carrying with it a faint scent of peach blossoms, delightfully fragrant. It was as if spring were dancing upon his heart. How wonderful! Or was it truly wonderful? It was July, the season nearing the ripening of peaches. How could there be peach blossoms at such a time? Something was amiss. The unusual must surely harbor some mystery. Mingyi promptly rose and hurried in the direction the young lady had taken. Surely, she could not have escaped from the jaws of a wolf, only to fall into the clutches of tiger. If that were the case, how could he find peace within himself? Not long after, he caught sight of a woman of striking grace and ethereal demeanor, holding the young lady's hand as they walked towards the village. The woman seemed somewhat familiar. As Mingyi pondered, he found himself involuntarily drawn to her. Whether by coincidence or fate, she happened to turn her head at that moment. Their gazes met in the air, reminiscent of a tranquil river, rippling gently. The woman appeared to be momentarily taken aback by the intensity of Mingyi's earnest gaze. Although his look was merely one of sincere curiosity, in ancient times, such open admiration could easily be misconstrued. A flush of crimson blossomed upon her fair cheeks. Yuji, Mingyi exclaimed inwardly, realizing why she seemed familiar. He recalled watching a television drama from years ago when Yuji first graced the screen in Anning Village, breathtakingly beautiful. Petals of cherry blossoms danced in the air, filled with deep affection and poignant stillness. A single garment imbued with profound emotion, transcending mountains and seas, a garment of love that lingered on. It was a graceful charm, a clear gaze. The long winds of the mountains, the butterflies of the plains, all intertwined in a delicate dance, beckoning a second glance. Clearing his throat, Mingyi recognized he had drifted too far in thought. Upon seeing Yuji, he felt a wave of relief. Although she was a fox spirit, she had never committed any malevolence. In the drama, she had even assisted Long Kuei, embodying the essence of beauty coupled with kindness. However, her unwavering devotion to saving her husband was a quality that was seldom highlighted. At that moment, Yuji noticed Mingyi's Taoist attire, and instantly, the color on her face faded, replaced by a hint of wariness in her eyes. Mingyi nodded in acknowledgement towards Yuji, a silent greeting, before turning to leave. With her assistance, the young lady should be able to navigate this predicament with ease. The situation was unfolding far more favorably than he had anticipated. Observing Mingyi offer a nod before departing, Yuji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With his cultivation from the year 2000, he was not particularly intimidated, yet it was still a source of trouble. Observing the gradually receding figure of Mingyi, Yuji felt a flicker of curiosity within her heart. This young Taoist seemed markedly different from the other insufferable practitioners. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Yuji inquired, casually brushing aside her loose hair. "Nothing. Let's be on our way," came the reply. Meanwhile, Mingyi had remained on Mount Shu, surrounded solely by Su Changqing, the five elders, and Chang Ying, without encountering a single character from the narrative. To his surprise, he had a chance meeting with Yuji. It appeared that, at this moment, she had yet to encounter Gao Yong and was unmarried. Perhaps. Oh dear, let's not dwell on that for now. At present, Su Changqing was just over 20 years old, and it seemed there were still 7 or 8 years until the story commenced. Time was fleeting. He needed to devote himself to rigorous cultivation. When the plot officially unfolded, a multitude of top-tier experts would emerge. Without formidable strength, how could he possibly qualify to partake? He was neither Su Changqing nor Jing Tian, devoid of the protagonist's halo. Strength was his sole reliance. With resolve, he drew his sword and set forth towards Yigu village. An hour later, at Li Weibin's residence, Uncle Li, the monster has been vanquished. Of the brides who were abducted, 3 have met their demise, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition, while one remains missing, possibly even her remains, reported Li Weibin with a sigh. That vicious creature left no room for survival, he continued. If the Taoist can avenge them, they will surely be grateful in the afterlife. The Taoist has tirelessly toiled these past few days to rid us of this evil. I have prepared a modest feast in gratitude, hoping the Taoist will honor us with his presence. Mingyi waved his hand dismissively, no need for haste. Let us first attend to the remains of the deceased on the back mountain. Indeed, as you say, Li Weibin agreed, rallying the group to proceed in an orderly fashion towards the back mountain. Among the throng was Wang Xiaoqi, prominently present. Upon reaching the monster's lair, under Li Weibing's guidance. One team entered the cave to collect the bodies, while another cut down the trees at the cave's entrance, and a third gathered stones. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The bodies were wrapped in straw mats and brought out. The felled trees were transported into the cave, where a fire was ignited, sending thick, white smoke billowing upward. Soon, the smoke dissipated, and fierce flames roared like wild beasts, consuming the cave. Under the searing blaze, it seemed as though all sins were incinerated. Finally, stones were used to seal the cave entrance. While this method may not have been sophisticated, it proved to be exceedingly effective. Thus, the affair concerning Yigu village reached its conclusion. Lu Mingyi resumed his journey, heading towards Chaotu Mountain. Here is a clean, faithful English translation that preserves the suspenseful tone and pacing of the original passage. There were still many children waiting for him. By now, the sky had fully brightened. Lu Mingyi headed east without hesitation, rushing forward at full speed. After flying for a while, Lu Mingyi keenly sensed that something was following him. It seemed that ever since he left Yigu village, it had been tailing him. He flew through the air. It pursued him along the ground. When he stopped, it immediately slipped into the forest as well. He activated the Dongxing mirror, but its aura spread in all directions. There was no way to track it. Helpless, Lu Mingyi could only give up for now and continue toward Chaotu Mountain. Chapter 17. Arrival at Chaotu Mountain, infiltrating Black Wind's stronghold before long. Lu Mingyi arrived at Chaotu Mountain. The mountain was only 50 li from Yigu village, yet the difference in natural scenery was as vast as heaven and earth. Yigu village was surrounded by clear mountains and pristine waters, rich in spiritual vitality. Chaotu Mountain, however, was barren, sparse vegetation, clouds of yellow dust rising everywhere. Thorns grew wildly, and sharp stones littered the ground, painfully jarring underfoot. Spider webs hung along both sides of the road, tattered like thin threads. Between the rocks lay shed snake skins, insect carcasses, rotting flesh, and decayed bones, terrifying at a glance. Lu Mingyi proceeded upward, step by step. No wonder bandits had chosen to settle here. The terrain was treacherous, easy to defend, hard to attack. It was practically a natural bandit stronghold. Hurry, hurry, faint sounds drifted from not far away. Lu Mingyi followed the noise, walking along a narrow path and climbing a slope. On the other side, he saw 7 or 8 burly men with bushy beards, bare-chested, each holding a broad blade. Each of them carried a burlap sack over his shoulder as they made their way up the mountain. The sacks squirmed from time to time, and the crying of children could be heard from within. These beasts really were kidnapping children. Lu Mingyi suppressed the fury in his heart and quietly followed behind them. Now was not the time to act. If he alerted them too early, things would become troublesome. The mountain paths twisted and interlocked like fangs, winding and treacherous. Without familiarity with the terrain, charging in blindly would make it nearly impossible to find their lair. As evening approached, the group finally arrived. What surprised him was that the infamous Black Wind stronghold was far more concealed than its notorious reputation suggested. Lu Mingyi followed them into a hollow where trees stood unevenly. Weeds grew thick and vines tangled everywhere. They continued forward for some time in this environment, until they finally reached the base of a cliff. The cliff towered more than 20 zhang high. From above, thick vines hung down into midair, swaying gently in the breeze. They were dense and sturdy, clearly having grown there for many years. The men tossed the sacks onto the ground. One who seemed to be their leader raised his blade and struck the cliff face in a deliberate rhythm. Ba, 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 accompanied by do rigum. It resonates, we have returned. Shortly after the last strike, Lu Mingyi observed a rather large wooden basket descending from the vines, eventually landing on the ground. They began to transport the burlap sacks one by one before making their ascent. Lu Mingyi cautiously circled to the side, allowing him to discern the scene clearly. To his astonishment, they had carved their hideout into the cliff, concealed behind the vines. The entrance was supported by a wooden platform, with a square void in its center perfectly designed for the large wooden structure to descend. The design was remarkably ingenious, resembling a human-powered elevator. Had he not fortuitously encountered this band of marauding brigands, locating this place would have been quite the challenge. The entrance was exceedingly narrow, appearing to accommodate only a single person. The advantageous geography left no feasible means to infiltrate through the front. As night fell, Lu Mingyi emerged from the valley, intending to circle around to the rear of the cliff in search of an alternative entrance. After a thorough reconnaissance, he could not help but admire the brigand's choice of location. This area was indeed a solitary peak. Though not particularly tall, Its sheer verticality rendered it nearly impossible to ascend from any direction. Nevertheless, this modest height did not deter Lu Mingyi. Without the need for flight, he employed the skillful footwork of the Lingbo Weibu, swiftly ascending to the mountain's summit. Atop the peak, a few sparse trees thrived, possibly due to the absence of disturbance. They appeared sturdier than those below. Upon closer inspection, he found little of interest at the summit. Consequently, Lu Mingyi summoned the snowfall, soaring into the air to scrutinize the cliff face. His efforts bore fruit. Approximately 15 zhang above the ground, he spotted a moss-covered boulder jutting out. Above this stone, nestled against the cliff, was a narrow crevice from which light emanated. Cautiously, Lu Mingyi stepped onto the boulder and peered inside. It seemed to be a storeroom filled with provisions, where an elderly brigand dozed against the supplies. From his inventory, Lu Mingyi retrieved a packet of entrancing incense, a treasure acquired from a previous daily quest. He ignited the incense and wafted the smoke through the crevice. After about half an hour, he confirmed that the old brigand was fast asleep. Lu Mingyi summoned the Tianyuan Sword, uttering, "I apologize for the inconvenience." With a single stroke, he cleaved through the stone wall as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Concerned that debris might tumble down and provoke an alert, he carefully stored the excavated earth and rock within his lawn mountain. Finally, he infiltrated the storeroom, discovering a corridor illuminated by several oil lamps. The light was exceedingly dim. After navigating through several forks in the path, a brilliant illumination pierced Lu Mingyi's eyes. He crouched down to peer closer. Was this the lair of bandits? Surely not. At the center stood a long table, upon which rested a stone chair adorned with a tiger skin. This stone chair was remarkably broad, akin to having a large sofa placed there. Hanging above it was a stag's head, flanked by two grand candle holders, each bearing a substantial candle that burned brightly. Indeed, about 20 stone beds, resembling terraced fields, were scattered on either side of the hall. This was hardly a hall. It was nothing short of a large communal sleeping area. This revelation profoundly altered Lu Mingyi's perception of bandits. In his mind, bandits resided in wooden stockades, feasting heartily and drinking copiously. Yet, it appeared otherwise. Observe. These bandits had chosen their location with strategic advantage, their reputation formidable even beyond their lair. Who could have imagined that they, in their daily lives, resembled beasts huddled in a cave? Speaking of which, what had become of the suspected evil sorcerer among them and those children? As Lu Mingyi pondered this, he noticed the very bandits he had encountered earlier emerging from the opposite side of the hall, carrying meat and wine, bellowing boisterously and with great rudeness. With their arrival, the bandits lounging on the stone beds rose, and a cacophony ensued as they crowded around to feast and drink. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Mingyi slipped into a passage on the other side of the hall. The passage was narrow and sloped downward, reminiscent of a descent into a basement. After traversing a considerable distance, the passage gradually widened, revealing another stone chamber. At the entrance of this chamber lay numerous large jars, their surfaces darkened, seemingly containing some spherical objects. Lu Mingyi approached cautiously. Suddenly, his pupils dilated involuntarily. What were these spherical objects? They were unmistakably human heads. These brutes had imprisoned the captured children, keeping them in jars. Chapter 18. The Sorcerers in the Jars. These were the sorcerers in the jars. How dare they? The sorcery practiced within was exceedingly cruel, entailing the confinement of children in jars and subjecting them to a noxious concoction, leading to the decay of their skin and the distortion of their bones. This process was perilous, with a high mortality rate. Should they endure this ordeal, the children would grow within the jars, ultimately transforming into unflinching instruments of murder. Lu Mingyi crouched down to inspect the jars. Fortunately, the children were still alive. He rose and strode directly into the hall. A lean, middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat cross-legged in the rear courtyard of the hall, his eyes closed. In the center of the hall stood 3 large jars. Lu Mingyi had just entered when the man in the black robe opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise evident within. He had evidently not anticipated that someone could locate this place, and he immediately sprang to his feet. Who are you to dare come here, seeking death? What am I? I am here to kill you. Such bravado from a mere child. Lu Mingyi, unwilling to engage in further discourse, activated his insightful eye, targeting the black-robed man. His cultivation level was at the half-step enlightenment, with 2 centuries of experience. A mere novice, Lu Mingyi stepped forward, drawing his sword to strike. He even worried that a single blow might end the man's life, which would render the encounter rather tedious. He sheathed his Tianyuan and, without the aid of the snowfall, replaced it with the standard longsword on his back, an adornment in his daily life. Regardless, under the ferocity of Lu Mingyi's swordplay, the black-clad figure was quickly forced to retreat, displaying little to no ability to defend himself. Realizing he was no match for Lu Mingyi, the black-robed man drew 3 yellow talismans from his bosom, pinching them between his fingers, shaping one end into a pointed tip directed at Lu Mingyi. Suddenly, the 3 large jars in the hall began to tremble. 3 heavily made-up figures emerged from the jars, extending their limbs, and under the command of the black-robed man, they encircled Lu Mingyi. Judging by their features, these jar-dwellers were already adults, evidently having been nurtured by this wicked man for many years. It was unfathomable how many innocent children had suffered at the hands of this villain to create these grotesque beings. Lu Mingyi wasted no words. These jar-dwellers had long since transformed into mere instruments of murder, deserving no pity. As he struck at the bodies of the jars with several blows, the clashes produced a metallic clang. Seeing Lu Mingyi wielding his sword without achieving success, the black-robed man, seemingly confident of his victory, began to speak nonsensically. I have long discerned that you are from Mount Shu. Lu Mingyi was not surprised by this revelation. Mount Shu, in the realm of Xianxia III, held the reins of righteousness, its influence extending over 100 miles, purging evil and cleansing the world. Knowing I am from Mount Shu, why do you not surrender? Ha! Surrender? On what grounds? Just because you are a disciple of Mount Shu? Ha! What makes you so special? We all seek the path to immortality. It is merely the means that differ. What gives you the right to consider yourself superior? Today, I shall slay this disciple of Mount Shu and show everyone that your esteemed sect is not as remarkable as you believe. Upon finishing his words, the black-robed man formed a seal with his hands and threw 3 pieces of paper towards the jar-dwellers. The individuals from the urn seized the paper and stuffed it into their mouths, bouncing around like inflated balls, disrupting Lu Mingyi's rhythm of attack. After a flurry of strikes, the 3 figures paused, producing small, knife-shaped pieces of paper from their mouths. As they grasped these tiny sheets and pulled them apart, they visibly expanded, ultimately transforming into paper knives. One of them swung the knife against a nearby stone wall, which was instantly cleaved open with a deep gash. How remarkably sharp! Such unorthodox methods should not be underestimated. Lu Mingyi retreated, sheathing his long sword, and summoned the cold energy within him. With deft movements of his hands, he unleashed several strikes of the 6 meridian sword. With a series of thuds, the 3 figures from the urn shattered, meeting their demise. The black-clad Taoist, a seasoned veteran, upon witnessing their downfall, hastily made his escape towards the cave's entrance. Lu Mingyi muttered a curse under his breath, feeling his excitement dampened. Seizing the moment, he launched a strike of the Xiaoxia sword, which struck the back of the Taoist's head with a dull thud, resulting in his immediate decapitation. The commotion from their battle was considerable. The bandits, witnessing the prowess of their formidable leader being slain, fell to their knees, begging for mercy. These miscreants, guilty of countless atrocities, deserved nothing less than to be torn asunder and ground to dust. Yet, they remained mere mortals. And Lu Mingyi found himself unable to overstep the bounds of justice alone. With so many children captured outside, he realized he could not manage the situation single-handedly. Thus, he summoned the bandits to assist him in shattering the urns one by one. There were a total of 26 children, each afflicted with varying degrees of skin rot. Lu Mingyi had no medicinal supplies and lacked medical knowledge, but he recalled a fragment of biological knowledge from his previous life, that low temperatures could inhibit microbial growth. Consequently, he retrieved several bunches of ice grapes from his spatial realm, distributing a few to each child, hoping to stabilize their conditions. To his astonishment, upon feeding the first child the ice grapes, the rotten skin immediately began to scab over. Within moments, the scabs receded, revealing smooth, new skin beneath. This miraculous scene unfolded before the eyes of the bandits, who were left in awe, kneeling and exclaiming, "Grandfather Immortal! Grandfather Immortal!" However, Lu Mingyi paid them no heed. His interest lay solely in the effects exhibited by the ice grapes. He checked the system. Ice grapes, a wondrous fruit that enhances one's power upon consumption. The description remained unchanged. In truth, Lu Mingyi overlooked one crucial detail regarding the ice grapes. In essence, it is a conglomeration of abundant concentrated spiritual energy and frigid air. These children, mere mortals, find themselves in a world brimming with spiritual essence. Yet, their bodies, akin to a sieve, are incapable of retaining this energy. By administering the ice grapes directly to them, it is akin to cleansing their bodies with a substantial influx of spiritual energy, serving as a weakened version of a profound transformation. The healing of their decayed skin is merely a secondary benefit. Consequently, these children are fortunate to have gained from misfortune. Henceforth, whether they pursue martial arts or spiritual cultivation, they will possess certain advantages over their peers. Even if they choose not to engage in such practices, they will undoubtedly enjoy robust health and be free from calamities. After a round of ice grapes were administered, the children regained their vitality. Mingyi summoned a band of outlaws, commanding them to escort the children back. Perhaps due to the formidable reputation of Mingyi, the bandits complied with trepidation, diligently ensuring the task was accomplished. Mingyi awaited their return at the mountain stronghold. Upon their arrival, the outlaws were directed to a valley's edge. With a gesture directed at a small mountain peak, Mingyi wielded the Tianyuan Sword, cleaving the peak with a single stroke. The mountain summit was thus neatly severed, crashing down with a thunderous roar, shaking the ground and sending dust soaring into the sky, reminiscent of an earthquake. The outlaws, witnessing such a stunning spectacle, were rendered paralyzed with fear. Mingyi pointed towards the black wind stronghold atop the cliff, warning them to forsake their life of banditry, should they persist in their malevolence. This mountain would be their fate. With that, he soared away on his sword. Chapter 19. The Return of the Mountain Demon. A terrifying mountain spirit emerges. Mingyi's previous strike was indeed magnificent. Alas, such grandeur comes at a cost. Shortly after soaring from Changchun Mountain, he found himself fatigued and had to descend abruptly. The small mountain peak he had just cleaved measured approximately 100 meters in diameter. The sheer power of his strike astounded even Mingyi himself. The might of the divine sword was truly unparalleled. However, this attack had nearly depleted his internal energy. Such a display could only be employed as a last resort, akin to a sorcerer casting a forbidden spell. When Mingyi arrived, he had been flying eastward. Now, he was meant to head west. Yet, in a moment of bravado, he had inadvertently veered off course, now flying southward for about 5 kilometers. He hastily descended, landing on a sprawling expanse of grassland. The Tianyuan sword returned to rest within his consciousness, nestled upon his forehead. The pale blue rune flickered and vanished. Mingyi, kneeling on the ground, began to regulate his breathing and restore his energy. At that moment, sounds of rustling and heavy footsteps from large creatures echoed through the surrounding woods. Mingyi rose, adopting a defensive stance. Suddenly, a green figure shot out from the trees like a cannonball, catching Mingyi off guard and sending him sprawling onto the ground. More rustling noises followed, and soon he found himself encircled by a horde of green-skinned monsters. These creatures, massive in stature, possessed crimson eyes, formidable claws, and sharp fangs, adorned with brown goat-like horns atop their heads. They were the mountain demons, beings that straddle the line between monster and spirit, born from the essence of the mountains, infused with the dampness of the earth and the brilliance of the sun and moon. While most exhibited a lamentable level of intelligence, some among them were notably cunning. The mountain demons roared ferociously around Mingyi, their cacophony deafening, as drool oozed from their mouths, emitting a foul stench that nearly made him retch. Struggling against his nausea, Mingyi sprang to his feet, executing a series of swift steps to evade the encirclement. However, a shadow darted from behind the demons, delivering a brutal kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Mingyi, repeatedly knocked down, felt a surge of anger mingled with helplessness. His energy depleted, he was incapable of mounting a counterattack. He lifted his gaze towards the figure that had assaulted him while quietly channeling his energy to hasten his recovery. The figure, barely a meter tall, was shrouded in a voluminous black robe, beneath which a peculiar mask adorned with gray circles became visible. Suddenly, a sinister voice emanated from beneath the mask. "TSK, TSK, little Taoist from Mount Shu, you truly surprise me. I have followed you all this way, initially believing that with your strength, I would never have an opportunity for vengeance. Yet, who would have thought you would bring about your own demise? Do not blame others when you descend to the underworld. Follow me all this way. Since I left Changchun Mountain, it has been you following me." Mingyi retorted. "Indeed, it is I," the masked figure confirmed, prompting a moment of silence from Mingyi. He recalled having slain a mountain demon in Yagu village. Could it be that this figure sought revenge for that? He regarded the diminutive figure before him with an odd expression, and the robed figure, keenly sensing the disdain in his gaze, felt a sudden sting of humiliation. Before him, he abruptly tore away the dark robe enveloping his form and removed the mask concealing his visage. An elderly and frail mountain demon came into view. This creature, remarkably aged and emaciated, bore hair that had become disheveled and tinged with gray. Its diminutive stature rendered it almost unrecognizable as a mountain demon, yet undeniably, it was indeed a genuine mountain demon. The region of Chaotu Mountain had never echoed with tales of missing women. How could there be two such creatures? Lu Mingyi was engulfed in perplexity. However, the gravity of the situation compelled him to devise a means to navigate through this predicament. Gazing at the drooling, green-skinned monstrosities before him, a sudden thought sparked in Lu Mingyi's mind. He rose to his feet, feigning a casual approach towards the old mountain demon. The ancient being looked on in bewilderment as Lu Mingyi advanced. Step by step, he drew closer, and then, without warning, he produced a large bunch of ice grapes from his cloak, hurling them into the throng of mountain demons. In the midst of his throw, he deliberately crushed a portion of the ice grapes, releasing a surge of ethereal energy. The mountain demons, akin to ravenous dogs catching sight of meat, descended into chaos over the scattered treats. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Mingyi deftly slipped out from the encirclement, sprinting northward. The old mountain demon, witnessing this, erupted in furious cries. Yet it refrained from immediate pursuit. Instead, it retrieved a dark green orb from within its robe and infused it with a measure of its arcane power. The orb emitted a beam of obsidian light, which it directed towards the mountain demons. One by one, they transformed into a swirling green mist and were drawn into the orb. Once the last of the mountain demons had been ensnared, the ancient being set off in pursuit of Lu Mingyi. Yet, the audacious and astute Lu Mingyi had not fled far. He concealed himself behind a large stone not far off. He had observed the entire spectacle of the mountain demon capturing its kin, recognizing the orb as a remarkable artifact. Gathering his internal energy, Lu Mingyi sensed that approximately 20% of his spiritual essence had been restored. Activating his insightful eye, he targeted the mountain demon. Realm Mun. Cultivation. 500 years. Item. Mountain demon orb. One extraordinary anomaly. The force with which it had previously struck him was no trifling matter. With 500 years of cultivation, it stood on par with him. Engaging now would yield uncertain odds. As he watched the old mountain demon chase northward, Lu Mingyi gestured to draw forth a portion of its essence. Previously, I could not grasp your essence or pinpoint your location. Now, we shall see how you evade me. Lu Mingyi retrieved some ice grapes and consumed them, replenishing his spiritual power. With the aid of the ice grapes, within a mere quarter of an hour, Lu Mingyi had restored his former glory. He took out the clear cave mirror and pinpointed his location, north. The Tianyuan sword soared forth. Pursue. In less than 3 breaths, Lu Mingyi spotted the old mountain demon, accompanied by over 20 mountain spirits, advancing northward. Were you searching for, mountain demon? Lu Mingyi taunted, standing gracefully atop the sword. Upon hearing his voice, the old mountain demon looked up to see Lu Mingyi, ethereal and resplendent, standing on the Tianyuan sword, entirely devoid of any trace of despondency. Instantly, the old mountain demon was struck with terror, feeling his heart race in fright. He drew the mountain spirit orb and commanded the spirits to charge at Lu Mingyi. With a swift flick of his sword, Lu Mingyi elevated the Tianyuan sword, intercepting the onslaught. The mountain spirits grasped at nothing but air, plummeting down like a pile of meat, akin to a stacked pyramid. Meanwhile, the old mountain demon had already fled a considerable distance. Lu Mingyi made no effort to pursue. Instead, he stood atop the Tianyuan sword, retrieving the snowfall from his storage jade pendant and giving it a gentle shake. A beam of cold light shot forth. Not far away, a thud resounded as a demon leader fell. The flying sword struck true, achieving victory from afar. With the demise of the old mountain demon, the mountain spirits, bereft of their leader's influence, stood bewildered, unsure of their next move. Lu Mingyi approached and noticed the mountain spirit orb, lying quietly in the old mountain demon's hand. He picked it up, wiped the dirt off its surface, infused it with a surge of spiritual energy, and drew the mountain spirits inside. After another infusion of energy, he released them. Lu Mingyi played with the orb for a while, but found it lacking in intrigue, casually tossing it into his storage jade pendant. Chapter 20. Lu Mingyi roamed the streets of Yuzhou City, unexpectedly encountering the youth, Jing Tian. This time, he had descended the mountain alone, and the journey had been remarkably smooth. Moreover, he had fortuitously acquired a mountain spirit orb. As a legitimate disciple of the righteous path, he felt hesitant to utilize such an item. Nevertheless, possessing it was better than not, for who could say it might not be of use someday? Having completed his task, Lu Mingyi was in high spirits, reminiscent of the exhilaration described in the saying, "A spring breeze quickens the horse's pace." One day, gazing at the blossoms of Chang'an, with a surge of enthusiasm, he decided to indulge in some leisure. Lu Mingyi ascended his sword and headed to Yuzhou City, where he found a shop and purchased several sets of clothing. After changing out of his Taoist robe and adorning himself, he held a paper fan inscribed with delicate characters, a craft of Lu Mingyi's leisure time. Dressed in exquisite white garments, with silk socks and cloud boots, and adorned with a fragrant pouch and jade pendant at his waist, he truly was a young master without equal. His handsome visage turned heads as he strolled down the street, with numerous young ladies out shopping casting furtive glances at him. Lu Mingyi, having lived 2 lives feeling a wave of embarrassment, Lu Mingyi quickly found his attention drawn to the bustling marketplace around him. During his last visit to Yuzhou City with Su Changqing, he hardly had the opportunity to enjoy himself. They had merely completed their tasks before departing. Now, as he wandered through the streets, he was struck by a wealth of new experiences. To his astonishment, he noticed numerous donkey carts lining the streets, with people forming small groups to rent them, reminiscent of modern-day ride-sharing services. Additionally, there were many individuals resembling porters, hurrying about with food containers. Upon inquiring, he learned that they were delivering orders placed by various households. Lu Mingyi was taken aback. Was this really the Tang dynasty? The concept of food delivery seemed incredibly fashionable. Indeed, it's true that during the Tang dynasty, services akin to modern ride-hailing and takeaway had already begun to emerge, making such conveniences commonplace among affluent families. As he continued to stroll, he spotted a small stall selling sour plum soup. The hot weather made the sweet and tangy aroma wafting through the air irresistible, and Lu Mingyi felt his mouth water. He approached the stall, requesting a bowl of sour plum soup. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." In no time, a steaming bowl of soup was placed before him, delightfully chilled. For Lu Mingyi, ice in summer was hardly a rarity. The magical arts of Shushan could easily conjure it. Moreover, with the presence of Tianyuan's chilling aura, ice was always at his disposal. Yet, to find an ancient stall serving ice sour plum soup on such a hot day was truly astonishing. After engaging in a brief conversation with the vendor, Lu Mingyi learned that during summer, people would dig deep cellars into the earth and store ice there, harvested in winter. By the time summer arrived, they had a plentiful supply of ice. Many affluent households even maintained their own ice cellars. The vendor also shared an alternative method of storing ice by placing frozen blocks into deep wells. Lu Mingyi listened in amazement. The sour plum soup was further enhanced with rock sugar and honey, yielding a delightful flavor that rivaled even the best offerings of later times. He savored each spoonful of the soup when suddenly, his attention was captured by 2 figures, a stout one and a slender one, engaged in conversation. "Mao Mao, do you still crave chicken bottoms?" "Of course, I want to eat, boss." "Why not hurry up, Jing Tian?" Mao Mao. Although his face appeared much more youthful than in the television series, Lu Mingyi recognized him at once. Observing Jing Tian's carefree and irreverent demeanor, a smile involuntarily spread across Lu Mingyi's face. Such a Jing Tian, who could resist his charm? Striding confidently, Lu Mingyi found himself reminiscing about a familiar tune as he watched Jing Tian and Mao Mao approach gradually. Rising to his feet, he brandished his fan, calling out, "My friend, please take your time." Jing Tian, momentarily obstructed, took a closer look at the person before him. Dressed impeccably, he was unmistakably a man of wealth. Unfamiliar with him, Jing Tian pondered, what business could this affluent stranger have with him? Suppressing his curiosity, he inquired, "Brother, may I ask what you need?" Lu Mingyi clasped his fists in salute. Observing this, Jing Tian feigned sophistication, mimicking Lu Mingyi's gesture awkwardly, while Mao Mao followed suit, echoing Jing Tian's movements. This esteemed brother is none other than the renowned antique expert of Yong'an, Jing Tian, my fellow brother. Upon hearing Lu Mingyi refer to him as an antique expert, Jing Tian felt a surge of pride. With hands on his hips and chest puffed out, he raised his chin high. "Indeed, it is I. What do you seek from me?" he replied, winking at Mao Mao as he spoke to Lu Mingyi. "See, I told you my reputation precedes me. You didn't believe me. But look, even strangers recognize me on the streets." Mao Mao gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're amazing, boss." Seeing the affectionate exchange between the two, Lu Mingyi chuckled and shook his head. "Brother Jing, please have a seat, and you too, young brother." He invited Jing Tian and Mao Mao to sit down and ordered 2 bowls of sour plum soup for them. Having grown up without parental care, their lives have been quite meager. Although this chilled sour plum soup was not expensive, they rarely indulged in such treats. With 2 bowls placed before them, the boys eagerly drank, disregarding all decorum. The soup still contained remnants of ice, and upon biting into a piece, they winced in surprise. They swiftly finished their servings, and noticing their lingering desire for more, Lu Mingyi promptly offered them 2 additional bowls. Soon, they were slurping down the soup once more. After finishing, Jing Tian looked at Lu Mingyi with a hint of embarrassment, while Mao Mao diligently licked the last remnants from his bowl. "My brother, we are strangers, yet you treat us to sour plum soup. Is there something we can assist you with? Please feel free to speak up." In Yuzhou City, there is nothing that the esteemed hero, Jing Tian, cannot handle, Jing Tian declared, confidently patting his chest. Observing the burping Mao Mao, Jing Tian added, "Of course. We also have Mao Mao." Lu Mingyi nodded in agreement. "I have been unwell since childhood, and my elders have been quite strict with me, leaving me little opportunity to venture out. Thus, I am unfamiliar with places where one can truly enjoy oneself. Today, I fortuitously encountered Brother Jing, who is 2 years my senior. I wonder if Brother Jing would have the time to take me around." Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's admission of never having truly played, Jing Tian exchanged glances with Mao Mao. "You see, even those with wealth do not always lead blissful lives." "Indeed, the boss speaks wisely," Mao Mao replied, nodding. "Well then, it so happens that Mao Mao and I are free today. Let's take you on a little tour." After paying for the sour plum juice, Lu Mingyi followed Jing Tian and Mao Mao as they roamed the streets of Yuzhou City. It must be said that Jing Tian and Mao Mao, having grown up in Yuzhou, were well acquainted with every corner of the city. Thus, Lu Mingyi spent an entire day exploring Yuzhou City. The trio, of similar ages and devoid of any pretensions, quickly became friends. As they prepared to part, Lu Mingyi, knowing that Jing Tian and Mao Mao enjoyed chicken, thoughtfully purchased 3 roasted chickens as gifts for them. "Brother Jing, Brother Mao Shan, please wait. The day is drawing to a close. You should return and rest. I shall take my leave now." "Yes, yes, of course. Mingyi, travel safely," Mao Shan replied. Jing Tian, with a semblance of decorum, bowed slightly. "Yes, yes, Brother Lu. Travel safely." Chapter 21. Sign in. The Enchanting Tablecloth. After bidding farewell to Jing Tian and Mao Mao, Lu Mingyi sought a tavern to rest. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Befriending Jing Tian. Sign in available. Would you like to sign in? One must indeed say, what a protagonist's privilege. Merely befriending someone has triggered an achievement. How remarkable. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the Enchanting Tablecloth. Enchanting Tablecloth. An unassuming cloth that, upon uttering the words, "Little tablecloth, please serve the dishes," will obediently present a feast. The cloth will arrange bowls and chopsticks, laying out an array of delectable dishes, boiled, roasted, steamed, stir-fried, and marinated. It will even thoughtfully provide brewed tea and large cups of fine wine. Ah, the Enchanting Tablecloth. Truly a delightful treasure. With it, I need not worry about hunger, whether embarking on a mission or indulging in leisure, and I can enjoy exquisite meals. Lu Mingyi retrieved the tablecloth from the system and placed it on the ground. The small dining cloth quickly summoned the dishes, and then a wondrous scene unfolded. Plates of steaming delicacies leaped from the cloth as if they had sprouted legs. There were beggar's chicken, donkey meat sausages, white-cut chicken, spicy fish heads, 3 shrimp noodles, and beef offal soup. This modest cloth was soon brimming with delectable offerings. Despite having indulged in a hearty meal earlier with Jing Tian and the others, Lu Mingyi could not resist the temptation of these exquisite dishes. He began to feast with great delight, and soon, the lavish spread was entirely consumed. Lu Mingyi expressed his contentment. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he decided to take a rest. The following day, Lu Mingyi went shopping in Yuzhou City. Understanding the difficulty of descending the mountain, he intended to procure gifts for his esteemed mentors and fellow disciples. He planned to return to Shushan. For the 5 elders, he purchased a share of pre-rain Longjing tea for each. For Su Changxing, he chose a finely crafted flute made from Xianxia bamboo, knowing his proficiency in playing the instrument would make this gift cherished. For Changyin, he acquired several sheets of Weihua Xian paper, a measurement unit where 1 sheet equals 100 pages, along with a meticulously crafted inkstone made from Qingming stone, renowned for its exquisite texture and outstanding ink release. For Shouzhong, Shorin, and Shuyi, he gathered an assortment of items: fans, a chisel knife suitable for woodworking and carving, and several elegant daggers. After placing everything into his storage jade pendant, Lu Mingyi set off with renewed vigor toward Shushan. The journey was adorned with the rolling clouds and vibrant landscapes, leaving one in awe. There, a herd of water buffalo gathered around a large puddle to drink. And there, 2 clouded leopards appeared. Ah, the clouded leopard, an extraordinary creature, snow-white in hue, swift as the wind, capable of traversing water and air. This would make for an excellent steed. Lu Mingyi paused in his return. Descending gracefully from the sky to land near the puddle, he approached cautiously, yet the keen senses of the clouded leopard detected his presence. The larger leopard fixed its sharp gaze upon Lu Mingyi, emitting a deep, throaty growl characteristic of feline beasts. Such a rare and magnificent creature is a treasure to behold. Ignoring the warning of the clouded leopard, Lu Mingyi continued to draw near. As he approached, the larger leopard let out a roar, swiftly retreating with its cubs, disappearing into the distance with remarkable speed. The eyes could scarcely keep pace. Lu Mingyi hastily pursued. Yet, as he chased, the distance grew ever larger. With no choice left, Lu Mingyi took to the skies on his sword. Indeed, the flying sword was swift. In a mere quarter of an hour, he was nearly upon them. Suddenly, a great net was hurled from the shadows, ensnaring both cloud leopards. Immediately, Lu Mingyi beheld over 20 individuals clad in tight black robes emerging from the thicket. He sheathed his flying sword and approached them. "Who are you?" "These 2 cloud leopards have been my quarry all along. Is this not rather inappropriate?" Upon hearing this, a leading figure among the group raised his head. A disciple of Mount Shu. Indeed. These are the prey of our great whale gang. You from Mount Shu should not disrupt the established order. The Great Whale Gang, a prominent sect in the martial world, thrived through shipping trade and often served the imperial court, amassing considerable wealth. The established order dictated that sects such as Mount Shu, Laozhan, Maoshan, Qingyun, and the various temples of Shumi, including both large and small, should refrain from engaging in martial affairs, lest they provoke an embarrassing situation akin to using cannon to swat a fly. Order? Naturally, I shall adhere to the order. However, this matter today cannot be so easily restrained or clarified by mere words of order. I have expended great effort in pursuit. How can I simply cease now? Very well. Then let us see the true measure of your skills. The man bellowed. Lu Mingyi, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. He had encountered many who sought their own demise, yet never had he seen such audacity. Did this group genuinely believe that order could govern their actions? It must be remembered that the rules were established by cultivators themselves. Those who set the rules abide by them to ensure they serve their interests better, rather than become subservient to them. Yet, ultimately, they were mere mortals. If one became overly fixated on such matters, they would lose their grace. The 2 cloud leopards, however, could not be allowed to slip away. Whether as mounts or guardians of the mountain, they were a commendable choice. Most importantly, it would be a disgrace for a cultivator to be driven back by a group of martial artists and have his prey snatched away. Should word of this spread, it would not only tarnish his own reputation, but also that of Mount Shu. However, should he take action, subsequent issues would arise. Just as Lu Mingyi wrestled with his dilemma, a golden rope flew from the distance, yanking the 2 cloud leopards away. Looking ahead, he saw 2 bald monks with fair skin and red lips striding towards him. Amit Ba, this humble monk Yin Nung, accompanied by my junior brother Yin Shi, greets you. Esteemed patrons, upon witnessing their captured prey being taken, the leader of the black-clad men leaped forth to confront them. Monk, what do you mean by this? Amitabha, estime du patron. Please do not be angry. What you may not know is that in days of yore, the Bodhisattva of great power expounded the teachings in the shadows of Mount Hung. In the realm where law defines names and names reveal paths, a white-haired creature knelt in reverence, indeed a clouded leopard of legend. Yet, such tales are mere fabrications, unworthy of belief. Even if true, what concern is it of these 2 leopards? Step aside swiftly. The Buddha. Observing the prolonged exchanges between both parties, which left him neglected, Lu Mingyi could not restrain himself from interjecting. The visitor is none other than Brother Inung from the Little Shumi Temple. Upon hearing his origins recognized at a glance, the monk looked up, somewhat astonished. Chapter 22. The lotus blooms for 3 years without a pair, riding the snow cloud leopard, all returned to Shu. Before them stood Lu Mingyi, clad in a simple white robe, a 3-foot sword slung over his shoulder, and his hair styled in flowing clouds, exemplifying the classic attire of Shushan. Ba, it appears to be a brother from Shushan. Have you come through this place on urgent business? Is there any task that this humble monk might assist you with? Ha! You bald-headed monk. How utterly hypocritical. Brother Enung has misunderstood. I did not merely pass through here. I have been here for quite some time. The 2 clouded leopards in your possession, if one were to account precisely, ought to belong to Shushan. Oh, what do you mean by that? Despite Lu Mingyi knowing full well that this bald monk was feigning ignorance to vex him, he dutifully offered an explanation. After all, Shushan has held a prominent position in the cultivation world for many years. It is only natural for other factions to harbor discontent. Furthermore, as the vanguard of the cultivation realm, Shushan must exemplify virtue, establish a commendable image, and maintain a good reputation. After Lu Mingyi elucidated his stance, Brother Enung, unhurried, remarked, I believe, dear brother, that what you say holds truth. However, the snow cloud leopard, revered in the Buddhist tradition, is a guardian beast of our monastery and cannot be so easily relinquished to you. Oh, then what do you propose, brother? Ba, it necessitates a contest. Only then shall we both be satisfied and provide our respective sects with a proper account. Very well. Thus, the 2 ascended into the air. Brother Enung was the first to strike, unleashing a palm the size of a grinding disc. It surged toward Lu Mingyi. Lu Mingyi, gracefully drawing his sword, unleashed a brilliant arc of sword light that cleaved through the palm strike, causing both to vanish in the air. Seeing Lu Mingyi effortlessly counter his attack, Enung nodded in acknowledgement. This young Taoist possesses commendable strength. Lu Mingyi, with a somewhat relaxed demeanor, regarded Enung. I have insight. Target, Enung. Realm, seeing nature, entering the path. The Buddhist 4 realms are discerning sound, seeing nature, enlightening the heart, and attaining fruit. Discerning sound, discern the 6 desires. Consume a vegetarian diet and recite scriptures, suppressing one's desires, chanting, and eating vegetarian. Seeing nature, witness the nature of the Shenlong. Understanding the myriad facets of humanity, departing the temple to teach, recognizing the complexities of human nature. Enlightening the heart, clarity of heart like water. Flowing with sound, contemplating and seeking the voice of one's own heart, ultimately exploring the true path that one genuinely acknowledges. Attaining fruit, attaining boundless fruit, reaching the Western paradise. Attaining the ultimate truth, becoming a Buddha and an ancestor, essentially signifies discovering one's own path, thereby establishing a sect in the higher realms. This corresponds to the Taoist realms of inquiry, entry, pursuit, and attainment. Cultivation, 500 years. The level of cultivation is indeed comparable to my own. As for the realm, the odds for Enung do not appear promising. The sword immortal has always commanded the highest defensive power. Lu Mingyi brandished his sword, unleashing a strike that swept across 1,000 troops. The sword light surged forth. Enung, with both palms shimmering with golden light, forcibly intercepted the sword's brilliance. Pivoting, he launched a powerful punch, 2 massive golden fists aimed directly at Lu Mingyi. With a delicate touch of his sword's tip, Lu Mingyi effortlessly deflected the attack. Enung pressed forward, targeting Lu Mingyi's face directly. Lu Mingyi, with a mere thought, controlled the sword to spin forth. Enung hurled a strand of Buddhist beads, ensnaring the flying sword. Forming a flower-picking gesture, he struck towards Lu Mingyi. Lu Mingyi glanced askance and casually countered with a palm strike. Thud thud, Enung staggered back 2 steps. Defeated, the 2 retrieved their magical artifacts. Enung spoke, Dao brother, your swordsmanship is exceptional. This monk concedes. The group of black-clad men had scuttled away in fright the moment Lu Mingyi and Enung clashed. Lu Mingyi graciously replied, Senior brother, I am honored. Enung joined his palms in reverence, uttering Ba. Thus, Lu Mingyi returned to Mount Shu, cradling 2 cloud leopards. Mount Shu, training grounds. Second senior brother, you have returned. Oh, where are those 2 creatures you're holding? Leopards, these are 2 leopards, but why are they white? As soon as Lu Mingyi arrived at Mount Shu, he was surrounded by his junior brothers. Fortunately, Su Changqing appeared promptly. Lu Mingyi distributed various gifts to his fellow disciples and entrusted the cloud leopards to Su Changqing before hastening to the Outer Affairs Hall to report his mission to Elder Yuxian. Upon entering the hall, he found that aside from the sect leader and the elder of the Yuan Shan, the other 3 elders were present. Greetings, esteemed uncles. Oh, Mingyi is back, Elder Yuxian remarked. Yes, uncle. I am here to report my mission. He presented 2 wooden tokens along with a mission summary he had prepared in advance to Elder Yuxian. After reviewing the documents, Elder Yuxian handed the mission summary to the other 2 elders. Well done, well done. I did not expect you, at such a tender age, to be so thorough in your dealings. Lu Mingyi bashfully scratched the back of his head. Seizing the opportunity, he produced 3 portions of pre-rain Longjing tea and placed them before the 3 elders. Esteemed uncles, this is my first descent from the mountain, and I specifically brought some gifts for you. Please do not find them lacking. Elder Jingming opened a share of Longjing, took some leaves, and savored them. The flavor was fragrant and rich, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Observing Elder Jingming's contented expression, Elder Yuxian and Elder Yang quickly put away their own Longjing. Otherwise, one might fear that some unscrupulous individual would seize everything. Lu Mingyi departed from the Foreign Affairs Hall and made his way to both the Wujij and the Criminal Law Hall, delivering Longjing tea to Taoist Qingwei and Elder Yuanshan. The 2 elders were exceedingly pleased. As a junior, it is only fitting to show filial piety towards one's elders. Witnessing their joy upon receiving his gifts filled Lu Mingyi with happiness as well. He located Su Changqing and returned to the Ice Valley accompanied by 2 cloud leopards. Upon his arrival, the Tianyuan sword naturally soared back to the sword concealment platform. Lu Mingyi carried the small cloud leopard back to the stone cottage and prepared some food for it. The larger cloud leopard displayed considerable resistance towards Lu Mingyi. Gently stroking its head, he spoke, "Cloud leopard, it was my folly to bring you here without consent. However, Mount Shu is far safer than your previous home. Rest assured and make your life here." The larger cloud leopard let out a low growl. Though still reluctant, its demeanor softened significantly. Noticing its aversion to confinement, Lu Mingyi decided to release it into the expansive forests on the back mountains of Mount Shu. This area was vast and rarely trodden, which he believed would be an excellent refuge for the larger cloud leopard. Furthermore, since both locations were within Mount Shu, the larger cloud leopard could visit the smaller one whenever it yearned for companionship. After bidding farewell to the larger cloud leopard, the smaller one appeared quite despondent, refusing to eat a single morsel. Lu Mingyi had no choice but to accommodate its feelings. Venturing into the Ice Valley, he noted that in the absence of Half Moon, the purple bamboo grove seemed to have flourished even more. Ice grapes, glistening like jewels, hung from one corner of the valley. On the ice grapevines, ice silkworms, their bellies swollen, crawled about, their bodies becoming increasingly transparent, indicating they were about to spin silk. Lu Mingyi chose not to interfere, allowing them to find their own suitable places. As he meticulously observed the condition of the ice silkworms, he suddenly felt something brushing against his calf. Lowering his gaze, he was delighted to find it was the ice egg. After a fortnight's absence, it had grown significantly more affectionate towards him. Lu Mingyi crouched down and stroked the fluffy back of the ice egg, savoring the delightful sensation. Chapter 23. The Ice Egg Returns. Mingyi studies medicine. After a while of petting the ice egg, Lu Mingyi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He thought to himself, I must treat this little fellow well. He produced a small dining cloth. Little dining cloth, summoned the dishes. A fragrant, plump chicken leg was soon presented. It seemed the little cloth could sense one's intentions. When Lu Mingyi recited the incantation, whatever delectable thought entered his mind would materialize before him. He placed the chicken leg in front of the ice egg, which cautiously sniffed the offering before confirming it was to its liking. Only then did it lower its head to indulge in the meal. He then returned to the stone cottage. As I gazed upon the scene, I noticed the little clouded leopard, unable to restrain its curiosity, indulging in the remnants of its meal. This brought great joy to Lu Mingyi. As long as it was eating, the little creature was, in essence, being cared for. He gently stroked the leopard's neck, pondering a name for it. What shall I call you? You are so white and yet a leopard. How about white leopard? The creature emitted a soft sound. Oh, you seem displeased? Lu Mingyi lifted the little leopard, glancing beneath its belly. Oh, no little male parts. It seems you're a girl. In that case, I shall name Yuning Shuang. This time, the little leopard appeared quite content, offering no signs of discontent. Watching Ning Shuang eat heartily, Lu Mingyi felt reassured and decided to leave. As he descended the mountain, Lu Mingyi realized a crucial truth. He lacked medical knowledge. Previously, during his time at Black Wind Stronghold, had it not been for a fortunate mishap involving the ice grape, he would have been at a loss regarding how to treat the children's ailments. In the future, there would be many encounters with demons and monsters. and knowledge of medicine would always be essential. Thus, Lu Mingyi made his way to the Alchemy Hall, seeking Elder Jingming. The Alchemy Hall was primarily responsible for the refinement of elixirs and weapons, and medical skills were also among their specialties. When disciples of Xu Shan ventured on missions and sustained injuries, unless they were near death, the Alchemy Hall would handle their treatment. Elder Jingming handed Lu Mingyi a book titled A Brief Treatise on Medicine. This volume outlined fundamental healing techniques, primarily focusing on mundane medical practices. Take a look at this first. For more advanced celestial medical techniques, you will need to seek them out in the Scripture Pavilion. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lu Mingyi replied gratefully. Elder Jingming nodded and turned back to his tasks. Lu Mingyi then found a quiet corner within the Alchemy Hall to read. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his memory had become remarkably sharp, almost photographic in nature. He swiftly completed a brief treatise on medicine, which covered the properties and mechanisms of over 100 common medicinal herbs, more than 50 formulas, and acupuncture, complete with detailed diagrams of acupoints. Understanding acupoints was fundamental during the initial stages of cultivation. Learning this material now was merely a review for him. He quickly memorized the contents, though true mastery would require extensive practice. After leaving the Alchemy Hall, Lu Mingyi proceeded to the Scripture Pavilion, located in the lower left corner of the rear courtyard of the Wujij. It was conveniently situated along the path leading from Wujij to the Ice Valley. Soon, Lu Mingyi arrived at the Scripture Pavilion. As he pushed open the door, a chime resonated. A special location, the Sutra Repository, has been detected. Would you like to check in at this unique site? How many times have I visited the Sutra Repository since my youth, yet never triggered this event? The mechanism for activating special locations remains somewhat elusive to me. It seems that not only must the location be extraordinary, but the timing must also be exceptional. It's akin to winning a lottery, utterly devoid of control, leaving one quite perplexed. I shall check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Medical Compendium. The Medical Compendium is a wondrous medical encyclopedia, encompassing the vast majority of medical knowledge from antiquity to the present. It covers topics such as reattachment of severed limbs, restoration of vitality, expulsion of bizarre toxins, identification and cultivation of medicinal herbs, and even some inexplicable medical techniques, such as the miraculous conception, allowing one to become pregnant seemingly out of thin air. Oh, how astonishing this system is. It anticipates human needs with remarkable precision. With this medical compendium in hand, I feel empowered to master the art of medicine. Upon opening the compendium, I was overwhelmed by the vast expanse of the medical realm that unfolded before me. There are miraculous plants that can extract ailments. For instance, should one have a tumor, planting the seeds of these plants would eliminate the need for surgery. These extraordinary plants would absorb the tumor as nourishment, and once the affliction is eradicated, one could simply uproot the plants as if weeding a garden. Moreover, there exists a nearly imperceptible minuscule insect that can be employed to expel toxins and invigorate the bloodstream. The method of use entails placing the insect within a person's body. Due to its diminutive size, the individual would feel nothing upon insertion. Prior to this, one would employ a spell to instruct the insect on what to consume. The compendium even includes methods that cannot strictly be classified as medicine, but rather as unorthodox practices, transferring the physical form of other extraordinary flora and fauna onto oneself to acquire their abilities. It is reminiscent of the creature creation methods depicted in films, albeit the techniques recorded in this tome are far superior, preserving the host's consciousness. There are many other remarkable healing methods, but I shall refrain from enumerating them all here. Beyond medical practices, the most extensive sections of the compendium detail the cultivation of medicinal herbs and how to discern their properties. As I perused the compendium, I suddenly stumbled upon something extraordinary. Willow, bamboo shoots, gray herb, magnolia, five-needle pine, maple resin, quality sweat, ferula. These are all medicinal herbs of great value. Except for quality sweat, which is artificially processed, I possess seeds from many of these herbs, acquired through my daily check-ins. Could it be that this mischievous system had ulterior motives? As Lu Mingyi gazed upon the contents recorded within the book, a fervent passion for farming ignited within him. Mount Shu possessed its own medicinal fields. However, at this time of year, the fields were already sown with herbs. Surely, he could not uproot those plants to cultivate his own. Yet, such concerns could not deter Lu Mingyi. With a mischievous grin, he whistled to summon the four little white creatures, instructing them to call Su Changqing and the others. Before long, Su Changqing and his companions arrived. Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's intention to establish a medicinal field near the icy valley at the back of the mountain, the brothers immediately donned expressions of dismay, Su Changchun included. They knew well that this endeavor would not be easy, and they had only accepted his gift to avoid appearing ungrateful. It seemed he intended to exploit their efforts like beasts of burden. Just then, Shorin, standing nearby, cautiously suggested, "Second senior brother, why don't we enlist the help of the servant disciples? Aren't they responsible for such tasks?" Upon hearing Shorin's words, Lu Mingyi was struck with realization. Having resided in the icy valley for so long, despite his daily ascents for cultivation, he had still lacked a comprehensive understanding of life at Mount Shu. A faint blush crept across his cheeks, but he could not show weakness before his younger brothers. Embarrassed, Lu Mingyi replied, "Is that truly an option? I had no idea. Shorin, please go and find some." Without hesitation, Shorin set off. As he departed, Su Changchun approached with a bemused expression. "You genuinely did not consider asking the servant disciples for assistance?" Lu Mingyi, his face still flushed, nodded in affirmation. With this confirmation, Su Changchun and the others felt rather foolish for not having reminded him sooner. "Ah, had I known, I would have advised you earlier." "What is it?" Lu Mingyi questioned. Sighing, one of the brothers continued, "The last time you summoned us to transplant herbs, I presumed it was due to the high value of the plants, fearing the servant disciples would mishandle them. I never imagined you were unaware. Let us not dwell on that." Lu Mingyi interjected, feeling somewhat sheepish, yet knowing he must rely on his fellow disciples. Thus, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Rest assured, I won't let you all make the trip in vain. There will be plenty of work to do." He distributed a small bucket to each of his brothers. "Gulme, let's gather the ice grapes." "Wait, aren't the ice grapes meant to be left to mature for a while to enhance their quality?" one of them queried. Lu Mingyi waved his hand, beckoning everyone to follow him. As they walked, he explained to Su Changchun for this planting of medicinal herbs. "I intend to use them as fertilizer. Thus, one can harvest medicinal herbs at the swiftest pace. Recently, I have delved into the study of medicine, ensuring an ample supply of various herbs." Su Changchun nodded in agreement. Soon, the group arrived beneath the ice grape tree. Due to its unique mutation, the ice grape does not require a trellis like ordinary grapes. Its vines are notably sturdy, spreading independently. In a corner of the ice valley, its leaves glimmer with a crystalline sheen, radiating a brilliant light, resembling an exquisite work of art. The ice grapes hanging above appear as clusters of ice beads shaped like grapes, tinged with a hint of light blue. Indeed, this is their true form. They are not the result of artificial sculpting, but rather a natural growth. Upon the grapevines, numerous webs had already been spun, with circular cocoons nestled at their centers. A portion of the ice silkworms had already spun their cocoons. Harvesting the ice grapes proved remarkably easy, and within a short while, everyone's small buckets were filled to the brim. However, during the picking process, a branch of grapes was inadvertently broken by Changyin. This was an unavoidable incident. Although the ice grapes had hardened and no longer required a trellis, enhancing their aesthetic appeal, their vines had also become exceedingly fragile, akin to elongated icicles formed from melting snow that had refrozen. While the attributes of the ice grapes are exceedingly precious and their effects remarkable, rendering them rare treasures regardless of their placement, we are not lacking in such resources, are we? Moreover, with the presence of the celestial cold, the broken branches will promptly regrow, leaving no cause for concern. Just as everyone finished harvesting the ice grapes, Shorin arrived with more than a dozen auxiliary disciples. These disciples, clad in straw sandals and coarse garments, wore conical hats. Among the first few, each carried a crescent hoe, resembling half a lotus leaf, with a blade shaped like a crescent moon. The latter group consisted of 5 individuals, 2 of whom led 2 sturdy plowing oxen. Though these oxen may not possess extraordinary lineage, having been raised in the spiritually abundant realm of Shushan, they are remarkably robust. 3 others pulled along plowing equipment. As this assembly approached, they greeted Mingyi and the others. The auxiliary disciples, while capable of practicing Shushan's magical arts and sharing a common heritage, lack the true teachings and thus cannot claim seniority over Mingyi and his peers. Nonetheless, within the Taoist realm, all beings are equal, and distinctions of master and servant cannot be made. Rather, it is a matter of depth of opportunity. Hence, all refer to one another as brothers. While true disciples of the inner sect may establish a hierarchy, auxiliary disciples can only address those of true lineage as brothers. After all, in gatherings of many, some order must be maintained, otherwise chaos would ensue. Lu Mingyi led everyone to a chosen slope. This slope was bathed in sunlight on three sides, basking in ample daylight, with trees flourishing above and below, ensuring that even during the sweltering summer days, the medicinal herbs would remain unscorched. Additionally, a small spring gushed nearby, making future irrigation of the herbs particularly convenient. Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's vision, the disciples responsible for menial tasks eagerly set to work. In this endeavor, Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing soon grasped the essence of specialization. The few disciples wielding hoes took the lead, using their tools to carve out a narrow path on the slope. Standing on this path, they diligently excavated downward, swiftly uncovering a square plot of land. Subsequently, they opened up 3 additional plots on either side, continuing their descent, thus forming terraced fields. They repeated this process, and before long, over 40 plots of land began to take shape. The disciples, bearing plowing tools, equipped them onto the backs of oxen and tirelessly cultivated the prepared fields, tilling them over 10 times. This rendered the soil exceptionally loose, allowing plants to spread their roots with ease. Following this, the disciples with hoes ascended once more, following the path to the small spring to construct irrigation channels for each plot. With this, the establishment of the medicinal fields was deemed a grand success. Though each plot was modest in size, collectively they encompassed over 20 acres. Remarkably, these diligent disciples completed the task in under 2 hours, such as the prowess of Mount Shu. The farming implements wielded by the disciples were, in fact, magical artifacts inscribed with intricate arrays, uniquely energy efficient. Even the meager magical prowess of the disciples was sufficient to wield them for daily tasks. Lu Mingyi graciously presented each disciple with a small bunch of ice grapes as a token of gratitude, which delighted them immensely. The renown of Lu Mingyi's ice grapes had long spread across Mount Shu, yet such treasures were beyond their reach due to their status. Who would have imagined that by merely fulfilling their responsibilities, they would receive such a precious gift from Lu Mingyi? They each silently vowed to tend to the medicinal fields diligently, ensuring no shortcuts would be taken. Once the disciples departed, Lu Mingyi called Su Changqing and Changyin over. Together, they utilized their magical energy to transform the ice grapes into icy shavings. Changyin and Shouren hurried to the small spring, diverting its water into the irrigation channels. As the spring water flowed down the channels, Shou Zhong and Shou Yi employed their magic to lift the water into the air. Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing then cast the icy shavings into the suspended water. With all preparations complete, Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing invoked their magic, the art of transforming clouds into rain. The large mass of water in the air morphed into a dark cloud. Under the control of Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing, the rain poured down in a cascade. Before long, all the land was thoroughly irrigated. Lu Mingyi then distributed the medicinal seeds. Everyone took to the skies on their flying swords, evenly scattering the seeds into the fields. Lu Mingyi gazed at the results before him with satisfaction, a joyful smile gracing his face. The medicinal herbs cultivated in such spiritually enriched soil would undoubtedly possess exceptional quality. Chapter 25. Lord On Yuan and his son pay homage at the mountains, and Lu Mingyi offers his assistance. The flying swords cultivate the fields. How marvelous! Once everything was settled, Lu Mingyi invited everyone to the stone house. Under the long table of the stone house, several wooden stools had already been added, as the younger disciples often visited, and at times, the number of guests exceeded the seating available. The 5 of them took their seats. Lu Mingyi laid a small tablecloth neatly upon the table. The small tablecloth was soon adorned with steaming baskets of vegetarian buns. Ahem, it was not due to stinginess on Lu Mingyi's part. Serving lavish feasts of fish and meat atop Mount Shu would be impractical, and it would be unfortunate to implicate his fellow disciples in any punishment. However, the filling of these vegetarian buns was exquisite, containing delicacies such as lion's mane mushrooms and morels. We often speak of mountain treasures and ocean delicacies. With mountain treasures as the foundation, these buns were indeed a delight for all. As they prepared to bid farewell, each person left with a portion of icy grapes and 2 baskets of buns. Lu Mingyi had just utilized his insightful eye to examine Su Changqing. The insightful eye. Target, Su Changqing. Realm, Dao Realm. Cultivation, 650 years. Astonishing. In just 2 to 3 months, Su Changqing's cultivation had advanced to such a degree. His talent for cultivation was indeed formidable. Of course, the icy grapes had played a significant role in this achievement. During this descent from the mountain, Lu Mingyi had made great strides in swordsmanship, wielding his sword as effortlessly as extending a finger. However, he had not diligently practiced his cultivation, and now he found himself lagging behind Su Chongqing. Entering the training chamber, he activated the righteous qi technique and commenced the great circulation of energy. Spiritual energy gradually surged into his body, leading to a slow yet steady enhancement of his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Mingyi emerged from the training room. The system panel displayed, Host, Lu Mingyi. Identity, second disciple of Mount Shu. Realm, Dao Realm. Cultivation, 550 years. Weapon, Heavenly Abyss Divine Sword. Snowfall, Technique, Xianxia Technique. Breath Regulation, Haitu Kui Technique. Wave Gliding Steps, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Medical Arts Compendium. Skills, Insightful Eye. Items, Lanshan, Dustless Garment. Sword Storage Platform. The Enigmatic Tablecloth. Silver, 400,000 taels. Gold, 30,000 taels. Rare Night Pearls, 4 pieces. Volcanic Flame Crystals, 6 pieces. Spiritual Item, Ice Silkworm. Purple Cloud Bamboo, 13 seeds. Emerald Leaf Dand Cloud Lotus, 5 seeds. Wind Leaf Bell, Ice Grapes. Gazing upon the detailed data displayed on the panel, Lu Mingyi clearly perceived the progress he had made during this period. Upon exiting the cave, he discovered that evening had already descended, revealing a breathtaking sunset. Lu Mingyi felt an overwhelming joy in his heart as he embraced the ice egg. Ning Shuang was still indulging in slumber, and she had grown remarkably fast, now comparable in size to an adult Tibetan Mastiff, making her difficult to carry. He made his way towards the mountain peak, observing the scenery along the path. The gentle evening breeze caressed the willow branches, creating ripples of poetic beauty. This poetry seemed to resonate within Lu Mingyi's heart. The ice egg, too, appeared to relish the moment. Having climbed atop Lu Mingyi's head to gaze far and wide, suddenly the ice egg chirped excitedly. Lu Mingyi turned in the direction the ice egg was looking and noticed a group of people ascending the mountain, led by Changyin. It was evident they were headed to the Wujij. This group consisted of ordinary mortals, devoid of any cultivation. What brought such individuals to Mount Shu? Curiosity flickered in Lu Mingyi's mind. Thus, Lu Mingyi hastened ahead to the Wujij. Upon entering the hall, he found 5 elders already present. After bowing in respect, Lu Mingyi naturally positioned himself beside Taoist Qingwei. Before long, the group arrived. Leading them was a formidable middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority. Behind him stood a youth of similar age to Lu Mingyi. The others were clearly attendants and guards. Taoist Qingwei initiated the greeting, and it was then that Lu Mingyi learned the visitors were none other than Prince Tianyuan, Li De, the military governor of Xianxia. The realm of Xianxia, encompassing Yuzhou City, fell under his jurisdiction. However, despite his high status in the mundane world, he seemed insignificant in the face of a sect like Mount Shu. Yet, for reasons unknown, he received such reverence. As the conversation unfolded, Lu Mingyi discovered that Prince Tianyuan's grandfather had once been a member of Mount Shu, but had later renounced his path for the sake of the world, returning to secular life. After a round of pleasantries, they moved to the main topic. Taoist Qingwei stated that the young prince had come to the mountain with a request. "Oh, your highness, please do not hesitate to speak," he urged. "Jianhua, do not delay in greeting the Taoist." Li Jianhua, the heir of the Tianyuan Wangfu, respectfully greeted the Taoist priest. Taoist Qingwei nodded with a smile, acknowledging the greeting. The Tianyuan Wang continued, "What you may not know, Taoist, is that my son went out to enjoy the Lantern Festival, but upon his return, he fell gravely ill. We have sought numerous renowned physicians, yet all have been a loss, unable even to ascertain the cause of his ailment. Every night at the hour of the rat, he suffers excruciating abdominal pain, as if his flesh were being sliced and his heart gouged. In desperation, I have come to seek your assistance." Taoist Qingwei took hold of Jianhua's arm and began to feel his pulse. The pulse was steady, revealing no abnormalities. His health appeared robust. A surge of energy emanated from Qingwei's fingertips as he traversed the 8 meridians, explored the 6 hollow organs, and examined the 5 viscera. Suddenly, he sensed something stirring within the heart. Upon contact, Li Jianhua collapsed to the ground, his countenance pale and drenched in sweat, groaning in unbearable agony. The source of the affliction had been identified. A black insect, no larger than a sesame seed, was discovered, a Miaojianggu worm. Taoist Qingwei rose and struck Jianhua's chest with a palm, channeling his power deep into the lungs to strike at the root of the ailment. In that instant, the gu worm was obliterated, yet astonishingly, it reformed almost immediately. A conjecture began to form in Qingwei's mind, though uncertainty lingered. He struck again, yet the worm persisted. This was a love goo. As long as the emotions remained, the worm would not perish. How could this young heir of the Tianyuan Wang have incurred such a debt of love? Your Highness, I have discovered the cause of the illness, Qingwei declared. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan Wang leaped to his feet in joy. Taoist, can it be treated? Alas, Your Highness, I am powerless against this affliction. It is not a disease in the traditional sense, but rather a curse, a love goo, the most wondrous and inscrutable among the myriad of goo worms. Only by locating the one who cast the spell can we hope to find a remedy. Hearing this, the smile that had just graced Tianyuan Wang's face faded into silence. What do you suggest we do, Taoist? Qingwei waved his hand reassuringly. There is no need for concern. Those afflicted by a love goo are not in mortal peril. From my calculations, the one who cast the goo resides in Miaojiang. I shall dispatch a disciple to accompany the young prince to Miaojiang to seek out the caster and resolve this matter. Satisfied with this response, Tianyuan Wang rose to express his gratitude. Qingwei gestured for him to put it from his mind. Before Qingwei could decide whom to send, Lu Mingyi stepped forward. Master, I have long heard tales of Miaojiang's wonders and have yearned to experience them. Allow me to undertake this journey. Chapter 26. The Coldness of the Goo, Journey to Nanzhao. Taoist Qingwei regarded Lu Mingyi thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, you may proceed. Thus, he introduced in Yuan Wang. Upon learning that Lu Mingyi was a disciple of Taoist Qingwei, and Yuan Wang expressed his satisfaction, it was evident that Taoist Qingwei truly cared about this matter, as he had entrusted his own disciple to represent him. After Lu Mingyi paid his respects, he invited Li Jianhua to converse in the Ice Valley. Given that they would be spending an extended period together, it was prudent to become acquainted beforehand. As they walked a short distance, Lu Mingyi noticed that Li Jianhua was genuinely unwell. Mere minutes of walking left him breathless and drenched in sweat. Upon entering the Ice Valley, Li Jianhua was struck with astonishment. In the midst of the sweltering summer, this place was laden with snow, evoking the essence of a northern landscape. Before they could venture further, Ning Shuang, having unknowingly awakened, suddenly lunged forward, nearly toppling Lu Mingyi. The clumsy Ning Shuang startled Li Jianhua considerably. Lu Mingyi, however, refrained from commenting, understanding the nature of noble sons. Within the Ice Valley, the temperature hovered around -12 to 13 degrees Celsius. Li Jianhua trembled in the cold. Upon arriving at the stone house, the warmth enveloped them instantly. Yet, Li Jianhua remarked that although it was chilly, he felt a remarkable comfort within his chest. Hearing this, Lu Mingyi cautiously probed and discovered a parasite resting motionless upon Li Jianhua's heart, seemingly in a state of hibernation, though not entirely so. Observing this, Lu Mingyi channeled a frigid essence into Li Jianhua's body. The sudden chill caused frost to accumulate on Li Jianhua's eyebrows and hair. However, the effect was beneficial. No matter how extraordinary the parasite, it remained a mere insect, bound by the fundamental laws of life. This was indeed excellent news. If Li Jianhua could remain stable on their journey, many troubles would be averted. Li Jianhua shared in this joy, which fostered a deep bond with Lu Mingyi. Perhaps the torment from the parasite had instilled a sense of fear in the child. Feeling at ease, Li Jianhua began to explore his surroundings. He was soon captivated by the items within the room. In Lu Mingyi's bedroom hung numerous paintings and calligraphy he had crafted himself, particularly a spring snow and flower painting that had been inspired by a moment when snowflakes and apricot blossoms danced together in early spring. Li Jianhua gazed, noticing his intense focus, Lu Mingyi chose not to interrupt. Thus, Li Jianhua remained absorbed for nearly 2 hours. Afterward, he regarded Lu Mingyi with a sense of reverence, as if he were a celestial being. Lu Mingyi modestly remarked that these were merely his routine practice works, attributing his skill to familiarity. 3 days later, Lu Mingyi and Li Jianhua set off. Due to certain worldly considerations, Shushan did not intend to allow Lu Mingyi to fly with a sword. So they traveled to Nanzhao by horseback. Li Jianhua rode in a carriage, accompanied by numerous servants. Their entourage journeyed for a month and a half before finally arriving in Nanzhao. Along the way, they endured the elements, struggling to find adequate food and rest. Lu Mingyi often excused himself under the pretext of reconnaissance, secretly venturing out to enhance his meager sustenance with small meals. The terrain was arduous, with towering mountains and distant waters, and the dense forests made the paths scarce. Furthermore, The humid heat of the Miao region was exhausting. Nanzhao, though referred to as a kingdom, resembled more of an oversized village encircling a small town. Its land area was slightly smaller than what would later be known as the greatest power in the universe. The group found lodging in an inn within the town. Lu Mingyi changed his attire and ventured out to gather information. It is worth noting that the women of the Miao region possessed the ability to craft love charms, necessitating a careful narrowing of his inquiries. It was rather straightforward. He merely needed to inquire which eligible young women had visited Yuzhou during the New Year festivities. Indeed, it did not take long before he obtained a lead. The youngest daughter of the Minister of Finance, Ilku, named Yali, had visited Yuzhou during that period. Could it be her? Lu Mingyi hurried back to the inn to find Li Jianhua, who was preparing to rest, accompanied by 2 guards and a personal attendant. They set off to pay a visit to Minister Ilku. Upon learning that the heir of the Tang dynasty's Tianyuan prince was in attendance, Ilku hastened to greet them, and they were met with great hospitality. During the feast, Li Jianhua mentioned the matter, causing Ilku's previously welcoming demeanor to darken. Lu Mingyi stepped outside to inquire further and soon learned that discussing witchcraft in the Miao region was highly taboo, akin to asking a woman her age or a man his salary in later times. However, Ilku, being a seasoned and mature official, refrained from any foolish actions. His expression soured only momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. He confirmed that his daughter had indeed traveled to Yuzhou during that time, as she had been sent on a tribute mission to Chang'an by the Witch King and happened to linger there out of youthful curiosity. The matter of love charms was shrouded in secrecy, and even the parents of the girls seldom inquired. Thus, he was uncertain whether it was his daughter who had cast such a charm. After speaking, Ilku regarded Li Jianhua with a complex expression. Being the heir of Tianyuan prince, he was certainly worthy of his daughter, even to the extent that one might say she was fortunate to aspire to such a match. However, the people of Miaojiang never marry outside their community, currently distinguishing between raw and cooked Miao, with only the latter permitted to marry externally. The matter of love magic, while considered profoundly sacred among the Miao, may not even be regarded as a good thing by outsiders. Recently, due to significant events within the clan during the Nanzhao period, some subjects resided in towns, each with their own settlements and tribes, with Nanzhao resembling a confederation. Yali has returned to the village, making inquiries impossible at present. Ilku conveyed this situation to Li Jianhua and Lu Mingyi, expressing his willingness to send someone to seek Yali. However, given the dense mountains and forests, it may take some time for her to return. Chapter 27. Journey to the Miao village, ambushed in the woods. Thank you, Uncle Ilku. However, the pain of the love magic is ultimately unbearable. I still wish to resolve this matter soon. Might it be possible to send someone to guide us to the village to find Yali? After a moment of contemplation, Ilku agreed. Very well. What do you plan to set off? Li Jianhua glanced back at Lu Mingyi, who signaled that they could depart at any time. Uncle Ilku, if possible. We would like to set off now. Ilku nodded and summoned a servant, giving some instructions before the servant departed. Shortly thereafter, the servant returned with a slender young man. This youth had dark skin, a small stature, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Uncle, did you need something from me? Ilku nodded and gestured to Lu Mingyi and Li Jianhua. Luntu, this is the heir of the Tang dynasty, Prince Tianyuan, and this young brother is a friend of his. They wish to find your sister, Yali, in the village. Please guide them. Upon hearing this, Luntu was taken aback, his heart racing, and his fists clenched involuntarily. However, he said nothing further. All right, uncle, but they will have to wait a moment. I must prepare some pest repellent. Ilku intended to introduce both parties to foster familiarity. Yet Luntu seemed reluctant to engage with Lu Mingyi and Li Jianhua, not sparing them a glance before turning to leave. Ilku, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized to Li Jianhua and Lu Mingyi. Li Jianhua waved dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Luntu was quietly conversing with another young man. If someone were to pass by, they would surely overhear. We absolutely cannot kill them. Yali is to marry me. After a while, Luntu returned, carrying a long bamboo tube and a cloth bag filled with small pouches. The bamboo tube rustled, suggesting something was crawling inside. Recognizing the need to seek assistance, Li Jianhua took the initiative to greet him. Luntu let out a cold snort. Keep up. Li Jianhua cast a helpless glance at Lu Mingyi. As the heir to the Prince of Tianyuan, this was the first time in his life that someone had so blatantly disregarded him. Lu Mingyi lifted his chin, signaling for them to hurry along. Upon exiting the estate of Urku, The servants outside immediately followed suit. Once they left the city, everyone began their ascent into the mountains. The forest was exceedingly damp, with droplets of water occasionally falling from the leaves. The ground was littered with decaying twigs, and insects scurried about. Perhaps due to the excessive moisture, each step became a struggle through the muddy terrain. Clad in his pristine robes, Lu Mingyi remarked, "What does this have to do with me?" His attire, of course, included shoes. The mud barely touched him. Lu Mingyi seemed to benefit from the advantages of his attire. However, Luan Tu, not dressed in such garments, appeared to navigate the landscape with greater ease. He leaped about, akin to a mayfly skimming across the water surface. Though he walked on the muddy ground, not a speck of mud clung to him. One might say that Luan Tu, though seemingly aloof, had a warm heart. After a few steps, he would pause, waiting for Li Jianhua and the others to catch up. Once they passed him, he would quicken his pace to surpass them again, only to halt and wait once more. Lu Mingyi cast a sidelong glance at Luan Tu, feigning ignorance of the white wooden stick carelessly discarded on the ground. Thus, they journeyed for a while until they reached a relatively flat slope. Suddenly, Luan Tu shed his earlier indifference and warmly addressed everyone. "After such a long trek, you must be tired. Let us take a break." Li Jianhua, having been ignored throughout, was taken aback by the unexpected attention. Lu Mingyi, however, said nothing and merely drew his sword from his back. As everyone prepared to sit, whoosh, 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 a volley of arrows flew through the trees. Lu Mingyi swiftly seized Li Jianhua, pulling him to safety. The servants accompanying Li Jianhua, realizing the gravity of the situation, reacted with remarkable composure. They wielded their swords with precision, ensuring that none of the arrows struck vital areas. Only a few unfortunate souls were hit in the arms or legs, sustaining minor injuries. A few robust servants from Li Jianhua's entourage charged into the forest, returning empty-handed. Lu Mingyi, with discerning eyes, coldly surveyed a cluster of towering trees nearby. Something was amiss. At that moment, those who had been struck by the arrows suddenly began to froth at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. Poisoned. The arrows had been laced with toxins. Lu Mingyi approached and surveyed the situation. Fortunately, he had been studying medicine recently and possessed a medicinal compendium, making the task of dispelling the poison rather manageable. He first administered an ice grape to each individual, utilizing the chilling essence to slow blood circulation and consequently diminish the spread of toxins. Channeling his energy, he forced the contaminated blood of the poisoned individuals towards their wrists. Then, he drew a small dagger from his possession, swiftly making a precise incision. In no time, he had attended to all of them. However, these individuals were now unable to walk. So he left a portion behind to care for them, while he and Li Jianhua continued their journey. Not long after, a tearing sound echoed around them, and Lu Mingyi beheld a swarm of insects, densely clustering like a writhing carpet. The sheer number was overwhelming. Stealing a discreet glance at Luan Tu, he acknowledged the man's cunning. The density of the swarm left Li Jianhua's servants utterly defenseless. One unfortunate servant stumbled into the horde and was instantly reduced to bones. Witnessing this, Lu Mingyi's fury ignited. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Luan Tu flying. He then summoned the Tianyuan sword, plunging it into the ground, unleashing a wave of azure energy that froze the insects upon contact. Throughout their journey, Lu Mingyi had sensed something amiss with Luan Tu. He had refrained from acting hastily, wishing to discern Luan Tu's true intentions. To his astonishment, Luan Tu's malice was far more vicious than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Li Jianhua and the others began to grasp the situation. "It was you. You summoned the earlier assailants and the current swarm. What are you plotting?" Luan Tu, observing Li Jianhua's furious countenance, could not help but laugh gleefully. While chuckling, he retrieved a bamboo tube from his waist and poured forth a fist-sized spider. He whispered a few incantations, then spat forth a mouthful of blood upon the creature, causing it to grow in size, swelling to the size of a tire in the blink of an eye. It was astonishing. Lu Mingyi, witnessing this spectacle, maintained a stoic expression as he withdrew his sword, preparing to act. Suddenly, a girl's sharp voice rang out, "Luan Tu, what are you doing?" Her tone was as clear and melodious as a lark in the woods. Chapter 28. The Gu Affairs of the Miao Village, the Golden Gu King. Yali! Luan Tu exclaimed in surprise at the sound. Lu Mingyi, intrigued, followed the voice and beheld a young woman of 17 or 18, radiant like a flower in the sunlight, accompanied by a group of people, her demeanor exuding confidence. This must be Yali. Beside him, Li Jianhua's jaw dropped in astonishment, as if he could swallow an egg whole. Yali's gaze flowed like water, cascading down upon them. As the lingering sensation enveloped Li Jianhua, it seemed to persist indefinitely. Meanwhile, Lunta contemplated an escape, only to be discovered by Yali, who ordered him to be bound. Strangely, Yali appeared unfazed by the situation. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Luntu had harbored feelings for Yali since childhood. They were indeed childhood sweethearts. However, as they matured, Yali regarded Luntu merely as a brother, devoid of romantic inclinations. Yet, Luntu's possessiveness over Yali grew increasingly intense, prompting him to commit numerous extreme acts, all in an effort to preserve their mutual dignity, without disclosing their sentiments to their respective families. In truth, Yali had grown utterly disdainful of him. Under Yali's guidance, the group arrived at a mountain stronghold. The exterior was fortified with a wall formed of plants bearing sharp thorns. Inside, a pathway of fragmented stones wound its way through, leading up a lengthy slope that ascended directly to the mountaintop, which was embraced by a cerulean sky. The servants remained at the entrance while Li Jianhua and Lu Mingyi accompanied Yali to her home. However, after traversing only halfway, a deep, cold voice interrupted. "Yali, who have you brought along?" Upon hearing the voice, Yali turned to see a face filled with disdain. It was Luntu's father, Luinzong. Yali had no intention of offering an explanation. Instead, she retorted defiantly and turned to leave. Luinzong, lacking any semblance of an elder's demeanor, unleashed a tirade of curses from behind. "Yali, do not forget the current circumstances. If outsiders learn." Before he could finish, Yali charged forward and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed, and Luinzong immediately recognized the gravity of his blunder. Yet, acknowledging it was one thing. Being struck by a mere girl left him feeling utterly humiliated. Regrettably, no one paid him any heed, leaving him alone, adrift in his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yali and her companions returned home. Once inside, the fierce demeanor Yali had displayed moments ago transformed into that of a soft, playful kitten. She radiated vivacity. Strangely, Li Jianhua remained silent, merely observing her intently. Their visit was intended to address the matter of the love poison, a task entrusted solely to the prowess of the Shushan sect. As Li Jianhua remained reticent, Lu Mingyi took it upon himself to speak. "Miss Yali, we have come regarding the matter of the love poison. The affliction within Li Jianhua is one you inflicted. Indeed, it is my love poison. I bestowed it upon him because I like him. What is wrong with that?" Yali boldly affirmed. "One must commend this girl from Yaojiang for her audacity. How rare it is for a woman from the Central Plains to exhibit such forthrightness in matters of the heart." Li Jianhua stood nearby, her face flushed with embarrassment as she listened intently. It seemed that there was an unspoken connection between the two. Lu Mingyi decided to bide his time, waiting until only Li Jianhua remained to clarify the situation. He left Yali and Li Jianhua alone in the room while he ventured out into the village alone. The village was expansive. Most of the buildings were constructed from wood, lacking in exquisite detail. Nestled on the slopes of a hill, it exuded a charming and lively atmosphere. Driven by a desire to explore the ancient Miao people's way of life, Lu Mingyi gazed upon his surroundings with eager anticipation. As he ascended the hillside, some paths meandered outwards, flanking the homes on either side, evoking a sense of secluded tranquility. Of course, with so many people around, it was hardly serene, yet there was a profound depth to the winding paths. Some slopes gently led to small terraces, where families could be seen tending to medicinal herbs, elders and children alike engaged in their tasks. Lu Mingyi watched with curiosity, and in return, the locals regarded him with equal intrigue. In an era where few outsiders ventured into the Miao territory, encountering someone like Lu Mingyi must have felt akin to observing a monkey in a zoo. Accustomed to being the center of attention as the second disciple of Shushan, Lu Mingyi felt a twinge of embarrassment under their scrutiny. Seeking a path with fewer onlookers, he veered into a narrow alleyway. This route was quite confined, devoid of any branches, initially flanked by homes before giving way to towering stone walls. The path wound between these imposing walls, casting large shadows that shielded him from the heat. The road stretched on endlessly, and as he ventured deeper, the sounds of insects began to fill the air. Sensing something amiss, Lu Mingyi contemplated retracing his steps. However, before he could turn back, a group of solemnly dressed Miao women approached, one of them carrying a bamboo segment. Lu Mingyi swiftly ascended the wall to evade them. As he peered over the top, he beheld a row of formidable, spear-wielding Miao warriors, their backs turned toward the path. He hastily descended, realizing he had no choice but to press onward. The Miao women, catching sight of him, hurriedly retreated from his path, with Lu Mingyi quickening his pace. He soon exited the narrow passage, arriving at a vast and secluded gorge. Within the gorge, the towering cliffs loomed high, and peculiar trees grew unevenly. Wild orchids scattered throughout the valley, their delicate fragrance wafting in the air. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found no apparent way out. The path he had taken was the sole route. As Lu Mingyi lingered, the Miao women drew closer behind him. In the distance, two immense jars loomed, each reaching an estimated height of 5 meters and a width of 6 to 7 meters. Lu Mingyi quickly sought refuge behind them. Sure enough, after a short while, a group of slender Miao girls approached, their graceful figures swaying like willow branches in the breeze. This presented an opportunity. If he could evade the Miao girls, he might swiftly make his escape. Yet, having come this far, wouldn't it be prudent to take a glance? Curiosity stirred within him, compelling him to follow the Miao girls. As he moved, he found himself flanked by the same large jars, providing ample concealment. He crouched behind one of the jars, traversing a narrow path paved with blue stones. Turning a sharp corner, he discovered that the canyon resembled a horizontally laid J, with the entry point marking the initial stroke of the letter. Nestled within the stone wall was an ancient wooden pavilion, its aesthetic charm evident. Below the pavilion, a series of wooden steps twisted and turned, leading upward. The Miao girls were currently ascending these steps to the pavilion. Just as Lu Mingyi intended to avert his gaze, something caught his attention at the pinnacle of the stone wall, a slanting mulberry tree, the only one of its kind on this rocky facade, standing out remarkably. More specifically, it was the golden silhouette of the mulberry tree that captivated him. Chapter 29. The thunder crashes, the cocoon transforms into a butterfly. A colossal golden silkworm, as thick as an adult's arm, raised its head skyward, emitting a low, fierce roar, a sound akin to a lion or tiger. Beneath the great tree, on the terrace extending from the pavilion, stood an elderly woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, dressed in a vibrant, tricolored garment. Leaning on a cane, she directed the Miao girls, who had just ascended with bamboo segments, to open them. With a rustling sound, peculiar and formidable insects emerged from the bamboo segments. There were spiders adorned with iridescent spots, small green snakes with triangular heads, red scorpions, sleek black ants bearing sharp mandibles, 10-centimeter long centipedes of deep purple, and wasps the size of an infant's fist. Each one was a specimen of exquisite craftsmanship, typically a rare sight, yet now they were all brought forth to this place, their sole purpose being to serve as sustenance. As the bamboo segments were unveiled, the golden silkworm, as if enticed by a delectable aroma, began to slither down the mulberry tree, making its way to a plate that held the bamboo segments. The fierce insects on the plate lay still, akin to a shy bride newly entering her home. 1, 2, 3, 10 in total, each poised and motionless. Soon, all the parasitic insects were devoured by the golden silkworm, each bite taken with deliberate savor. The body of the silkworm transformed into a translucent form, the golden liquid within undulating enticingly. This was a moment of energy accumulation. After consuming the insects, the golden silkworm appeared visibly satisfied. With a gait reminiscent of intoxication, it ascended the grand tree, inching its way to the very top. As it coiled its body, it raised its upper body, extending its delicate claws. The golden liquid within seemed to ignite, swelling within the silkworm's form. Cracks appeared on the surface of its skin, radiating a golden glow. The silkworm raised its head, emitting a sharp, elongated cry that shattered the tranquil air. A tempestuous gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by mist, erupting before the eyes of Lu Mingyi. The mountain winds howled. A torrential downpour ensued. The rain hammered against the silkworm's body as if it bore the weight of 1,000 tons. With each drop, the silkworm's skin would indent, only to rebound swiftly. Facing the deluge, the silkworm expelled golden liquid from its mouth, which hovered above its head, cascading down like an arc meeting an invisible barrier. This liquid transformed into fine threads, and thus a golden cocoon began to take shape. In that instant of cocoon formation, it seemed as if a celestial wrath had been provoked. The swirling dark clouds above deepened ominously. Strands of blue lightning flickered within. Thunder. The cocoon began to absorb spiritual energy. The air resonated with a haunting sound as an incorporeal vortex materialized above the cocoon, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual essence. The The surrounding rainwater thickened, transforming from clear liquid to a viscous, transparent sludge. In a moment of instinctive awareness, the lightning struck down from the clouds, directly hitting the cocoon. The cocoon swayed slightly, yet it suffered no significant damage. The dissipating thunderous sparks fell upon the grand tree. The tree ignited, crackling as it caught fire. Steam, flames, thunder, misty, fiery yellow, blue. They intertwined in a chaotic frenzy. The cocoon trembled within, its surface beginning to develop intricate fissures. Mingyi, watching intently, clenched his fists. This was a transformation of life itself. The thunder continued to descend, bolts of lightning erupting and dancing like serpents in the air. The blue-violet plasma surged as if boiling water was in agitation. The spectacle was akin to the shattering of a silver vessel, unleashing a torrent of chaos. Amidst the torrential rain, streams of water cascaded down Mingyi's face. Time passed unmeasured. The golden cocoon fissured, revealing deep cracks. The once brilliant golden light began to fade. The thunder in the sky also dwindled in force. Suddenly, the cocoon erupted as if the earth itself were collapsing. A golden silhouette soared forth, a butterfly the size of a palm, gracefully dancing in the air. The thunder, which had seemed on the verge of dissipating, gathered once more. Several bolts of lightning descended. The golden butterfly flapped its wings in retaliation. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 99 bolts. After unleashing 99 strikes of thunder, the tempest, finding itself unable to subdue the golden butterfly, retreated. The torrential rain ceased, and the dark clouds dispersed. Upon observing the butterfly, once resplendent in its golden hue, it now appeared dimmed. Its 2 exquisite wings were tattered, swaying in the air as if about to lose its ability to fly and plummet to the ground. Witnessing the golden butterfly withstand the thunderous tribulation, the elderly woman atop the pavilion erupted in joyous laughter. The Miao women offered their heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations to the Grand Priest. The Golden Gu King has emerged triumphant. Their exuberant praises further delighted the old woman, who laughed with unrestrained glee. Yet at that moment, Mingyi's attention was drawn to another sight. The place where the golden silkworm had just transcended its tribulation, the towering mulberry tree. It had just been mercilessly bombarded by lightning and fire, now reduced to its charred remnants, with only half its form remaining. Yet, upon that remnant, flickering sparks of electricity spoke of its extraordinary nature. This was no ordinary strikewood. It had endured a double lightning tribulation, 108 bolts of thunder without succumbing, an exceptional specimen of lightning-struck wood. Such a marvel could not occur naturally. It could only emerge through this extraordinary evolution amid the torrential storms. The odds of its occurrence were indeed staggering. What a remarkable treasure! Observing its size, it was entirely feasible to craft several lightning wood swords and carve a few thunder-calling talismans from the leftover fragments. Alas, it was not his own. With a heavy heart, Mingyi turned to leave, yet unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident occurred. For reasons unknown, that golden butterfly abruptly changed course, resembling a cannonball launched towards him. Before Mingyi could react, the butterfly bit into his skin and burrowed within. Mingyi was struck with terror. The mysterious goo worms of Miaojiang were enigmatic. It was evident to all that this golden butterfly reigned supreme among goo creatures, and now, having successfully evolved, its powers were unimaginable. Now, such a formidable entity had infiltrated his very being. In a moment of sheer disbelief, Mingyi found himself grappling with an unexpected turn of events. As he hastily pushed aside his garments to inspect the source of the sensation, he discovered a golden butterfly tattoo gracefully fluttering across his skin, akin to fish gliding through water. Remarkably, Mingyi felt no pain. Instead, he sensed the area where the golden butterfly traversed tightening, his skin becoming more taut, and a mysterious vigor coursing through his flesh, even lending a subtle fortification to his bones. Was there truly no peril in this? Before Mingyi could fully comprehend the situation, an elderly woman appeared before him, hovering in midair. Who are you to dare seize my Miao clan's sacred artifact? Chapter 30. A frantic escape from the Nuwa temple. Mingyi cast a glance at the butterfly tattoo adorning his body, then raised his gaze to meet that of the elder. How could he possibly elucidate this predicament? Despite life's harsh realities, he felt compelled to speak. Esteemed elder, would you believe me if I claimed it approached me of its own accord? Upon hearing his words, the elder's face contorted into a mocking smile. It approached you? What do you think you are? A paragon of unparalleled charm. Do you believe our golden goo butterfly king to be akin to a mere lapdog, wagging its tail at every passerby to claim another's treasure and end up with it upon a meow shaman? Truly, you are oblivious to the dangers you court. Huh, young man, do you even believe your own words? Hand over our sacred artifact at once, or I shall condemn you to a pit of myriad insects, where you will meet your demise. Lu Mingyi was not one to easily yield, especially when he felt he had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, the artifact was undeniably in his possession, leaving him at an impasse, utterly speechless and uncertain of how to proceed. Should he resort to force? It would tarnish the reputation of Shushan. His mind raced with myriad thoughts as he pondered how to navigate this dilemma. The elderly woman, however, misinterpreted his hesitation as a deliberate refusal to return the sacred item, her frustration boiling over. Enough of this delay, she cried, her feet stamping in anger. Prepare yourself. With that, she swung her cane towards Lu Mingyi with tremendous force, the air crackling with energy. Caught off guard, Lu Mingyi's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, compelling him to engage in combat. Elder, I assure you, this is not intentional. There is a deeper reason behind this. Please allow me to explain. As he spoke, he thrust his right hand forward, aiming to deflect the cane. The impact resonated with a resounding thud, and Lu Mingyi was thrust back 3 steps, his right hand trembling in pain. This power exceeded his expectations. Retreating to feign weakness, he activated his Eye of Analysis. Eye of Analysis. Target, Granny Ronghua. Identity, High Priestess of the Tiger Prowl tribe, one of the 4 great tribes of Nanjiao. Realm, entry into the Tao. Cultivation, the year 2000. Ah, the cultivation of 2000. This is comparable to that of Elder Yu Xian and his ilk. With the divine sword in hand, there is no need for alarm. Yet, I find myself in a position lacking justification. I must endeavor to explain further, in hopes of achieving a peaceful resolution. Esteemed elder, please hold on, for I, the junior, have words to convey. Should you find my words unworthy afterward, then you may strike. Grandmother Ronghua, having traversed the world and engaged in countless duels of magical prowess, had seen it all. How could she so easily place her trust in Lu Mingyi's words? With a knowing chuckle, she suddenly grasped her collar and tore down her shoulders. Explain? Wait until I have slain you, and then you may explain to the king of hell below. What are you intending? Lu Mingyi was immediately struck with terror, his eyes wide with fear. The young lad nearly lost control of himself. What? Unable to overpower me, do you now resort to seduction? He glanced at grandmother Ronghua, whose upper body resembled desiccated pigskin, nearly causing him to retch. However, it was evident that Lu Mingyi's imagination had run wild. Suddenly, grandmother Ronghua's body split open, revealing numerous crimson orifices from which emerged minuscule insects akin to sesame seeds. These creatures grew rapidly, transforming into sizes comparable to small automobiles within moments, a sight most horrifying. To harbor such a multitude of insects within her body was truly unsettling. Ha! Dare to seize the sacred relic of my Miao Witch clan. I shall ensure you find no place to rest in death. Realizing the peril he was in, Lu Mingyi turned to flee. Yet, the insects reacted with astonishing swiftness, surrounding him in an instant. Within the canyon, upon the cliffs, trees, ground, and in the air, there was an overwhelming swarm of monstrous insects blotting out the sky. For one afflicted with a phobia of clusters, this sight could induce sheer agony. Beads of sweat began to form on Lu Mingyi's brow. This situation appeared far from benign. He had no desire to become adversaries with them. Yet, given the circumstances, he prepared to summon the Tianyuan to unleash a devastating attack. But suddenly, he felt a faint tugging sensation in his chest. Whoosh! A golden butterfly emerged from Lu Mingyi's chest. Upon seeing the golden butterfly, grandmother Ronghua reached out to grasp it, but the butterfly disregarded her completely. It opened its mouth and emitted a resounding roar. Boom! A sonic wave erupted, striking grandmother Ronghua squarely. She fell to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gu Wang, you are a sacred relic of my clan. How can you assist an outsider? The golden butterfly paid her no mind, gracefully fluttering its wings like a sovereign surveying its domain. The colossal insects, now terrified, lay prostrate on the ground. The once tumultuous sky had returned to clarity. The golden butterfly flitted by, leaving behind a cascade of golden dust upon its wings. A gentle breeze carried a few specks towards me, emanating a fragrance reminiscent of blooming flowers, particularly enchanting. The powder settled upon the colossal insects, which then emitted a series of soft pops, akin to balloons being punctured, gradually shrinking in size until they resembled mere sesame seeds. In a swift motion, the golden butterfly inhaled deeply, and all the diminished insects were whisked away into its mouth by an unusual gust of wind. Lu Mingyi stood there, utterly astonished. Could such a spectacle truly occur? The butterfly savored its feast, while the fallen Granny Rong felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After dedicating hundreds of years and countless resources, enduring numerous failures, she had finally cultivated such a formidable Gu Emperor. How could it simply abandon her? What had caused this creature to disdain her own Miao clan? Thoughts of her ancestor sacrifices flooded her mind, as did the memories of her own life devoted to the art of Gu cultivation. It was supposed to culminate in success, yet sorrow welled within her. In her despair, Granny Rong cast a fiery glare at Lu Mingyi. It was all his doing. Yes, if only he were eliminated, she could reclaim the golden butterfly Gu Emperor. With this thought, her spirits soared. She picked up her cane and rose to her feet. Drawing forth a horn crafted from an ox's horn, her eyes ablaze with intent as she directed a powerful blow into it. The sound of the horn reverberated magnificently across the canyon. In the Miao village, upon hearing the horn, all who possessed the strength to fight, men, women, and children, rushed to their homes. They seized bamboo tubes filled with Gu insects, swords, or knives. Those without weapons grabbed sickles or hoes, all hastening towards the canyon. The Miao warriors, tasked with protecting their village, shouldered longbows and brandished spears, swiftly surrounding the canyon, ensuring no escape. Lu Mingyi felt utterly helpless. Surely, he could not resort to slaughtering these people. To do so would make him no different from the malevolent forces he opposed. How could he ever return to Mount Shu? Yet, yielding without a fight was equally unbearable. It was not his intention to seize their sacred relics, and yet they offered him no opportunity for explanation. Gripping his dual swords, he assumed a defensive stance. Having finished its meal, the golden butterfly fluttered close to Lu Mingyi's face, affectionately nuzzling against him. He was momentarily charmed. Suppressing a smile to scold, "This is all you're doing." The butterfly seemed to sense his acceptance, joyfully circling around his head in delight. However, Lu Mingyi failed to notice the fine cracks on the body of the golden butterfly, from which blue energy flickered as the fissures gradually healed. Meanwhile, the villagers from the Miao tribe arrived in droves. Amidst the crowd, Yali burst forth brandishing a dagger, closely followed by Li Jianhua. Upon seeing that the opponent was Lu Mingyi, Yali wore an expression of bewilderment and disbelief. "Lu Mingyi, what are you doing?" Behind her, Li Jianhua frantically gestured at Lu Mingyi, urging him not to cause trouble, as matters on his end were still unresolved. Seeing Yali and Li Jianhua, Lu Mingyi felt increasingly helpless, resorting to summoning his flying sword and ascending into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the golden butterfly once again burrowed into Lu Mingyi's body. Most of the villagers and Miao soldiers lacked the ability to pursue, yet around 20 elites among them did. They seized the bamboo segments at their waists, releasing their Gu insects. Some were dragonflies, others manises, and some wasps, each growing in size to that of a motorcycle. The Miao elites mounted their Gu insects and set off in pursuit of Lu Mingyi, including Granny Ronghua and Yali. Although the speed of the flying sword was swift, the Gu insects were not far behind, and the Miao people were well acquainted with the terrain, taking shortcuts to close the distance. Despite Lu Mingyi's numerous directional changes, he could not shake them off. Suddenly, thud, he crashed into a large bubble. Outside the bubble, Granny Ronghua and the others were anxious but dared not step forward, clearly aware of the significance of this place. Unbeknownst to Lu Mingyi, he continued onward. Suddenly, a small, exquisite stone structure, infused with the essence of Jiangnan, caught his attention. For reasons unknown, the moment he laid eyes on the building, a deep reverence welled up within him. He sheathed his flying sword and descended, taking measured steps towards the structure, filled with a sense of pilgrimage. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance, where a plaque above the grand door boldly proclaimed, "Temple of Niuhua." Chapter 31. The Holy Matron Takes Action. Zishuan speaks of harmony. The Temple of Niuhua. This was undeniably not an ordinary temple of Niuhua found in the mundane world. This was the sacred sanctuary of the mother goddess Niuhua. Lu Mingyi stowed away all his weapons, tidied his appearance, took a deep breath, and solemnly entered. Upon stepping inside, the temple exuded an air of elegance. The courtyard was filled with a variety of flowers and plants, adorned with peculiar stones. Passing through several long corridors, he arrived at a small, straight wooden bridge. Beneath the wooden bridge lies a vast pond, adorned with a profusion of lotus flowers. Lu Mingyi, with measured steps, ascends the wooden bridge, each stride imbued with reverence as he ventures deeper. Upon reaching the midpoint of the bridge, a towering statue of Niuhua, exceeding 6 meters in height, comes into view. The instant Lu Mingyi gazes upon the divine figure, he feels as though the entire world has transformed. In that fleeting moment, it is as if the universe has morphed into the embrace of a mother, enveloping him in profound safety and warmth. Immersed in this enchanting sensation, a mechanical voice resonates in his ear. Ding! Special location detected. Niuhua Temple. You may check in at this special location. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Alas, your timing is impeccable. Though slightly perturbed, Lu Mingyi resolves to check in regardless. Check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Ice God Array. The Ice God Array, an ancient and mysterious formation capable of harnessing the chill of heaven and earth, sealing and vanquishing foes. There is no limit to its attack. The more energy it gathers, the greater its power. Theoretically, it could even freeze time and space. How formidable. But how does one wield it? System. Extract reward. Ding. Extraction successful. A wave of coldness silently sweeps across Lu Mingyi's back. He feels a multitude of fine needles piercing his skin, each puncture seemingly infusing something into him. It is refreshingly cool. Some sensations are familiar, while others are entirely novel. As the final needle withdraws, an extraordinarily intricate pattern resembling a 129, 600-sided polygon emerges upon his back. A faint blue light flickers beneath his clothing, then quietly settles beneath his skin. Subsequently, Lu Mingyi senses that a significant portion of the cold energy from the Tianyuan Sword, usually dispersed throughout his body, surges towards his back. How marvelous! Lu Mingyi centers his thoughts and continues onward. However, perhaps due to the recently inscribed Ice God Array emitting a subtle aura, or perhaps the presence was always there, two figures emerge from the side of the hall, one clad in white, the other in purple. Both possess an exquisite grace. Holy maiden! Zixuan. Lu Mingyi nods respectfully to the two and proceeds forward. Upon reaching the statue of Niuhua, he kneels with utmost reverence, bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times. Mother of humanity, she truly deserves such veneration. Observing Lu Mingyi's profound respect for the great deity Niuhua, both the Holy Maiden and Zixuan smile warmly. After completing his homage, Lu Mingyi greets the Holy Maiden and Zixuan. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed Holy Maiden, and you, fair Zixuan. The Holy Maiden nods in acknowledgement of his greeting. Zixuan also nodded in acknowledgement. The connection between Shushan and the Niuhua clan runs deep, so it was not surprising to them that the identities of the two were easily discernible. Lu Mingyi, too, could immediately recognize their identities. After exchanging pleasantries, Zixuan looked at Lu Mingyi, attired in the garb of Shushan, and several times contemplated inquiring about Su Changqing, but each time was interrupted by Shenggu. You merely wish to inquire about Su Changqing's circumstances, do you? Lu Mingyi, intending to subtly divulge some information to Zixuan, found his attention diverted by Shenggu's interjection. Mingyi, the High Priestess Ronghua has just sent word seeking an audience with me. You both arrived here in quick succession. Have you encountered some trouble? Lu Mingyi, feeling rather awkward, recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, both Shenggu and Zixuan exhibited expressions of astonishment. The golden butterfly, Gu King. At such a young age, it is remarkable that one could cultivate a Gu King. Moreover, it has followed the outsiders. How intriguing. They recognized that the rarity of a Gu King was such that even the Niuhua clan had not seen one in a century. Shenggu and Zixuan conveyed that if Lu Mingyi did not greedily attempt to seize the Gu King, they could mediate on his behalf. Lu Mingyi touched his chest, recalling the delightful appearance of the golden butterfly from earlier, a flicker of reluctance passing through his heart. Yet, he found no other viable solution to the predicament, and thus nodded in agreement. Shenggu sent a message out, and before long, Ronghua entered accompanied by Yali and another Miao woman. Upon entering, the three first paid their respects to the great deity Niuhua, then greeted Shenggu and Miss Zixuan. Subsequently, under the guidance of Shenggu and Zixuan, the group made their way to a cool pavilion. Within the pavilion, a round table was set, surrounded by 5 wooden stools. Shenggu and Miss Zixuan seated themselves at one end of the table, while Lu Mingyi and Ronghua faced each other. Once seated, Zixuan addressed Ronghua first. Ronghua, I have already discussed this matter with Mingyi. It is merely a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Zixuan's words, Ronghua felt a sense of grievance and nearly stood to argue. Shenggu gestured for her to remain calm. Zixuan continued. Mingyi has expressed his willingness to return the golden butterfly Gu King. Hearing that Lu Mingyi was ready to return the golden butterfly Gu King, Ronghua finally took her seat. Lu Mingyi then removed his outer garment, revealing his well-defined physique. Shenggu and Zixuan were both taken aback. What a splendid physique you possess. Then, Shenggu took action, placing her palm on the golden butterfly tattoo, directing her hand outward in an attempt to extract the butterfly. Unexpectedly, the butterfly emerged, extending its two antennae. The two long whips struck fiercely towards Saintis' hand, forcing her to dodge. The golden butterfly then burrowed back into Lu Mingyi's body. Saintis exchanged a glance with Zixuan, who understood her intent. Saintis made another move, and the golden butterfly employed its previous tactic once more, unleashing two long whips. Seizing the opportune moment, Zixuan acted decisively, immobilizing the two whips. However, they both underestimated the golden butterfly, which twisted its tendrils and shed its outer shell, retreating back into Lu Mingyi's body. Saintis and Zixuan shared a glance, a flicker of helplessness passing between them. Striking again might harm the little creature, yet they could not refrain from acting. They pressed on with their efforts. Saintis brought her palms together, causing Lu Mingyi's skin to bulge into a small mound. The golden butterfly flapped its wings, releasing a multitude of golden scales that shot forth like a torrential downpour. Zixuan executed a clever maneuver, ensnaring all the scales within her grasp. As Saintis intensified her efforts, it appeared that the golden butterfly was on the verge of being extracted from Lu Mingyi's body. The little creature emitted a series of distressed chirps, prompting Lu Mingyi to turn back in concern. To his dismay, he noticed fine cracks shimmering on the creature's body. Was it injured? Without hesitation, Lu Mingyi intervened, sweeping aside Saintis' hands with a forceful motion. Chapter 32. Understanding the circumstances, sky blue and cloud white. Seizing the opportunity, the little creature hastily retreated back into Lu Mingyi's body. Once inside, it rubbed against him, exuding a sense of grievance. Witnessing this, Lu Mingyi's heart softened. Returning it might not be in the best interest of the golden butterfly. Given the circumstances, he resolved to bear some cost to keep the little creature with him. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze forward. Saintis and Zixuan stood quietly nearby, their eyes fixed on Lu Mingyi, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Having made his decision, Lu Mingyi pressed on without hesitation, reaching into the system space to retrieve items. Gold, silver, exquisite night pearls, volcanic crystals, ice silkworms, azure leaf cloud lotus, wind leaf bells, ice grapes. In no time, a vast array of treasures was laid out, overflowing the pavilion. Thus, Lu Mingyi stepped outside to continue his display. Soon, even the small pathway was filled with gold and silver, approximately 100 pounds of each. In the Miao village, where life was arduous, these riches would undoubtedly enhance the living standards of the villagers significantly. Once everything was set down, Lu Mingyi looked up at Granny Ronghua and spoke, "Elder, I wonder if you have noticed? The golden butterfly Gu Emperor was injured during its tribulation. It has now attached itself to me, owing to the unique magical energy within me that can heal its wounds. However, it is evident that this healing process cannot be completed in a short span of time. As a disciple of Mount Shu, I bear the responsibility of safeguarding the world and simply do not have the time to wait for the golden butterfly Gu Emperor to recover before returning it to you. Since it is now relying on me, let the younger generation propose a price to acquire it." Upon hearing that Lu Mingyi intended to purchase the item, Granny Rong's eyes widened slightly, and she raised her voice to inquire, "Do you comprehend the immense value of the golden butterfly Gu Emperor? Can you afford such a price?" Lu Mingyi did not refute her. Instead, he directly picked up items from the ground and began to introduce them. He first lifted the luminous pearl, declaring, "This is a top-grade luminous pearl. Each one is as large as an infant's fist, with exceptional quality. There are a total of 4 here." Indeed, Lu Mingyi spoke the truth. However, for someone like him, a practitioner of the Tao, these luminous pearls were of little use, merely superior to ordinary stones. Granny Rong watched with little interest, as she was also a cultivator. Thus, Lu Mingyi proceeded to grasp the volcanic crystal. The volcanic crystal is formed from the depths of ancient volcanoes. It is expelled during eruptions and cannot be harvested by human hands. It can be utilized to forge precious artifacts and is quite valuable. At this point, Lu Mingyi noticed a change in Granny Rong's expression. She was no longer as indifferent as before, though her interest was still not greatly piqued. Continuing, he introduced the green leaf Dan Cloud Lotus, which had limited utility, merely capable of regulating fire and water, thereby reducing the likelihood of losing oneself in the practice of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Granny Rong involuntarily stood up. What do cultivators fear the most? They fear losing themselves in their practice and shattering their Tao heart. To possess something that could diminish the risk of losing oneself is indeed a miraculous remedy. Seeing Granny Rong's uncharacteristic display of excitement, Lu Mingyi raised an eyebrow and continued his presentation. This is the wind leaf bell. When a gentle breeze blows, the mountains resonate with melodious chimes, which are quite soothing and beneficial for uplifting one's spirits. However, he felt a tinge of embarrassment when discussing the wind leaf bell, for it truly had no practical use beyond producing delightful sounds that elevate one's mood. Finally, Lu Mingyi unveiled the piece de resistance, the ice grape. This is the ice grape, a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation. Upon hearing the effects of the ice grape, Granny Rong's heart trembled, and her grip on her cane tightened. After introducing these items, Lu Mingyi sat down, patiently awaiting Granny Rong's decision. In her mind, a fierce internal struggle ensued. I find it truly difficult to part with this. It is unwise to keep it. The golden butterfly has suffered a grievous injury and may not survive under my care. Furthermore, the compensation is quite substantial. Observing that Grandma Ronghua was indecisive, Saint Gu discerned her thoughts. Grandma Ronghua was content with the compensation but harbored lingering affection for the golden butterfly. It seemed that she would struggle to arrive at a decision. Thus, Saint Gu spoke. Ronghua, I see that you have yet to make a decision. It appears to weigh heavily upon you. Hearing this, Grandma Ronghua nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a challenging predicament. Noticing her response, Saint Gu continued, in light of this, allow me to make this decision for you. Accept the compensation. Our lineage from Yaojing has always maintained a strong bond with Shushan, and since Ming has already offered compensation, we cannot afford to sour our relationship with Shushan over this matter. Would you not agree? After pondering for a moment, Grandma Ronghua nodded and acquiesced. At that moment, Lu Mingyi suddenly recalled the piece of thunderstruck wood and spoke. Senior, I have one more humble request. Grandma Ronghua looked up at Lu Mingyi and replied, Speak. I wish to obtain that piece of thunderstruck wood. Of course, I am willing to offer additional items on top of the compensation. As he spoke, he produced 2 by Tianyuan lotus flowers. After a brief contemplation, Grandma Ronghua consented. After all, having already sold the golden butterfly, what was a mere piece of wood? If he desired it, let him have it. Thus, all matters were settled. Once the terms were agreed upon, both parties conversed amiably, as if no discord had ever existed between them. Subsequently, Lu Mingyi bid farewell to Saint Gu and Miss Zixuan, accompanying Grandma Ronghua back to the village to retrieve the thunderstruck wood. What? Do you think Lu Mingyi, with his cultivation, fears being robbed? With the Tianyuan sword and the golden butterfly in his possession, they lack the capability. Moreover, considering the standing of Saint Gu and Miss Zixuan from the Nuwa clan, they would not dare act against him. Not to mention, he has the backing of Shushan. Would they dare? Chapter 33. The Charred Wood and the Melody of Beilexi. Soon, everyone returned to the village. The villagers, upon seeing Grandma Ronghua and her companions accompanied by Lu Mingyi, initially believed that the thief had been captured and rushed over with great fervor. However, upon approaching, they discovered Lu Mingyi and Ali engaged in cheerful conversation, appearing nothing like captured criminals. Witnessing this scene, Ali took the initiative to explain, prompting the crowd to disperse. After the crowd had gone, Lu Mingyi noticed something peculiar on the ground, an object resembling a maggot. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Li Jianhua. Before Ali departed, her presence ensured that, despite being known as a thief's companion, no one dared to lay a hand on him. After her departure, however, the crowd seized the opportunity and captured Li Jianhua, subjecting him to a severe beating, transforming his visage into one reminiscent of a pig's head. Upon witnessing Li Jianhua's grotesque appearance, Lu Ming could hardly suppress a laugh. Yet, knowing that this was a consequence of his own involvement, he refrained from mirth. A sense of guilt washed over Lu Ming as he helped Li Jianhua to his feet and untied his bonds. Jianhua, you have endured much, he said solemnly. Li Jianhua gazed at Lu Ming with a look of reproach. His speech slightly slurred as he exclaimed, Damn it, Lu Ming. I have never suffered like this in my life. You owe me a compensation. Despite his battered state, Li Jianhua retained his wit, which warmed Lu Ming's heart. Such a friend was indeed worth having. With a chuckle, Lu Ming playfully patted Li Jianhua's swollen face. Even after being beaten to such a pulp, you still have the energy to jest, he remarked, before retrieving a bunch of ice grapes from his inventory and offering them to Li Jianhua. Upon consuming them, the swelling dissipated almost instantly, leaving even Granny Rong in awe of their remarkable healing properties. Meanwhile, Yali stood by with tears in her eyes, brushing off the dirt from Li Jianhua's clothes, clearly distraught for him. Indeed, this young man was fortunate. Finding such a compassionate woman in future times would be a rare treasure. Subsequently, Lu Ming accompanied Granny Rong to the canyon, requiring no assistance from others. With a swift step upon the drifting snow and wielding the sword of Tianyuan, he struck down the thunderwood at its roots. He then stored the thunderwood in his jade pendant. Before descending, he noticed that new green shoots were sprouting from the roots of the thunderwood. This encounter was both a calamity and a blessing for the tree. Perhaps one day, it might evolve into a spirit, shedding its arboreal form to roam freely in the world. Eagerly clutching the thunderwood, Lu Ming bid farewell to Granny Rong and departed from the Miao village. He journeyed swiftly until he arrived at a secluded waterfall, its grandeur creating a pool at its base that resembled a small lake. Having played the guqin since childhood, Lu Ming had yet to encounter a truly fitting instrument. The sight of the thunderwood ignited within him the idea of crafting a guqin from it. The ancients spoke of a renowned lute called Jiao Wei. What embodies the essence of Jiao Wei better than this thunderstruck wood? Finding a smooth, flat rock beneath the waterfall, Lu Ming extracted the thunderwood, ready to begin his creation. Following the dimensions of the guqin, a piece of wood was meticulously cut. It is indeed remarkable. This wood, struck by lightning, is entirely charred. Once the superficial debris was removed, the interior revealed a fine, dense grain. After storing the remaining lightning-struck wood, Lu Mingyi retrieved a set of woodworking chisels, which he had previously acquired for himself while preparing gifts for Shouzhong and others. He placed the guqin body upon the ground and began to carve with the various chisels. The surface of the instrument, the sound chamber, the celestial pillar, and the terrestrial pillar were all intricately shaped. He connected the faceplate and the base to facilitate the conduction of vibrations. The guqin emblem, adorned with 13 small round dots, known as the 13 Hui, was not crafted in the traditional manner. Channeling his energy, Lu Mingyi revealed the pale blue sword mark of the Tianyuan on his forehead. With his right hand, he brought his index and middle fingers together, summoning a sword mark that descended upon the emblem location, merging 13 such marks onto the gleaming, charred guqin body, exuding an impressive aura. He then integrated the hard wood at the head of the guqin, along with the various components, including the sound holes, the legs, the tension control, and the protective elements. Lu Mingyi directly produced a strand of exquisite ice silk, effortlessly tying it to the guqin body. The inscription on the guqin's base read Xiyin, referring to the renowned guqin from Shushan. Amidst the serene surroundings of Yueshan were white clouds, soaring cranes, ancient trees, small martens, gentle streams, and vibrant flowers harmoniously coalesced. The primary crafting was nearing completion, leaving only the polishing phase. Lu Mingyi, invoking his magical prowess, cast the guqin into the cascading waters of a great waterfall. As the tumultuous waters roared down, Lu Mingyi skillfully maneuvered the guqin through the torrent, and under the abrasive force of the flow, the guqin began to reveal its delicate, lustrous surface. He continued to refine it, fully immersed in the process, achieving a state of unity with the cosmos. Suddenly, at a particular moment, the 7 strings of the guqin erupted in a brilliant blue light. From the heights of Yueshan, the calls of cranes and the roars of beasts resonated. It was complete. The guqin no longer required Lu Mingyi's magical enhancement. It levitated gracefully in the air and flew towards him. Such a remarkable instrument possessed a spirit of its own. Lu Mingyi, suppressing his excitement, gently caressed the strings. The sound was crisp and natural, flowing like water. He tested it again, producing a series of harmonious notes that echoed beautifully. Lu Mingyi gently plucked the strings of the zither. The melody had yet to fully form, yet the emotions brewed within. The sound of babbling brooks, the melodious chirping of birds, and the rustling of trees in the wind filled Lu Mingyi's ears. He did not adhere to any existing musical scores, instead allowing his heart to guide his playing. Unbeknownst to him, the white clouds overhead paused in their drift, The birds in the woods ceased their songs, and the streams that converged from all directions halted their flow. The enchanting notes of the zither wafted on the breeze toward the distance. In Changchun, a palace adorned with intricately carved beams and painted walls. A striking woman with arched brows and an elegant demeanor, sword in hand, danced like a startled swan. Upon hearing the music, she instinctively slowed her rhythm, entranced by the sound of the wind. In Bashu, a handsome man of remarkable countenance stood atop a mountain, gazing into the distance. The river of Chu breaks through the heavenly gates, he exclaimed upon hearing the melody. Chapter 34. The sound of the zither approaches, the stream listens to the wind. Far beneath the sea, a beautiful stone statue seemed to come alive at the sound of the zither, its consciousness drawn back to a distant era. In the divine realm, the clear and resonant notes soared through the air as a host of celestial beings closed their eyes in solemn reverie. In the demonic realm, amidst a sorrowful reflection on the past, the zephyr caught the zither's melody, compelling the winds to tap along to Mingyi's rhythm by the fire pit. This day was destined to be remembered. This day was destined to become a legend. Mingyi continued to pluck the strings, and the streams resumed their flow. Birds and butterflies danced above his head, lingering in the air. Oblivious to their presence, Mingyi remained entirely focused on his music. Suddenly, a deep and powerful roar resonated from the forest. The sound drew nearer, and out emerged a majestic white-tipped tiger, approaching the water's edge. It did not act, but instead lay down beside the pool, quietly listening to Mingyi's zither. Deer arrived, followed by bears, rabbits, foxes, squirrels, wild goats, water buffalo, and hippos. Carnivores and herbivores alike gathered silently around the water's edge, attentively listening to Mingyi's melody. Abruptly, as he played, Mingyi heard a sound akin to a gentle pop. In that instant, the wind whirled and clouds surged, and his fingers moved with newfound fluidity. The music became even more captivating. Suddenly, with a splash, the surface of the pool broke apart. A colossal creature emerged, its head resembling that of a dragon, its body like that of a deer, and its tail akin to that of an ox, covered in shimmering aquamarine scales. A water chelan. An indescribable aura converged from all directions, forming a tricolored auspicious cloud above Mingyi's head. The water chelan raised its head and unleashed a colossal jet of water, creating a magnificent rainbow arching across the sky. Auspicious colors hung in the heavens, and the chelan rejoiced. The technique approached the essence of the Tao. Mingyi's mastery of the Guqin had reached fruition. All creatures celebrated, although the path of the Guqin and these lesser arts could not lead to grand transcendence. They nonetheless belonged to the realm of enlightenment. Henceforth, regardless of whether Mingyi could achieve further accomplishments in his cultivation, he secured his place within the divine realm. Indeed, should he wish, he could ascend to immortality at this very moment, albeit perhaps as a mere minor official in the celestial hierarchy. Mingyi's thoughts swirled as he gazed at his hands, incredulous. He had never anticipated that this seemingly improbable path would yield the earliest success. The strings of the Guqin ceased their reverberation, and Mingyi paused, needing a moment to compose himself. The current circumstances were opportune, and he must seize this moment to create a melody, one or two compositions that belonged solely to him. Mingyi envisioned the streams converging from afar to form a grand waterfall, cascading down with mist rising into the air. The water chelan, with its majestic head, made a few snorts, evoking an image of rivers gathering and flowing towards the sea in Mingyi's mind. The strings quivered as he played, producing a harmonious sequence. As Mingyi's imagination unfolded, the water's surface rippled gently, emanating pure water energy. With a gentle press of the strings, he pulled forth silken notes that sliced through the air, creating a resounding echo, akin to the tear blade from the anime Fox Spirit Matchmaker. The might of this melody rivaled that of any grand swordplay. The piece, titled Stream Sound, embodied the essence of water and its flowing force. In the wake of this performance, Mingyi listened to the mountain breeze while gazing at the setting sun, composing another piece called Listening to the Wind, its tones resonating with a distant sorrow. As the melody faded, the animals dispersed, and the water chelan returned to the depths of the pool. Mingyi sat upon a stone, reflecting on the events of this period. Initially, he had come to resolve Li Jianhua's love curse, yet unexpectedly, he had gained so much more. Although he had invested considerable effort, the rewards were equally substantial. Extending his hand, he summoned the golden worm, pondering its potential. After expending so much, he hoped it would not disappoint him. He wondered if this little creature understood him, as it affectionately nuzzled against his cheek. Lu Mingyi gently tapped the golden worm's small head with his finger before rising, retrieving his flying sword, and preparing to return to the mountain stronghold. Before he could mount his sword, the golden worm let out a shrill call towards Lu Mingyi. Suddenly, it soared into the air, twisting and turning gracefully. Its form expanded dramatically, ultimately transforming into an enormous butterfly, measuring 7 to 8 meters in both length and width. Astonishingly, it possessed the ability to alter the colors of its wings, as 2 golden wings were effortlessly shifted to a pristine white. Gliding through the sky, it drew no attention, resembling a mere cloud. Lu Mingyi leapt onto its back, which was remarkably flat and spacious, providing a notably smooth flight, albeit at a slightly reduced speed. However, what did that matter? With the golden butterfly, it felt akin to possessing a private aircraft. Before long, Lu Mingyi returned to the village. Upon entering, he spotted Li Jianhua sitting alone on a stone platform, seemingly lost in thought. He had yet to clarify the situation concerning Yali, so he approached to inquire. Tapping Li Jianhua on the shoulder, he was met with a glance of recognition. Mingyi, you're back? Have you finished your tasks? Yes, I'm done. Why are you here alone? Where is Yali? At the mention of Yali's name, Li Jianhua's expression darkened. Without waiting for further questioning, he began to explain. It turned out that during the Lantern Festival, they had fortuitously crossed paths on the street and experienced an instant attraction. This was also the reason Yali had bestowed upon him a love charm. After parting, they encountered each other once more. Li Jianhua, with a heart full of warmth, was determined not to disappoint Yali. Yet, as the son of the Prince of Anyuan, he found himself constrained by the dictates of marriage, which were beyond his control, leaving him in deep distress. In Chapter 35, Jianhua's marriage and return to the Central Plains is depicted. Indeed, in a feudal society, even someone of Li Jianhua's noble lineage lacks the liberty to pursue love freely, a stark consequence of the rigid feudal moral code. While this system served the ruling powers and the advancement of the nation, its beneficial aspects have gradually diminished over time. In contrast to Li Jianhua, Yali faced no such dilemmas. Miao women were bold in love, freely chasing their desires. Viewed from modern perspective, this is commendable, yet in the present context, infiltrating the worldview of the Central Plains people is deemed almost rebellious. Just as a pack of wolves on the grasslands would not accept an outsider, should they unite, it is unlikely they would receive blessings from their families, nor the acceptance of society as a whole. If Li Jianhua were an ordinary man, the worst-case scenario might involve him marrying into the Miao village. However, he was, after all, the son of the Prince of Anyuan in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, their family is among the few who possess a hereditary throne, signifying that he is the next prince of Anyuan of the Tang dynasty. Should he enter the Miao village through marriage, it is likely that on the day of their grand wedding, the Tang emperor would quell Nanzhao. However, if he does not marry into the village, their union would not be of great importance. The real dilemma lies in the fact that the Miao village traditionally observes a monogamous system, with women holding the reins of power. If Yali were to wed Li Jianhua, given her status, it would be nearly impossible for her to assume the position of the primary wife. At best, she would be relegated to a secondary consort. Such indignity would be unbearable for Yali, a naive and vibrant fawn, confined within a cage, unable to receive the full affection of its master. For two individuals genuinely in love, love should not be a means of entrapment, nor should it serve as a guise for inflicting harm. In light of this, Li Jianhua resolved to hold their wedding in the Miao village first, turning raw rice into cooked grains. By that time, even the Prince of Anyuan would have no grounds to object. To this, Lu Mingyi remained silent, recognizing the clash of two worlds with differing values, feeling utterly powerless. Furthermore, such situations cannot be evaded or met with stubborn opposition. Both love and family hold significance. The only viable approach is to navigate these challenges with caution. Reflecting on this, Lu Mingyi directly advised Li Jianhua, asserting that since the two of them are mutually affectionate and you have confidence in treating Yali well, the crux of the matter lies with your father. Avoidance will resolve nothing. You must communicate this matter clearly with him, and then assess the situation to devise a plan. Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's words, Li Jianhua found them to be quite reasonable. He promptly rose and headed toward the village gate, leaving Lu Mingyi momentarily bewildered. Where are you going? I'm going to set off immediately and report this matter to my father in Yuzhou. After hearing this, Lu Mingyi slapped his forehead in exasperation. Chuckling, "There's no need for such formality. Just follow me." He led Li Jianhua back to Yali's home, where they found a quiet room. He took out a communication device, a Dongqing mirror, an incense burner, and a spirit communication incense. Arranging the Dongqing mirror and the communication device on the table, he inserted the spirit communication incense into the burner and lit it. Employing a spell, he connected the 4 items into a miniature communication array. With a couple of crackling sounds, the figure of Chang Ying appeared above the Dongqing mirror. Chang Ying, upon seeing his second senior brother, was filled with joy. Second brother, are you still in Miaojiang? How did everything go?" Observing Chang Ying's exuberant demeanor, Lu Mingyi replied with a smile, "I am still in Miaojiang, and matters have been suitably arranged. However, a new issue has now arisen." He recounted the situation to Chang Ying, instructing him to inform several elders and see what they would advise. Before long, Chang Ying returned, stating that the 5 elders had instructed him to descend the mountain for a while. It was better for the king of Anyuan and his son to discuss this matter privately. Approximately half a day later, Chang Yin's voice echoed through the communication device, revealing that he had arrived at the residence of the king of Anyuan. Once again, he lit the communication incense, and the image of the king of Anyuan appeared before Li Jianhua in real time. Upon seeing the king, a wave of guilt surged within Li Jianhua. Today, he feared he would defy his father. Suppressing his unease, Li Jianhua recounted the events to the king of Anyuan in their entirety. To his surprise, the king remained remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Furthermore, he meticulously advised his son that the journey was long, and since he could not be present, Li Jianhua must ensure that all courtesies were adequately observed. Upon learning that the communication device could convey objects across distances, the king even sent a marriage certificate. The certificate read, "Two noble souls, united without reservation. Together they shall soar side by side. As one, they shall traverse life's journey, sharing both dawn and dusk. Their union, a bond of 2 families fostering kinship. Matched in status, they shall forge an everlasting bond. With sweet whispers and tender affections, may their love flourish. As the peach blossoms bloom, may they create a harmonious home. Their days shall be filled with joy and prosperity. With a vow to grow old together, inscribed on exquisite paper, let their promise be forever recorded in the annals of love." Witnessing his father's unwavering support, Li Jianhua was moved to tears. However, the king of Anyuan's acquiescence came not solely from paternal affection, but also from political considerations. As a prince wielding substantial power in the Sichuan and Chongqing regions, he was inevitably viewed with suspicion by the emperor. Although marrying outside of their clan might be seen as somewhat disgraceful by the standards of the time, failing to provide his son with a formidable wife from a powerful family would diminish the threat posed by the House of Anyuan to the imperial authority, thereby assuring the emperor of his loyalty. With the king's approval secured, Li Jianhua eagerly set about preparing for his wedding. When Li Jianhua arrived, he brought along 50 to 60 attendants, more than sufficient for the wedding preparations. However, financial resources were somewhat lacking, as even the son of the king of Anyuan could not afford to have a modest wedding, even in a Miao village. Consequently, Lu Mingyi lin Li Jianhua a considerable sum. When Lu Mingyi produced the money, Li Jianhua was taken aback. 10,000 taels of gold, neatly arranged in the room, gleaming so brightly that it nearly filled the space. Li Jianhua had seen wealth before, but this was something altogether extraordinary. However, it is quite unusual for an individual to carry such a substantial sum of money, especially when that individual happens to be a Taoist priest. Are modern-day Taoists truly so affluent? Yet, he had no time to ponder such matters. Upon locating Uncle Ilku, he presented a bride price of 1,000 taels of gold and subsequently offered another 4,000 taels as a tribute to Granny Ronghua. One must admire Li Jianhua's remarkable emotional intelligence. After all, it is Granny Ronghua who holds sway in this village. Upon receiving the money, she had little need for extravagant expenses beyond purchasing some spiritual materials, ensuring that the majority would benefit the villagers. In that moment, which villager would not express gratitude towards Li Jianhua? Thus commenced an extravagant wedding celebration, with rice dumplings the size of winnowing baskets delivered to the bride's family. Li Jianhua donned a brand new Miao ethnic attire, riding a magnificent steed and leading a grand procession of wedding guests. Accompanied by Lu Mingyi, they set forth to retrieve the bride. Along the way, they encountered women blocking the path with bamboo poles, engaging in a traditional singing contest. Li Jianhua, unfamiliar with such customs, found himself at a loss. Fortunately, Lu Mingyi, who had a fondness for watching Lu Xianxia perform folk songs in his previous life, whispered verses from the Book of Songs and the Chusi into Li Jianhua's ear. With a flushed face, Li Jianhua awkwardly joined in the singing, provoking laughter from the women who had obstructed their path. He distributed small gifts like sweet pastries and powdered treats before continuing on their way. Before long, they arrived at the home of Yi Ali. As Li Jianhua did not possess a residence in the area, Yi Ali was ceremoniously carried in a bridal sedan chair for a symbolic circuit before returning. The banquet was lavish, with guests reveling in joyous feasting. In the evening, everyone gathered for a lively bonfire dance, marking the grand wedding's conclusion. Following this, Lu Mingyi accompanied Li Jianhua in the Miao village for a while, as one cannot deny a newlywed couple their time of intimacy. It was not until half a month later, spurred by Lu Mingyi's urging, that Li Jianhua reluctantly began to pack their belongings in preparation for their return to the Central Plains. Alas, it is often said that the tender embrace of love leads to a hero's demise. Chapter 36. Sign in. Little White Cloud. After tidying up their luggage and bidding farewell to Granny Ronghua and Uncle Ilku, they set off. Along the journey, Lu Mingyi soared through the skies on his sword, scouting the path ahead, while Li Jianhua and his companions followed at a leisurely pace. This time, due to the presence of the golden butterfly Gu Queen, many pests avoided their path, alleviating numerous troubles. As Lu Mingyi flew above, a chime sounded. Congratulations, host! You have achieved the milestone of flying 1,000 miles on your sword. You may now sign in for this achievement. Would you like to proceed? With a slight raise of his brow, Lu Mingyi responded, Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host! You have received a little white cloud. A little white cloud? A small white cloud, known as Little White Cloud, is capable of flight. Is this the entirety of the introduction? Lu Mingyi, astonished, opened the system panel. Host, Lu Mingyi. Identity, second disciple of Mount Shu. Realm, Sodeo stage. Cultivation, 550 years. Weapons, Heaven Abyss Divine Sword, Snow Drifting. Technique, Éternel Spring Technique, Brise Régulation Technique. Righteous Chi Technique, Ripple Step, 6 Meridian Divine Sword, Medical Arts Compendium. Skills, I have Insight. Little White Cloud, a small white cloud, can be ridden and flown upon. Items, Lawn Mountain, Dustless Garment, Sword Concealment Platform, Magical Tablecloth, Silver, 429,000 taels, Gold, 23,000 taels. Spiritual Objects, Ice Silkworm, Purple Cloud Bamboo, 13 seeds. Emerald Leaf Dand, Cloud Lotus, 5 seeds. Wind Leaf Bell, Ice Grape. Indeed, there's only this much. It seems I must rely on my own exploration. With a thought, a misty white vapor appeared beneath Lu Mingyi's feet. Little White Cloud. How enchanting. It felt as if one were stepping on cotton, yet it remained remarkably stable, offering no risk of sinking. When touched, it was as ethereal as mist, allowing one to roll about as if on a bed, without the fear of falling off. Truly marvelous. It resembles the Western magic carpet, yet takes the form of a Chinese cloud. Unlike the Western magic carpet, which can bear many passengers, I wonder how many Little White Cloud can carry? Lu Mingyi, being proactive, swiftly descended and conferred with Li Jianhua, bringing him aloft. Li Jianhua, standing on the flying sword, cautiously extended 1 foot onto the cloud. It is soft yet somewhat firm, not insubstantial. Clutching Lu Mingyi's leg, he placed both feet on the cloud. To his surprise, it truly supports weight. Mingyi, it can indeed bear a person. Li Jianhua, lauga, fartili. Beside him, Lu Mingyi realized that Little White Cloud is not entirely akin to Eastern clouds. It is known that Eastern clouds are composed of pure vapor. A mortal's impure essence would cause them to plummet as if weightless. This was one of the reasons why, in the journey to the west, Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong did not carry Tang Sung across the Blackwater River. However, Little White Cloud is unlike any other. It possesses characteristics reminiscent of the Western magic carpet. Between reality and illusion, there exists a seamless transformation. It takes on the form of a white cloud, maintaining an air of sophistication without diminishing its value. Functionally, it surpasses ordinary clouds. While it may be referred to as a skill, it is more accurately situated between a skill and a magical artifact, reminiscent of the Monkey King's cloud. It is a treasure born from the cultivation of one's abilities. However, the Monkey King's cloud is entirely reliant on him. Its essence and purity are far beyond that of a mere white cloud. Yet, similarly, the Monkey King's cloud does not possess the ability to carry mortals. Rather, it seems to disdain the impurities of the mortal realm, refusing to allow them to ride upon it. The white cloud, on the other hand, bears no such reservations. Observe Li Jianhua, perched upon the cloud, his face peering through it as he gazes downward. There he is, unanchored, looking down from several hundred meters in the air, an extraordinary sight indeed. Lu Mingyi expresses profound understanding of this, for he too was once a mortal in his past life. Despite having established its capabilities, the white cloud can accommodate at most 4 or 5 individuals, as it spans only 2 to 3 square meters. Just as Lu Mingyi contemplates this, the white cloud suddenly expands with a resounding pop, akin to an immense foamy eruption capable of engulfing several villas. In an instant, it transforms into a vast cluster of clouds. Viewed from below, it resembles the clouds ridden by the heavenly soldiers led by King Li as they sought to capture the Monkey King after his tumultuous escapade in the heavenly realm. Li Jianhua is startled by the white cloud's sudden transformation. Moments earlier, he had felt a slight tremor and feared he might fall. To his astonishment, the white cloud has significantly enlarged, now capable of supporting galloping horses. Under Lu Mingyi's guidance, the white cloud descends to a height of less than 1 meter from the ground, though it seems it cannot fully touch the earth, as the cloud possesses a certain fastidiousness. Then, on the surface of the white cloud, horses truly begin to race. Li Jianhua's entourage brings nearly 30 steeds, all of which have now ascended onto the cloud. One can only imagine that these ordinary horses, one day, might journey through the skies upon the clouds. Indeed, this could be the pinnacle of their equine existence. Not only the horses, but also the attendants and servants accompanying Li Jianhua find their worldview shattered. Previously, they regarded Lu Mingyi merely as a capable figure from the martial world, perhaps a distinguished master from the Shu Mountains, renowned for his martial prowess. Yet now, they are profoundly shaken, their gazes toward Lu Mingyi filled with an awe that is both distant and boundless, akin to the reverence mortals hold for deities. What these mortals remain oblivious to is that other deities are not permitted to allow them to tread upon the white clouds. In this very moment, Lu Mingyi embodies their divine essence. Even the gaze of Yali, who stands beside Li Jianhua, has shifted as she regards Lu Mingyi. Yali, adept in the mystical arts of Miaojiang, possesses within her cultivated insects those that can be ridden. Previously, when Lu Mingyi was relentlessly pursued by her and her companions, he dared not linger. Consequently, Yali perceived Lu Mingyi as merely slightly superior to herself, harboring no sense of reverence towards him. However, at present, the methods displayed by Lu Mingyi have instilled in her an unsettling realization of the vast chasm that separates their capabilities. It seems that the previous encounter was not merely a matter of him holding back. Rather, it was an exercise in restraint on his part. How could such a master stoop to filch the Gu Emperor? It appears that the Gu Emperor possesses a spirit of its own, willingly aligning itself with the strong. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyi is unaware that he has unwittingly projected an aura of invincible superiority in front of Yali, establishing his persona with remarkable fervor. Noticing the intensity of Yali's gaze, Lu Mingyi nudged Li Jianhua, inquiring, "Why does your wife gaze at me so?" Li Jianhua, possessing a keen intellect, presumed that Yali was comparing herself to Lu Mingyi, recognizing his prowess. After all women are alike. His own mother often compared him to his father and others. Li Jianhua's thoughts rasa, fearing that he might falter in his role as a husband, for Yali's prowess and her trained insects would surely render him vulnerable. Thus, he clung to Lu Mingyi's arm, playfully pleading, "Dear brother, do teach me." Lu Mingyi nearly retched at the display, delivering a few playful kicks to his backside, yet decided to oblige him. Firstly, his ancestors hailed from Mount Shu, rendering him a quasi-member of that esteemed lineage. Secondly, having spent time together, he found the youth to be quite amiable. If he desired to learn, why not impart some knowledge? Moreover, as the heir to the powerful in Yuan Wang, he would inevitably command troops in the future, necessitating skills to better safeguard the populace. With this in mind, Lu Mingyi produced a handful of ice grapes for Li Jianhua to consume. Indeed, shortly after consumption, Li Jianhua felt a surge of true energy within him, akin to that of over 30 years of cultivation. The ice grapes enhance one's power. Depending on one's constitution, they may augment true energy or refine one's cultivation. While gaining true energy may entail some loss, the abundant spiritual energy cleansing the body can be considered a boon for longevity, each having its own merits. However, the teachings of Mount Shu cannot be passed down without the elder's consent. Thus, Lu Mingyi imparted the techniques of the Lingbo Weibu and the Six Meridian Sword to Li Jianhua through the method of spiritual enlightenment. This technique proved to be remarkably efficient, requiring just a single transmission. However, it was immensely taxing on the mind. Upon completing the transfer to Li Jianhua, Lu Mingyi felt utterly drained, which explains why those formidable masters in television dramas often resort to such methods only when they are on the brink of death to pass down their skills to the protagonists. Who in their right mind would willingly endure such a strain while still alive? It is truly exhausting. In Chapter 37, the Seven Schools Martial Arts Gathering, Li Jianhua received the teachings and soon felt a surge of power within him. Immediately, he retreated to practice alone. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyi sat cross-legged, savoring a bunch of icy grapes as he began to regulate his breath. Xiaobayan continued to soar ahead. As they flew, Lu Mingyi discovered another significant advantage of Xiaobayan. Despite supporting so many individuals, its energy consumption was astonishingly less than that of a flying sword. Although it was somewhat slower, with his current level of prowess, he could maintain a relentless pace while riding Xiaobayan for 10 full days and nights, theoretically circling the entire Earth thrice, of course. In this fantastical realm, there is no Earth, only a world where heaven is round and the Earth is square. Lu Mingyi recalled the words he had spoken when he first learned to fly with the sword. In the morning, I traverse the azure seas. By dusk, I linger in the verdant forests. With Xiaobayan's assistance, it seemed he could truly achieve that now. He resolved to test it whenever he found the time. Half a day later, Lu Mingyi and his companions arrived outside Yuzhou City. A journey that typically took more than half a month was completed in less than half a day, a marvel indeed. After bidding farewell to Li Jianhua and the others, Lu Mingyi soared back to the mountains. Those accustomed to racing cannot easily revert to ordinary speeds. Soon, he returned to Mount Shu, only to find it noticeably quieter than usual. Upon reaching the Wujij, he encountered Taoist Qingwei, who happened to be present. "Master, I have returned," Lu Mingyi announced. Taoist Qingwei, upon seeing Lu Mingyi, rose from his seat, stroking his chin and approaching him. He patted Lu Mingyi on the shoulder, scrutinizing him without uttering a word, his concern evident. Satisfied that Lu Mingyi was well, he turned back to take a seat. Once Taoist Qingwei was settled, Lu Mingyi provided a detailed account of his journey to Miaojiang. Taoist Qingwei listened intently, nodding in approval. He had never doubted Lu Mingyi's abilities, nor had Lu Mingyi ever disappointed him. His endeavors were always executed splendidly. After reporting on the affairs of Miaojiang, Lu Mingyi curiously inquired about the happenings on the mountain, particularly why Su Chongqing and Shorin and Shuyi were absent. Taoist Qingwei stroked his beard thoughtfully. They all went to Mount Yunding to participate in the Seven Factions Martial Arts Gathering, an event that took place merely 2 days ago. Since you were not present, they depart ahead of you. The Seven Factions Martial Arts Gathering. Lu Mingyi's eyes brightened at the mention. Although it is called the Seven Factions, there are actually over 30 sects, both large and small, involved. Among them, the most formidable are Mount Shu, Mount Laojun, Mount Maoshan, the Qingyan sect, the Great and Lesser Shumi temples, and the Diamond Temple. The remaining sects may hold their own ranks, but they generally fall outside the top 7. This gathering occurs once every 5 years, and Mount Shu has proudly claimed the first position for 10 consecutive sessions. This achievement is one of the pivotal reasons why Mount Shu holds a leading role among the righteous sects in the realm. He longed to participate, as opportunities to engage with the talented individuals from across the world are rare. It was truly a pity to have missed it. A hint of regret flickered in Lu Mingyi's eyes. Taoist Qingwei, however, let out a hearty laugh and pulled out a wooden token from his robe. Tossing it to Lu Mingyi. "What is this?" Lu Mingyi inquired excitedly. "A participation token," he exclaimed, looking at Taoist Qingwei with enthusiasm. No one knows the disciple better than the master. Off you go. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi promptly paid his respects and bid farewell to Taoist Qingwei. Exiting the Wujij, he mounted his flying sword and soared toward Mount Yunding. The distance from Mount Shu to Yunding is over 2,000 li. Although not as far as Miaojiang, it is still a considerable journey. To save time, Lu Mingyi decided to eat ice grapes while flying on his sword, not pausing for a moment. In less than 3 hours, he reached the foot of Mount Yunding. Mount Yunding, shrouded in white clouds, boasts a flat summit with an expansive area, specifically designated for the Seven Factions Martial Arts Gathering and not claimed by any particular sect. This year's gathering is hosted by the Qingyun sect. To demonstrate respect for the event, flying is prohibited on Mount Yunding during the gathering. Lu Mingyi landed his sword and began to walk up to the summit. As he approached the base of the mountain, he encountered a group of disciples clad in green, stationed at the stone steps. These were the disciples of the Tianyuan sect. Many people were entering ahead of him, and their sole duty was to ensure that no ordinary mortals mingled among the cultivators. When Lu Mingyi reached them, the green-clad disciples' eyes lit up. From a Shu sect, they exclaimed. The Tianyuan sect has always looked up to the Shu sect, serving as its loyal junior. With a close-knit relationship between the two. Greetings, senior brother. Lu Mingyi responded with a smile, returning their salutation. I appreciate your hard work, fellow brothers. As he spoke, he took out several bunches of ice grapes and distributed them to the green-clad disciples. The disciples, delighted with the ice grapes, expressed their gratitude, calling him senior brother even more sweetly. Lu Mingyi's kind gesture also evoked envy from nearby, wandering cultivators and disciples from smaller sections. Such ethereal treasures. Were they truly given away so easily? Lu Mingyi paid them no mind. Utilizing the ethereal steps, he moved with the grace of a specter towards the mountain summit. Before long, he arrived at the peak, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. A throng of people gathered, and some cultivators had even set up stalls outside the martial arts arena, engaging in trade. In truth, for those cultivators outside the seven sects, these gatherings represented their true purpose. Here, they could sell their accumulated spiritual treasures. With numerous disciples from prominent sects present, should any of them appear generous, they could fetch a handsome price. Conversely, those without connections could procure the cultivation resources they desired. After all, the likelihood of encountering rare materials at such a grand assembly was significantly heightened. As Lu Mingyi navigated through the crowd, he soon spotted a colossal sailboat. This was the camp of Mount Shu. Ahem. Although flying was prohibited during the seven sects martial gathering at Yunding Mountain, it appeared that the seven major sects enjoyed a certain leniency, as they were the ones who established the rules. As for Lu Mingyi's ascent, it was merely to avoid becoming the target of scrutiny. Having located the Mount Shu camp, he hurried over. Upon reaching the ship, he had yet to ascend the steps when the sharp-eyed Shouren noticed him. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Turning around, he called out, Eldest senior brother. Third senior brother. Shouzhong. Shui. The second senior brother has arrived. Hearing Shouren's words, Su Changqing and Chang Yin emerged from the cabin, accompanied by Elder Canggu and Elder Yuxian, who also came out. Shouren, Shouzhong, you two are quite verbose. Second senior brother, when did you return? Your timing is impeccable. The competition starts tomorrow. As Lu Mingyi responded, he ascended the wooden ladder onto the ship. After greeting Elder Canggu and Elder Yuxian, he said, Greetings, esteemed uncles. Elder Canggu, with a stern countenance, allowed a hint of a smile to break through, nodding in acknowledgement. Elder Yuxian, smiling, remarked, With your return, this martial gathering will surely be even more thrilling. Indeed, Shouren and Shou each chimed in agreement. Chapter 38. The Mutated Golden Skin Tree. Everyone held a profound respect for Lu Mingyi's prowess. Throughout Mount Shu, he alone could match Su Changqing in a back-and-forth exchange. And who was Su Changqing? The champion of the last seven sects martial gathering, a fierce competitor who dominated the arena at the tender age of 15. The minimum age for participation in the seven sects martial gathering was 15, which was the age of Shouren and the others. Lu Mingyi, on the other hand, was 16 this year, while Su Changqing was 20. The highest age limit for participation in the seven sects martial arts tournament is 25. This implies that Su Changqing can compete in one more session beyond this year. Each individual is allowed to partake in a maximum of 3 tournaments. Initially, Su Changqing had no intention of participating this year, as it would seem somewhat unfair to the others. However, with Lu Mingyi absent, someone had to uphold the reputation of Mount Shu. Thus, Su Changqing decided to take part. Fortunately, with Lu Mingyi's return, there was no longer a need for him to assert dominance. Lu Mingyi could represent them, ensuring both the honor of Mount Shu and the integrity of its name. Upon returning to the cabin, which housed over 20 spacious rooms, Su Changqing settled into the third one. In addition to Lu Mingyi and the 6 true disciples, 12 inner disciples had also arrived, all familiar faces who frequently visited Lu Mingyi's Ice Valley. Lu Mingyi casually selected an unoccupied room for himself. Once inside, he changed into a fresh set of clothing. Although his dustless garb could cleanse itself of dirt and dust effortlessly, perhaps due to a habit formed in his previous life, he preferred to wear clean garments. After some time, despite its pristine condition, he felt inclined to wash it. as the process was merely a formality. Cleaning the dustless garb was quite simple. He only needed to soak it briefly in a basin of water. It required no drying, as it was naturally quick-drying due to its waterproof and fireproof properties. Once he had changed, Lu Mingyi sought out Su Changqing. Upon entering his room, he discovered Su Changqing preparing tea. Tea is indeed a delightful beverage. It is worth noting that in his past life, Lu Mingyi had dedicated time to the study of the way of tea, a pursuit that had also introduced Su Changqing to this art. On this path, however, Lu Mingyi found himself overshadowed by Su Changqing. While Lu Mingyi's tea skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to those of Su Changqing. "Senior brother," he greeted. "Ah, Mingyi, you've arrived," Su Changqing replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Mingyi took a seat opposite Su Changqing. Su Changqing picked up a teacup and rinsed it with boiling water. He then opened a nearby tea box, extracting a small handful of pre-rain Longjing tea, knowing well that his disciple favored it. He placed the leaves into a small mortar and ground them into a fine powder. After pouring hot water over it and stirring with a small spoon, he prepared a cup of authentic matcha, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. Taking a sip, Lu Mingyi felt invigorated and refreshed. There, Su Changqing and Lu Mingyi savored the fragrant essence of tea together. The door to Su Changqing's room was suddenly flung open. The three little spirits, Shouzhong, Shorin, and Shuyi, rushed in, followed closely by the typically obedient Changyin. Lu Mingyi looked at them with curiosity, wondering what brought them there. To his surprise, Shorin and Shuyi seized Lu Mingyi's arms and began to pull him outside. Lu Mingyi quickly inquired about their intentions. Shorin and Shuyi finally explained that they wished to venture out to procure some items. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing turned to Shorin and Shuyi, exclaiming, "I have been here all along. Why did you not seek me out?" The expressions of Shorin, Shuyi, Shouzhong, and even Changyin turned peculiar as they gazed at Su Changqing. "Do you possess any money? We sought you out for that reason. Buying requires funds, you know." Su Changqing found himself embarrassed under their scrutinizing stares and hastily turned away, coughing as he urged, "You all should go. Go quickly." Lu Mingyi, amused, shook his head and set off with his fellow disciples, promising to bring back some items for Su Changqing. Upon reaching the market, Lu Mingyi was astonished by the lively atmosphere, far surpassing his previous encounters. Vendors offered an array of spiritual materials, ores, cultivation techniques, weapons, and even spirit beasts, both terrestrial and aquatic. Among the peculiar offerings, there were even shameless sellers displaying beautiful female spirits confined within demon cages. Such matters were beyond Lu Mingyi's control. Where there were sellers, there would be buyers. Even if one attempted to intervene, such actions would only be temporary, for the cycle of demand and supply would persist indefinitely. Moreover, it was worth noting that most captured spirits were malevolent in nature. Had they not been, their innate ability to conceal themselves would have rendered them undetectable by cultivators. He chose not to partake, moving along as he continued to explore. Suddenly, Shorin dashed toward a stall, prompting Lu Mingyi to follow. The stall was replete with an assortment of oddities: incense burners, locks, fans, lanterns, peculiar black nails, strange stones, and blue iron fragments, alongside a decaying staff, a chaotic collection of items. Activating his insightful eye, Lu Mingyi swiftly discerned the origins of these wares. Most were indeed authentic, though some bore dubious provenance, revealing a disturbing presence of funerary objects, not those meant for the underworld, but rather items intended for burial with the deceased. Lu Mingyi scrutinized the stall owner, who appeared rather unassuming. How could one engage in such unscrupulous deeds? Perhaps it was due to the piercing gaze of Lu Mingyi that the stall owner felt utterly exposed, a chill racing down his spine, prompting him to instinctively lower his head. Meanwhile, Shorin, who was diligently examining items, remained blissfully unaware. He retrieved a palm-sized bronze pagoda from the stall. Lu Mingyi, with his keen insight, immediately recognized it. The Xianxia Tower could attract the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, fostering fertility and progeny. Upon this realization, Lu Mingyi erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. "You, a mere 15-year-old, after much deliberation, have chosen a fertility-enhancing artifact." Shorin, oblivious to the source of Lu Mingyi's mirth, felt a flush of embarrassment when the reason was revealed, turning on his heel and fleeing. Lu Mingyi, accompanied by Changyin and the others, promptly pursued him. After weaving through several stalls, they caught up with Shorin. Lu Mingyi hastily apologized, assuring him that he would refrain from further laughter and even offered to purchase additional items for him, which finally placated him. As they continued their exploration, they indeed stumbled upon a number of remarkable treasures. Mingyi discovered an ancient tome at one of the stalls, within which lay a legendary creature known as the bookworm. Previously featured in the Unintentional Mage 3, folklore claimed that consuming it would grant one immortality. However, the truth was far more mundane. It was merely a spirit of the book. It still possessed remarkable qualities. Every book it touched was indelibly marked in its memory, allowing one to truly traverse the realms of literature. With it, one would possess a mobile library. This was an exceptional find, especially for Changyin, who was already in the possession of the book preservation pavilion. Handing the tome to him, Mingyi whispered its significance in his ear, causing Changyin's eyes to widen in astonishment. The bookworm, a coveted treasure he had long sought. This find was indeed a perfect match for his collection at the pavilion. Had he not been with his second senior brother, he would surely have missed it. Changyin discreetly opened the ancient book, stealing a glance to find a circular, coiled white worm. Truly the bookworm. Suppressing his excitement, he stowed the tome in his storage pouch and continued their journey. After a brief while, Mingyi acquired a set of tea utensils. While not magical artifacts, they were far from ordinary, having once belonged to Ruanji, one of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove from the Jin dynasty, boasting a history of several centuries. Surely, Su Changqing would be delighted by this acquisition. Just as they completed the purchase of the tea set, Mingyi's gaze was drawn to a diminutive tree, a golden skin tree. In Chapter 39, titled The Visit to the Lesser Shumi Temple, the tree stood less than 2 meters tall, boasting a straight stem and heart-shaped leaves adorned with a few pink fruits. The entirety of the tree was covered in tiny needle-like spines. This golden skin tree, primarily found in Australia, is non-existent in China. In a previous life, Mingyi had encountered it in a botanical text, where it was noted as one of the most poisonous trees. A mere touch would allow the spines to pierce the skin and release toxins, posing a lethal threat to any living creature. If one were fortunate enough to survive, they would endure excruciating pain for months, with the possibility of recurrence years later. Its venom was notably more vicious than that of the blood-sealing tree. Approaching the tree, Mingyi reached out and grasped a leaf. Instantly, the spines punctured his skin, and he felt as if 1,000 knives were mercilessly stabbing at him from within, causing his insides to twist painfully. This was unexpected. He was well aware of the tree's toxicity and, with over 500 years of cultivation, such a reaction should not have been so severe. In an attempt to expel the venom, he made several small incisions on his finger, only to find that no poisonous blood emerged. The toxins seemed to behave like a minuscule creature, swiftly pervading his body and integrating into his flesh, all the while causing relentless agony. With no other recourse, Mingyi discreetly activated the ice god array, enveloping himself in a wave of frigid energy. His body temperature plummeted to below -40 degrees Celsius. This temperature would typically incapacitate an ordinary cultivator, yet for Mingyi, who had grown up amidst the chilling currents of Tianyuan, it was bearable. The cold dulled his pain receptors, and he soon felt no discomfort. His complexion returned to normal as he wiped the icy sweat from his brow, only to find the stall owner and Changchun staring intently at him. They were baffled, unsure of what had transpired, merely assuming that Mingyi was unwell and watching him with concern. He reassured them that he was fine, allowing them to relax. However, the stall owner was acutely aware of the nature of his wares, knowing full well the caution required in handling them, and any contact could lead to dire consequences. That felt worse than death itself. Inside, Mingyi was besieged by 1,000 frantic thoughts. This time, he had acted too hastily. Contemplating, he activated the Changchun Jue to heal his body. Taking stock of his condition, he noted that his speed was satisfactory. He would likely return to normal by tomorrow morning. However, the golden skin tree had piqued Mingyi's immense interest. Its power was indeed formidable. Thus, he engaged the vendor in negotiations. The vendor, having been intimidated by Mingyi's earlier demeanor, did not dare to raise the price significantly. 3 pieces of medium-grade spiritual materials were at stake. In the realm of Xianxia 3, there were no spirit stones. Cultivators traded through barter. These spiritual materials were classified into 4 grades based on their quality and efficacy: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Most materials could be distinctly identified by the spiritual energy they contained, while a few, due to their rarity, were categorized as exceptional. In Shushan, All grades of spiritual materials could be found. However, as Lu Mingyi already possessed various materials, he had never claimed his own share. Moreover, the Baidan Yunlian and ice grapes produced in his ice valley largely supplied Shushan. This also explained why Shushan had dispatched so many individuals this time. They had strength. Over the years, Shushan had cultivated numerous talented youths, and the inner disciples they sent out were no less proficient than the true disciples of other sections. Lu Mingyi, feeling no need to search further, directly produced 3 bunches of ice grapes. The vendor's eyes brightened at the sight. Exceptional spiritual materials. The vendor looked up at Lu Mingyi, realizing that his small stall could scarcely accommodate such treasures. Upon hearing the vendor's remark, Shorin and Shuyi burst into laughter. 3 bunches of ice grapes? What did that mean for the second senior brother? Not to mention the second senior brother. Even we could produce them with ease. Oh, how fortunate it was that they had not voiced that thought aloud, lest they find themselves at the mercy of the second senior brother. There's no need to search further. Lu Mingyi declared, waving his hand to store the golden skin tree within his storage jade pendant. Accompanied by Shorin, Shuyi, and the others, he departed. Along the way, Shorin set his sights on several pieces of cloud iron. Buy it, Lu Mingyi responded. Shuyi then admired 2 exquisitely crafted flying swords. Buy it, Lu Mingyi obliged once more. Shouzhong was drawn to a small fox. Buy it, Lu Mingyi agreed. Wait, is this a little fox? This is clearly a fox spirit, Shouzhong exclaimed, taken aback. Who would have thought you were this kind of person? Lu Mingyi playfully kicked him on the backside and then purchased a still unrefined white little fox, a male. Nonetheless, for Shouzhong, clutching the small fox, Shouzhong beamed with delight. With a grimace, he gazed at Lu Mingyi. It's already generous of me to buy for you. Why the fuss? Let us hurry up. This is utterly embarrassing. As Lu Mingyi indulged in a spree of purchases, the entire assembly at Yunding Mountain became aware of his presence. A wealthy patron had arrived, one who never haggled over prices. If he fancied something, he simply bought it. Consequently, numerous stall owners eagerly awaited Lu Mingyi as patronage. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Mingyi and his entourage had already returned to the spacecraft in Shushan. Once aboard, Lu Mingyi sought out Su Changqing, presenting him with Ruan GST set. What? This is Ruan GST set? Su Changqing exclaimed, skepticism in his voice. Indeed. See for yourself. As Su Changqing inspected the teacup, he discovered the characters Xizong inscribed at the bottom, a clear indication of its authenticity. Delighted, Su Changqing embraced Lu Mingyi and planted a kiss on his cheek. Lu Mingyi feigned disgust. Oh dear, you're truly revolting. Su Changqing, unde de, meticulously placed the tea set on the table, handling it as if it were a fragile treasure, almost as if afraid it might shatter or dissolve in his grasp. The level of caution he exhibited was almost comical. Shaking his head, Lu Mingyi exited Su Changqing's room and closed the door behind him, allowing his companion to savor the moment in solitude. Lu Mingyi then made his way to the hull of the spacecraft, intending to examine the golden skin tree closely. Although the room was spacious, it felt slightly inadequate for accommodating a tree. At that moment, both elders were present in the hall. Greetings, Master Uncle, he greeted. Ah, Elder Yuxian, you returned? How was your outing, Mingyi? Lu Mingyi nodded, replying, it was quite enjoyable. Is there something you require? Oh, nothing much, Master Uncle. I merely acquired an item that cannot fit in my room, so I brought it to the common area. Upon hearing this, both Kanggu and Yuxian's curiosity was piqued. Oh, what is it? Lu Mingyi waved his hand, and the golden-skinned tree materialized in the center of the hall. What is this? The golden-skinned tree, though its roots are entirely toxic, possesses extraordinary power. As Lu Mingyi began to explain the tree's attributes to the 2 elders, suddenly, Shuyi rushed in, announcing that 2 monks, claiming to be old acquaintances of Lu Mingyi, wished to pay him a visit. Lu Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. He had little acquaintance with monks, save for 2 from the Little Shumi Temple, Yineng and Yinji. Could they be them? He glanced toward the 2 elders, who nodded in agreement, indicating that the guests should be allowed in. Moments later, 2 bald heads, shining like light bulbs, entered the hall. Indeed, the encounter between Yineng and Yinshi is quite remarkable. As Yineng entered, he beheld the venerable Canggu and Yuxian seated in the main hall. He promptly bowed in greeting, acknowledging the 2 elders. Yinshi followed suit in salutation. Canggu and Yuxian responded with warm smiles, indicating a lack of need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. Upon hearing this, Yineng intended to settle into a chair nearby, only to discover that Yinshi was no longer beside him. Looking up, he noticed a verdant little tree adorned with small pink fruits in the sitting room. Captivated by this peculiar sight, Yin-Chi reached out, drawing the attention of Lu Mingyi. "Hey, don't touch that." But alas, it was too late. Yin-Chi had already seized one of the pink fruits and, without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. "Oh no, this is bad." Chapter 40. The Treatment of Yin-Chi. Lu Mingyi dashed forward, attempting to pry open Yin-Chi's mouth in hopes of retrieving the fruit before it could be swallowed. However, upon inspection, he found Yin-Chi's mouth to be entirely empty. Lu Mingyi could only shrug in resignation. It seemed fate had played its hand, and the bald monk was destined to face this calamity. Meanwhile, Yineng remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, mistakenly believing his reckless junior had consumed some treasure from Mount Shu. Just as he began to rise to apologize, the scene took a turn. Yinki, with his bronze-hued skin, appeared as though coated in a layer of crimson paint. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed through the room. Blood began to seep from the corners of Yin-Chi's mouth. Not understanding the cause, Yineng rushed over to assess the situation. Yet, the moment his hands made contact with Yin-Chi's arm, the slight pressure became the proverbial last straw for the already strained camel. Yin-Chi erupted in a frenzy, roaring loudly as he tore at his clothing and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Blood and fragments of white teeth mingled on the floor, revealing the tenacity of this individual, who had bitten down with such ferocity that his own teeth shattered. Despite the pain, he finally let out a cry. The Buddhist tradition offers various healing techniques. Yineng swiftly produced a magical binding rope, its golden hue glimmering as it slithered forth like a mystical serpent, ensnaring Yin-Chi. He glanced at Lu Mingyi, who nodded in understanding, quickly summoning Shou-Yi to assist. Together, they restrained Yin-Chi from either side. Perhaps the pain was too intense. Even while held down, Yin-Chi thrashed about like a crocodile on the verge of death. Yineng formed a lotus gesture with his hands and seized the opportunity to strike several vital points on Yin-Chi's neck, aiming to dampen his sensory awareness. Yet, despite his efforts, there was no effect. Realizing his attempts bore no fruit, Yineng resolved to continue his efforts. With a swift gesture, a magnificent golden glass bell materialized before Yineng. He cradled the bell in his right hand and exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Mingyi and Shou-Yi, signaling them to retreat promptly. Lu Mingyi acknowledged with a nod, and as Yineng drew closer, he cast the bell down upon Yin-Chi's head. In an instant, Lu Mingyi and Shou-Yi withdrew. The bell descended heavily, landing with a creaking sound upon the wooden floor. Yet, the onlookers were too captivated to notice. Their gazes were fixated on Yin-Chi, who was enveloped by the bell. In that moment, it was as though he had been sedated, falling into a profound silence, prompting a collective sigh of relief. It worked. This bald monk was indeed formidable. However, before the crowd could revel in their triumph, Yin-Chi erupted once more, frantically battering the bell's walls and even resorting to self-harm, clawing at his bound thighs, leaving deep, bloody gashes that were unsettling to witness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yineng retracted the golden bell, releasing Yin-Chi yet this time. An inexplicable struggle clouded his expression, and he hesitated to act immediately. Suddenly, Yin-Chi bellowed. Unmoving king body. Behind him, a colossal figure of the great unmoving king Bodhisattva emerged. The Bodhisattva rapidly shrank, merging with Yin-Chi in that instant. As he became possessed by the great unmoving king, a radiant golden light emanated from him, transforming his physique into an indomitable fortress. Witnessing Yin-Chi unleash the unmoving king body, Yineng's countenance turned grim. This was Yin-Chi's ultimate trump card for the upcoming 7 Factions martial arts gathering, now laid bare before his most formidable opponent. It was indeed a precarious revelation. Clearly, the poison of the golden skin tree was far beyond mere tricks to subdue. The unmoving king body did not alleviate his suffering in the least. Observing his disciple's agony, Yineng felt a profound sense of compassion. So be it. If exposure was inevitable, then so be it. The unmoving king body had already been revealed, and revealing a bit more would matter little. The priority was to save Yin-Chi. Resolving this, his gaze steeled as he stepped forward, casting the Buddhist prayer beads above Yin-Chi's head. The beads began to swirl, emanating waves of golden light. Amidst the flickering brilliance, a fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. As the golden light intensified, a bead gradually transformed into a pristine white, soon followed by golden flames bursting forth like a cascade of fiery blossoms from the white bead. Wrap the seal in reverence. As flames flicker into existence, A series of serene sounds emanate from the cabin. Behold, a relic of a venerable monk. At the very least, it is the relic of a monk who has cultivated for 3 millennia. It is astonishing that such a treasure lies in the hands of the seal. Under the scorching embrace of the golden flames of the relic, the skin of the seal, initially tainted and reddened by poison, transforms to a brilliant orange due to the overwhelming gravity of the underworld king's presence, and in an instant, it becomes resplendent gold. The monk's relic exudes immense power. Yet, the seal remains unchanged, showing no signs of relief. With no other choice, the seal casts a pleading glance towards Canggu and Yuxian, the 2 individuals present with the highest cultivation. After all, his junior brother had been harmed by the artifacts of their Shu Mountain sect. Surely, they must possess a remedy for the poison. However, the seal's assumption proves misguided. This entity arrived on the vessel only a step or 2 ahead of them. Canggu and Yuxian's understanding of the golden skin tree is not significantly deeper than his own. Earlier, even the powerful monk's relic, when fully activated, yielded little effect. Thus, both elders hesitate, uncertain of their efficacy in dealing with the situation. Fortunately, Elder Yuxian, with quick wit, recalls that this entity was indeed brought back by Mingyi. Moreover, he had previously articulated its nature with great clarity, indicating his familiarity with it. Consequently, Elder Yuxian addresses Mingyi, suggesting that as the owner of the artifact, he should take the lead. Upon hearing this, Mingyi nods and strides towards the seal. As he walks, he ponders to himself. He had employed the utmost chill of the ice god array to freeze all his nerves, thus alleviating the pain. While the Changchun formula possesses healing properties, its efficacy is slow. He is yet to fully recover. Should he unleash the extreme cold upon the seal, it would surely prove unbearable. Closing his eyes, he recalls the contents of the medical compendium. Though the methods are few, they do exist, albeit rather drastic. The first approach involves allowing the soul to exit the body, permitting the toxin to run its course, and returning thereafter. This method seems plausible, yet he lacks the means to execute it. Furthermore, for a cultivator, the soul is of paramount importance. Even close friends and family must not pry, let alone a mere outsider. Thus, this option is dismissed. The second method entails finding a new corporeal vessel, relinquishing the current one. This approach, though it also requires a connection to the soul, can be mediated through ritual, minimizing deep contact. However, this imprint obsession evidently concentrates all its power within the corporeal form. Should one forsake the old body, nearly 2 decades of cultivation would be rendered utterly futile. There are few physiques capable of honing the flesh. If abandoned, the imprint obsession would likely be left in a state of ruin. Moreover, the bark of the golden skin tree is not fatal, is it? It merely inflicts excruciating pain. Rendering existence atome. The price is far too steep. Thus, let's set this aside for now. Method 3. Pain dilution. This healing technique derives from the magical realm. By establishing a network of shared abilities, one can distribute an individual's pain across a collective, thereby reducing the sensation as the number of people increases. This is quite promising. However, such a skill requires proficiency, and I have yet to learn it. Hence, it is of no use at present. Chapter 41. The Mummy Imprint Obsession. Method 4. Sensory disarray. By applying sensory stimuli, one can disrupt the patient's cognitive judgments, thus achieving a suppression of pain. Recommendations include drawing cool water from a well, utilizing sufficient medicinal beans, roasting with salt, and steaming bones to detoxify. The method seems somewhat dubious, yet it appears to be the only viable option. Consequently, Mingyi conveyed this approach to Yineng. Before Yineng could voice an opinion, the suffering imprint obsession exhibited astonishing resilience, enduring immense agony. Heal, heal, heal. Observing the weeping figure of the imprint obsession, Mingyi felt a pang of empathy. For a fleeting moment, he too had experienced such torment. Alas, it is a pity. I am but a person, yet others are not like me. The means to heal oneself cannot be applied to the imprint obsession. Very well, let's give it a try. Following the prescribed formula, the necessary ingredients were swiftly gathered. However, upon seeing the medicinal beans, Mingyi harbored a secret intention. He led the imprint obsession away from the spaceship to a secluded area. Upholding righteousness, he dug a large pit in the ground, pouring in copious amounts of salt. He then buried the imprint obsession, leaving only its bald head exposed. Cast the spell. Heat it. The salt quickly heated and hardened. Within the salt pit, The imprint obsession seemed to find some relief, its expression softening. Thus, they continued this for 2 to 3 hours. As time wore on, the efficacy of the treatment began to wane, and the imprint obsession once again succumbed to intense pain. Therefore, they switched tactics. A massive stone pot was procured, akin to the one used by the gray wolf for cooking lamb, albeit with a cement hue. They poured in a substantial quantity of water, bringing it to a boil before tossing the imprint obsession into the pot. Lu Mingyi and Yin Neng each wielded a large iron brush, vigorously scrubbing the surface of the imprint obsession. Curiously enough, the iron brush was remarkably sharp, yet it left no trace of injury on the body of Xianxia. Observing the faint golden glow that occasionally emanated from Xianxia, Lu Mingyi revealed a look of realization. This Xianxia was indeed on the path to achieving Buddhahood through physical transformation. The two continued to assist Xianxia in his bathing ritual. Unfortunately, it soon became apparent that the iron brush had lost its efficacy. Try again. The sting of a bee, the bite of an ant, the scorching iron against the skin. They had attempted a plethora of methods, each providing only temporary relief before the affliction recurred. Now, their options were dwindling, and the sky had begun to darken. Lu Mingyi and Yin Neng exchanged glances at the battered form of Xianxia, who had been subjected to such torment that his condition was a testament to the potency of their treatments. Seizing a wooden bucket from the ground, Lu Mingyi poured its contents into Xianxia's mouth, followed by a generous dose of purgative beans. As night enveloped the land, after a brief interval, Xianxia hastily made his way to an uninhabited clearing. Almost immediately, the night air was filled with the sound reminiscent of firecrackers, accompanied by a noxious stench that wafted through the breeze towards the distant peaks of Cloudtop Mountain. Many individuals, engaged in culinary discussions, were suddenly assaulted by the foul odor, causing them to retch. Upon investigating the source, they discovered Yin Neng, the Grandmaster, standing against the wind. An individual from the small Shumi temple, best to avoid confrontation, they thought as they discreetly departed. Eventually, after a period of time, a fatigued Xianxia approached, his legs trembling. It seemed that the torment inflicted by the golden-skinned tree had considerably diminished. Surprisingly, this most unseemly method proved to be the most effective. Although Xianxia still experienced significant pain, for one attuned to physical cultivation, it had become tolerable. Seizing the moment before the toxins erupted, Yin Neng hurriedly sought out Lu Mingyi with Xianxia in tow. In truth, Lu Mingyi had not ventured far. Upon witnessing the wretched state of Xianxia, his face, neck, body, and legs marred with various injuries, swollen and festering, Lu Mingyi shook his head in dismay. If only you had resisted temptation and avoided the fruit of the golden-skinned tree, you would not be suffering so. From his storage jade pendant, Lu Mingyi retrieved a special ointment designed for healing wounds, crafted in the mountains of Shu. He evenly applied it to Xianxia's injuries, then produced a substantial roll of gauze from his system space, which he had acquired during his daily sign-in, and began to bandage Xianxia's wounds with care. Once all the wounds were meticulously bandaged, Xianxia was left with only 2 eyes to behold the world, resembling a living mummy. After tending to the external injuries, Lu Mingyi summoned a faint, chilling essence from within himself, channeling it into Xianxia's body. Instantly, Xianxia felt a soothing warmth enveloping him, alleviating some discomfort. Following this, Lu Mingyi invoked the Changchun Jue, infusing the verdant energy produced by the technique into Xianxia. Given Xianxia's robust physique, the toxins within him began to dissipate at a remarkable pace, even faster than Lu Mingyi himself could manage. Yet, Lu Mingyi felt no envy towards this phenomenon. The very thought of the various healing methods made one shudder. After a period of treatment, the toxins were finally eradicated from Xianxia's body. Lu Mingyi then presented him with several bunches of ice grapes to consume. On one hand, it was only right to look after a guest who had suffered injury in his own abode. On the other, Xianxia's reckless behavior had illuminated the terrifying threshold of the mutated golden skin tree's toxins. It was alarming to realize that a body cultivator with 500 years of cultivation in the Dao realm was utterly defenseless against such poison. This realization suggested that, when wielded against adversaries, it could yield extraordinary results. Once Xianxia was fully healed, he promptly tore away all the bandages and, grasping Yin Neng's hand, turned to take his leave. As he departed, his gaze towards Lu Mingyi was fraught with a complex blend of disdain and fear, as if to say that nurturing such a creature was the mark of madness. Yin Neng, who had initially sought Lu Mingyi merely to probe the depths of Shushan, found himself embroiled in this unforeseen incident. He offered a respectful salute to Lu Mingyi before returning, somewhat disgruntled. Upon Lu Mingyi's return to the spacecraft, he discovered that Sanggu, Yu Xian, and Su Changqing were waiting for him in the hall. After exchanging formalities with the two elders, Sanggu gravely informed Lu Mingyi that the matter at hand was exceedingly perilous, cautioning him against its reckless use in the future. Lu Mingyi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the elders' concerns. Thus, after the elders imposed various restrictions, Lu Mingyi finally reclaimed the golden skin tree and returned to his chamber. This entity had indeed brought him considerable trouble. The question now arose, where should he plant it? If mishandled and stumbled upon by others, it would surely lead to complications. Perhaps the locked demon tower would suffice. It was typically devoid of visitors, and there were disciples stationed there daily to provide oversight. This should significantly reduce the likelihood of this issue occurring. Chapter 42. The martial gathering commences. The dawn of the next day arrived swiftly, heralded by the resonant peal of bells echoing across Cloud Peak Mountain. The gathering of the 7 factions officially commenced, although the various sects had arrived in advance. Each felt compelled to hold a ceremonial display prior to the martial event, both to instill awe in potential adversaries and to solidify their own standing. 16 grand drums were arranged in 2 rows flanking the arena of the martial gathering. Before each drum stood a robust man, wielding a drumstick, poised for the command. This event was hosted by the Qingyuan sect. The sect's leader, Taoist Xianyuan, brandished a treasured sword and led the representatives from each faction in an offering of incense to the heavens, signifying the solemnity of the occasion. Upon the conclusion of this heavenly tribute, Taoist Xianyuan waved his right hand, causing the banners to unfurl and the drums to resound thunderously, signaling the commencement of the display. The Qingyuan sect was the first to take the stage. A group of disciples clad in azure robes, riding upon flying swords, danced gracefully through the air, their magical powers manifesting as green bamboo leaves that drifted down like petals, an exquisite sight to behold. Next came the Laozhan sect, renowned for their extraordinary spells and formidable prowess, albeit with a smaller number of disciples. 9 members of the Laozhan sect, donned in wide-sleeved gray robes and sporting top-knots, floated in, each stepping upon clouds like ethereal cranes, truly embodying the essence of celestial beings. Following them was the Maoshan sect, distinct in their own right. A collection of dark, lacquered coffins soared through the air, each adorned with figures whose hair and beards danced in the wind, their expressions commanding and resolute. Subsequently, the 2 branches of the Shumi Temple made their entrance. Long ago, there was but a single Shumi Temple, but due to ideological rifts among the higher-ups in a later generation, it was divided into 2, the Great Shumi Temple, which retained the original site, and the Small Shumi Temple, which relocated to a new site. Though they originated from a common root, they diverged significantly in their developmental paths, becoming formidable forces in the contemporary realm of cultivation, a testament to the profound heritage of the Shumi Temple. Despite the division, the martial gathering of the 7 factions has a long-standing tradition. In the procession, both branches of the Shumi Temple were still regarded as one faction, as the original gathering of the 7 factions had in fact been the gathering of 6. Ethereal chants resonated through the skies as the 2 branches aligned themselves in formation. The Great Shumi Temple donned brown monk robes, while the Small Shumi Temple wore white robes. Yet both trod upon golden lotus platforms, gliding through the air like a gentle breeze, a sight both enchanting and otherworldly. Their entrance continued, unimpeded, as the display unfolded. The sound of cymbals resonated from outside, creating a rhythmic thud. The previously packed audience area parted to reveal a wide passageway. Amidst the resonant chants of the cymbals, a procession of red-robed lamas entered, their heads crowned by a multitude of majestic eagles soaring above, a sight that was utterly captivating. The Vajra Temple, a sect devoted entirely to the physical embodiment of enlightenment, adopted an extreme approach, emphasizing the path of attaining Buddhahood through the corporeal form. To fully embrace this doctrine, they employed a method of body tempering akin to forging metal. The bodies developed through this technique possessed immense strength and remarkable defenses. Yet their considerable weight rendered flight a formidable challenge. They believed this very aspect furthered their training, leading them to seldom utilize flying artifacts. They preferred to walk wherever possible. Naturally, the final appearance belonged to the Shushan sect. However, this year, Shushan diverged from tradition. Lu Mingyi was the first to enter, drawing forth the Tianyuan Divine Sword. which unleashed a chilling aura that crystallized the clouds atop the mountains, summoning delicate snowflakes that danced like cherry blossoms in the spring breeze. Su Jiangqing, stepping upon his flying sword, transformed the snow into wings, gliding gracefully into view. The remaining disciples of Shushan followed closely, their swords lined up as they ascended, each employing the exquisite Lingbo Weibu technique, a combat maneuver contributed to the sect by Lu Mingyi long ago, now mandatory for all inner disciples. They stepped upon the snow, fluttering through the air like butterflies in a whimsical ballet. The audience erupted into thunderous applause at this breathtaking spectacle. As all 7 major sects took their positions, the martial assembly commenced. The format employed a lottery system to determine the initial matchups. Victors would advance, while the defeated faced elimination. To prevent formidable contenders from encountering someone like Su Changqing at the onset, the losers would regroup for a second round of selection, continuing until 4 finalists emerged for the championship. Elders from each sect sat in dignified silence upon the high platform, while a crimson lottery box was placed in the center of the arena. Contestants queued to draw their lots. Soon, it was Lu Mingyi's turn. He reached in a box, extracting a wooden plaque. Upon turning it over, he saw the number 2. This time, over 400 participants were involved, with more than 200 number plaques. The individual who also drew the number 2 would be Lu Mingyi's opponent. With the plaque in hand, he proceeded to the registration area, where disciples stood ready to record the entries. Record the number associated with Lu Mingyi alongside his name. Soon, the initial list of matchups was revealed. Qingyan sects Zhu Xiaoming faced Maoshan's Yisheng. Laoshan's Wang Chun competed against Jinggang Temple's Fajing. The battle between the small and large Xumi temples saw Yinming go against Wudong. Maoshan's Feng Xiu was pitted against Laoshan's Li Zhe. Finally, Jinggang Temple's Fian faced off against Shushan's Lu Mingyi. According to the match numbers, the first pair to enter the arena were Shouzhong and Qingyun Zhaoguan. Shouzhong leaped gracefully onto the martial arts stage, while Zhaoguan descended upon his sword. The two exchanged respectful bows. With a signal from the elder referee, Zhaoguan initiated the attack. He executed the bamboo, listening to Wave's fist, aimed at Shouzhong's chest. Shouzhong slightly bent his left leg, lowering his shoulder to evade the blow, and countered with a palm strike towards Zhaoguan's waist. Zhaoguan was caught off guard and was sent flying by Shouzhong's powerful strike. The disparity in their strength was glaringly evident. After being knocked down, Zhaoguan quickly recognized the gap between them and conceded defeat as soon as he stood up. The first battle of the 7 sects concluded with a victory for Shushan. The two exchanged bows once more and exited the martial arts arena. Next, it was time for the second match. Lu Mingyi entered the arena with measured steps, only to be met by a towering figure, approximately 5 meters tall, bare-chested, and standing at the opposite end of the field, also bowing. Lu Mingyi, Fian. After completing their salutations, the two began to size each other up, gauging their strengths. However, Lu Mingyi resorted to underhanded tactics. With a discerning gaze, he employed the Eye of Insight. Target, Fian. Realm, perceiving nature realm, entering the path realm. Cultivation, 350 years. A cultivation level of 350 years is quite impressive. After a mutual observation, they exchanged a glance and rushed toward each other. Raising their hands, they swung their fists. Bang! Their fists collided with remarkable force, causing Lu Mingyi's sleeves to billow as if inflated by a gust of wind. The impact showcased their equal strength. Fian, slightly taken aback, realized that among his contemporaries, there existed someone who was not inferior to the disciples of Jinggang Temple. Little did he know, Lu Mingyi had consumed strength-enhancing calcium tablets in his youth. Chapter 43. The Emergence of a Demon. A slight smirk graced Lu Mingyi's lips as he leaped into the air and unleashed another punch. Fian reacted swiftly, meeting Lu Mingyi's punch with both palms, absorbing the blow without yielding. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they exchanged a flurry of punches, each strike landing with exhilarating intensity. Unfortunately, this was no solo performance for either of them. Under the referee's urging, they began to unleash their ultimate techniques. Fian removed the staff from his back, twisting it together to transform it into a long pole. Lu Mingyi unsheathed the long sword from his back. The two exchanged knowing smiles before resuming their fierce engagement. Fa Yin executed a vigorous set of the 18 Arhut staff techniques, his movements exuding power. Lu Mingyi deftly countered, striking and parrying with remarkable ease. In a moment of miscalculation, Fa Yin pivoted, thrusting the staff forward, unleashing a jet of flames akin to a flamethrower. Lu Mingyi responded with a palm strike, conjuring a chilling aura that surged forth to meet his opponent. In an instant, their weapons collided, extinguishing the flames that danced upon Fa Yin's staff. The icy energy enveloped the staff, threatening to engulf Fa Yin. Without hesitation, Fa Yin discarded his weapon and leaped into the air, aiming a kick directly at Lu Mingyi's chest. Caught off guard, Lu Mingyi struggled to react in time. In a hurried attempt, he unleashed a thrust of the Changchun sword, striking Fa Yin squarely and rendering him unconscious. Witnessing Fa Yin fall into a stupor, the referee promptly declared the match concluded. Lu Mingyi felt a pang of regret. He had hoped to face such a worthy adversary for a longer duration. But alas, there was no room for what-ifs. The referee announced Lu Mingyi as the victor, allowing him to advance smoothly in the competition. The preliminary rounds continued until evening. Concluding for the day, the matchup list for the next day was soon revealed, and Lu Mingyi was set to face Yisheng from Maoshan. Upon hearing Yisheng's name, Lu Mingyi narrowed his eyes. He had observed Yisheng's earlier match that afternoon and recognized his formidable skills, slightly surpassing his own. Yet, there was an unsettling air about Yisheng's techniques, which seemed somewhat sinister. Nevertheless, those from Maoshan specialized in battling zombies and spirits, so he supposed it was not entirely unusual. Still, Lu Mingyi felt that Yisheng possessed an exceptional quality that he could not quite articulate. Perhaps I shall discern it tomorrow, he concluded. Returning to the cabin, he indulged in a hearty meal before everyone retired to their quarters for the night. The following day, at the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was charged. Yisheng and Lu Mingyi faced each other. I have insight. The proclamation rang out. Target: Yisheng. Realm: Entry Dao Realm. Cultivation: 700 years. 700 years? This cultivation surpassed even Su Changqing's. Yet, Yisheng appeared to be of a similar age to Lu Mingyi. How could he possess such formidable prowess? Furthermore, what did the question mark beside the target signify? There had never been such uncertainty before. Setting aside his perplexity, Lu Mingyi, for prudence's sake, drew the Tianyuan sword. The moment he unsheathed it, Yisheng's expression shifted, as if he perceived the extraordinary nature of the sword. With the referee's signal, the match commenced. Yisheng extended his hand, and a small black coffin emerged from his waist, unfurling against the wind. Ultimately, it transformed into a coffin approximately 3 meters high, standing upright on the ground. Subsequently, Yisheng drew a peachwood sword from his back and retrieved a yellow talisman from his bosom. He affixed the talisman to the sword and gave the coffin a firm pat. A loud creak resonated, and the coffin lid fell to the ground, from which a grotesque zombie leapt forth. This zombie bore a protruding head, a mane of white hair, sharp fangs, and claws like blades, exuding a fierce demeanor. This was Yisheng's first encounter with such a creature since entering the world of the Immortal Sword. He swung the wooden sword, prompting the zombie to launch an attack on Lu Mingyi. Lu Mingyi, leaping onto his sword, soared into the air. Observing this, Yisheng bit his tongue, spraying a cloud of blood mist towards the zombie's back. He then performed a spell with his fingers, and, as the blood mist twisted, it ultimately transformed into a pair of crimson wings. With this, the zombie ascended once more, charging towards Lu Mingyi. Deep down, Lu Mingyi harbored a slight fear of the zombie. In his childhood, he often watched films about zombies featuring the renowned Jiu, and perhaps due to his young age, he had been quite frightened. Thus, upon truly encountering a zombie now, that fear resurfaced. Initially, when the zombie appeared, Lu Mingyi contemplated using the Tianyuan sword directly. However, this was merely a competition, and he feared that exerting too much force with the Tianyuan sword could lead to an uncontrollable outcome. Yet, as he watched the winged zombie approach, despite having other means to deal with it, he was reluctant to take the risk. Standing on his flying sword and wielding the Tianyuan, he prepared to strike at the zombie. Suddenly, a strange sensation surged within his chest. The golden butterfly, Gu Emperor. What was its purpose for emerging? Before Lu Mingyi could comprehend the situation, the golden butterfly, Gu Emperor, crawled out from his clothing and flew directly towards the zombie. Before Yisheng could regain control of the zombie or evade, the golden butterfly, Gu Emperor, pierced through the zombie's skin as effortlessly as a knife through thin paper. Burrowing inside, shortly thereafter, Lu Mingyi witnessed the zombie plummet from the sky, followed by a sudden explosion that transformed it into a cloud of white powder. The golden butterfly, Gu Emperor, then gracefully alighted upon Lu Mingyi's shoulder. This left Lu Mingyi feeling quite helpless. that gluttonous little creature. Just as he intended to descend and apologize to Yi Sheng, he noticed Yi Sheng fixated on the golden butterfly Gu Emperor, his eyes brimming with greed. Faced with this expression, Lu Mingyi's gaze turned cold. "My little golden butterfly, is it within your grasp?" Lu Mingyi felt a surge of disdain towards Yi Sheng and ceased to hold back. He swung the Tianyuan sword directly, delivering 2 strikes that sent the autumn twilight flying. The cold light shot forth, aimed straight at Yi Sheng's visage. Strangely, Yi Sheng did not even attempt to evade. The sword's brilliance struck him squarely in the face, shattering it completely, blood and flesh scattering. The elders upon the platform, witnessing this scene, could not help but rise to their feet. This marked the first instance of casualties in nearly a decade. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. Yet, before anyone could voice their opinions, Yi Sheng's body suddenly collapsed like shifting sands. A mass of black liquid flowed forth from the ruins of Yi Sheng, swiftly morphing into a monstrous creature with the head of a bull and skin as dark as night. An otherworldly demon, an elder on the platform exclaimed. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Lu Mingyi, who had just feared he had mistakenly slain a comrade, quickly regained his composure. He swung his sword at the creature. The monster, evidently wary of the Tianyuan sword, swiftly dodged. After evading, it chose not to attack Lu Mingyi, but instead leaped behind him, reaching for the golden butterfly Gu Queen. However, it had gravely misjudged its target. The golden butterfly Gu Queen was no ordinary foe. The little golden butterfly flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of golden scales. The creature's liquid-like body was pierced through, the force of the attack leaving onlookers awestruck. Yet, even more astonishing was the creature itself. The whole rapidly healed within moments. Observing this, Lu Mingyi silently activated the ice god array on his back. Chapter 44. The Origins of the Otherworldly Demon. A powerful energy surged through Lu Mingyi's meridians and into his right hand. Seeing that the first attack yielded no results, the golden butterfly flapped its wings. Emitting a pinkoha, this pink mist enveloped the otherworldly demon, causing its skin to bubble as if doused in acid, gradually revealing its innards. Unfortunately, as the demon's skin writhed, its form began to recover. However, Lu Mingyi keenly noted that it seemed to shrink in size and diminish in power. Effective, little golden butterfly. Continue. Lu Mingyi commanded the butterfly to persist in its assault while he seized the opportunity to ascend, launching a direct strike at the demon. With a resounding clap, Lu Mingyi's palm struck the demon's forehead. The moment his hand made contact, a torrent of frigid energy surged violently into the demon's body. In an instant, the demon was encased in a solid block of ice, motionless. Lu Mingyi approached to examine it. Yet, it was discovered that the body of the aberrant demon had transformed into wisps of black smoke, emanating through the ice, leaving behind only an ice sculpture in the shape of the demon. Had it escaped, or had it perished? Lu Mingyi found himself at a loss. Beside him, the golden butterfly chirped excitedly, as if filled with exhilaration. Following the butterfly's gaze, Lu Mingyi noticed within the ice sculpture a fist-sized black crystal. He shattered the ice sculpture with a kick and retrieved the black crystal. Cradling the crystal in his hands, he marveled at its crystalline clarity. Upon closer inspection, he observed dark energy swirling within. Just as Lu Mingyi was intently examining it, the golden butterfly suddenly swooped down upon the crystal, enveloping it with its wings, resembling a bat clinging to its prey. As Lu Mingyi reached to remove the butterfly, he noticed the color of the crystal gradually fading. This little creature was consuming the energy within the crystal. Before Lu Mingyi could intervene, the butterfly drained the crystal of its energy entirely. The once black crystal had become completely transparent. Sighing, he summoned the golden butterfly back into his being. However, he failed to notice the faint black patterns appearing on the butterfly's antennae and wings. Holding the now energy-depleted crystal, Lu Mingyi departed from the martial arts arena. Despite such an occurrence, the progress of the 7 factions' martial gathering remained unaffected. Under the auspices of the Qingyun sect's leader, the gathering continued. Within the cabin of the Shushan, Elder Yuxian, Su Changqing, and Lu Mingyi sat in a circle. Lu Mingyi handed the energy-exhausted aberrant demon crystal to Elder Yuxian. Upon receiving the crystal, Elder Yoshuan's eyes filled with a nostalgic expression. He then began to recount the origins of the aberrant demon. It turned out that these demons had existed since ancient times, not born within the realms of heaven and earth, but rather from beyond them. They were birthed from the sinister energies of the 6 realms, exceedingly bizarre. The reason why their name was seldom heard was twofold. Firstly, whenever they multiplied to a certain extent in the celestial realm, they would be purged by emissaries of the heavenly emperor, rendering their presence in the mortal world exceedingly rare. Secondly, although aberrant demons were indeed tricky, their combat prowess was notably weak, with glaring vulnerabilities. They could be easily swept away by extreme cold or flames. To the six realms, they were considered merely a trifling affliction, akin to a minor ailment. During a time of great turmoil in the human realm, along with 4 other elders, had once purged a group of aberrant demons that had infiltrated the human world. Compared to other malevolent creatures, they were merely more peculiar in their methods. The disparity in combat prowess was stark. In terms of cultivation level, the foreign demons appeared utterly insignificant before the cultivators. After listening to Elder Yoshuan's words, Lu Mingyi felt a slight unease dissipate from his heart. His attention then turned back to the foreign demon crystal. Thus, Lu Mingyi inquired of his master, "What purpose does this foreign demon crystal serve?" Elder Yuxian nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head. This crystal harbors malevolent energy. Apart from a few anomalies, most beings cannot utilize it. As for your particular crystal, its malevolent energy has been entirely depleted, rendering it virtually useless. Elder Yoshuan's response did not fully satisfy Lu Mingyi. Coming from a future where he understood a profound truth, he knew that nothing is truly without value. What is deemed useless is merely a treasure misplaced or an artifact yet to reveal its potential. Reluctantly, Lu Mingyi pressed on. Has no one ever attempted to employ such crystals for any purpose? Observing Lu Mingyi's spirit of inquiry, Elder Yuxian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Only those filled with a sense of exploration can perceive and unlock worlds undiscovered by others, thus achieving extraordinary feats. Elder Yuxian continued to patiently elucidate. These seemingly useless shells have been examined by our forebears long ago. They cannot be fashioned into weapons, nor refined into elixirs. Their only conceivable utility is as ornaments. Yet for cultivators, such trivialities hold no allure. During the campaign against the foreign demons, countless of these crystals were left abandoned on the battlefield, deemed worthless. Lu Mingyi nodded in understanding, but a persistent voice within him insisted that this object was significant. Unfortunately, he could not discern its true purpose. With a heart full of contemplation, Lu Mingyi departed from the spacecraft, yearning for fresh air and inspiration. He wandered into a marketplace, browsing the stalls, and stumbled upon one selling spirit wine. He purchased some, yet lamentably, after a thorough search, he found no spark of inspiration. Feeling increasingly agitated as dusk approached, Lu Mingyi took advantage of the evening breeze and made his way to a cliff. From his storage jade pendant, he retrieved 2 flasks of the spirit wine he had just acquired. Gazing at the blood-red sunset beyond, he sipped slowly, the exquisite wine paired with the setting sun, evoking boundless melancholy within him. Having been in the Sword 3 world for over a decade, despite the presence of mentors, friends, and brothers around him, yet the solitude of venturing alone into an unfamiliar realm still clung to Lu Mingyi. With a heavy heart, he savored the evening breeze. Grasping a gourd of wine, he drank deeply. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. The esteemed second disciple of Mount Shu, drinking alone in such despondency. Can someone of your stature truly have worries? Slightly tipsy, Lu Mingyi turned to see a strikingly handsome youth, standing resolutely against the wind like a sword or spear. Not sensing any hostility, Lu Mingyi retrieved another gourd of wine and tossed it toward the stranger. The youth caught it effortlessly, a bemused smile gracing his lips. This second disciple of Mount Shu is indeed quite carefree. Chapter 45. The Use of the Crystal Shell. The verdant mountains lay beneath their feet. Lu Mingyi turned away, continuing to indulge in his drink. The youth approached and seated himself beside Lu Mingyi. They exchanged no words, simply savoring their wine sip by sip. Soon, another gourd was emptied. Lu Mingyi, in a whimsical spirit, laid out all the wine he had purchased upon the ground, losing track of time. The bright moon hung high, and the night breeze whispered softly. Overcome by the effects of the alcohol, Lu Mingyi succumbed to slumber nearby. The enigmatic youth, however, remained undisturbed, continuing to drink from the gourd. At a certain moment, all the wine was consumed. The captivating youth rose, picked up the exhausted crystal shell from Lu Mingyi's waist, and tossed it lightly in his hand. Someone of your caliber is destined to become a peerless master among the 6 realms. Let us hope we do not become adversaries. With that, he tossed the crystal shell onto Lu Mingyi and turned it apart. The following day, as the morning breeze caressed him, Lu Mingyi gradually awoke. He sat up from the ground, rubbing his throbbing head, and glanced at the scattered gourds of wine, recalling the events of the previous night. That youth was rather intriguing. Lu Mingyi chuckled to himself as he tidied up the wine vessels before rising to head toward the martial arts arena. Today marked the semifinals, and he had successfully advanced, thus exempting himself from competition. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to attend, as he had little else to occupy his time. However, fortune can be unpredictable. As Lu Mingyi strolled through the streets, observing his surroundings, a commotion erupted nearby at a stall where two individuals were arguing. Nonsense. These are 3 pieces of mid-grade spiritual material. Surely they can be exchanged for 2 portions of purple green sand. You are the one speaking nonsense. Only one of your 3 mid-grade materials is acceptable. The other 2 have lost a significant amount of spiritual energy. How can they possibly equal my 2 portions of purple green sand? Lu Mingyi found their dispute quite amusing. It was merely a trifling matter of mid-grade spiritual materials. Yet he could understand the contention. After all, they are not themselves. Their reserves of spiritual materials are rather insufficient. To speak of barter, it is indeed not a progressive method. Any societal group, upon reaching a certain level of development, will inevitably give rise to an equivalence akin to currency. In the realm of cultivation, for instance, there are spirit stone mines, allowing individuals to use spirit stones as a medium of exchange. In contrast, in the world of Xianxia, spiritual energy is primarily generated through the world's automatic conversion of chaotic spiritual energy, supplemented by certain spiritual plants that produce spiritual energy akin to the way carbon dioxide transforms into oxygen. Although the supply of spiritual power is comparable to that of other cultivation realms, the structural framework of this cultivation world appears somewhat distorted and lacking in completeness. It would be splendid if this world possessed spirit stones. The exchange of currency for goods would prevent disputes arising between individuals over spiritual materials and energy. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Mingyi's mind. Indeed, spirit stones. The essence lies right beneath his feet. He grasped the demon crystal shell at his waist. His eyes ignited with fervor. This shell was originally meant to contain energy, yet it currently stood empty. If he were to infuse it with spiritual power, a spirit stone would be born. With this thought, he hurried back to the cabin. Once in his room, Lu Mingyi retrieved the crystal shell and 2 bunches of ice grapes, placing them upon the table. He cast a spell, completely crushing the ice grapes to extract their spiritual power. Lu Mingyi then took the crystal shell, carefully injecting the spiritual energy into it, drop by drop. As the energy flowed in, the previously transparent shell transformed into a deep azure hue. He continued to infuse it, using 4, 5, 6, and ultimately 10 bunches of ice grapes. Only after the infusion of energy from 10 whole bunches was the crystal shell filled to capacity. The filled shell now radiated a rich verdant green, heavy in his hand. This spirit stone, if exchanged for spiritual materials, would equate to 10 portions of exquisite spiritual materials, something that would typically require carrying 10 portions of such materials to acquire. If spirit stones existed, one would only need to possess this single stone. The concept of spirit stones could indeed be realized. Lu Mingyi suppressed the joy swelling within him and began to contemplate the more pragmatic issues at hand. To create such a spirit stone, he first needed a blank crystal shell. To obtain a crystal shell, he would need to slay a demon. According to Elder Yu Xian, these demons, while lacking in other abilities, reproduce at an astonishing rate. Originally, this was a region where the demons posed a slight threat to the 6 realms. However, with the allure of profit, the rapid propagation of these demons could become their advantage. Spirit stones. As long as an ample supply of spirit stones is produced, the dilemma shall be resolved. In the realm of Sword 3, the issue of equivalent exchanges among cultivators shall vanish with the emergence of spirit stones, heralding a revolutionary transformation. And I, Lu Mingyi, am destined to be the hero who guides people through the tempest. Contemplating this, a fierce blaze ignited in Lu Mingyi's eyes. Embodying the ambition of a life yearning to alter the world, he resolved to seek out Canggu and Yu Xian with the spirit stones, for this matter was of profound significance, far beyond the capacity of a single individual or even the entire Shushan sect. It necessitated the unification of the other 6 sects, and indeed the collaboration of all the paramount forces across the 6 realms, to ensure its successful execution. Soon, Lu Mingyi arrived at the parlor, where only Elder Yu Xian awaited him, as Elder Canggu had gone to the martial arena to oversee the proceedings. "Master Uncle, I wish to show you something," Lu Mingyi declared, extending the spirit stone into Elder Yoshuan's hands. Upon receiving the stone, Elder Yu Xian remarked, "Isn't this the peculiar magic crystal shell we encountered previously? Why has it changed color? Have you added something within?" As he spoke, Elder Yu Xian suddenly fell silent. Leaping to his feet, his gaze fixated intently on the spirit stone. He released a wisp of aura that penetrated the stone, sensing the abundant and rich spiritual energy within. A tempest of emotions surged within Elder Yoshuan's heart. This artifact would undoubtedly usher in a transformation of the world. Raising his head, Elder Yu Xian addressed Lu Mingyi. "This matter is of great import. You must keep this crystal safe for now. Return to Shushan, inform your master, and we shall deliberate further." Observing the grave demeanor of Elder Yu Xian, Lu Mingyi nodded and exited the parlor. Since the conditions for the spirit stone's matter were not yet achievable, he decided to set it aside for the time being. Lu Mingyi departed the airship and arrived at the martial arena. Within, two youths clad in Taoist robes were engaged in combat, one in azure and the other in gray, wielding a long sword and a black coffin, respectively, representatives of the Qingyuan and Maoshan sections. Although Yi Sheng had previously emerged from the Maoshan sect, the lingering trust in them remained, as none suspected their alliance with demonic forces. Thus, the remaining disciples of Maoshan were still permitted to participate in the Seven Sects tournament. However, compared to Yi Sheng, the remaining disciples exhibited lesser cultivation, though their combat skills and mastery of spells were notably more refined. It appeared that the original Yi Sheng had indeed been replaced by a demon. Chapter 46. The power of overwhelming rain sweeps the arena. Lu Mingyi observed the crowd, attempting to discern any signs of the demons among them. Yet after scanning the vicinity, he found no trace. However, it is indeed the case that if one were an anomaly and one's identity was exposed on enemy territory, the wisest course of action would be to conceal oneself immediately rather than meander aimlessly. Finding no viable leads on other anomalies, Lu Mingyi, feeling rather disinterested, decided to depart. He flew to a solitary cliff, unfurled a small cloth, and indulged in a delightful meal before returning to rest. The following day, the morning sun radiated with vitality over the martial arts arena, while dew dampened the ground as if a rain had fallen the night before. Lu Mingyi, accompanied by his fellow disciples participating in the competition, stepped into the arena. The 16 strongest contenders had been determined the previous day, namely, from Shushan, Lu Mingyi, Chang Yin, Shou Run, Shou Zhong from Qingyuan sect, Zhao Guan from Maoshan, Feng Xiu, Zhou Nan from Laozan, Wang Chun, Rin Xingye from the Lesser Shumi Temple, Yin Neng, Yin Shi Yin Shun from the Greater Shumi Temple, Wu Dang, Wu Yin from the Vajra Temple, Fa Yan from the Puppet Sect, Lu Xing Shuang. Most of those who made it into the top 16 hail from the 7 major sects, with the exception of Lu Xing Shuang from the Puppet Sect. The Puppet Sect, while neither large nor small within the realm of cultivation, possesses a rather average strength. The fact that one of its disciples could advance to the top 16 is quite remarkable, indicating the discovery of true talent. Soon, the matchups were announced. Lu Xing Shuang from the Puppet Sect would face Wu Yin from the Greater Shumi Temple. Chang Yin from Shushan would contend with Rin Xingye from Laozan, and Lu Mingyi from Shushan would confront Wu Dang from the Greater Shumi Temple. Upon hearing the name of his opponent, Lu Mingyi glanced towards a crowd of brown-robed monks from the Greater Shumi Temple. A tall, slender youth stood at the forefront, also gazing in the direction of the Shushan camp. Their eyes met in an ephemeral collision. With hands clasped together and a slight bow, Wu Dang acknowledged Lu Mingyi. In return, Lu Mingyi formed a gesture of respect with his hand. This monk, Wu Dang, appeared to be of a similar age to Su Changqing, suggesting this was his second participation in the 7 Sects martial arts competition. It remained to be seen whether he would bring some surprises to Lu Mingyi. As the sound of the drum echoed, thump, 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 the second round of the competition commenced. The first to take the stage were Lu Xing Shuang from the Puppet Sect and Wu Yin from the Greater Shumi Temple. Wu Yin, a mere white-skinned young monk, was unremarkable. However, as Lu Xing Shuang entered, he drew a wave of cheers from the audience. Lu Mingyi turned towards the source of the commotion and beheld Lu Xing Shuang, who descended gracefully onto the arena, standing atop a wooden kite. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Xing Shuang, he felt an undeniable intrigue. Lu Mingyi seemed to behold a proud plum blossom, gracefully drifting down from the snowy sky, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness that evokes a sense of admiration. one that inspires the thought that it is a sight to be revered from afar, not to be trifled with. Truly, such demeanor is remarkable. However, Lu Xingxuang evidently possessed not only a captivating exterior, but also formidable prowess. As the competition commenced with the elder referee's command, Lu Xingxuang tapped her storage pouch at her waist. From within, a tiger, the size of a fist, soared forth. The tiger grew in stature, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a city gate. This magnificent creature, crafted from elm spirit wood, with its paws and fangs forged from mysterious cold iron, exuded a fierce presence. Lu Xingxuang gracefully leaped onto the back of the puppet tiger, settling herself comfortably. It became apparent that this puppet required a human operator, much like a towering mech. The monk Wunyan, confronted by this colossal entity, felt a pang of trepidation. Yet, as a disciple of the Grand Daxumi Temple, retreat was not an option. Drawing a ritual blade from behind, Wunyan summoned his strength and soared into the air, launching a direct assault on Lu Xingxuang. Unfazed, she maneuvered the giant tiger to raise its right paw, striking the air with a resounding force. There was no audible clash. Instead, one could only witness Wunyan being sent hurtling away like a cannonball, collapsing on the ground, motionless. A swift defeat. Once the referee announced Lu Xingxuang's victory, she performed a respectful bow and promptly exited the stage, her actions seamless and devoid of hesitation. Lu Mingyi was utterly captivated, feeling an overwhelming admiration. I must emulate that. No, we all must, he declared, turning to instruct Chang Ying and the others. Did you see that? Look how impressive she is. Once we take the stage, dispatch any adversaries with one swift strike. Whatever looks impressive, we shall do it. Chang Ying contemplated countering Lu Mingyi's enthusiasm, suggesting that perhaps they could handle their opponents with a few well-placed strikes, preserving some dignity for future encounters. However, witnessing Lu Mingyi's exuberance, he found it difficult to voice his dissent. After all, what young person does not revel in the allure of bravado? Thus, Chang Ying joyfully acquiesced to Lu Mingyi's fervent suggestion. Meanwhile, the two youngsters, Shouren and Shouzhong, upon hearing Lu Mingyi's words, were elated to the point of flight. Subsequently, the martial arts arena became a spectacle of Shushan disciples taking the stage, executing a singular sequence of actions. Enter the arena, draw their swords, and strike. The opponents, caught unawares, were swiftly felled, unable to rise for an extended period. 3 battles, 3 victories. The audience below was enraptured. Before I could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the match had come to a close. Chang Ying and the others listened attentively to Lu Mingyi's words, each swiftly neutralizing their opponents with a single stroke before turning to depart. How splendidly impressive. Soon, it was Lu Mingyi's turn to take the stage. As he stepped into the arena, he noticed his opponent, Wudong, approaching with a pained expression etched on his face. Having previously met junior brother Lu, Wudong felt a wave of embarrassment and politely requested that Lu Mingyi show mercy during the competition. Taken aback, Lu Mingyi regarded Wudong with surprise, pondering how a disciple of such a formidable sect could already be conceding defeat before the contest had even commenced. Wudong, feeling increasingly flustered under Lu Mingyi's gaze, offered a slight bow before turning to retreat back to his position. Brother Wudong, Lu Mingyi called out, prompting Wudong to halt and glance back. You may hold back, but my fellow disciples have all mastered the art of defeating opponents in a single move. You must afford me this courtesy as well. After a moment's hesitation, Wudong nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his designated spot, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. Lu Mingyi unsheathed his sword, a chilling aura coalescing around him as he gripped the blade with both hands and executed a swift strike. The frosty energy materialized into a magnificent blue ice sword, hurtling toward Wudong. Although the sword was visually stunning, its offensive power was somewhat lacking. Observing this, Wudong channeled his energy and released a string of Buddhist beads from his grasp. The beads radiated golden light as they surged toward the ice sword. Upon contact, the beads shattered, scattering across the ground, while the ice sword continued its relentless advance. In response, Wudong shed his robe and wielded it as a shield, spinning it vigorously. The clash resonated with a resounding impact as sword met shield. With a powerful shove, Wudong attempted to deflect the ice sword. Yet the force of the blade surged forth uncontrollably. In a sudden explosion, shards of ice struck Wudong squarely in the chest, causing him to stagger back, blood spilling forth from his lips. I concede, he declared. Chapter 47. In the small grove, A barbecue was underway. With Wudong's proclamation of surrender, this fierce contest concluded. Lu Mingyi had indeed held back his strength. Had he not, Wudong would not have remained standing. As he descended from the stage, Wudong offered Lu Mingyi a respectful bow in gratitude. Upon returning to the waiting area, Lu Mingyi found Canggu reprimanding Chang Yin and the others. As he drew closer, he overheard, "Have you all grown rather adept, have you? One strike to defeat your opponents. Is that it? Is the entire realm of cultivation reliant on just a handful of you to vanquish demons and eliminate evil?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi, feeling apprehensive, instinctively turned to flee. However, he was promptly discovered by Canggu. "And you, Lu Mingyi, where do you think you're going? Come here." Lu Mingyi hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, please don't be angry. We acknowledge our mistake." He positioned himself beside Canggu, gently patting his back to soothe him. In truth, Canggu was not genuinely upset. It was merely a facade for the other sections. He was secretly elated. Now, with Lu Mingyi taking the lead in admitting fault and providing him an opportunity to relent, he followed suit. "Alas, you lot truly lack discernment," he remarked, shaking his head as he departed. As Canggu turned to leave, Lu Mingyi exchanged knowing glances with Chang Yin and Shouren. "See, it's all settled now." Yet, this only earned him a round of exasperated eye rolls. "Hey, you rascals, before going on stage, did you not foresee the consequences of your actions? You were well aware. Though it was my suggestion, you still chose to go along with it, clearly enjoying it yourselves. Never mind, being your senior brother, I must still indulge you. Otherwise, who would call me brother in the future?" Lu Mingyi approached, draping an arm over the shoulders of Chang Yin and Shou Zhong, and gestured toward Shou Zhong. "All right, it's all my second brother's fault. Isn't it enough that I'm here to apologize? Come, let me treat you to something delicious." The others feigned reluctance, intentionally attempting to extort a meal from Lu Mingyi. Upon hearing his offer, their faces lit up with joy. "Second brother is so generous." Lu Mingyi, observing their mischievous antics, could not help but chide. "You all are just trying to take advantage of me." He led the group to a small grove. "Shu Ling, why have you brought us here? Is there something tasty to eat?" Lu Mingyi did not turn back, but retorted, "You talk too much. Just follow along." Soon, they arrived at a spacious clearing. Lu Mingyi surveyed the area with satisfaction. Shouren, return to the ship and summon the eldest brother and the junior brothers. But be careful not to let the two master uncles notice. Rest assured, second brother, I shall be on my way. After sending Shouren off, Lu Mingyi then instructed Chang Yin and Shou Zhong, "You too, gather some firewood." "Second brother, are we going to cook here ourselves?" Lu Mingyi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, a picnic." Upon receiving his confirmation, the two hurried off to collect firewood. As daylight was waning, it was imperative they returned quickly to prepare their meal. As Chang Yin and Shou Zhong departed, Lu Mingyi retrieved a small dining cloth from the system. Incanting a spell, skewers of barbecued meat materialized before him. However, he found the prospect of consuming solely meat rather monotonous. Thus, Lu Mingyi proceeded to conjure an array of vegetables and seafood, reminiscent of the usual barbecue fare: leeks, enoki mushrooms, and potato slices, all of which he prepared in abundance. For the seafood, he selected squid, oysters, salmon, and clams. Once everything was laid out, the total weighed approximately 50 to 60 pounds. With a total of 18 individuals present, each person would receive a generous portion of over 3 pounds. After neatly folding the dining cloth and arranging the spread, Chang Yin and Shou Zhong returned, each bearing 2 hefty bundles of firewood. Upon witnessing Lu Mingyi's lavish display, their mouths fell agape. "Second brother, this seems to be meat. What will we do if the elders find out?" Before Lu Mingyi could respond, a voice echoed from afar. "What is there to fear? It's merely an occasional indulgence. Even if something goes awry, you still have me and your second brother, right? Senior brother." Lu Mingyi looked up to see Su Changqing and the others arriving. He chuckled heartily. "What do you know? I have long been clandestinely enjoying meat with your senior brother." Lu Mingyi then produced some leftover cumin and chili powder from his storage jade pendant and handed it to Su Changqing. Under the guidance of Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing, the younger disciples eagerly set to work, some tending the fire, others grilling the meat, truly reveling in the moment. Observing his companions struggling with the slow cooking process, Lu Mingyi decided to share his secret. He unveiled a grill he had previously commissioned from a blacksmith, essentially a frame fashioned from several iron rods, reminiscent of modern barbecue grills. Measuring 1 meter in length and 20 centimeters in width, it could accommodate a substantial amount of food at once. Lu Mingyi placed the meat upon the grill, fetched a can of oil, and tore off a few small branches from nearby tree to use as brushes. He generously applied oil to the meat as he turned it over, the savory aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing the taste buds of his fellow disciples. Shorin swallowed hard. Second brother, is it nearly done? Prompted by the urgency, Lu Mingyi swiftly flipped the meat once more. It's almost ready, he assured, sprinkling chili and cumin over the sizzling morsels. Ah, exquisite, Lu Mingyi exclaimed, as he grabbed a plate and piled the perfectly grilled meat onto it. No sooner had he finished than Shorin whisked it away, eager to enjoy the feast. Shorin seized a skewer of grilled meat and relished it in his mouth. It was both scorching and spicy, yet so fragrant. Wow, this is delectable, second brother. The other disciples nearby, having waited with bated breath, rushed forward upon hearing Shorin's exclamation. In an instant, the platter of grilled meat lay empty. Fortunately, the fire from the firewood burned at a far higher temperature than ordinary coal. This is indeed true. During winter in the north, burning firewood offers much greater warmth than coal. Before long, another platter of fresh barbecue emerged. Seeing everyone indulge so heartily, well, might as well add some wine, right? Since the vow had already been broken, why not embrace it fully? Lu Ming cast a knowing glance at Su Changqing, who was puzzled. As he approached, Lu Ming produced 2 large wine jars, each weighing 10 jin, from his jade pendant and placed them in Su Changqing's arms. Su Changqing glanced down, surprised. Wine? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the jars on the ground were swiftly opened by his fellow disciples. Over the years, Su Changqing had accompanied Lu Ming in surreptitiously savoring meat, yet he had never partaken of alcohol, believing it to be detrimental to the mind and focus, thus hindering cultivation. However, as he had previously remarked about meat, an occasional indulgence wouldn't hurt. Let them drink their fill. Thus, amidst laughter and merriment, the group indulged in barbecue after barbecue, drinking bowl after bowl of wine. By the end, aside from Su Changqing and Lu Ming, everyone else had succumbed to intoxication, sprawled upon the ground in a state of utter stillness. Chapter 48. The wind carries 1,000 sentiments. Fragrant osmanthus crown falls upon Mount Shu. Lu Ming and Su Changqing carefully moved their fellow disciples aside, ensuring they were comfortably positioned, and tidied up the debris on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of wine and meat. It was clear that returning to the cabin for rest was out of the question. They would remain here for the night. Lu Ming and Su Changqing, still wide awake, gathered the remaining embers and encircled them with stones. Su Changqing took out the tea set Lu Ming had previously gifted him from his storage pouch. The mountain breeze gently caressed, the night was subtly rippling, and a faint aroma of tea wafted up, speaking volumes without uttering a single word. After finishing their tea, Su Changqing and Lu Ming sought their own spots to rest. The following day, under Su Changqing and Lu Ming's guidance, the group carefully returned to the cabin. Perhaps it was luck. Neither elder had discovered their escapade. Today marked the quarterfinals, which also coincided with the finals. As the number of participants dwindled towards the end, the matches were held concurrently. When Lu Ming and the others stepped out of the cabin once more, they found a light drizzle falling from the sky. Taking a deep breath, they prepared for what lay ahead. The air was exceptionally crisp as I arrived at the arena, where representatives from various sects had already taken their positions. With the announcement of the matchups, the fierce competition for the top 4 officially commenced. Undoubtedly, Lu Mingyi advanced smoothly, while Shorin, unfortunately, found himself in a dire situation, having the misfortune of facing Lu Mingyi right from the start. However, this was an inevitable circumstance, as Shu Mountain occupied 4 out of the 8 slots in the martial arts competition, an unlikely 12 chance of avoiding such a confrontation. Ultimately, the 4 finalists emerged: Lu Mingyi, Chang Yin, Yin Neng, and Lu Xingxuang. The matchups were as follows: Lu Mingyi versus Yin Neng, and Chang Yin against Lu Xingxuang. Upon hearing these pairings, both Lu Mingyi and Yin Neng exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of their long-awaited encounter. The first match was between Chang Yin and Lu Xingxuang. Chang Yin stepped onto the stage with deliberate composure, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at Lu Xingxuang. He had previously observed her combat style and noted that her puppets differed significantly from the typical ones. While conventional puppets possess strength, they often lacked agility and responsiveness. In stark contrast, Lu Xingxuang's puppets exhibited both power and swiftness, necessitating a cautious approach. In contrast to Chang Yin's serious demeanor, Lu Xingxuang appeared remarkably nonchalant as she ascended the stage, summoning a giant bear puppet in preparation for the match. Her casual attitude, however, placed considerable psychological pressure on Chang Yin, as few disciples outside the seven sects could achieve such a level of confidence. Yet, Lu Xingxuang had consistently proven her prowess throughout the competition. With the elder referee's command, both competitors launched their attacks simultaneously. Chang Yin drew two flying swords from his back, hurling them with force, channeling his qi into the blades. The two swords twisted through the air like entwined serpents, rapidly assaulting Lu Xingxuang. As Chang Yin unleashed two fierce sword strikes, Lu Xingxuang abandoned her earlier casualness, recognizing the formidable skills of a Shu Mountain disciple. Controlling the giant bear puppet, Lu Xingxuang charged ahead, and in an instant, they were on a collision course. Chang Yin maneuvered his flying swords to slide past, aiming for Lu Xingxuang's back. However, the giant bear retracted its head, curling into a large ball, evading the swords and rolling towards Chang Yin. Just as the impact seemed imminent, Chang Yin activated his light wave step, executing a delicate sidestep. One flying sword returned in a perfect arc, and Chang Yin leapt into the air, seizing the opportunity to strike at the bear's waist mechanism with a powerful cleave. With a resounding crash, the giant bear split in two, and Chang Yin pressed his advantage, preparing to deliver another strike. Little did they know, under the control of Lu Xingxuang, the colossal bear was still capable of launching an assault with its upper body. Two enormous paws came crashing down, forcing Chang Yin to retreat in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xingxuang leaped forth, striking at his waist to summon a giant tiger. The great beast slammed down onto the arena floor, stirring up a cloud of dust in the damp air. Within the swirling haze, a massive paw swept towards Chang Yin. Caught off guard, he instinctively swung his sword. The paw struck him, while the flying sword pierced the tiger's neck. The sword failed to inflict significant damage on Lu Xingxuang's tiger puppet, merely grazing Lu Xingxuang himself. Meanwhile, Chang Yin found himself knocked to the ground, every bone in his body feeling as though it might shatter. Desperately, he attempted to rise, but could only manage to sit up, resigning himself to defeat. At that moment, Shou Run and Shou Yi hurried over to assist, helping Chang Yin to a seated position. Lu Mingyi approached, delivering several firm strikes to realign Chang Yin's misaligned bones. From his storage jade pendant, he retrieved healing elixirs, administering them to Chang Yin with careful instructions, before entrusting him to Shou Run and Shou Yi for recuperation. As the competition bell rang, it was time for Lu Mingyi to enter the arena. Upon stepping onto the stage, he spotted Yi Neng, who stood with hands clasped, a smile gracing his face. Lu Mingyi remained silent, drawing the sword Piao Shui from his system, holding it before him. Perhaps it was divine providence at play. The previously gentle drizzle intensified into a torrential downpour. Amidst the rain, a few swallows swooped low through the air. Junior brother Lu, it has been several months since our last encounter. I narrowly lost to you then. This time, you must be cautious. Lu Mingyi chuckled lightly at Yi Neng's words. Rest assured, senior brother, I have not been idle these past few months. With a commanding shout, the head referee declared the match to commence. An unseen gust of wind scattered the rainfall, transforming it into a misty veil. The water cascaded through the arena. The two combatants were well aware of each other's capabilities. There was no room for hesitation. They unleashed their full might. Yi Neng executed a horizontal kick, soaring into the air to sit cross-legged, his hands igniting with blazing flames, creating a striking spectacle amidst the misty rain. Lu Mingyi grasped Piao Shui, pointing it skyward, his heart connecting with the essence of all things, transmuting rain into sword. With palms pressed together, Yi Neng summoned forth a colossal flaming Buddha that rose behind him. Lu Mingyi swung his sword horizontally, unleashing a torrent of rain. The mist coalesced into beasts, reminiscent of 1,000 charging warriors. Yi Neng formed a flower-picking gesture with his hand, delivering a powerful strike. The clash of sword and palm met with explosive force, dissipating upon contact, yet the residual energy surged forth to continue the onslaught. The rain sword sliced through the air, leaving behind tattered strips of fabric scattered across the ground. Crimson blood slowly seeped from the ancient bronze skin, while the statue lay in fragmented disarray. As the flames surged forth, they engulfed Lu Mingyi entirely, and under the relentless downpour, his brows and hair were utterly drenched. A pristine white, salted egg gleamed in the rain, appearing remarkably smooth. Had it not been for the protective cloak of Wuchen, Lu Mingyi might have found himself exposed. Observing Lu Mingyi's predicament, Yi Neng could not suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha! Junior brother Lu, in this state, you resemble a monk more than I do. Why not leave Shushan and join my humble Sumi temple? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, and he made to retaliate. Yet, Yingnan was not about to grant him that opportunity. Judge, I concede. Thus, in the midst of Lu Mingyi's vexed gaze, Yingnan was escorted off the stage by his own junior. Next came the duel between Lu Mingyi and Lu Xingxuang. After resting for an hour, Lu Mingyi stepped onto the stage once more, but the rain had intensified. With the ringing of the competition bell, Lu Mingyi and Lu Xingxuang leapt onto the arena. Perhaps while Lu Mingyi was focused on Lu Xingxuang, she too was observing him, as their performances shone brilliantly. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, Lu Mingyi felt a fleeting admiration. For a disciple of a minor sect to reach such heights was indeed remarkable. Yet, it was regrettable that the art of puppetry belonged to a path less noble. Despite their formidable combat prowess, the pursuit of longevity was nearly impossible. This was the very reason why puppeteers could never rise to prominence among the major sections. Seeking immortality and enlightenment, one could only pursue the former without the latter, ultimately amounting to nothing more than an ephemeral reflection in water or a flower in a mirror, a futile endeavor. Lu Xingxuang, typically cold and aloof, was unaccustomed to being so openly scrutinized. A delicate blush crept onto her fair cheeks upon realizing Lu Mingyi's gaze. Aware of his own impropriety, Lu Mingyi quickly clasped his fists in a gesture of apology. The rain continued to pour with greater intensity. Begin. Lu Xingxuang seized her storage bag from her waist, and with a vigorous flick, 8 puppets burst forth. 2 colossal eagles soared high in the sky. 4 massive wolves lay poised on the ground, and a giant porcupine readied itself for action. The last among them was a gigantic mantis. With her hands poised like a sword, azure energy began to coalesce around her. The mantis puppet shimmered with resplendent golden patterns, which illuminated as the energy intensified. Become soft. Lu Xingxuang leaned back and suddenly burrowed into the body of the mantis puppet. The mantis puppet, with a swift motion of its right blade, triggered the movement of the other 7 puppets. It turned out to be an entire set of puppets. Once the mantis puppet was controlled, the others could be manipulated simultaneously. Lu Ming also watched in amazement. As the puppets dashed about, the entire martial arts arena trembled. Lu Ming remained unperturbed, not even drawing his sword. He spread his arms wide, and fine droplets of rain rapidly coalesced in the palms of his hands. In that instant, 2 massive water tornadoes formed in his palms. At that moment, Lu Xingxuang's puppets surrounded Lu Ming. 4 gigantic wolves lunged forward. Lu Ming brought his hands together, merging the 2 tornadoes into a single, larger vortex. Before the giant wolves could react, Lu Ming wielded the water tornado as if it were a flail, spinning it with great force. The giant wolves and soaring eagles were instantly drawn into the vortex, torn to shreds. Simultaneously, Lu Xingxuang's attack reached Lu Ming. It was the porcupine. It leaped from a distance, launching all its quills toward Lu Ming. Yet, Lu Ming remained calm. He summoned the chilling energy within him, pulling the water tornado before him, which transformed into a conical ice wall in an instant. All the porcupine's quills were halted upon the wall. The porcupine puppet thus posed no further threat. Controlling the mantis puppet, Lu Xingxuang wielded her dual blades with the grace of wind rustling through autumn leaves, swift and frigid. Lu Ming leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the mantis puppet. With a crack, a gash opened in the chest, revealing Lu Xingxuang within. Yet, the fiercely determined Lu Xingxuang was unwilling to succumb to defeat. Still controlling the mantis puppet, she charged at Lu Ming once more. With no other choice, Lu Ming drew the long sword from his back. In a flurry of swift movements, the blade gleamed and sliced through the air. The mantis puppet halted, frozen in place. With a resounding crash, the puppet shattered under the downpour, scattering into pieces. Lu Xingxuang tumbled to the ground, weeping bitterly. Chapter 49. Champion's Reward. Journey to the Qingyun secret mansion. Observing Lu Xingxuang, who lay weeping on the ground, Lu Ming was at a loss for what to do. Though he had lived 2 lifetimes, he had never even held a girl's hand. How could he possibly know how to console a girl? Yet, having caused her tears, he felt compelled to comfort her. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming approached and gently helped Lu Xingxuang to her feet. "Senior sister, I truly feel embarrassed. I should not have been so harsh," Lu Mingyi said with a hint of guilt. Lu Xinghuang glanced back at him, wiping away her tears. "Thank you, I am fine," she replied, and after gathering the remnants of the puppets from the ground, she turned and walked down the stage. This left Lu Mingyi even more bewildered. He stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly as Lu Xinghuang descended. Perhaps it was the sensitivity and delicacy inherent to girls. Noticing Lu Mingyi's awkwardness, Lu Xinghuang paused on the steps, suddenly turning around with a radiant smile. "It's nothing. You need not dwell on it, junior brother," she said before turning to leave. Her words caused a flush to spread across Lu Mingyi's face, leaving him perplexed, and without knowing what had come over him, he dashed forward, grasping Lu Xinghuang's hand. He produced a handful of spiritual materials, placing them into her embrace, including ice grapes and Danyun by Yilian. Lu Xinghuang was momentarily taken aback. By the time she gathered her thoughts, Lu Mingyi had already sprinted away. Observing the crowd around them, filled with curious onlookers, Lu Xinghuang hurriedly made her exit. She resolved to seek him out next time to return his items. With Lu Xinghuang's defeat, Lu Mingyi had claimed the championship title. Due to Chang Ying's serious injuries, he required a period of recuperation and could not continue in the competition. Thus, the elders of the martial arts assembly unanimously decided to conclude the tournament, declaring Lu Mingyi as the champion, Lu Xinghuang as the runner-up, and Yiming as third place, while Chang Ying settled for fourth, unable to secure a place among the top three. Subsequently, the tournament rewards were distributed, and Lu Mingyi was set to journey to the Qinyan secret mansion. The next day, after making preparations, he boarded the ship bound for the Qinyan sect. "Uncle Xianyuan, Mingyi, come, take a seat." Lu Mingyi felt at home under the warm hospitality of Taoist Xianyuan. The ship traveled swiftly, and after approximately 4 hours, Lu Mingyi arrived at the Qinyan sect. Given the close ties between the Shushan and Qinyan sects, Taoist Xianyuan forewent pleasantries and immediately arranged for someone to escort Lu Mingyi for a bath, followed by guiding him directly to the Qinyan secret mansion. The Qinyan sect is nestled within Xianxia, with its mountain also named Qinyun, enveloped by a grand formation, unseen by ordinary mortals. The mountain is steep and perilous, akin to Mount Hua, and traversing its ridges evokes the grandeur of the later renowned Laojun Mountain. Lu Mingyi followed Taoist Xianyuan, ascending steadily until they reached the summit, where clouds swirled around and the wind blew ceaselessly, as if woven from clouds. It seems one could ascend to the heavens. Yet atop the mountain, there exists no secret abode, only a small pool measuring 3 meters square. Its waters are a deep azure, concealing the depths below. Under the guidance of Taoist Xianyuan, the two individuals stripped down to their undergarments, and one dove headfirst into the pool, plunging deeper and deeper. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. What manner of mountain is this? As the depth increased, the space within the mountain expanded, resembling a cone of water enveloped by a cone of earth. One had only heard of volcanoes. Never had one encountered a water mountain. Yet, Qinyan Mountain is indeed such a marvel. In form, it bears no distinction from a volcano, save for the fact that magma has been replaced by water. Astonishingly, this mountain has not succumbed to the deluge, and even hosts sects of immortals who thrive and pass down their traditions. Truly, the world is replete with wonders. The two continued their descent, reaching an approximate depth of 500 meters. At last, they beheld a colossal 10-meter-high stone gate embedded in the inner mountain wall. This must be the fabled Qinyan secret abode. Taoist Xianyuan performed a complex and mysterious incantation, creating a beautiful pattern on his right hand, which he then pressed against the stone door. Slowly it creaked open. Perhaps due to the water, Lu Mingyi heard no sound, merely felt the gentle current as the door swung ajar, flowing past him and imparting a delightful push. The entrance to the stone door appeared to be ensorcelled, for a massive air bubble obstructed the water from rushing inside. Taoist Xianyuan did not enter, merely beckoning Lu Mingyi to proceed. He had previously explained that the opportunities within the secret abode were scarce. Only one person could enter at a time, and for a single day. After Lu Mingyi ventured inside, Taoist Xianyuan would depart, returning at the same time the following day to escort him out. Understanding this, Lu Mingyi did not hesitate, swimming forward. He extended a foot through the bubble, landing upon dry ground. The sensation in that fleeting moment was extraordinary. Confirming that all was well, Lu Mingyi propelled himself forward, fully immersing himself through the bubble, a sensation akin to the great sage's first passage through the waterfall curtain. Beyond the bubble lay a remarkably arid cavern, its walls embedded with bluish-green crystals. The crystals emitted a radiant glow, illuminating the cavern's interior. Lu Ming followed the passage deeper within and soon arrived at a stone door. There were no visible mechanisms or formations upon it, and with a gentle push, it yielded to him. Inside lay a stone chamber, modest in size, perhaps 30 square meters at most. In the chamber, there was a mat, clearly intended for one to sit in meditation. Heeding the prompt, Lu Ming seated himself upon it. As he settled into tranquility, an ethereal, translucent creature began to drift into the chamber from an unknown source. Before long, the space was filled with these charming, plump insects. When Lu Ming reached out to grasp one, he discovered they effortlessly slipped through his fingers. Remarkably, their forms were composed of gas. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest as one of the creatures passed through his body, an unexpectedly refreshing sensation. These insects floated freely in the air, as if unbothered by the world around them, embodying a state of serene detachment. With the first insect passing through him, the others followed suit, no longer circumventing him, but instead traversing directly through his being. As these creatures moved within him, Lu Ming felt the flow of spiritual energy within accelerate dramatically. His cultivation, long stagnant, surged upward at an astonishing pace. 600 years, 700 years, 800 years. Upon reaching a millennium of cultivation, the growth finally began to stabilize. The hair that had been burned away during the competition began to regrow, cascading elegantly. Handsome, indeed. At this moment, Lu Ming comprehended the true nature of these creatures. They were ethereal sprites born of spiritual energy, albeit taking on the form of insects. Chapter 50. Golden Butterfly Consumes Spiritual Insects, a Blessing from the Heavens. Lu Ming rose to find something attached to his back. Upon reaching behind, he discovered a spiritual insect, originally entirely gaseous. It had been frozen into an ice block. Now affixed to his back, he had inadvertently wandered into the ice god's formation. Looking down, he noticed several more frozen spiritual insects lying on the ground behind the mat where he had sat. It became clear to Lu Ming why his cultivation had accelerated so rapidly. The Tianyuan secret repository's primary function was to cleanse the meridians, expand pathways, and elevate innate talents. Yet, these unfortunate spiritual insects had met Lu Ming and, in their misfortune, had collided with the ice god's formation. Unbeknownst to many, countless ethereal insects were obliterated within the confines of the ice god array. An abundance of pure, pristine spiritual energy circulated through the frigid currents of the array, returning to Lu Mingyi's body, which precipitated a remarkable surge in his cultivation. Fortunately, the unique environment of the Tianyuan secret repository facilitates the accumulation of spiritual energy, allowing for the easy proliferation of these ethereal insects. Although a portion was absorbed by Lu Mingyi, a multitude of them still fluttered throughout the repository. A glance around revealed the insects still densely swarming, albeit their once transparent forms appeared somewhat dimmed. This likely elucidates why the Tianyuan secret repository permits entry to only a single individual at a time. Too many entrants might deplete the insect population. These creatures evoke a sensation akin to that of soap, diminishing with use. However, in an environment rich in spiritual energy, they would eventually rejuvenate after a period of nurturing. Just as Lu Mingyi exhaled a sigh of relief, he felt something dart away from him. Alarmed, the golden butterfly grew sovereign. Turning back, he confirmed his fears. This little glutton was indeed at work. The golden butterfly flitted about, wings alight, in pursuit of the ethereal insects. Upon catching one, it would slurp it down, the insect being drawn in like strands of noodles, only to emerge from the golden butterfly's body in similar fashion. The golden butterfly seemed inept in its pursuit of the insects. Yet, Lu Mingyi had clearly underestimated its cunning. With a sudden dive, the golden butterfly aimed for an immobilized insect behind the cushion, encased in ice. However, it appeared that consuming the frozen insect posed a challenge. As it flapped its wings and puffed out its belly, expanding to the size of a small kitten, with its tiny paws, it grasped the ice-like insect and delivered it to its mouth. A series of crunching sounds echoed as it devoured the insect entirely. Lu Mingyi, standing by, did not intervene. Allowing the golden butterfly to feast on these insects was preferable, as taking them with him was not feasible, and leaving them behind was equally impractical. Before long, the golden butterfly had polished off all the insects on the ground, unnoticed by Lu Mingyi. After this feast, the wounds the little golden butterfly had sustained during the thunder tribulation had completely healed. Given the passage of time, Taoist Xianxia should have arrived to retrieve him by now. Yet there was no sign of his presence. The golden butterfly fluttered over, nuzzling against Lu Mingyi's neck with its wings, twirling around playfully, hoping he would freeze more insects for it to consume. While Lu Mingyi cherished the little golden butterfly, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of further exploiting the resources of the Qingyun sect. However, he soon found himself regretting this sentiment. Observing that its charm offensive had failed, the golden butterfly turned its back, contemplating for a moment before experimentally expelling a small pink bubble. With a gentle pop, an ethereal insect was ensnared within it. Lu Mingyi stood transfixed, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Originally, I believed that as long as I refrained from intervening, it would not cause any harm to the spiritual insects. Who could have anticipated that it would resort to such tactics? Alas, one must not. Lu Mingyi hastily pursued the golden butterfly, lest its voracious appetite devour all these spiritual insects. However, within such a confined space, the golden butterfly, small and nimble, darted left and right, evading capture. As it fled, it continuously expelled pink bubbles, swiftly ensnaring a multitude of spiritual insects. Lu Mingyi felt overwhelmed at the sight. Lu Mingyi, act quickly, he urged himself, conjuring a slender ice needle at his fingertips to puncture each visible pink bubble, liberating the spiritual insects within. The golden butterfly did not impede his efforts. Instead, it took advantage of Lu Mingyi's distraction to hide at the other end and resumed its feast. Lu Mingyi worked with remarkable speed, and soon, all the pink bubbles were punctured. Meanwhile, the golden butterfly had consumed all the spiritual insects it had captured. Upon noticing Lu Mingyi approaching with a fierce expression, the golden butterfly promptly curled into a ball, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Seeing its forlorn appearance, Lu Mingyi felt powerless. With a sigh, he placed it upon his shoulder and delivered a brief lecture. Just then, the grand door of the secret chamber swung open, and Taoist Xianxia arrived to escort Lu Mingyi. He hurriedly made his way out with the golden butterfly in tow. As they approached the large bubble, Lu Mingyi spotted Taoist Xianxia smiling at him. He greeted the elder, who nodded in return. With a step, Lu Mingyi exited the bubble, experiencing a splash as he entered the water. Though the sound was imperceptible, it felt akin to diving into a swimming pool, yet not entirely the same, for the water's depth rendered the sensation more mysterious, profound, and refreshing. Once Taoist Xianxia closed the secret chamber's door, the two ascended through the water. Soon they emerged, with Lu Mingyi climbing out of the pool and standing atop the mountain. The wind chilled him, prompting him to hastily grab his discarded clothing to put on. Yet, before he could don it, he felt a damp sensation on his back, as though a wet rope had been draped upon him. Turning around, he discovered a trail of pink bubbles clinging to his back, and upon closer inspection, the golden butterfly, dripping wet, was perched atop his head. Goodness! He was truly astounded by this crafty creature, in pursuit of a morsel. It had surprisingly refrained from returning to its own body and had stubbornly extracted the spiritual insects from the depths of the water. Just moments ago, before he had crossed the bubble, Taoist Xianxia had been smiling at him, believing that someone was greeting him. He soon realized they were actually laughing at his foolish antics. Embarrassed, Lu Mingyi turned around to see Taoist Xianxia, who was indeed watching him with an amused expression. Lu Mingyi's face turned crimson with shame. He hastily donned his clothing and seized the lethargic golden butterfly, removing a string of pink bubbles from its claws. Confiscated, he declared. The golden butterfly looked at him with a pitiful gaze, but Lu Mingyi shot back a stern glare, tapping its head with his index finger to remind it to behave. The golden butterfly shrank its head and shook off the droplets of water, burrowing into Lu Mingyi's body. Lu Mingyi then grasped the bubbles and extended the spirit insects contained within towards Taoist Xianxia. Despite the abundance of spirit insects in the secret repository, such creatures were quite rare in the realm of cultivation, representing the foundation of a sect and thus considered treasures. However, Taoist Xianxia waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If that little creature pleases you, take it back. Though precious, a few of these are of little consequence to our Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi promptly expressed his gratitude to Taoist Xianxia. Chapter 51. Returning to Mount Shu, opening a secret chamber. Taoist Xianxia gestured that it was no trouble at all. This indeed showcased the amicable relations between the two sects. Otherwise, had it been someone else, they would have faced dire consequences for attempting to take Qingyun's treasures. Following Taoist Xianxia, Lu Mingyi arrived at the Qingyun Grand Hall, where several other elders of the Qingyun sect were present. After exchanging greetings, Taoist Xianxia invited Lu Mingyi to take a seat. Once seated, he inquired about Lu Mingyi's gains in the secret repository. Lu Mingyi seized the opportunity to extol the virtues of the secret repository, eliciting hearty laughter from Taoist Xianyuan and the other elders, who wouldn't appreciate their treasures being praised. Having concluded his business at the Qingyan sect, it was time to take his leave and return to Mount Shu. However, considering the numerous spirit insects he had consumed and the ones the golden butterfly had pilfered, he felt somewhat guilty for his bounteous fortune. Rising from his seat, Lu Mingyi retrieved 2 large barrels of ice grapes from his system and placed them upon the altar of the Qingyan Grand Hall, along with some Baidanyan lotus. Taoist Xianyuan stood up, inquiring, "What is this, Mingyi?" Lu Mingyi bowed respectfully to Taoist Xianyuan and the other elders, saying, "This is merely a small token of gratitude. A humble offering from Mingyi to show filial respect to my esteemed uncles. I hope you will not find it lacking." The elders were no strangers to ice grapes, having heard of their renowned flavor while at Yunding Mountain. After all, Lu Mingyi was rather extravagant when it came to shopping, making it difficult for others to remain oblivious. However, aside from having exchanged the Baidanyan lotus for a golden butterfly in Miaojiang, its existence was largely unknown to outsiders. Thus, the Taoist Xianyuan and his companions were unaware of its significance. A mere glance revealed that it was an extraordinary spiritual material. After Lu Mingyi elucidated the properties of the Baidanyan lotus, the elders regarded him with a newfound intensity. Such a precious item, and he had freely given it away. Did he not fear his master might break his legs? Little did they know that this treasure had been cultivated by Lu Mingyi himself on Mount Shu. The mountain had always been quite lenient regarding his dealings with such items. There was, however, even more astonishing news. Lu Mingyi produced the last 5 seeds of the Baidanyan lotus from his system. It is essential to understand that these seeds held strategic value. While items could be gifted, seeds were a different matter entirely. They were not meant to be relinquished. Much like the Ziyun bamboo, which naturally gathers spiritual energy and forms a natural gathering array. The more planted, the better the effect. Mount Shu strictly controlled its distribution. The same principle applied to the Baidanyan lotus, which significantly reduced the likelihood of falling into madness. How invaluable it was! Yet, Lu Mingyi's envy of their secret treasury prompted him to offer the seeds. Upon his return to the mountain, he intended to establish a Qingyun secret treasury of his own, alleviating any psychological burden. It was merely a strategic exchange. Taoist Xianyuan accepted the seeds with astonishment, realizing that such a boon should not be overlooked. Ultimately, he accepted the seeds, reinforcing the already unbreakable alliance between the Qingyun sect and Mount Shu. As Lu Mingyi prepared to depart, Xianyuan, on behalf of the Qingyun sect, gifted him a small flying vessel, comparable in size to the one wielded by Su Chongqing in television dramas. It featured a lounge and 3 rooms, proving to be quite satisfactory. Unable to refuse the kind gesture, Lu Mingyi graciously accepted the vessel, which could be minimized to a model about 5 or 6 centimeters in length. Nonetheless, it was still a small ship measuring over 10 meters when fully expanded. Thus, with a warm send-off from the Qingyun sect, Lu Mingyi set sail back to Mount Shu, marking the first time he navigated a vessel on his own. The experience felt novel, and maneuvering it was far simpler than driving a car in later times. One merely needed to channel their magical energy to connect with the ship's core and could even set it to a timed course. Simply splendid. In truth, despite the ship's commendable design, it pales in comparison to the little white cloud. Not only is its energy consumption significantly higher, but its prestige is also considerably diminished. Moreover, it falls short in terms of speed and comfort when juxtaposed with the little white cloud. The sole advantage it may possess lies in its cabin and rooms. If the little white cloud could hear Lu Mingyi's thoughts, it would undoubtedly retort, "How do you know I lack a cabin? How can you be certain I do not have rooms? Are you unaware that I can alter my shape in countless ways? Transforming into a cabin or a room is but a trivial matter." Unfortunately, the little white cloud remains oblivious to Lu Mingyi's musings, and Lu Mingyi is likewise unaware of this feature it possesses. Before long, Lu Mingyi returned to Shushan, bringing the ship down to the martial arts arena of the Grand Hall. The arena was already bustling with his fellow disciples, practicing their swordplay. Upon witnessing Lu Mingyi's arrival aboard the ship, they approached with curiosity, much like brothers admiring a friend's new car in later generations. Lu Mingyi greeted them hurriedly, leaving the ship behind as he called upon Shorin and Shui to accompany him out. As they walked, Lu Mingyi said, "Shorin, Shui, I have a significant task for you both shortly. Shorin, please make a trip to the Miscellaneous Affairs office and summon a dozen or so attendants to the Ice Valley. Shui, seek out your 3rd senior brother, Changyin, and the eldest brother, We shall convene at the Ice Valley soon. After giving their shoulders a reassuring pat, he hastened towards the Ice Valley. On his way, he encountered the four little white creatures, giving them gentle pats on their heads and offering them some food before continuing on his path. Upon entering the Ice Valley, he was immediately greeted by Bing Dan and Ning Shuang, who rushed towards him. The feeling was truly delightful, akin to returning home to find someone waiting for you, immensely heartwarming. During his absence, Bing Dan and Ning Shuang had not gone hungry, thanks to the ice grapes that provided sustenance and the attentive disciples who ensured they were fed. Bing Dan climbed up Lu Mingyi's leg to perch on his shoulder, while Ning Shuang, in a jealous display, nestled into Lu Mingyi's embrace. He felt a mix of affection and exasperation, aware that Ning Shuang had grown significantly. After a brief hug and an explanation, he led them further into the Ice Valley. Lu Mingyi now needed to consider where to excavate the stone chamber. After surveying the area, he determined that the wall behind the ice grapes would be the most suitable location for the excavation, although he would need to exercise caution during the construction to avoid damaging the ice grapes. Just as he identified the perfect spot, there, Shorin and Shuyi returned with their companions. Shorin craned his neck, curious to observe Lu Mingyi, eager to see what treasures he might have procured. Lu Mingyi, not one to conceal his findings, directly produced a bubble containing the spirit insect from his jade pendant. The small golden butterfly within this bubble was indeed remarkable. The spirit insect remained lively and vigorous. Chapter 52, Joyously Gaining Mountain Air, Nurturing the Mountain Demon Pearl. Lu Mingyi summoned the leading servant disciple for a discussion. After deliberation, they resolved to avoid damaging the rock face, opting instead to excavate downwards to a certain depth before tunneling inward to create a stone chamber. This approach would minimize destruction to the ice grapes while preserving the integrity and aesthetic appeal of the outer rock wall. The servant disciples worked swiftly. Half of them dug downward along the rock face, while the other half returned to fetch slate stones. These stones would be laid atop the soil to form steps, both visually pleasing and practical for keeping shoes clean. However, the temperature in the Ice Valley was exceedingly low, with frozen ground making the excavation laborious. Yet, with the aid of specialized tools, the servant disciples efficiently completed their tasks, digging, transporting, and carving the walls to form the chamber. They even smoothed the interior walls and laid slate stones within. At last, a stone chamber, located 10 meters underground and extending 5 meters inward to the stone door, was completed. They dismissed the servant disciples and summoned Su Changqing and the others. Senior brother, the next task is ours, Su Changqing said with a faint smile. Speak on. Thus, Lu Mingyi elaborated on his vision. They needed to establish two formations, one to attract spiritual energy and another to bind it, preventing any leakage. The attracting formation would be situated beneath the purple bamboo grove, channeling spiritual energy into the stone chamber, while the binding formation would reside within the chamber itself to ensure a nurturing environment for the spirit insects. Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's proposal, everyone was eager to participate. Mastery of formations was a requisite for every inner sect disciple, not to mention for these few true inheritors. Consequently, Changyin and Shouzhong were tasked with setting up the attracting formation, while Shorin and Shuyi were assigned the binding formation. Su Changqing and Lu Mingyi would connect the two formations. Changyin and Shouzhong worked with remarkable speed, completing their task in about an hour. Their skill was impressive, but the abundant resources of Mount Shu played a significant role. Mount Shu was already affluent, and with Lu Mingyi's ice grapes, their wealth had increased substantially. Just as Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing intended to check their work, they heard Shorin and Shuyi calling for them. The four hurried inside, only to find that the binding formation they were responsible for was also fully set up. It has commenced its normal operation. Nestled within the majestic Shushan Mountains and the frigid valley, the concentration of spiritual energy within the formation is undoubtedly substantial. However, it is evident that what is present is not spiritual energy. A nebulous green gas is continuously emanating from the depths of the earth, growing increasingly dense and transforming into a mist. It appears that it will soon condense into a liquid state. This is the mountain aura. Indeed, the low-lying terrain of the icy valley is conducive to the emergence of such an aura. It had previously gone unnoticed, presumably due to being trapped beneath the earth. The recent excavation of the stone chamber, coupled with the arrangement of the binding spirit formation, has fortuitously drawn forth the mountain aura. This phenomenon, if encountered by an ordinary cultivator, would simply disperse into the atmosphere, as it holds little value for practitioners. It is of significance primarily to the peculiar entities residing in the mountains. However, Lu Mingyi is different. He possesses the Mountain Demon Pearl. Since acquiring the Mountain Shaking Pearl, he has yet to employ its powers. On one hand, utilizing it in populated areas could tarnish his righteous image, while on the other, the mountain demons summoned are scarcely capable of keeping pace with Lu Mingyi's combat prowess. The number of mountain demons that can be summoned is limited, and their combat abilities are rather mediocre. Yet, the abundance of mountain aura within the Binding Spirit formation is extraordinary. Shushan is inherently a place of spiritual elegance. Thus, the mountain aura that flourishes here is exceedingly pure. Furthermore, it is evident that this mountain aura has remained undiscovered for many years, likely nurtured in secrecy. It is a perfect nourishment for the Mountain Demon Pearl. Lu Mingyi retrieved the Mountain Demon Pearl from his storage pouch and placed it within the Binding Spirit formation. As soon as it was set inside, the pearl seemed to activate, voraciously absorbing the mountain aura. The volume of mountain aura pouring in was immense. If converted into spiritual energy, it could cultivate an entire crop of ice grapes. However, Lu Mingyi realized that it would likely take a considerable time to fully absorb it. Thus, he beckoned Su Changqing and the others to the dining hall on the mountain for a meal. It has been quite a while since Lu Mingyi last dined in the cafeteria. This was largely due to the acquisition of a small dining cloth, allowing him to indulge in meat dishes at will, rendering the vegetarian offerings of the cafeteria unappealing. Yet, human nature seems to harbor a certain craving for what has been absent for some time. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he discovered that today's offering was steamed buns filled with lichen and vegetables, which were utterly delicious. After finishing his meal, he returned to inspect the formation, only to find that the mountain aura continued to surge upward. At this rate, it seems that it will require a considerable amount of time yet. With no alternative, the connection of the formation had to be temporarily set aside. Lu Mingyi procured a small box, mixed spiritual materials with vermilion to create a spiritual liquid, and inscribed a guiding spirit formation alongside the binding spirit formation on the box. He then opened a bubble and placed the spiritual insects inside. This was due to Lu Mingyi's concern that if too much time passed, the spiritual energy of the Ling insect would fail to be replenished, risking its demise within the bubble. Indeed, everything unfolded as Lu Mingyi had anticipated. The absorption of mountain energy by the Mountain Demon Pearl concluded only after a month and a half. During this period, Lu Mingyi sought out Taoist Qingwei to report on the matter of the spiritual stone, only to discover that Taoist Qingwei was visiting a friend. Since this matter was not urgent, he refrained from contacting Taoist Qingwei. Lu Mingyi weighed the Mountain Demon Pearl, noting its considerable increase in heft. Bringing it closer to his eyes, he observed a dense proliferation of mountain demons within. Goodness, just how much mountain energy had been stored? The answer swiftly revealed itself as Lu Mingyi tentatively summoned a mountain demon from the pearl. A veritable tide of mountain demons surged forth. Before they could fully materialize and touch the ground, Lu Mingyi, reacting instinctively, called them back. It was utterly terrifying. Just that brief emergence seemed to involve 400 or 500 of them, with countless more yet to appear. This was an army, albeit one lacking discipline. Nevertheless, their combat prowess and destructive capability far exceeded that of ordinary humans. If wielded judiciously, this could become an undeniable force. With the mountain energy processed, Lu Mingyi could finally proceed with the grand formation, transforming the Qingyun's secret repository belonging to Mount Shu. Su Changqing and Lu Mingyi worked in close concert, one approaching from the outside and the other from within, effortlessly connecting the two grand formations. The moment the formations were linked, a wind swept through the ice valley, causing the frost hanging from the trees to tremble as though on the brink of falling. Subsequently, approximately 1/3 of the ice valley's spiritual energy surged towards the stone chamber. Chapter 53. Qingwei returns to the mountain. Initial discussions on the spiritual stone. The infusion of spiritual energy within the stone chamber continued for over a month. Following this period of replenishment, the concentration of spiritual energy in the stone chamber finally rivaled that of the Qingyun's secret repository, making it suitable for nurturing the Ling insects. Lu Mingyi cautiously placed the Ling insects into the stone chamber. Upon encountering the familiar concentration of spiritual energy, the Ling insects thrived, reveling in their newfound freedom, flitting about with unrestrained joy. Stepping out of the stone chamber, Lu Mingyi drew his sword and, with swift strokes, inscribed the name of the chamber above the stone door. Listening to the wind pavilion, a place to hear the winds of the mountains. Savor the flavors of the four seasons. Gather spiritual energy from all directions, and enrich the foundation of Mount Shu. Marvelous. Just as Lu Mingyi was immersed in admiration of his creation, he suddenly heard someone calling for him. He walked into the valley. Suddenly, Changchun rushed over. Second senior brother, the master has returned and requests your presence at the woodage. Oh, the master is back? Very well, let us hasten. The two swiftly made their way to the woodage. Upon entering, they found all 5 elders present. Master, Uncle Master, they both greeted respectfully. Daoist Qingwei nodded and said, Changchun, you may step outside. We have matters to discuss with your second senior brother. Upon hearing this, Changchun bowed and complied, exiting the room. Lu Mingyi understood that this was a conversation regarding the spirit stones. Indeed, once Changchun left, Daoist Qingwei spoke. Mingyi, your uncle master mentioned that you have developed something, spirit stones? Lu Mingyi nodded affirmatively. Yes, master. With that, he retrieved a spirit stone from his storage jade pendant and handed it to Daoist Qingwei. The Daoist examined the spirit stone closely, and soon astonishment flickered in his eyes. Although small in size, its potential impact, if unleashed, could be revolutionary. It would greatly advance the development of the entire realm of cultivation. Daoist Qingwei stroked his beard, contemplating the necessary connections and careful implementation required for its execution. With this thought, he decided to test his disciple. Mingyi, the creation of this item is unprecedented. Once truly implemented, it could yield immeasurable merit for the advancement of the cultivation world. However, realizing this ambition will not be without its challenges. What do you propose we do? Lu Mingyi had already contemplated this thoroughly and responded directly. Master, to promote the spirit stones within the cultivation realm, I believe there are 3 steps. First, we must venture to the outer realms to hunt the alien demons and obtain their crystal cores. This necessitates coordination with the heavenly realm. Second, we must process these cores, eliminate their malevolent energies to obtain pure alien demon shells, infusing them with spiritual energy to ultimately create the spirit stones. Third, the implementation of this plan is of utmost importance. It cannot be accomplished by our Shushan sect alone, nor can it be resolved solely within the earthly realm. We must ally with other sects and forge alliances with the other 5 realms to ensure the smooth execution of this endeavor. Daoist Qingwei nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this, appreciating the clarity and coherence of Lu Mingyi's thoughts. Although it was still mere theoretical discussion, it demonstrated considerable insight, reflecting the years of his guidance. Very well. What do you perceive to be the most challenging step? Where should we begin? Establishing contact with the heavenly realm is the most daunting task. The heavenly realm is lofty and distant. Without achieving ascension and gaining recognition from the divine realm, the hope of reaching it is almost non-existent. Without establishing contact with the heavenly realm, we are largely incapacitated. Our only recourse now is to seek out the rogue alien demons scattered in the earthly realm, create a batch of samples, and notify the other sects to prepare accordingly. The Daoist Qingwei nodded slightly. Indeed, it is commendable. Regarding the matter of contacting the other sects, I shall undertake that task with your martial uncle. You, however, should pursue the whereabouts of the aberrant demons. By the way, this matter is of great significance, so it would be prudent not to inform Changchun and the others yet. Proceed alone. Yes, master. Very well, you may depart. I will discuss the details with your several martial uncles. Yes, I take my leave. Lu Mingyi stepped out of the Wuji pavilion and closed the door behind him. He exhaled deeply. The 5 elders had passed their trials. With the support of Shushan, a promising beginning had been established. Lu Mingyi gazed towards the horizon where the fiery sunset was slowly descending. He reached out, as if to grasp the entirety of the world in his hand. The evening breeze tousled the boy's hair, exuding confidence and exuberance. Alas, such a splendid moment could not endure indefinitely. Just as Lu Mingyi was preparing to descend and return to the ice valley, he noticed Shorin waving at him from distance. Second senior brother, wait for me. Oh, that's odd. He realized Shorin was accompanied by someone, a girl, no less. Who could it be? As the two approached, Lu Mingyi recognized her. It was Lu Xingxuang. What could she possibly want? Lu Mingyi felt a twinge of confusion, yet he understood she was likely seeking him out, given that he and she shared the closest interactions amongst all on Shushan. As the 3 converged, Lu Mingyi performed a respectful gesture. Greetings, senior sister Lu. Lu Xingxuang cast a sidelong glance at him. Lu Shidi, You truly are a busy person. I have been in Shushan for nearly a month, and today is the first time I see you. Lu Mingyi was taken aback. I was unaware. He directed his gaze towards Shorin. Shorin quickly interjected, Senior brother, were you not preoccupied with that important matter at the Listening Wind Pavilion? We deemed it quite significant and did not relay the news of Senior Sister Lu's arrival to you. Lu Mingyi nodded in understanding and turned his attention back to Lu Xingxuan. Senior Sister, you have heard the circumstances. It was not my intention. Lu Xingxuan was well aware that it was not deliberate on his part, yet after waiting so long, she felt a slight displeasure and thus expressed her grievances. Once Lu Mingyi offered his explanations, her irritation dissipated. Is there something specific you require of me? Upon hearing Lu Mingyi inquire about the matter at hand, Lu Xingxuan adopted a more serious demeanor. She reached for her storage pouch at her waist and with a swift motion produced a collection of items. It was precisely what Lu Mingyi had given her previously at the martial arts arena. Chapter 54. Unintentionally, Lu Xingxuan unleashes an excavator. Senior Sister Lu, what is this? Returning it to you. You owe me nothing. Lu Mingyi's face flushed crimson, utterly at a loss as to how to respond. Yet, in a straightforward manner, he replied, if I did make you cry, did I not? Just keep it. There isn't much here. Lu Mingyi's words, once spoken, swiftly dampened Lu Xingxuan's spirits. Am I crying because of your actions? No, it is merely my unwillingness to accept defeat. I do not require your sympathy. With that, Lu Xingxuan hurled her belongings to the ground and turned to leave. Lu Mingyi recognized the impropriety of his words and sought to apologize. Yet his feet felt as if they were rooted to the earth, unresponsive and immobile. Fortunately, Shorin, being astute, promptly intervened to halt Lu Xingxuan. Sister Lu, please do not be upset. My senior brother did not mean it that way. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyi picked up the scattered items, noting with dismay that several clusters of ice grapes had been damaged. Such a waste indeed. However, he refrained from voicing any complaints, understanding that she was merely a girl in a fit of anger, and given their recent acquaintance, there was little bond between them. It seemed that Lu Xingxuan was persuaded by Shorin's words, and Lu Mingyi's embarrassment began to dissipate, allowing his legs to regain control. Reflecting upon a certain influencer's approach to interacting with women in his past life, he pondered how a simple change in phrasing could yield vastly different outcomes. He resolved to give it a try. Approaching Lu Xingxuan, he addressed her, Sister Lu, you are a remarkable figure, and it appears I have misjudged my words. Upon hearing his apology, Lu Xingxuan felt a twinge of awkwardness. What was wrong with her? Why was she so bothered by an outer disciple? Turning to look at Lu Mingyi, she initially thought him rather clever, but now he appeared somewhat daft. Ultimately, she decided it was not worth her while to dwell on the matter. In her mind, she resolved, Humph, you must be more mindful of your words in the future. I shall let this go this time. Her demeanor exuded a hint of playful arrogance. Lu Mingyi nodded in agreement. Yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of his gift being returned. It would be quite undignified. A plan began to form in his mind. He would ensure she willingly took the items. Yes, he could purchase something. Wasn't she a puppeteer? He could feign interest in acquiring puppets from her, thereby purchasing them at a premium. What a splendid idea. With that thought, Lu Mingyi quickly gathered the damaged ice grapes and replaced them with pristine ones, offering them to Lu Xingxuan. Sister, ever since our last encounter, I have developed a keen interest in the puppets of your sect. Might I inquire if I could purchase a few? Lu Xingxuan, taken aback, considered his request. While her sect did sell puppets, they were typically sought after by smaller factions. Larger sects, such as Shushan, regarded the art of puppetry with disdain. Are you certain? She inquired. Lu Mingyi smiled and nodded affirmatively. I am indeed certain. What would you like to purchase? The puppets I used during the last martial arts gathering are available for sale at our puppet sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi remarked that the puppet sect possesses quite an entrepreneurial spirit. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, then I shall take one of each. Lu Xingxuan nodded in agreement. When Lu Mingyi handed over the items, she accepted only half. This is sufficient, she stated. Lu Mingyi raised an eyebrow. That cannot be. You must take them all. After a brief consideration, Lu Mingyi had another idea. Sister, may I inquire if you accept custom orders? Custom orders? Custom puppets? Indeed. However, you need to articulate your requirements clearly. Crafting a puppet is no simple task. Very well. What I wish to create is called an excavator. An excavator? What purpose does it serve? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi felt a surge of excitement within. Allow me to introduce you to a marvel of construction from future generations. Thus, Lu Mingyi began to elaborate on the concept of the excavator. As he described it in increasing detail, Lu Xingxuang's eyes sparkled more brightly. Eventually, she could not help but grasp Lu Mingyi's arm. The grip was somewhat painful for him, prompting him to speak. "Sister, might you loosen your hold on my arm?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xingxuang looked down and realized she was indeed clutching Lu Mingyi's arm, her face flushing crimson, resembling a freshly bloomed peach blossom, elegant and captivating. Yet, it was evident that Lu Xingxuang was no ordinary girl. Even as her cheeks flushed, she eagerly inquired about the construction of the excavator. Lu Mingyi thought to himself that she certainly possessed the potential of a scientific prodigy. Noticing they had been standing outside for quite some time, he felt they were neglecting their guest and invited Lu Xingxuang to a private room for conversation. As for why he did not invite her to the Ice Valley, the Ice Valley was not a place where outsiders could freely enter. The ice grapes, the purple bamboo forest, the sound of wind pavilion, and the hidden sword platform were all closely guarded secrets. The three of them entered a private room. Lu Mingyi sat on a stool and casually opened the water jug on the table, only to discover it was empty. He then instructed Shorin, "Please brew a pot of tea." "Certainly, second senior brother," Shorin replied. After he left, Lu Mingyi retrieved a large sheet of rice paper from his storage jade pendant and began to sketch with a brush. In no time, a vividly detailed excavator emerged on the paper. This depiction was so lifelike that Lu Xingxuang immediately recognized its significance. She grasped the rice paper tightly, her eyes gleaming. "Is this what you meant? Truly a stroke of genius. If it were to be made, even ordinary mortals could operate it." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi, the young lady is rather clever, indeed. This is the artifact of mortals, a tool through which later generations have excavated mountains and filled seas, accomplishing feats akin to those of deities. However, Lu Mingyi felt the need to disguise his capabilities to avoid drawing undue attention. Thus, he remarked, "True knowledge is derived from practice. Must we await Sister Lu's creation to ascertain the truth?" Lu Xingxuang nodded, deeply admiring Lu Mingyi's meticulous attitude. Unaware that this was merely a facade he had constructed, little did he know that his actions would inadvertently mislead the puppet sect. A once noble sect, now veering into construction, but that is a tale for another time. At that moment, Shorin had prepared tea and brought it over. Chapter 55. Mingyi descends the mountain to pursue the otherworldly demon. Lu Xingxuang, clutching a piece of rice paper, hurried back to her quarters. Although she found Lu Mingyi's drawings to be exquisite, they lacked professionalism, and she resolved to recreate them, pondering how best to proceed. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyi, after finishing the pot of tea with Shorin, returned to the Ice Valley to organize his belongings. He anticipated a lengthy descent, and thus aimed to make ample preparations. First, he picked some ice grapes to stock up, thinking they might prove useful on his journey. After gathering the ice grapes, he visited the pill and artifact hall to acquire a beast-rearing pouch, specifically designed for carrying small spirit beasts. This time, he intended to bring the ice egg along for companionship. As for why he did not take Ning Xuang, it was primarily due to her large size, which would draw too much attention. The following day, Lu Mingyi packed his belongings and tossed them into his storage jade pendant, ready to embark on his journey. Just before his departure, he specifically instructed Shorin to look after Lu Xingxuang should she remain on Mount Shu, and if she chose to leave, to see her off in his stead. To his surprise, Shorin informed him, "Senior brother, Sister Lu left early this morning, and seeing that you had not yet risen, she did not disturb you." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Is that so? Very well, I understand." With that, he mounted his flying sword and descended the mountain. Heading westward, Lu Mingyi flew for 300 to 400 miles before landing. Upon arrival, he discovered a rather impoverished small county, its walls constructed of yellow earth, weathered by wind and rain, rendering the county's name barely legible. Only a faint character for eternal could be discerned. Paying little mind to this, he produced 2 copper coins to cover the entrance fee and entered the town. In truth, Lu Mingyi had no leads in his pursuit of the otherworldly demon. He was merely wandering aimlessly, hoping to encounter a demon by chance, and thus follow the trail further. Evidently, fate was not particularly kind to Lu Mingyi this time. After thoroughly investigating the small county, he spent an additional month exploring various locations, yet he failed to uncover any traces of the otherworldly demons. During this period, however, he did manage to deal with several troublesome creatures. Presently, Lu Mingyi found himself atop an unnamed hill, overlooking several villages below. Villagers often ventured up the hill to gather firewood. while hunters sought game. Recently, for reasons unknown, numerous villagers and hunters had gone missing after ascending the hill. At that moment, Mingyi was enjoying tea at a stall in one of the villages when he heard about these mysterious disappearances and decided to investigate, hoping to determine if some malevolent entity was at play. Upon reaching the hill, Mingyi hardly had to search before he discovered the presence of an evil spirit. No, it seemed the malevolence had sought him out instead. As he passed a large tree, he noticed a weasel standing upright beneath it. Upon seeing Mingyi, the weasel spoke. "Fellow villager, do I appear more human or divine to you? Is this a weasel seeking a title?" Mingyi suddenly recalled an amusing response from a later era and, with a hint of mischief, replied, "I see you as a pink dragon maid in a frilly uniform." "A what? What?" The weasel, far from transforming into the anticipated uniformed figure, was left utterly bewildered by Mingyi's words. Observing the weasel's dazed expression, Mingyi couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, with your lack of understanding, how can you even think of seeking a title? In the future, you'd be outclassed. Others start with proficiency in 5 languages." Though the weasel did not comprehend the nuances of Mingyi's remarks, it recognized the mockery directed at it and became incensed. With claws bared, it lunged at Mingyi. However, being merely a newly titled creature with only a few hundred years of cultivation, the outcome was predictable. Mingyi simply kicked out, sending the weasel flying. The weasel, being clever, realized it could not win and decided to flee. While it appeared to move swiftly, to Mingyi, it was painfully slow. He trailed behind at a distance, soon catching up to a desolate graveyard. To his astonishment, he found the missing individuals lying there, unconscious or perhaps lifeless. Approaching them, Mingyi reached down to check for breath at their nostrils. They were alive, indicating they had been incapacitated by the weasel's enchantment. With a subtle gesture, Mingyi began to channel his energy. With a swift motion, he summoned a great mass of water from the void, splashing it upon the faces of the slumbering individuals, rousing them from their stupor. Once they were awakened, Mingyi sent them on their way. After their departure, he followed the lingering scent left by the weasel, navigating past the graveyard of forgotten souls until he arrived at the base of a precipice. There, he discovered a small opening, barely a yard high. Unable to enter, nor was it necessary for him to do so, he circled the area and identified other exits of the weasel's den. Without hesitation, he cast a spell to seal them off and returned to the small opening. Producing some leftover chili from a previous barbecue, he gathered dry twigs and ignited them at the cave's entrance, the acrid smoke billowing into the cavern as the night breeze carried it within. This soon forced the weasel out into the open. With a sword in hand, Mingyi stood at the side of the entrance, and, as the creature poked its head out, he swiftly severed it with a single stroke. The weasel fell to the ground, and by the light of the moon, Mingyi noticed it cradled a piece of red stone. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an exquisite piece of red jade. Chapter 56. The Flesh and Blood Demon, Human Sacrifice. A splendid find indeed. It could serve as a gift in the future. After securing the blood jade, Mingyi surveyed his surroundings and discerned an accumulation of deathly energy in the area, explaining the presence of the malevolent creature. Channeling the majestic righteousness within him, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy which radiated outward, the surrounding deathly essence. Upon encountering this righteous force, scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, soon the oppressive aura dissipated entirely. However, the gathering of deathly energy indicated a disturbance in the natural order of the land. Upon closer examination, Mingyi observed that the area was flanked by dense woods and bordered by cliffs to the north and south. Were it not for the chaos of a graveyard, this location would not present significant issues, perhaps just a touch of gloominess on certain days. Yet, it was precisely this chaotic burial ground that nurtured the malevolent energy, compounded by the unfavorable geomancy surrounding it. If this issue remained unresolved, it would inevitably attract more demons, as such an environment was highly conducive to their cultivation. Reflecting on this, Mingyi summoned the Tianyuan Sword and approached the precipice that the weasel had claimed as its lair. A surge of chilling energy coursed through him as he raised his sword, delivering a decisive blow. With a resounding crack, the cliff split as effortlessly as an apple sliced upon a cutting board, revealing a smooth surface beneath the luminous moonlight, a thin layer of ice. The cliff had just been cleaved open. A gentle breeze wafted in, caressing the ground and lifting a dried blade of grass into the air, carrying it above the trees across the way. The flow of wind had been restored, although there had previously been gusts that penetrated the space. The stagnant energy felt akin to carbon dioxide, trapped in a deep environment, heavy and unable to disperse. Now, however, the wind surged from directly ahead, rendering the morbid atmosphere birthed from the mass grave utterly incapable of coalescing, as it was effortlessly scattered across the vast expanse. Having settled these matters, Mingyi felt fatigued. He retrieved a small spacecraft from his storage jade pendant, casting a spell to enlarge it. Behind the recently cleaved cliff lay a level patch of grass, perfectly suited for landing. He docked the vessel and boarded. The ship was equipped with the most basic alarm and defensive array, ensuring that ordinary beasts and minor demons could not intrude. Inside the cabin, Mingyi unfurled a small napkin and enjoyed a bowl of shrimp noodles before retiring to his quarters for rest. The following day, Mingyi rose early, stowed away the spacecraft, and set out once more. The pursuit of the otherworldly demons had thus far yielded no clues. The road ahead was long and arduous, and he resolved to be diligent. Indeed, 2 months passed with little to show for his efforts. Yet, fate possesses a peculiar way of teasing us. Just when one feels utterly exhausted in the chase, on the verge of surrender, a glimmer of hope appears, akin to a diminutive firefly illuminating the night. On this day, as Mingyi arrived at a small town on the northwestern border, he made a curious discovery. The townsfolk were abuzz with conversation regarding a village outside the city. Inquiring further, he learned of a place called Changchun Village, renowned in the surrounding areas for its silk production, frequented by merchants seeking to purchase the fine material. Recently, however, the village had inexplicably sealed its borders, forbidding outsiders from entering. Merchants who had ventured there in search of silk had vanished without a trace. A few days prior, the county magistrate, upon hearing of these events, dispatched a team of constables to investigate, but only one returned alive, severely injured and near death. Before succumbing, he uttered a chilling revelation. The village harbored malevolent creatures, monsters formed from black mud. Black mud monsters? Soft and dark. Could they perhaps be the otherworldly demons? Upon hearing this, Mingyi's spirit soared. At last, he had caught a whiff of their trail. He produced a handful of silver coins and offered them to the informant. Upon inquiring about the direction to Changchun Village, Mingyi hastily made his way there. However, upon his arrival at the outskirts of the village, he discovered discrepancies between what he had been told and the reality before him. Changchun Village was not besieged, as he had been led to believe. With a sense of caution, Mingyi ventured into the village, only to find it eerily deserted. As he delved deeper, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath his feet, causing him to stumble. When he regained his footing, the world around him had transformed entirely. The sky was shrouded in a crimson haze, and the air was thick with a rancid odor that stung his nostrils. Moving forward, he came upon a mud-brick dwelling where a 5-year-old child stood, lost in a fit of eerie laughter, his eyes a disturbing shade of crimson. The child posed no threat, merely giggling vacantly. Further along, Mingyi encountered a procession of elderly individuals clad in funeral garments, holding oil lamps aloft. Their eyes were vacant as they formed an orderly line, moving toward another part of the village. Summoning the Tianyuan Sword, Mingyi followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of an expansive courtyard, where the gate bore the bold inscription Zhao Residence. Evidently, this was the abode of a wealthy family. Yet the gate stood wide open, unguarded. The elderly continued to file in, and Mingyi followed suit. Inside, the courtyard was adorned in festive decorations, with red silks draped from the beams, creating a jarring contrast to the absence of any guests or food on the tables prepared for a feast. The elderly figures moved deeper into the interior, their presence starkly incongruous against the vibrant backdrop. As they progressed, Mingyi ascended the steps and peered inside, only to witness an even more bizarre scene. At the rear of the hall stood a grand stage, upon which rested a 6-armed statue of a Buddha, its visage fearsome, with a dark complexion and sharp fangs. Beneath the statue knelt a young man, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, bound and vulnerable. The elderly continued to hold their oil lamps, positioned on either side of the stage, while a strikingly adorned woman in a flowing red garment danced in a peculiar manner. With each circling step, she extinguished one of the lamps held by the elders. Chapter 57, Slaying the Demon God, Signing the Infernal Spirit Flame Feather Technique. I have insight. Target, the red-clad malevolent spirit. Realm, entry into the path. Cultivation, 700 years. Hiss, a ghost. This was the first time he had encountered such a specter. To my astonishment, My first encounter with a ghost revealed a formidable specter, a vengeful spirit clad in red. Could it be that I had stumbled upon the fabled seductress who extinguishes lamps? This was no trivial matter. Lu Mingyi continued to observe. With each lamp the female ghost extinguished, a murky essence surged towards the young man on the platform. Lu Mingyi's eyes widened in realization. A living sacrifice was in preparation. There was no time to waste. If he lingered any longer, the youth would surely perish. With this thought, Lu Mingyi unsheathed his sword and charged forward. The red-clad specter was engrossed in her ritual when Lu Mingyi abruptly intruded, shattering the ceremony. The ghost emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Her originally alluring visage twisted into a grotesque form. Her crimson garments billowed like a tempest, and with disheveled hair. She sprouted nails as long as scissors, brandishing her claws menacingly at Lu Mingyi. He met her attack with a decisive strike of his sword, cleaving her in two. Yet, the severed halves of the ghost refused to dissipate. The upper half soared towards Lu Mingyi, while the lower half transformed into a viscous substance. Morphing into a tree stump from which countless roots erupted, frantically advancing toward him. The elderly men who had been holding the lamps exploded like firecrackers, showering the room with blood and flesh. Amidst the carnage, dark, viscous entities emerged, contorting their forms and gradually assuming bizarre shapes. These were the aberrant demons. It seemed that Lu Mingyi had indeed arrived at the right moment. He laughed heartily, reaching for his waist to retrieve a bag containing ice eggs. Tossing it and his upper garment aside, with his torso bare, he charged forward, blue energy surging around him. The little golden butterfly, sensing Lu Mingyi's exhilaration, fluttered from him. Its wings aflutter. Lu Mingyi unleashed a series of sweeping strikes, launching a barrage of ice spikes like bullets, piercing through the encroaching demons and the female ghost. Having previously battled these entities, the little butterfly knew precisely how to counter them. It flapped its wings, releasing a vast cloud of pink mist that enveloped the demons. They shrieked in agony, diminishing in size as if thrown into a boiling pot of lard. Perhaps the pink mist was not sufficiently exhilarating, for the butterfly emitted a prolonged cry, followed by the deafening buzz of countless insects descending from the skies. An overwhelming swarm of creatures approached. Creatures soaring through the skies and those crawling upon the earth have all arrived. Despite their status as mere common insects, their overwhelming numbers are formidable. The aberrations found themselves swarmed by these insects, akin to a person ensnared in a thick mire, their mobility severely hampered. Lu Mingyi contemplated charging forth, intent on dispatching these aberrations as he had done previously. However, the six-armed statue atop the platform suddenly opened its eyes. With a fearsome roar, the six rubbery arms behind it lunged at Lu Mingyi. He deftly evaded their assault, drawing forth his snowfall and standard longsword. Channeling his sword techniques, he directed the two blades to strike diagonally at the statue. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyi gripped the heavenly abyss sword, aiming directly for the statue's core. In a twist of fate, the topmost two hands of the malevolent statue ensnared both snowfall and the standard longsword, while the remaining four hands lunged towards Lu Mingyi. He swung his blade fiercely, severing one of the hands on the spot. Fortunately, the remaining three hands recoiled swiftly, but just as they withdrew, Lu Mingyi seized the opportunity to slice off the two upper hands as well. Black blood oozed from the statue's wounds, flowing forward across the stage towards the direction of a young man. Remarkably, this young man remained unharmed amidst such a fierce battle. Lu Mingyi retreated, seizing the unconscious youth and tossing him into the courtyard. Meanwhile, the female ghost, previously cleaved in two, reassembled her form. Upon noticing Lu Mingyi's approach, she forcefully broke free from the entanglement of golden butterfly insects. Her crimson gauset dressbørst open, revealing her entirely barformede. Lu Mingyi's pupils dilated in shock, yet he struck without hesitation. However, the recently exploded gauze transformed into numerous two-finger-wide red ribbons, akin to spider legs, launching themselves at him. With a decisive cross-slash, Lu Mingyi cleaved the female ghost into 4 pieces. Perhaps it was due to the severing of her head that she disintegrated into ash immediately. At that moment, the malevolent statue burst forth from the inner hall, yanking out a colossal copper sword from behind. The sword had only the tip sharpened, while the lower half was serrated. As their blades clashed, Lu Mingyi's attack inflicted a massive gash upon the copper sword, for which a chilling aura radiated, creeping up the statue's body and seeping into its wounds. The statue let out a cry of agony. The duel continued, and within just 3 exchanges, The copper sword was cleaved into 3 segments. Lu Mingyi stepped forward, wielding his sword with precision, and severed the 2 arms of the evil Buddha. At this juncture, the evil Buddha was left with but 1 arm, appearing as a fish on the chopping block, ready for Lu Mingyi's slaughter. However, what transpired next was unforeseen. The evil Buddha abruptly retreated, revealing a blood-red eye that opened upon his forehead. From this crimson orb, black lightning surged forth. Lu Mingyi, undeterred, swung his sword to cleave through it. The evil Buddha retreated once more, and then unleashed a blood-red lightning bolt towards the heavens. A sanguine mist coalesced in the sky as if summoned, culminating in a bolt of blood-colored lightning, as thick as a man's embrace, descending directly upon Lu Mingyi. Upon noticing this, Lu Mingyi summoned the chilling energy within him, leaping into the air, sword poised to pierce the oncoming lightning. The 2 forces clashed midair. An even thicker ice pillar erupted from the base of the Tianyuan sword, striking out and dispelling the lightning instantaneously. Before the evil Buddha could react, Lu Mingyi swung his sword downwards, and a massive ice column crashed upon the evil Buddha, toppling him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Mingyi thrust his sword through the ice, piercing the evil Buddha's chest in a single lethal strike. The vanquished evil Buddha's form dissipated into black smoke, akin to that of a slain aberration, leaving behind a singular black, glass-like orb on the ground, the very eye that had just unfurled upon his forehead. Lu Mingyi retrieved it, and in that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat of slaying a flesh and blood demon for the first time. Would you like to sign in for this achievement? Really? Slaying such a creature grants an achievement? He mused. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Ethereal Flame Feather Technique. Chapter 58. The entire village is infested with aberrations, slaughtering all with the sword. The Ethereal Flame Feather Technique. An unparalleled archery skill wielded by an ancient demon god to traverse the world. Ah, this time I truly struck something remarkable, he thought. However, he set that aside for the moment and proceeded to assist Jin Dai. Upon entering the inner hall, Lu Mingyi discovered that there were no aberrations remaining. Even the aberration crystals had been reduced to mere shells strewn across the ground. Observing this scene, Lu Mingyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He opened the system, intending to thoroughly examine the Ethereal Flame Feather Technique. As he did, an ancient tome, crafted from sheepskin, fell into his hands. It was indeed the Ethereal Flame Feather Technique. Previously, my skills were directly transmitted into my mind by the system. Why is this different? Lu Mingyi pondered as he flipped through the pages, quickly discovering the distinctive elements within the Ethereal Flame Feather Technique. It turns out that this tome of the Dark Spirit Flame Feather Technique also records the method for crafting the corresponding bows and arrows. The bow's core must be fashioned from a unique metal or spirit wood as its fundamental structure, followed by the embedding of a core from a demon god. Finally, one must nourish it with their own blood for a duration of 81 days to achieve a connection with the bloodline of the bow and arrows. As for the arrows, aside from the absence of the demon god's core, they share identical requirements with the bow's core. With 50 principles of Tao concealed, a maximum of 49 feathered arrows can be produced. Upon inspection, Lu Mingyi realized that the demon god's core was none other than the sinister eye of the evil Buddha he had recently acquired. However, he indeed lacked the peculiar metal and spirit wood. Nevertheless, he could embark on a quest to seek them out, for such materials should be plentiful. Naturally, he aimed to procure the finest quality. While contemplating where to search, he suddenly felt something crawling up his leg. Looking down, he discovered it was the ice egg, gazing up at him with a mournful expression. Did you just toss me aside so carelessly? Are you unaware of how painful that was? Amused by the ice egg's forlorn gaze, Lu Mingyi couldn't help but chuckle at this quirky little creature. He gently patted its head, picked up his clothes from the ground, and tossed the little one into his spirit beast pouch. As soon as it landed, the little creature attempted to climb out. But after a gentle pat on the head from Lu Mingyi, it obediently settled inside. Lu Mingyi then gathered all the demonic crystal shells scattered on the ground, placing around 20 or so into his storage jade pendant. He reached out to touch the golden butterfly, which obediently fluttered into his hand. Proceeding to the courtyard, he checked on the condition of the young man's body and found it satisfactory. He hefted the young man onto his shoulder and made his way outside the courtyard. Upon stepping out, Lu Mingyi noticed that the previous blood-red barrier had vanished, and the sky over Yunzhou village had returned to normal. In the streets, many villagers appeared, yet they seemed somewhat amiss. As Lu Mingyi advanced to investigate, a villager suddenly turned around, crimson eyes fixated on him, sprinting towards him with alarming speed. This was another aberration. How many innocent villagers had these wretched creatures harmed? They had infiltrated the villagers' bodies like parasites, replacing them entirely. With a cry from one of the aberrations, others in the vicinity surged towards the sound. The malevolent aura from Lu Mingyi's recent defeat of the evil Buddha still lingered. Drawing his long sword from his back, he struck decisively. These aberrations were weak. Channeling his icy energy, he dispatched one after another, cutting a path through the horde. He moved from one end of the village to the other, and then back again, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. Soon, the otherworldly demons of the village were all vanquished by Lu Mingyi. It was at this moment that he realized, apart from the young man he had just encountered, the entire population of Yunzhou village had been possessed by these demons. In other words, there were no living souls left in Yunzhou village, save for this one youth. Lu Mingyi sighed and shook his head, proceeding to gather all the demon crystals. After collecting the crystals, he sought out a humble dwelling, gently carrying the young man inside and placing him upon the bed. He retrieved a set of silver needles and inserted one into the youth's philtrum. Then he took out a frozen grape and fed it to him. Before long, the young man began to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately crouched in terror, retreating to the corner of the bed, clearly having witnessed many horrifying events. However, Lu Mingyi felt powerless to alleviate his fears. With no time to spare, he informed the young man that all the demons in the village had been eradicated, leaving behind some food and silver before departing. As for the youth's future, it would depend on his own fate. There was little more Lu Mingyi could do. Upon leaving Yunzhou village, Lu Mingyi felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. After months of pursuing the otherworldly demons, he had finally tracked them down, only to encounter such a tragic outcome. Life is indeed fraught with difficulties. He soared through the air on his sword, hoping to ease his troubled spirit, which did provide some relief. However, he soon had to resume his quest for the demons, for he had previously eradicated them all. Before embarking on that journey, Lu Mingyi resolved to visit the cultivator's market in search of rare metals and spirit wood, intending to procure the soul flame featherbow first. Such a marvelous artifact must be acquired, for the yearning was becoming unbearable. Chapter 59, Xianxia Ghost Market. A reunion with Wan Yuji. There are numerous cultivator markets in the realm of Jiansan. The larger ones are typically under the protection of major sects, offering a wide array of goods and maintaining order. However, if one seeks intriguing items, these markets may not suffice. Besides the cultivator markets, there exist those mixed with various beings, humans, demons, ghosts, and monsters, known as ghost markets. Here, one can find an eclectic assortment of peculiar items. At this moment, Lu Mingyi had arrived at such a ghost market, the Changchun Ghost Market. The Changchun Ghost Market has a long-standing history, founded by an esteemed ancestor of the demon race. It is said that this individual possessed extraordinary strength and did not engage in malevolence, content to operate the market peacefully. For this reason, the 7 major sects have consistently turned a blind eye to the existence of such markets. As Lu Mingyi wandered through the ghost market, he found himself irresistibly drawn to everything around him. Beneath the watery night sky, a delicate mist rose gently. The cacophony of vendors in the ghost market was incessant. Here, the supernatural beings did not conceal their forms. They openly engaged in buying and selling. There were enormous silkworm demons spinning threads to weave fabric, enchanting fox spirits selling pastries, robust ox demons acting as chefs, and sturdy horse demons assisting others by carrying goods. Among them were Taoist priests, reminiscent of Lu Mingyi, mingling about, alongside bald monks haggling with street vendors. Everything here was imbued with a peculiar vibrancy. Suddenly, a beautiful figure clad in pink captured Lu Mingyi's attention. She moved with an elegance that resembled a gentle breeze, softly brushing against one's face, graceful and lovely. It was none other than Wan Yuji. He was pleasantly surprised to encounter her here. It seemed she too was in pursuit of something. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Mingyi approached her. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, they had only met once and had not exchanged a single word, remaining strangers to each other. Just as he pondered how to greet her, Wan Yuji inadvertently turned her head and spotted Lu Mingyi. A radiant smile broke across her face. "Little Taoist, we meet again," she exclaimed. At her words, Lu Mingyi smiled knowingly. "Indeed, beautiful sister." Hearing him address her, as such made Wan Yuji beam with delight. Lu Mingyi smiled gently. as if standing amidst a grove of peach trees, admiring their blossoms. After a moment of shared laughter, Wan Yuji inquired, "Little Taoist, what brings you here? Are you in search of something?" "Yes, beautiful sister. Would you assist me in my search?" he replied candidly. Wan Yuji smiled softly. "Of course. What are you looking for?" Lu Mingyi did not hold back, responding directly, "I wish to forge a weapon and am in need of rare metals or spiritual materials." Wan Yuji nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. Let us seek them out now." The two then began their search through the ghost market. Throughout their quest, Wan Yuji diligently assisted Lu Mingyi. While his attention frequently wandered to her, he watched as she gracefully traversed the market, listened intently as she inquired about goods, and admired the way she tucked a stray hair behind her ear, oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when Wan Yuji called out to him that he realized he had been gazing at her intently. A faint blush crossed her cheeks as she playfully tapped him. Lu Mingyi suddenly regained his senses, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he recalled his previous foolish demeanor. He scratched his head awkwardly, intending to say something when Wan Yuji pointed at a long strip of black iron on the stall before them, inquiring, "What do you think of this piece of iron?" Upon hearing that Wan Yuji had discovered a suitable metal, Lu Mingyi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He approached the stall, grasped the black iron, and examined it closely. To his surprise, he discerned that this piece of black iron was not entirely metallic. It appeared to contain remnants of bone. Its shape unmistakably resembled a spine. Lu Mingyi cast a curious glance at the stall owner, who stood up to explain. "This is a treasure I acquired from the demon realm. As you can see, it is indeed a spine. However, its texture is remarkably resilient. No ordinary weapon can inflict any damage upon it. I surmise this belonged to a formidable body cultivator from the demon realm." Nodding in agreement, Lu Mingyi found the stall owner's assessment aligned with his own. To further investigate whether this spine was suitable for crafting a bow's core, he channeled his mana into it, pulling at both ends. It exhibited considerable elasticity, and the flow of mana through it was unhindered and smooth. Certainly a remarkable find. Looking up, Lu Mingyi inquired, "What price do you intend to sell it for?" The stall owner did not respond immediately, but scrutinized Lu Mingyi and Wan Yuji carefully. After a moment, he replied, "I believe you can see for yourselves that this is truly a fine item. Therefore, I am reluctant to part with it casually. I would prefer to exchange it for a certain spiritual material. If you possess it, I would be willing to trade. If not, I regret that we must part ways." Lu Mingyi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what kind of spiritual material?" "It is not a specific type. Any material capable of curing a state of demonic deviation will suffice." Upon hearing this, Wan Yuji promptly seized Lu Mingyi's arm, turning to leave. "Are you out of your mind? Materials capable of curing demonic deviation are exceedingly rare, primarily found within major sections. They are invaluable and virtually non-existent in the market." Lu Mingyi remained calm, his tone gentle as he addressed Wan Yuji, "Beautiful sister, there is no need for haste. Let us discuss this further." He turned to the stall owner, stating, "I happen to possess the item you seek, but if it is merely this spine you offer, it does not seem to warrant such value." Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's words, the stall owner's eyes brightened. Afflicted by a hidden ailment, he knew that if it remained unresolved, his days would be numbered. Could it be that fortune was finally turning? He opened his mouth to Lu Mingyi. "As long as it is something available in my stall, you may take it." Lu Mingyi shook his head. "Aside from this fragment of spine, there is nothing else at your stall that piques my interest. However, I do require another item, and if you could assist me in locating it, I would have no qualms about exchanging." Upon seeing the vendor shake his head, his expression dimming, he immediately brightened at the prospect of a trade. "What do you seek? I shall procure it forthwith." Lu Mingyi regarded the vendor thoughtfully. "I desire a spiritual material with vampiric properties, preferably from a tree." Upon hearing this, the vendor's spirits lifted. "Spiritual material with vampiric properties? I possess such a thing." With that, he retrieved a lengthy vine from his pouch. Lu Mingyi narrowed his eyes, a suspicion forming in his mind, yet he still inquired, "What is this?" The vendor, noticing Lu Mingyi's inquisitive gaze, confidently replied, "Blood-sucking vine." Taken aback by the vendor's affirmation, Lu Mingyi inhaled sharply. He had not anticipated that such a humble merchant would harbor such a formidable item. Thus, he produced a bite-eating Tianyuan lotus and discreetly presented it to the vendor. The vendor examined the lotus carefully, astonished by its quality. Thus, the exchange was amicably concluded. Afterward, Lu Mingyi accompanied Wan Yuji to procure her desired items. As they departed from the ghost market and approached a mountain pass, they prepared to bid farewell. Lu Mingyi smiled and remarked, "Fair sister, we are now acquaintances. Yet, I'm still unaware of your name. Although Lu Mingyi was cognizant of Wan Yuji's name, he feigned ignorance. Wan Yuji smiled and responded, "Sister is called Wan Yuji. And you, young Taoist?" Lu Mingyi chuckled heartily. "I am Lu Mingyi. Do remember that, dear sister." Wan Yuji nodded with a smile, and thus they parted ways. Chapter 60. The Celestial Exile rides the white cloud, expressing sentiments through the azure lotus. After bidding farewell to Wan Yuji, Lu Mingyi soared through the skies until he reached the Basha region. His journey to the ghost market had yielded significant rewards. Not only had he acquired demonic skeleton Xian iron, but he also possessed a fragment of the blood-sucking vine. Although the vine's vitality had waned, its innate blood-sucking ability remained intact. When forging the bow's body, incorporating it would undoubtedly bring about remarkable transformations to the mingling flame feather bow. The introduction to the mingling flame feather technique suggested that this archery method was exceptional. Upon mastery, it would surely provide a substantial leap in his combat prowess. With this thought, Lu Mingyi felt an immense sense of joy. He summoned his little white cloud and leisurely floated through the skies. Suddenly, he heard a melodious and resonant song emanating from below. He halted the little white cloud and gazed downwards. Before me stood a striking figure clad in white. Traversing the mountain path, seized by inspiration, he began to sing. Upon closer inspection, I noticed he wore a traditional headscarf known as a fu, a relic from ancient times used to bind the hair, and at his waist hung a beautiful jade sword. His demeanor exuded an otherworldly grace, setting him apart from the ordinary. Intrigued, I, Lu Mingyi, decided to descend and observe this remarkable individual. I positioned myself at a bend in the path where a venerable pine tree arched majestically overhead, evoking a sense of stepping into an ancient painting. Feeling inspired, I unfurled a small cloth, revealing several jars of wine, and with a small bowl in hand, I settled down to savor the scenery, imbibe the wine, and await his approach. Before long, the gentleman ascended the path. The heat of the day was palpable, and the enticing aroma of the wine wafted through the air, stirring his appetite. He approached me and produced a small silver ingot from his pocket. "Good sir, might I purchase some of your wine?" he inquired. I looked up to see a man with elegant willow-shaped brows, a visage like polished jade, and a presence as vibrant as a rainbow, embodying an extraordinary charisma. I laughed heartily and replied, "For a mere drink, what need have we for silver? Please sit and partake." Seeing my open-handedness, he made no pretense. Settling directly on the ground, he grasped the jar of wine and poured it generously into the bowl, drinking heartily. As we sipped, conversation flowed effortlessly between us. "Pray tell, from whence do you hail? What brings such a refined soul to this picturesque locale with wine in hand?" he asked. I smiled slightly and responded, "I am but a humble denizen of Shu, drawn by the allure of this beauty, and I come to pay my respects." His eyes lit with recognition. "Ah, how rare it is to find a kindred spirit amidst the myriad wonders of this world. Alas, most souls hurry by, oblivious to the splendor around them." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, in this age of the Tang dynasty, the populace is consumed by the relentless pursuit of profit, rushing to and fro without pausing to admire the scenery. In future generations, the pace of life will quicken even further, and few will escape the clutches of monotony to truly embrace life. As we continued to savor our wine, the gentle breeze caressed us. I casually inquired, "My friend, your remarkable presence inspires a desire for camaraderie. May I know your name?" He chuckled heartily and replied, "I am Li Bai, known as Tai Bai. Simply call me Tai Bai." At the mention of this name, I was so taken aback that the wine I had yet to swallow erupted from my mouth, causing me to cough uncontrollably. Raising my gaze in astonishment, I exclaimed, You are the esteemed poet Li Bai, the master of the azure lotus." Li Bai stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. He displayed little reaction to Lu Mingyi's astonishment. After all, he had encountered countless admirers throughout his journey. With a gentle motion of his right hand, he gestured for Lu Mingyi to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yet, could Lu Mingyi truly find tranquility? My goodness, the illustrious Li Bai. In the vast tapestry of Chinese history spanning 5 millennia, there emerged but one Li Bai. He has been lauded by posterity as one whose eloquence could evoke half of the prosperous Tang dynasty. What a remarkable tribute! To think that in this unexpected turn of fate, he would be fortunate enough to meet Li Bai. Was this a mere stroke of luck akin to a commoner becoming a sovereign? Lu Mingyi lifted his wine bowl and drank deeply, then rose to stand before Li Bai. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and bowed deeply, demonstrating his reverence. Li Bai accepted the gesture with grace, exuding an air of celestial pride. Yet, Lu Mingyi felt no discomfort. If Li Bai were not proud, would he still be the great Li Bai? Upon realizing that Lu Mingyi was one of his admirers, Li Bai seemed even more at ease as he indulged in the wine. They shared a hearty celebration, consuming one jar after another. The vessels were substantial, and even Li Bai, with his renowned capacity for drink, became slightly inebriated. In contrast, Lu Mingyi, eager to remain lucid in the presence of his idol, deliberately expelled the alcohol from his system. Their conversation flowed with joy, and as they reached a particularly spirited moment, Lu Mingyi retrieved a chain from his storage jade pendant and began to play. The melody of high mountains and flowing water entranced Li Bai, captivating him thoroughly. This newfound talent made Li Bai regard Lu Mingyi with newfound admiration. Although Lu Mingyi could not compose poetry, his mastery of the qin was unparalleled, even in Li Bai's extensive experience. Both were masters in their respective realms, fostering a mutual respect. Lu Mingyi then found a smooth, large stone and laid out a sheet of rice paper upon it, splashing ink as he painted a scene of Li Bai drinking under a pine tree. The image quickly sprang to life before them. Upon seeing it, Li Bai was filled with delight. He took the brush from Lu Mingyi's hand and inscribed 4 lines of poetry upon the artwork. The wind blows through the green pines, filling the mountains with fragrance. The fine wine in my cup is plentiful as 1,000 measures. When you ask me why I dwell in the Emerald Mountains, I smile without answering. My heart at ease. Lu Mingyi applauded repeatedly, exclaiming, truly, a celestial being. In comparison, he mused, he was merely a practitioner of the arts, while Li Bai was a genuine immortal poet, one whose brilliance was unmatched by any past or future. Li Bai, in his tipsy state, moved as gracefully as the moonlight, his spirit soaring like the heavens. Lu Mingyi was influenced by this and summoned the little white cloud, inviting Li Bai to ascend and explore the clouds. At that moment, Li Bai was already inebriated, teetering between consciousness and oblivion. Lu Mingyi offered him another flask of wine, encouraging him to indulge further. Li Bai, as if entranced, stepped onto the white cloud. Under Lu Mingyi's enthusiastic guidance, the little white cloud soared through the sky, stirring the winds and causing a tumult among the other clouds. The two of them traveled for a short while, reaching Kangwu Mountain, and after another brief journey, they arrived at the Azure Sea. During this time, they rode the clouds, reveling in their exhilaration. At one moment, Li Bai stood atop the clouds, and Lu Mingyi could scarcely discern whether he was a mere mortal or a celestial being. After such a delightful excursion, when Lu Mingyi brought Li Bai back to their original location, it was already dawn of the following day. In the interim, Li Bai removed the sword from his waist and presented it to Lu Mingyi. Lu Mingyi accepted it gladly, drawing the blade from its sheath. Whereupon he noticed the words Qinglian inscribed near the hilt. Lu Mingyi then removed his own long sword from his back and placed it at Li Bai's waist. Although this sword was merely a standard long sword from Shushan and lacked any extraordinary features, it still served as a formidable weapon in the mortal realm, making it an excellent choice for self-defense. Lu Mingyi also produced some ice grapes to feed Li Bai, attending to his well-being. After completing these tasks, Lu Mingyi prepared to depart. Just then, a chime rang out. The system detected that the host had achieved a special accomplishment by inviting Li Bai. A special achievement sign-in was available. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a thread of ancient poetic essence. Chapter 61. Urgent summons from Shushan. The divine assembly will ascend. Ancient poetic essence? What could it be used for? Lu Mingyi summoned it from the system and discovered it to be a stream of pure energy, indistinct yet palpable. A thought flickered through Lu Mingyi's mind. Could this essence, if infused into himself, transform him into a great poet? He attempted to grasp the poetic essence and infuse it into himself, but found it impossible to do so. After much contemplation, he remained at a loss regarding its purpose and decided to store it away for the time being. At that moment, the communicator in his possession began to flicker. He answered, and the urgent voice of Chang'ying came through. Second senior brother, I'm here, what is it? I don't know exactly, but the sect master has ordered you to return to the mountain immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi's brow furrowed. What could have happened to warrant such an urgent callback? All right, tell the sect master I will return shortly. After disconnecting the communicator, Lu Mingyi summoned the Tianyuan sword and hastened towards Shushan, not pausing along the way, as he was already in the region of Shu. In less than an hour, I returned to Mount Shu and arrived at the Wuji Pavilion, where I encountered Master Qingwei. Master, what has transpired that compelled you to summon me back to the mountain in such haste? Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's voice, Qingwei looked up and remarked, "Ah, Mingyi has returned. Come, follow me." The two proceeded to the stone railing outside the hall. With a wave of his hand, Qingwei conjured an image resembling a water screen, which materialized in the air. Within the image, a young man, drenched in sweat and writhing in agony on his bed, was revealed. Lu Mingyi focused intently and recognized it was Jing Tian. A wave of concern washed over him, and he exclaimed, "Master, what has befallen Jing Tian?" Noticing Lu Mingyi accurately uttering Jing Tian's name, Qingwei cast a curious glance back at him. Lu Mingyi quickly explained that he had inadvertently befriended Jing Tian during a previous descent from the mountain. Qingwei, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded, acknowledging that his disciple was indeed blessed with good fortune. The urgency of summoning Lu Mingyi was primarily to send him down the mountain to heal Jing Tian and foster a benevolent connection. Little did he anticipate that Lu Mingyi had already established a bond with Jing Tian, thus making the task of sending him down to treat Jing Tian all the more natural. After receiving his master's command, Lu Mingyi hastened to Yong and Tang. Upon arriving at the entrance, he encountered Mao Mao, who appeared flustered and was heading outside without noticing Lu Mingyi. The two nearly collided, but Lu Mingyi, quick on his feet, managed to evade the encounter and called out to Mao Mao. "Brother Mao Shan, where are you rushing off to in such a frenzy?" Upon hearing his name called, Mao Mao turned around and was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Mingyi, someone he had not seen in quite some time. Typically, Jing Tian made all the decisions, and now faced with this crisis, Mao Mao was at a loss. However, upon seeing Lu Mingyi, he felt a sense of reassurance and hurriedly approached him. "Mingyi, my brother, the boss is ill. Uncle Lu insists I urgently summon a physician." Lu Mingyi grasped his hand firmly. "There is no need for that. I am a physician. Quickly, lead me to Jing Tian." Upon hearing this, Mao Mao promptly guided Lu Mingyi inside. Along the way, they encountered the aforementioned Uncle Lu and Ding Bo, to whom Lu Mingyi nodded in acknowledgement. They arrived at the room where Jing Tian and the others were staying. He Bipping was tending to Jing Tian, who was writhing in pain on the bed. Lu Mingyi stepped forward, extending his right hand with 2 fingers to press against a vital point beneath Jing Tian's neck, rendering him unconscious. Observing that Jing Tian had ceased his movements, Lu Mingyi felt a momentary relief. Lu Mingyi approached and grasped Jing Tian's hand, taking his pulse. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion that left him both amused and exasperated: acute appendicitis. The reincarnation of the magnificent deity Feipeng had succumbed to such a trivial ailment. This condition was easily treatable, the most straightforward method being surgical removal of the appendix. However, it was evident that Lu Mingyi would not resort to surgery. Nevertheless, the means of treatment he opted for were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. He concocted a casual excuse to send He Bippin and Mao Mao away, and then summoned the little golden butterfly. He proceeded to tear open Jing Tian's upper garment, making a few estimations before channeling his magical energy into Jing Tian's body, guiding the golden butterfly to penetrate within and excise the appendix. Yet, it seemed that the greedy creature had not overlooked even the slightest morsel, and it devoured the tissue entirely. After addressing the appendicitis, Lu Mingyi took Jing Tian's pulse once more, discovering that his pulse had stabilized. Just then, a radiant white light emanated from Jing Tian, revealing a figure clad in gleaming white armor, with a few strands of hair seemingly blown by an imperceptible breeze. An illusion given the lack of wind, strikingly handsome. It was none other than the divine General Feipeng. Lu Mingyi extended his right hand in "Greetings, General Feipeng." Yet, Feipeng uttered not a word. He merely glanced at Lu Mingyi, sensed no malice, and returned to Jing Tian's body. Observing that Jing Tian showed no further anomalies, Lu Mingyi exited the room and called for He Bippin and Mao Mao. He reassured them, "Brothers Mao Shan, rest easy. Jing Tian has not fallen ill. He merely had a stomach upset. I've given him a bit of massage, and he is already well." Chapter 62. Devoted Training, 7 years in a flash. Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's words, Mao Mao felt relieved but remained concerned, leaning closer to Jing Tian to check on his well-being. Shortly thereafter, Jing Tian awoke. As soon as he opened his eyes, Mao Mao exclaimed, "Boss, you're finally awake. You were in such pain earlier. I didn't know what to do. Sixth uncle sent me to find a doctor, but I ran into Brother Mingyi on the way, and he was the one who treated you." Upon hearing this, Jing Tian lifted his gaze and was overjoyed to see Lu Mingyi indeed present, though they had only met once before, over the years. It was Lu Mingyi who had shown kindness to him and Mao Mao. Thus, Jing Tian harbored a deep fondness for Lu Mingyi. Now, upon learning that it was Lu Mingyi who had healed him, an overwhelming sense of gratitude welled up within him. Yet he spoke otherwise. How could my brother Mingyi, a busy man, possibly find time to visit us? Upon hearing Jing Tian's words, Lu Mingyi could not help but chuckle. Ah, Jing Tian, he thought. Though he harbors immense gratitude within, he must utter such awkward phrases. Were it someone he had only recently met, they might misconstrue his intentions. However, Lu Mingyi, having seen dramas in his past life and previously interacted with Jing Tian, understood his character well. He was somewhat vain, ambitious, and prone to boasting. Yet none of this detracted from his virtues. He was principled, courageous, and responsible, a true gentleman. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such affection from so many. Lu Mingyi approached, patted Jing Tian on the shoulder, and then wrapped an arm around his neck, saying, "Brother Jing Tian, I acknowledge my mistake. It is indeed my fault. I shall reflect and amend my ways." At this, Jing Tian found a way out and, reciprocating the gesture, embraced Lu Mingyi, exclaiming, "You said it. If you ever act this way again, I shall no longer recognize you as my friend." Lu Mingyi nodded with a smile and, wishing to convey his apology, decided to treat Jing Tian and the others to a meal. Upon hearing that Lu Mingyi would be treating, Mao Mao swallowed hard, his mouth watering at the thought. The last meal he had shared with Lu Mingyi was exquisite. He Bai Ping, standing nearby, also displayed a look of surprise. All three of them were orphans, without any support, and seldom indulged in good food. Upon their return from the last outing, Jing Tian had regaled He Bai Ping with tales for quite some time, leaving him envious. Little did he expect to have the opportunity to dine out with Lu Mingyi this time as well. However, Jing Tian suddenly voiced his objection, leaping onto a stool with one foot on the seat and the other on the table, thumping his chest as he declared, "No, this time you cannot take this from me. Today, I shall treat." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyi looked up at Jing Tian and noticed the earnestness in his eyes. He understood that Jing Tian was profoundly grateful for his rescue, but struggled to express it, hence his desire to treat him to a meal as a token of appreciation. Lu Mingyi nodded in silent agreement, allowing Jing Tian to take the lead. Seeing Lu Mingyi acquiesce, Jing Tian's face lit up with joy. After all, he was typically a humble lad, with few who cared for his pride or respected his opinions. Under Jing Tian's guidance, they made their way to a noodle stall on the street. Alas, Jing Tian had little money, and thus this meal was all they could afford. It was during Jing Tian's departure that he surreptitiously acquired a small wine jar from Mao Mao and He Bai Ping. Lu Mingyi witnessed this, but chose not to disclose it, which exemplifies Jing Tian's charming nature. Jing Tian ordered 4 bowls of Xianxia noodles, delicately drizzled with broth and garnished with a sprinkle of scallions. The flavors were indeed distinct and delightful. While Lu Mingyi, Mao Mao, and He Bai Ping were enjoying their meal, Jing Tian abruptly dashed outside. Upon his return, he triumphantly held a diminutive wine jar. After finishing their noodles, the 4 of them poured the remaining broth into their bowls to drink. Each person managed to consume a bowl and a half, yet their spirits were high. For Jing Tian and the others, the rarity of indulging in wine brought them joy, while Lu Mingyi found happiness in Jing Tian's genuine disposition. Once their meal was complete, the group engaged in a heartfelt reminiscence. As dusk approached, Lu Mingyi rose to take his leave, but Jing Tian grasped his arm, insisting that Lu Mingyi must first pledge to return and visit them regularly. After Lu Mingyi made 3 or 4 assurances, Jing Tian finally released him. This behavior, reminiscent of a child's, may appear naive, but it is a true reflection of Jing Tian's earnest character. A sincere heart often manifests as innocence, and such sincerity is precious. Yet, how many can see beyond the innocence to recognize that sincerity? Upon returning to Shu Mountain, Lu Mingyi visited Wu Ji Pavilion and met with Daoist Qingwei. He briefed Daoist Qingwei on the recent events. After listening, Daoist Qingwei nodded and advised Lu Mingyi to temporarily set aside the investigation into the aberrant demons. Following discussions with the other 6 sects, they deemed it prudent to deliberate this matter further. Lu Mingyi agreed without opposition, fully aware that without the approval of the divine realm, their endeavors would be futile. After all, without the aid of the divine, they could not reach the outer heavens, nor could they hunt a significant number of aberrant demons, resulting in insufficient materials to forge spirit stones. Lu Mingyi had a plan, however, to leverage the unfolding narrative to ascend to the divine realm and negotiate with the heavenly emperor regarding this issue. For now, postponement seemed wise, as no amount of effort would yield substantial results. Observing Lu Mingyi's lack of dissent, Taoist Qing Wei urged him to diligently pursue his cultivation. After imparting his advice, he sent Lu Mingyi on his way. Upon leaving Wu Ji Pavilion, Lu Mingyi returned to the Ice Valley, resolved to engage earnestly in his cultivation. In truth, cultivation transcends mere practice. It is contingent upon one's overall state of being. The state of one's body, mindset, and the environment for cultivation are all essential considerations. Physically, one must ascertain whether the meridians and internal energy have been sufficiently strengthened to endure the intensity of the next stage. Insufficient physical strength, when coupled with forced cultivation, not only hinders progress, but may also jeopardize one's foundational strength, resulting in stagnation. Mentally, one must be free from distractions, ready to delve into the path of truth at any moment. A chaotic mindset, when forced into practice, resembles the futile efforts of a player attempting to capture a swan. Though it may seem arduous, it ultimately yields only the reflection of the moon in water and flowers in a mirror, an exercise in futility. Regarding the cultivation environment, is it assuredly safe, undisturbed, and rich in spiritual energy? A cluttered and energy-deficient environment compromises the quality of cultivation, much like attempting to see clarity in ink spilled in water. Only when these conditions are met should one engage in cultivation. It then becomes a contest of talent and resources. Talent and resources are indeed abundant for Lu Mingyi, yet he cannot escape the objective law of his own slow bodily development. However, ever since the little golden butterfly attached itself to him, this situation has been markedly transforming. Wherever the little golden butterfly flutters, Lu Mingyi's physical strength continually strengthens, thereby reducing the limitations on his cultivation speed. Thus, Lu Mingyi returned to his tranquil routine of cultivation, and 7 years swiftly passed. During this time, Lu Mingyi's cultivation level surged to that of 2,000 years, catching up to the other 4 elders. Save for the esteemed Qingwei Taoist, with the enhancement of the Tianyuan Sword, even a combined effort from the 4 elders could not rival Lu Mingyi. Moreover, he successfully mastered the Mystic Flame Feather technique. Lu Mingyi vividly recalls the first time he employed the Mystic Flame Feather Bow after mastering it. He was astounded by its formidable power. With a single arrow loosed, a massive boulder shattered 5 miles away. Its range and striking force were indeed remarkable, even before he had perfected his archery skills. Once Lu Mingyi truly mastered it, the Mystic Flame Feather technique became a forbidden art in his hands. Although it could not rival the full might of the Tianyuan Sword, if an adversary's strength were on par with his, a single arrow would leave them with scant hope of survival. In the ensuing days of vanquishing demons and monsters, Lu Mingyi commenced training to engage in combat with his bow. Thus, he fashioned a bowstring from ice silkworm silk, steeped in the blood of demons. The bow's ends were adorned with sharp tips fashioned from blood-sucking vines, capable of close-quarter lethality. Nourished by blood, the bow came to life. Each time he pierced an enemy with the sharp tip, the blood-sucking vines would extend, draining the foe's lifeblood before retracting back into the tip, rendering their presence almost imperceptible, creating an eerie spectacle. In the span of 7 years, Lu Mingyi achieved yet another remarkable feat. He garnered a reputation as a miraculous healer within the city of Yuzhou. During his leisure hours, he would don disguises alongside Shorin and Shui, traversing the streets to practice medicine. He successfully treated numerous common folk afflicted with perplexing ailments. This extensive practice allowed Lu Mingyi to swiftly master a substantial portion of the medical canon, resulting in a significant elevation of his medical prowess. Ultimately, he emerged as the most skilled physician in all of Shushan. One fateful evening, while Lu Mingyi and Su Changchun were sipping tea in the Ice Valley, Shorin arrived in haste, reporting a bizarre emergence of toxic individuals at the foot of Shushan. These afflicted beings exhibited vacant expressions, their hair disheveled, and their fingers elongated with darkened nails, attacking indiscriminately. Anyone who fell victim to their assaults would rapidly transform into one of them. The situation had escalated, with numerous individuals already succumbing to this affliction and spreading at an alarming rate. Urgently requiring assistance, Shorin sought the aid of Su Changchun and Lu Mingyi. Upon hearing this, Su Changchun promptly retrieved his sword, While Lu Mingyi could not suppress a slight smile at the prospect of unfolding events, he recognized that the plot was commencing. Casually, Lu Mingyi grasped his long sword from the corner of the cave, later acquiring the standard long sword provided by Xushan, and said to Shorin, "Let us depart." With that, the two exited the cave, Lu Mingyi seizing Shorin's arm, and in a flash, they materialized in the sky. Following Shorin's guidance, they descended to the foot of Xushan, where Lu Mingyi beheld a throng of toxic beings wandering aimlessly like zombies. Without further ado, he performed a series of incantations, conjuring a vast celestial net to ensnare all the toxic individuals below. Continuing their search, they captured several more clusters of these afflictions until no toxic beings remained in sight at the foot of Xushan. At this juncture, Su Changchun arrived in a rush, leading other disciples from the inner sect to escort the captured beings up the mountain. Upon their arrival, several elders examined the toxic individuals and discovered that the poison was remarkably tenacious, proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Just then, Lu Mingyi stepped into the Grand Hall, where Taoist Qingwei beckoned him to take a closer look. Having previously watched a television series, Lu Mingyi recognized that the poison was the infamous and malevolent Tianyuan Lingdan, known as the most potent poison from the Tang sect, notoriously hard to eliminate. In the story, it was resolved with the help of the voodoo beast flower. However, Lu Mingyi was eager to test his own skills to see if he could counteract this insidious toxin. With determination, Lu Mingyi advanced forward. Casting a spell, he subdued one of the poisoned individuals and proceeded to take their pulse. To his astonishment, he found no discernible pulse. It resembled a torrential downpour, chaotic and tumultuous. Consequently, Lu Mingyi channeled his energy, penetrating the poisoned body to conduct a thorough examination. He discovered that the poison acted much like the spread of cancer cells, where the infiltrated cells devoured healthy ones, perpetuating the toxic proliferation until the entire body was overtaken. It was no wonder the toxin proved so difficult to eradicate. Its infiltration was extensive, intricate, and profound. After contemplation, Lu Mingyi surmised that the most effective approach would be to find a counteragent for the poison, essentially, to combat poison with poison. However, the only toxin at his disposal that might withstand the effects of the poisoned individual was that of the golden skin tree. Yet, could he dare to administer it to a mortal? Reflecting on his past and the obsessions of yore, he deemed this method impractical. What about blood transfusion? Alas, this technique could only cleanse the blood of toxins, failing to address the poison residing within the body. This option, too, seemed unreliable. In the midst of these thoughts, an extraordinary remedy suddenly came to mind. The principle was that while in the womb, a person is enveloped in amniotic fluid, which imparts a sense of safety. Thus, by applying this concept, coupled with his own ingenuity, he might achieve success. Without hesitation, he instructed Shou-Run to prepare warm water. Once the warm water was ready, Lu Mingyi gently placed the poisoned individual into it, infusing the water with abundant spiritual energy. He then gradually channeled his own power into the poisoned body, creating a gentle oscillation. Soon, dark toxins began to seep through the individual's skin. Effective, yet the process was excruciatingly slow. Lu Mingyi continued his efforts, ultimately realizing that this was indeed the only method proving effective. However, during his persistent attempts, he made another discovery. Besides the soul-calming incantation, the slight chill of ice energy he released also had a calming effect on the poisoned individual, and it lasted longer than the incantation, eliminating the need for repetitive recitation every hour or so. Thus, Lu Mingyi took action, employing his ice energy to soothe all the poisoned individuals atop Mount Shu. Soon, they quieted down as if calmed by a tranquilizer, akin to frenzied patients receiving medication. The elders of Mount Shu recognized the root of the issue and commanded Lu Mingyi and Su Changchun to descend the mountain to investigate the matter thoroughly and ascertain the source of the poisoned individuals. Chapter 64. The Floral Dew and the Heroic Rescue by Tang Xuejin. Following their orders, Lu Mingyi and Su Changchun descended the mountain. After descending the mountain, the two individuals parted ways. With no leads to follow, they could only trace the drug dealers in hopes of uncovering the source of their illicit trade. It was now the dead of night. Despite having apprehended a significant number of these culprits earlier, many still roamed freely. Although Lu Mingyi was aware that the Thunder Hall was behind this chaos and knew its whereabouts, he refrained from acting recklessly. A direct assault on the Thunder Hall at this moment could potentially prevent the emergence of the Five Venoms Beast. Without the Five Venoms Beast, The complete eradication of these drug dealers would be an arduous and protracted endeavor. Thus, patience was paramount. Our leading protagonist, akin to Su Changqing, scoured the area in pursuit of the drug dealers, only to find them lingering aimlessly. After a period of fruitless searching, Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing crossed paths and inquired if either had found any clues, to which they both shook their heads in disappointment. Undeterred, they continued their pursuit. Once Su Changqing departed, Lu Mingyi ascended a tall tree, biding his time. He understood that the drug dealers feared the sunlight and would retreat before dawn. All that was needed was to wait until the first light appeared, at which point he could resume tracking them. Suddenly, Lu Mingyi heard several terrified screams echoing through the night. Help! Help! Someone had encountered the drug dealers. He hurried towards the source of the cries, only to find a scene he recognized all too well. It was Xue Jian, who had come to collect the dew from the flowers at the foot of Mount Shu to save her grandfather, now surrounded by drug dealers alongside Jing Tian, who had come to treasure hunt during the meteor shower. With a swift motion, Lu Mingyi soared through the air, his feet upon a flying sword, landing gracefully. He extended his right hand and, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a wave of fiery energy that repelled the drug dealers. With another gesture of his left hand, a dense grid of light swept across the crowd of criminals, aligning them into neat rows, frozen in place. Lu Mingyi then produced the Qianquan 8 trigrams mirror, a tool previously employed by Su Changqing to transport drug dealers back to Mount Shu. Channeling his magic, he swept the mirror over the drug dealers, who were soon all vanished, relocated to the safety of Mount Shu. At this moment, Jing Tian approached Lu Mingyi with a look of astonishment, incredulously stating, "Is that you, Mingyi?" Upon hearing Jing Tian address Lu Mingyi, Xue Jian also regarded him with curious eyes. Lu Mingyi turned, breaking into a hearty laugh. With a smile, Jing Tian responded, "Brother Jing, do you no longer recognize me?" As he beheld Lu Mingyi, clad in pristine white attire, exuding an air of elegance and charm, it was evident that the usual casual demeanor he shared with his companions had vanished. Upon confirming Lu Mingyi's identity, Jing Tian's expression transformed, radiating both pride and satisfaction. He turned to Xue Jian and exclaimed, "Did you see that? Lu Mingyi, my good buddy." Xue Jian regarded Jing Tian's pompous demeanor with indifference, rolling her eyes at him before politely greeting Lu Mingyi. "Thank you, young hero Lu." Lu Mingyi responded with a warm nod towards Xue Jian. Ignoring Xue Jian's retort, Jing Tian turned back to Lu Mingyi, pulling him aside and whispering, "Mingyi, what is up with you today?" Dressed all in white. Previously, during their first encounter, Jing Tian had seen him in a simple outfit, but now, Lu Mingyi appeared transformed, leaving Jing Tian in awe. "And how did your martial prowess suddenly elevate so remarkably?" With a smile, Lu Mingyi replied, "I usually dress like this. Sometimes I change into different clothing when I descend the mountain." "Descend? You've been living on the mountain? On Mount Shu?" Jing Tian exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed," Lu Mingyi affirmed. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Jing Tian inquired, prompting Lu Mingyi to ponder the best way to respond. He knew that admitting he had concealed this for their sake might deepen Jing Tian's insecurities. Conversely, remaining silent would seem disrespectful. Thus, he tactfully redirected the conversation. "It's just that I hadn't found the right opportunity to mention it. But enough about me. What brings you here? It's quite perilous at the moment, with many poisoners lurking about." Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's question, Jing Tian was candid. "Mao Mao told me there would be a meteor shower today, so I came to collect treasures. Last time, I found something amazing, but a strange person snatched it away." At that moment, Xue Jian could no longer contain her curiosity and interjected, "What are you two talking about?" Jing Tian, already irked by Xue Jian, snapped back, "Do we need to clarify our brotherly matters to you?" Busybody. Fuming at his words, Xue Jian raised her fist, ready to strike Jing Tian. Just then, Lu Mingyi interjected, attempting to divert their attention, "It's really dangerous here. You both must leave." At that moment, Su Changqing gracefully descended from the sky, landing before Lu Mingyi with a look of inquiry. Lu Mingyi introduced Jing Tian to Su Changqing, saying, "Master brother, this is my good friend Jing Tian from the foot of the mountain." He then turned and pointed at Xue Jian, adding, "This young lady is Xue Jian. They were just surrounded by poisoners, and I saved them." Su Changqing nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Well, I leave the matters here in your capable hands. I must attend to other poisoners." With that, he leaped into the air and soared away. Upon witnessing Su Changqing's graceful figure, Xue Jian exclaimed, "Wow, what remarkable lightness of body." Hearing Xue Jian's admiration, Jing Tian immediately retorted, "He is handsome, but not as handsome as my brother." With a playful wink at Lu Mingyi, he continued. Lu Mingyi chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Ah, Jing Tian, it's truly endearing how you cherish your own." He then urged, "We should depart swiftly. There are many poisoners roaming about." Upon hearing Lu Mingyi's warning, Jing Tian, gripped by fear, clutched Lu Mingyi's arm and pleaded, "Mingyi, could you escort us back? What if we encounter more poisoners on the way?" After contemplating, Lu Mingyi agreed that it would indeed be safer to accompany them. He summoned his flying sword, widening it with magic, and invited Jing Tian and Xue Jian aboard. They soared through the sky and, in less than 5 minutes, reached the gates of Yuzhou City. As they disembarked from the sword, Jing Tian trembled, his legs quaking, and turned to Lu Mingyi, asking, "Mingyi, could you teach me that impressive skill of yours?" Observing Jing Tian's evident fear yet desire to learn, Xue Jian scoffed in disdain. Lu Mingyi, smiling, replied, "Of course, I shall teach you when time permits. For now, I must attend to the poisoners." Just as he was about to leave, Jing Tian suddenly recalled something and grasped Lu Mingyi's arm tightly, saying, "Mingyi, what if we encounter poisoners again in the future? How can we contact you for assistance?" Realizing he had overlooked this matter, Lu Mingyi retrieved a communication device from his robe and handed it to Jing Tian. "This is our Shushan communication device. If you find yourselves in an emergency, simply grasp the handle and speak into it. I will hear you and come immediately." He then produced 2 bottles of concealment pills from his storage pendant, handing one to each of them. "Take these pills. Each one lasts for half an hour. Once consumed, the poisoners will be unable to detect your presence, allowing you to escape swiftly." After imparting all necessary instructions, Lu Mingyi took to the skies and departed. Chapter 65. The Miraculous Medicine of Ice Grape. The Celestial Elixir of Tangkuan, the Calamity of Poisoners. After Lu Mingyi's departure, Xue Jian and Jing Tian were far from settled. Jing Tian, with an air of superiority, remarked to Xue Jian, "Do not let your status as the esteemed young lady of the Tang family deceive you. Without my backing, would Mingyi have returned you today and delivered a vial of medicine as well?" Xue Jian, possessing a fiercely competitive spirit, was not one to let Jing Tian gain the upper hand. She promptly retorted, "We know that young hero, Lu Xiao, embodies the chivalrous spirit. Even in your absence, he would undoubtedly act in the same manner." Thus, the two continued their lively banter as they gradually distanced themselves from one another. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyi arrived at the foot of Mount Shu, patiently awaiting developments. As dawn approached, he encountered a group of individuals attempting to retreat. To his surprise, Lu Mingyi observed that they had taken refuge in a nearby shadowy area, rather than returning to a designated location. Such a scenario had not been depicted in any television drama, yet it was indeed logical. Unable to pursue the matter any further, Lu Mingyi decided to take action, capturing this group of individuals and bringing them back to Mount Shu. By this time, daylight had fully arrived, and there was no need for him to linger at the mountain's base. He mounted his sword and returned to Mount Shu, where he discovered Su Changqing had also returned. They exchanged glances, but neither found any fruitful information. Just then, Elder Yang approached holding a book. It turned out he had located information regarding the poisoners. According to the text, these individuals were once ordinary people, transformed by a poison master who infused them with toxins, compelling them to attack and disperse the poisonous gas, thus creating a multitude of poisoners. The text further indicated that this poison first emerged within the Tang sect. The elders deduced that this matter was closely related to the Tang family. Under the leadership of Elder Yang, Lu Mingyi, Su Changqing, Shouren, and Shou Yi visited the Tang family fortress. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the fortress's lord, Tang Kun, was gravely ill. Given Lu Mingyi's exceptional medical skills, he was called upon to diagnose and treat him. In a past life, while watching a television drama, a physician had stated that Tang Kun suffered from the condition known as Shao Ku, which corresponds to what we now refer to as diabetes. Lu Mingyi took his pulse and confirmed this diagnosis. He then began to contemplate how best to treat the ailment. In contemporary times, diabetes is notoriously difficult to cure and is categorized into type 1 and type 2. Type 1 diabetes occurs when the pancreas ceases to produce insulin, necessitating insulin injections. Type 2 diabetes, on the other hand, involves normal insulin production but a lack of sensitivity in the insulin receptors, impeding the body's ability to utilize insulin effectively. Although the causes differ, both types ultimately result in the body's inability to fully metabolize sugars, leading to the same outcome, diabetes. It is presently difficult to ascertain the precise cause of the issue at hand. Nonetheless, it ultimately pertains to a malfunction of the pancreas. Thus, Mingyi took action, employing his mystical abilities to harmonize Tang Kuan's internal energies, restoring equilibrium within his body. Subsequently, he produced 2 ice-melting pills crafted from the ice grapes of Xianxia, and administered them to Tang Kuan, temporarily normalizing his bodily functions. Following this, Mingyi summoned the energies of the Changchun formula, which he directly infused into Tang Kuan's abdomen to rectify the condition of his pancreas, ultimately restoring it to a state of normalcy. As a result, Tang Kuan's affliction of thirst was thoroughly healed. During the treatment, Tang Kuan experienced a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, and he felt his health steadily improving. Upon the conclusion of the treatment, he reveled in the joy of his complete recovery, repeatedly bowing in gratitude to Elder Heong and Mingyi. Not content with merely expressing his thanks, Tang Kuan called over Xiujian, saying, "Xiujian, come and pay your respects to Elder Heong." He then pointed to Mingyi and Su Changqing, stating, "This is the esteemed disciple of Shushan, the young hero Su Changqing, and this is the inner disciple of the Shushan sect leader, the Honorable Mingyi. Both are distinguished pupils of Shushan. Xiaoxia has healed my grandfather's ailment. You must come and express your gratitude." Upon hearing this, Xiujian knelt before Mingyi and Elder Heong, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving my grandfather. Since childhood, I have heard my grandfather speak of the remarkable people of Shushan, and now I see it is indeed true. You have healed my grandfather, and I, Tang Xiujian, am immensely grateful. In the future, should you require my assistance, I would not hesitate to brave fire and water." Elder Heong nodded in appreciation of the girl's gratitude. The group then proceeded to the hall, where Su Changqing opened a small cylindrical leather bag he had been carrying, revealing blood samples collected from a poisoned individual. Upon evaluation by Tang Min's deputy leader, Tang Tai, it was determined that the poison was indeed from Tang Min, known as the Celestial Elixir, which is the most potent and malevolent toxin of Tang Min. However, the people of Tang Family Fortress did not suspect that one of their own had concocted the poison. Unable to uncover any leads, Mingyi and his companions took their leave. Subsequently, they sought refuge in an inn, where Elder Heong awaited them. Mingyi and Su Changqing, embodying righteousness and loyalty, formed a duo and ventured out to continue their investigation within the city of Yuzhou. Shortly after their departure, they encountered Xiujian, who, under her enthusiastic persuasion, joined them in their quest to explore the city for clues. Not long after, the three encountered Jing Tian once again on the road. It just so happened that Mingyi remembered that Jing Tian often roamed the streets and was quite familiar with various parts of Yuzhou City. Thus, at Mingyi's invitation, Jing Tian joined the team in search of clues about the poisoner. With Jing Tian's assistance, their investigation progressed swiftly. However, they unfortunately did not uncover much. They merely discovered that many individuals had indeed gone missing within Yuzhou City, and the matter of the poisoner was far more severe than the conjectures made by Shushan. At this juncture, Su Changqing suddenly recalled that among the captured poisoners on Shushan, there was one named Wen Xian. He quickly inquired of Jing Tian. To his surprise, Jing Tian produced a small notebook filled with unsightly handwriting, the very names of the missing individuals. It was astonishing how meticulous he was in his endeavors. Upon opening the notebook, Wen Xian's name was indeed listed within. Following the leads gathered by Jing Tian, the group arrived at the village where Wen Xian had resided before his transformation into a poisoner, only to find it desolate and abandoned. Su Changqing diligently examined the area, while Mingyi, feeling somewhat bored, idly passed the time in the background, as he already knew the answers. However, he felt it was unreasonable to obtain clues without a thorough investigation, so he feigned interest in the search. Indeed, before long, Su Changqing made a discovery. He retrieved the Dongqing mirror from his storage bag and, following its guidance, traced their way to the entrance of the Tianyuan. Upon reaching the entrance, Jing Tian wore a knowing smile. Su Changqing inquired, "Brother Jing, what place is this?" With enthusiasm, Jing Tian replied, "You don't know what this place is? This is a gambling house, a paradise of earthly delights that can make one forget their woes. Do you wish to join in for a round?" As he spoke, he nudged Su Changqing with a shoulder. However, before Su Changqing could respond, Jing Tian, noticing his dazed expression, turned to Mingyi and said, "Mingyi, You have never been to such a splendid place, have you? Let us venture inside together. It promises to be quite entertaining. Recalling the amusing scenes from the narrative, Lu Mingyi nodded and suggested to Su Changqing, "Senior brother, let us take a look inside, if only to broaden our horizons." Hearing Lu Mingyi echo this sentiment, Su Changqing's eyes flashed with a hint of acceptance, and he nodded in agreement. Thus, the three entered Tianyuan. Due to the Tianyuan's policy of not admitting female guests, they left Shui Jian outside. Upon entering, Lu Mingyi quickly realized that the environment was rather poor, filled with a cacophony of chaotic odors and an uproarious crowd. Those who cherish tranquility would undoubtedly find this place extremely distasteful. Jing Tian elucidated the workings of the casino to Lu Mingyi and Su Changqing, revealing three distinct forms of gameplay: odd or even, high or low, and the intriguing fish, shrimp, and crab. He confessed that his favorite was the latter. As Lu Mingyi gazed at the gaming table before him, an irresistible curiosity to partake began to stir within him, though he refrained from voicing his desire initially. Meanwhile, Su Changqing and Jing Tian engaged in a spirited game of fish, shrimp, and crab. With Su Changqing's astute guidance, Jing Tian adeptly discerned the optimal bets to place, resulting in a swift accumulation of winnings. Yet, as the day progressed, Su Changqing's focus shifted towards an investigation into the poisoner, leading him to eschew further gambling pursuits. His attention turned to the big three, scanning the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, Jing Tian, unaware of the situation, inadvertently placed his winnings back on the table, only to lose all he had just won. Jing Tian opened his mouth to protest, but Su Changqing, resolute, turned and exited the big three, prompting Lu Mingyi to follow suit. Jing Tian hurried after them, grasping Su Changqing's arm, imploring him to return for another round. However, Su Changqing, preoccupied with the matter of the poisoner, was determined to depart swiftly. He turned to Lu Mingyi, who, eager to play, suggested, "Master brother, you go report to the elder. I'll conduct a brief investigation, and we shall reunite shortly." Su Changqing nodded in agreement and departed. Observing Jing Tian's crestfallen demeanor, Shui Jian could not resist a round of sarcastic mockery. As Jing Tian grew increasingly flustered, Lu Mingyi chuckled softly and approached him, grasping his arm. "Come, my friend, let us return and play a little more." The moment Lu Mingyi uttered these words, Jing Tian's earlier disappointment transformed into exhilaration, as he seized Lu Mingyi's arm and led him back inside. Upon their re-entry into the big three, they first approached the high or low table. Previously, when Su Changqing and Jing Tian had played, Lu Mingyi had noted the complete lack of difficulty involved. Upon entering the Dao realm, one automatically acquires the ability known as Dao Heart Clarity, which heightens one's sensitivity to the surroundings, allowing for meticulous observation. The subtle maneuvers of the casino were no match for the keen insights of Su Changqing and Lu Mingyi. Indeed, at the odd or even table, Lu Mingyi placed his bet on odd. A black piece was cast down, and the dealer, wielding a small wooden board, drew the pieces two at a time. Eventually, only one remained: success. Odd. Subsequently, the pair played 2 or 3 more rounds before transitioning to the high or low table, where the simplicity of the game was even more pronounced. Lu Mingyi recalled the clairvoyant eyes depicted in certain urban tales from his past life, pondering the utility of his own insight. A fleeting glimmer flickered in his gaze as he perceived the dice, rendering them virtually irrelevant, with their numbers laid bare before him. This gift of perception proved rather formidable, unveiling the information of those surrounding him, names like Xianxia, Li Si, and Zhao were materializing in his mind. Though he had seldom wielded such power, a slight adjustment allowed him to regain control. Consequently, at the gambling table where he and Jing Tian competed, they triumphed effortlessly. After several rounds, Jing Tian's platter overflowed with gleaming gold and silver. Yet, at this juncture, Lu Mingyi found himself lacking interest. It was akin to playing a pirated game. The initial thrill faded into tedium. Conversely, Jing Tian remained exuberant, adamantly resisting the notion of quitting. Observing his friend's enthusiasm, Lu Mingyi felt compelled to assist. He summoned his insight to focus on Jing Tian's eyes and quietly advised, "You now possess a quarter of an hour to see through the dice. Should you wish to play, indulge yourself, but remember, time is limited. Know when to withdraw." Jing Tian eagerly turned to test his newfound ability, and the dice indeed appeared transparent. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed to Lu Mingyi, "No wonder you win. You can see. You must teach me this skill. It could lead to immense fortune in gambling." With that, he swiftly returned to the game. Lu Mingyi shook his head, replying, "Enjoy yourself. I shall take my leave." He then exited the establishment, the unpleasant odor within prompting his departure. Outside, Xuejian awaited him, and he approached her with a smile. "Xuejian, still here waiting?" Upon seeing Lu Mingyi emerge, Xuejian's face brightened. "Yes, Lu Xiaoxia. Is that scoundrel Jing Tian still inside?" Lu Mingyi nodded. "Indeed, Brother Jing is thoroughly engrossed. Let him play a while longer." Xuejian scoffed. "What a gambling fool. Fortunately, you have not fallen under his influence. You may not realize, Lu Xiaoxia, but this casino is akin to the 19th circle of hell. Countless souls have lost their fortunes here, leading to broken families and tragic lives." Chapter 67. Under the cover of night, infiltrating the Thunder Hall, delivering gold to Luo Ruli. Lu Mingyi nodded in agreement, fully recognizing the truth of her words. Not only in this era, but even in the future, the same fate befalls many. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation until, shortly thereafter, Jing Tian emerged from the establishment, his head hung low. The expression was more unsightly than tears. Upon inquiring, it became evident that his magical powers had just faltered. However, amidst the adulation of those around him, Jing Tian grew somewhat elated and wagered all his money, only to lose it all in an instant. He tugged at Lu Mingyi's arm, hoping for another chance to regain his losses, but Lu Mingyi shook his head in refusal. "Brother Jing, a small gamble can be entertaining, yet a substantial one can lead to ruin. One must know when to cease." Xuejian, overhearing their exchange, couldn't resist the urge to mock Jing Tian, saying, "Take a leaf out of Lu Xiaoxia's book, unlike some, who refuse to leave even after losing everything." Jing Tian, feeling dejected after his recent losses, chose to ignore her. Noticing his silence, Xuejian wondered if her words had been too harsh, so she approached him, saying, "Oh, it's just a matter of losing some money. You can simply refrain from gambling in the future." Yet, Jing Tian was disinterested, turning away as if he hadn't heard her. Xuejian, frustrated, stamped her foot but refrained from saying anything further. Lu Mingyi found the scene amusing, remarking how they truly were a pair of playful adversaries. He then stepped forward, ushering them both into a nearby tavern where they ordered a selection of dishes. The food was decent, though it paled in comparison to that of Tangiabao. Nonetheless, Xuejian showed no signs of discontent, indicating that Tang Kuan's teachings had evidently been effective. While she might be somewhat headstrong and capricious, she never strayed from the proprieties in finer details. After their meal, Lu Mingyi bid farewell to the two. The evening swiftly approached, and Lu Mingyi stealthily infiltrated to Tianyuan, making his way to the back of the gambling table. With a gentle stomp, he activated a mechanism and descended into a dimly lit chamber below, reminiscent of scenes from television, albeit with seemingly stricter guards. At the entrance of the Pilai Hall, two henchmen stood watch. Lu Mingyi snapped his fingers, casting a simple illusion spell that temporarily deceived their senses, allowing him to walk in as if unobserved. The guards, oblivious, failed to notice anything amiss. As he entered the Pilai Hall, a pungent stench assailed his senses, akin to the toxic blood samples previously collected by Su Changqing. Venturing further, he arrived at a vast stone chamber, the very dungeon depicted in the drama, where the poisoned individuals were imprisoned. Lu Mingyi reined in his aura before stepping inside, snapping his fingers sharply to amplify the illusion spell as he proceeded. There, he beheld Luo Ruli caress the zither with an almost frenzied passion. Under the influence of an enchanting spell, he was utterly oblivious to the presence of Lu Mingyi, who had quietly entered the room. The zither he was so intently stroking was, in fact, the very instrument that commanded the toxic beings. After a moment of indulgence, Luo Ruli seemed unsatisfied and began to strum the strings vigorously. The moment the haunting melodies filled the air, the poisoned individuals erupted into a frenzy. Witnessing their chaotic state, Luo Ruli envisioned himself reigning supreme over the martial world, bursting into maniacal laughter. Lu Mingyi regarded Luo Ruli with a bemused expression, akin to that of a fool, before sauntering over and gently unfastening the heavy door that contained the toxic beings. Startled by the door's unexpected opening, Luo Ruli leaped forward, intent on shutting it. However, Lu Mingyi was unyielding in his intentions. With a subtle adjustment of his magical energy, he flicked his fingertip, sending forth a small orb of power that struck Luo Ruli's leg like a bullet, knocking him to the ground. Realizing that an intruder had breached his sanctuary, Luo Ruli shouted in a defiant rage, demanding to know who was there. Yet, Lu Mingyi paid him no heed, instead approaching the first of the poisoned beings, Wen Xian's mother, the source of all toxicity. With a simple motion, he shattered the chains binding her. Thus, the most fearsome of the poisoned beings was unleashed. As the formidable poison queen broke free, a wave of dread washed over Luo Ruli. He hastily scrambled to his feet, adopting a defensive stance, fully aware of the difficulty in controlling such a creature. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyi approached the very spot where Luo Ruli had been seated. The melody that Luo Ruli had played moments earlier was effortlessly unraveled by Lu Mingyi's mastery of the zither. With his profound skill in the art, the challenge was merely child's play. Gently brushing his fingers against the strings, Lu Mingyi struck forcefully. The poisoned beings, now under his command, began to surge forward, launching a frenzied assault on Luo Ruli. He was made to experience the very potency of the toxic beings he had summoned. Yet Luo Ruli, not lacking in wit, summoned his strength to repel the surrounding toxic entities and leaped towards the zither. But Lu Mingyi, reveling in the unfolding chaos, would not allow it. With a deft flick of his left hand, he sent Luo Ruli crashing back into the throng of poisoned beings. At that moment, the poison queen lunged at Luo Ruli, seizing his arm with the intent to rend him asunder. In a desperate bid for survival, he kicked out with both legs, repelling her momentarily. Caught in utter disarray, he made several attempts to reach the zither, all of which ended in failure. It dawned on Luo Ruli that he was facing a formidable adversary, a realization that struck at the very core of his typically rebellious spirit. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he leaped gracefully, akin to Spider-Man, and hung upside down from the ceiling. Then he spoke, "I am uncertain which esteemed elder I have offended. If my actions have transgressed in any way, I humbly request a chance for atonement." Lu Peng, upon hearing this, smiled gently. From his storage jade pendant, he retrieved a diminutive jade vial. With a pair of wooden tweezers, he extracted its contents, a small, pink fruit, unmistakably the golden skin tree fruit. "Master Luo, were it not for the fear of disrupting the unfolding narrative, I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate you right now. However, allow me to present you with a modest gift." With this thought in mind, Lu Ming carefully grasped the golden skin tree fruit with the tweezers, bringing it close to the strings of the zither, allowing it to glide slowly along them. Once this task was completed, Lu Ming rose from the zither table and departed. The poison-inflicted individuals, no longer under Lu Ming's control, gradually fell into silence. The strains of music ceased, and the poisoned individuals settled into a calm repose. Luo really believed that the so-called elder had heard his words and decided to grant him an opportunity. Thus he expressed his gratitude profusely, his demeanor reflecting the humility of one who acknowledges his errors. Yet in his heart, he thought, "You had better not leave. Should I gain possession of the zither, I will swiftly unleash the poisoned ones to eliminate you." Cautiously, Luo really approached the zither table and found his progress remarkably unimpeded. Seizing the moment, he accelerated suddenly, grasping the poisoned zither with both hands and retreating swiftly, erupting into maniacal laughter. "What a fool! You actually allowed me to take the zither. Prepare to meet your demise." With that declaration, his right hand swept toward the strings of the zither.